Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 3366 to Chapter 3452. Survival was engraved in the bones of all races. And what? The little devil asked hurriedly. The corners of His Excellency's mouth curled up. And the newly born races will restrain the existing races and even their natural enemies. Strangling them in the cradle is the most obvious choice. Ningxu was speechless. So they gathered together to dismember the corpse and eat something? Ningxu was a little speechless. Ningxu asked, then why are we gathering here? Are we gathering here to snatch one to eat? Someone in the organization needs food. Of course, we're here to snatch some food. Ningxu was dumbfounded. Who? Ningxu first thought of Sang Liang. Sang Liang was a fastidious person and never ate other things. Did he eat this? The grand uncle occasionally ate other things, but the silver-haired man was very particular. Ningxu said, since it's a natural enemy born in the void and a natural enemy of some races, is it really okay to eat it like this? Restraining each other was the way to go in the long run. Without the existence of natural enemies, the races might not be able to survive. His Excellency said, there's no problem. Even if it wasn't born this time, it will be born next time. Ningxu was speechless. Please understand foodies. Foodies are a very scary creature, okay, it seemed that they were snatching food this time. Ningxu calmed down immediately. Seeing so many races here, it was probably true that there were too many monks and too little gruel. There was definitely not enough to go around. Ningxu was puzzled. The races in the void are all born and bred. Since they're born and bred, why worry about the reproduction of the race? His Excellency said, only the first generation of the race is born and bred. After that, the reproduction of the race has nothing to do with the world. Ningxu said, oh, is it okay to eat the newly born race like this? His Excellency and the grand uncle glanced at Ningxu at the same time, making Ningxu feel as if he had said something that he shouldn't have said. His Excellency said, eating this kind of thing is the same as you humans eat eggs and pigs. Is there a problem? Ningxu shook his head. No problem. You guys have the final say. Ningxu discovered that the abyssal prefect's prejudice against humans was not just a little bit. Ningxu stood aside obediently and didn't say anything. With so many people staring at the eggs, was there really no problem? Ningxu had never seen a living being born in the void. Would it explode with a bang? Gradually, the surrounding energy began to gather. This energy was very large, and it gathered from all directions. This huge amount of vitality was too shocking. The law of wood imprint between Ningxu's thumb and index finger greedily absorbed this life force. Regardless of whether it was the wood law imprint absorbing the vitality, even the world tree had emerged to absorb it. Looks like it's really not bad. Ningxu, who had gained some benefits, was elated. The life force gathered into balls of light one after another. They were densely packed and looked like there were a lot of them. Just how many creatures were going to be born? It was definitely enough for everyone here to eat. These balls of light grew larger and larger. Finally, with a pop, one living being after another was born. These living beings looked a little strange. They looked a little like cows, but they were much more ferocious. They had sharp fangs and looked quite sinister. However, these cow-like living beings quickly transformed into white and tender little children. They switched back and forth between human and beast forms. Even though they were just born, Ningxu could feel that these living beings were very powerful. Some of them were even more powerful than him. His starting point was really too high. Perhaps it was because they sensed danger, but these newly born living beings gathered together and began to flee in the blink of an eye. They fled at lightning speed. The races that were eyeing them covetously from the side immediately rushed up and ravaged these newborn creatures. They could swallow many calves in one gulp. These calves didn't intend to fight back. Instead, they fled with all their might. Thankfully, there were enough newly born living beings for these people to eat. Once these tribes were full, some of them would be able to escape and continue to reproduce. This was the way of survival. Only by sacrificing a portion and preserving a portion could the tribe continue to reproduce. Just like animals, the lower the level of an animal, the more desperate it was to give birth. Only by using a portion of the children to feed their natural enemies would the remaining portion have a chance to survive. Moreover, they might have to kneel midway. Therefore, they had to use numbers to win. There were quite a few newly born living beings. It should be enough to eat. His Excellency and senior uncle waved their hands and captured many living beings. They directly stored them. This way, very few would be able to escape. It was uncertain whether this tribe could continue to reproduce. Ningxu didn't make a move. The other mission enforcers did. However, it took several people to capture one living being. She didn't want to join in the fun and save some energy. It was so difficult to survive in the void. The little demon could only watch. To be more precise, she couldn't do anything at all. Her expression was a bit dull. It was probably the first time she had seen such a situation, so she just watched from the side. There was still some life force in the air. Ningxu grabbed the machine to absorb it. There wouldn't be such a good opportunity in the future. She liked this huge amount of life force. Perhaps her world tree would have a qualitative change. How wonderful. Seeing Ningxu smile like a sunflower, the little demon muttered and asked, "Why don't you go and help?" Ningxu said, "I'm afraid of heights." The little demon, because of the little cubs, some tribes had a conflict. Bang, 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 all kinds of energy flew in the void. Ningxu pulled the little demon away from them so that she wouldn't be hit by the cannon fodder. The little demon's worldview had probably been impacted. Why do you think these people are so rude? Ningxu automatically understood that the little demon was envious of the strength of these tribes. To be honest, she was also very envious of them. When the matter was over, senior uncle said, "Pay the commanders according to the number of cubs caught." Ningxu, what did that mean? There was no reward if they didn't catch the cubs. She had just watched from the side and didn't do anything. That was why she had wasted so much time and gained nothing. Okay. After absorbing so much life force, it wasn't a loss. Furthermore, he didn't do anything, so he didn't get paid. However, Ningxu didn't want to know what the reward was at all. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable. Grand Uncle, 2 exemptions, 20 million merit points each. Ningxu was speechless. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen, 2 exemptions, he really wanted them. 20 million merit points for each one. That was quite a lot. If she had known earlier, she would have caught one too. Unbearable, the organization had captured so many creatures. Did they want to eat them or cultivate them? After all, this was where the racial advantage lay. Or kill some of them and keep the rest for nurturing. One more void spirit meant one more source of power. Ningxu was thinking about the 2 exemptions. At her level, amulets were useless. He wanted immunity. Ningxu didn't care about the 20 million merit points, but the 2 exemptions were really precious. On the phone, no work, no reward. The little devil looked at these adults. Ningxu asked the question she was also curious about. Are we really going to eat these creatures? How would I know? Ningxu was a little speechless. These creatures of the void land ate newborn creatures just like how His Excellency ate the little devil. There was no psychological burden at all. At this moment, the little devil seemed to have some compassion. His Excellency held the little devil's hand and said, "Let's go back. You should cultivate." Everyone had gained something from their handiwork. Ningxu returned to the system space empty-handed. Ningxu opened his hand and the world tree appeared in his palm. The world tree was green and lush with many leaves. Moreover, the world tree was surrounded by a thin layer of treasure light. It was full of vitality and spiritual energy. Although he didn't get an exemption, Ningxu was quite happy because the world tree absorbed so much energy. It was awesome. The world tree grew many branches and leaves, and it grew bigger and bigger. Soon, it became a towering tree. The system space couldn't accommodate this tree anymore. But it soon shrank again. Nice. Not bad. Ningxu took out a box. This box was given by Mo Ming. Inside was the power derived from living creatures. Now that the tree was about to grow, it was time to use this thing. It wasn't very big and was quickly absorbed by the world tree. The world tree didn't change much. Although this thing could speed up the evolution of the world of living creatures, it was only a little faster. It couldn't form a world and give birth to living creatures in one go. Maybe his world of reincarnation could be connected to the world of reincarnation. Ningshu asked, "Do you think the organization captured the creatures of the void land for eating or for other purposes?" Danqing said, "My personal opinion is probably to cultivate. The organization has many creatures of the void land. It would be a waste to eat them. Cultivating them would be more useful. Moreover, they would be a new generation of living creatures. Born and bred, they were the strongest generation of a race. After that, as they multiplied, the purity of their bloodline became a little thin. Between a little appetite and great power, which do you think is more important?" Ningshu. Just as important. How could he survive without food? However, at the level of the granduncles, a little desire for food was probably not important. As a human, Ningshu liked to eat very much. He didn't need to eat food to replenish his energy, but he liked to eat. The instinct to eat could not be overcome. Danqing said to Ningshu, "You should go deal with the star stones." Ningshu. Haven't I already dealt with it? Something happened in the plane, so many people were transferred over. You are one of them. Ningshu frowned. Why did something happen again? Was the Sea of Law already so weak? Ningshu didn't say anything else and directly took it. As soon as they arrived, Ningshu saw the sky full of brilliance. The plane was like fireworks. The fragments of the explosion flew everywhere. It was especially beautiful, but this was the plane exploding. The speed of the explosion was very fast. They could only abandon a part of it and cut off the plane to prevent all the planes from exploding like firecrackers. It took a long time to birth a plane, but the explosion was very fast. Planes were the same as people. There were birth, old age, illness, and death, natural aging, and also rupture for various reasons. But they always maintained a balance, but now that the Sea of Law had a problem, it didn't have the ability to birth a new plane. Like an old mother, her body was old and tired, and there was no power to give birth to a new life. New life and disappointment were no longer an exception. Ningshu touched his face. The fragments penetrated his cheek, and it hurt a little. The explosion of the plane took a long time, and the fragments were as numerous as the stars. How long would it take to deal with this? With the granduncles here, Ningshu didn't need to deal with the star stones. He just picked up the fragments. Ningshu stretched out his vines to pick up the fragments. He just sat still and stretched out his vines. The granduncles were dealing with the star stones, and he looked a little absent-minded. He waved his hand for Ningshu to deal with the star stones. Ningshu saw that the granduncle's expression was unhappy, and he didn't say anything about dealing with the star stones. The granduncles left in a flash and came to the side of the Law of Nothingness. The Law of Nothingness's Xianxia opened his eyes. When he saw the granduncles, he immediately smiled sarcastically. "Why are you here again? You've been coming very frequently recently. Is the Sea of Law no longer working?" "Ahaha, no longer working." The granduncles didn't say anything. He condensed a sword in his hand and raised it towards Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia frowned and tried his best to avoid the sword. Even if he dodged, his forehead was still pierced by the sword. Xianxia's hands were locked by black chains, and the chains clanked loudly. The blood flowed from his forehead to his lips and past his eyelids, as if he was crying blood. Xianxia stretched out his tongue and licked the blood that flowed to his lips. He twitched the corner of his mouth. "Finally, I can't take it anymore. It's time to make a move. Do you really think that by killing me, the Sea of Law can be saved?" Kakik. The granduncle still didn't say anything. He turned his sword and aimed it at Xianxia's neck. Xianxia retreated. His neck was cut by the sword, and blood was seeping out. The blood dripped onto the Law of Nothingness. In the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by the Law of Nothingness. Hiss. It hurts a little. Xianxia touched his neck, and the chains rang. "Granduncles, you're finally not putting on a hypocritical face." Ningshu pursed his lips. The sword emitted a gloomy light, sharp and unknown. Xianxia mocked, "Granduncles, come and kill me. Kill me in exchange for your life." I want you to always live in pain. The granduncle said, it's just a little provocation. Xianxia's face turned cold. Granduncles, you're so cold-hearted. Sooner or later, you'll suffer retribution. Even if I die, the Sea of Law won't survive. You must die too, coward. Xianxia was furious. You're really so heartless. The granduncles didn't say a word. In a flash, he appeared in front of the granduncles. The two faced each other, and they were very close. Their eyes looked at each other, and the granduncle's golden eyes reflected a gloomy light. It was like a fog that covered his eyes. Other than the eyes, what was revealed was a cold face and a cold outline. Xianxia stubbornly looked at the granduncles. His breathing was rapid, and his pupils were dilated. He gritted his teeth and his body trembled slightly. He spat out 2 words. Granduncles. The granduncles raised his hand, and the sharp blade pierced through Xianxia's neck. With a sweep of the blade, Xianxia's head was cut off. BK with a thud, Xianxia's head fell into the law of nothingness. His body fell with a loud crash, splattering his words. Some of the law of nothingness splashed on Taishu's shoes, fainted, and then gradually dissipated and evaporated. Ningxu was dealing with the star stone when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She shook her head. Just now, she really felt a chill on her back, like she was breaking out in a cold sweat. This feeling came very suddenly and disappeared in an instant. Ningxu didn't have this feeling again. Ningxu had never believed that there was no reason for such a feeling. Something must have happened. Ningxu looked down at her soul and didn't even let go of her sea of consciousness. She carefully looked down at herself, not even letting go of a strand of her hair, but she didn't find anything unusual. However, Ningxu suddenly felt uneasy. She wasn't even in the mood to deal with the star stone. Taishu came back, took the props from Ningxu, and started to deal with the star stone. Ningxu wasn't in the mood to deal with it either. Since someone was willing to deal with it, she didn't need to. She went to the side to pick up the fragments with her vines. From time to time, she glanced at Taishu, who was dealing with the star stone. She thought about it and moved over. She thought that Xianxia was probably the only one who could make her feel uneasy. Although Xianxia was now in the law of nothingness, Ningxu was still very vigilant, even though she was gloating over Xianxia's misfortune. Otherwise, she would try to find a way to see Xianxia. However, she had never seen Xianxia in the law of nothingness. Taishu glanced at Ningxu. His eyes were cold, and he ignored Ningxu. Ningxu felt numb from Taishu's stare. In the past, he used to be a ghost, but now he was an ice block. Ningxu rubbed her arms and asked carefully, Taishu, get lost. Ningxu, did something happen to Xianxia? I don't feel good. Taishu sized up Ningxu. What's wrong? Yes, I feel uncomfortable all over. It's very cold. I checked and found nothing unusual, Ningxu said honestly. Senior uncle said something, and Ningxu guessed that Xianxia might have knelt down. And the fuse might have been the destruction of the plane this time. This time, quite a number of explosions had occurred. This was no longer an ordinary explosion, which meant that the situation in the plane was very serious. If the situation wasn't serious, the granduncle wouldn't have killed Xianxia. Ningxu asked, are you sure that all the ministers are dead? The grand elder stared at Ningxu. Ningxu curled his lips. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Although Ningxu guessed that the granduncle had killed Xianxia, the granduncle would definitely be unhappy if he said it out loud. The granduncle could do it, but she couldn't say it. The grand elder sized up Ningxu and even invaded Ningxu's sea of consciousness. Ningxu endured the uncomfortable feeling. She checked and didn't find anything. It would be good if the grand elder could find out. She wouldn't have to worry and worry. Ningxu asked, how is it? Did Xianxia run to my body? The grand elder said, you're thinking too much. No. Ningxu was puzzled. Could it be an illusion? Since the grand elder said no, Ningxu believed half of it. However, Ningxu believed the other half of it. But after checking and checking, there was no result. Ningxu walked away with a puzzled expression, looking back at the grand elder from time to time. There was really nothing wrong. Her feeling wasn't wrong. The Grand Elder dealt with the star stone without looking up, directly ignoring Ningxu's gaze. Ningxu used the vines to pick up the fragments. Nothing happened. His ability wasn't affected. Everything was normal. The chill just now was gone. It was very normal. Nothing happened. However, Ningxu was unhappy. It wasn't appropriate at all. After picking up the fragments, Ningxu left and returned to the system space. The Grand Elder glanced at Ningxu's back, his expression becoming colder and colder. Back in the system space, Ningxu looked at his situation again. He even checked the star-like spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness. There were many spiritual stars. Who could count the stars in the sky? No one could. However, Ningxu checked them one by one. It took a long time, but Ningxu didn't lack time. Ningxu didn't move for a long time, as if he was meditating. Time passed by minute by minute. Danqing saw that Ningxu was busy, so she didn't disturb him. After a long time, Ningxu opened his eyes. His face was full of confusion. There was really nothing wrong. Maybe she was really paranoid. Ningxu collapsed on the sofa. He moved as if he had epilepsy and was paralyzed. If nothing unexpected happened, Jingqing was dead. However, Ningxu didn't feel at ease at all. What's with this vague feeling of displeasure? Danqing asked. Are you going to do a mission now? Ningxu waved his hand. I'm not in the mood. Ningxu thought about it and went to the consultation room in Water City. Walking into the consultation room, Ningxu waited for the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man came out of the inner room, but this time, there was someone behind him. It was the heart. Ningxu was stunned when he saw the heart, but he didn't take it to heart. The silver-haired man asked, "What do you want to ask?" The heart sat next to him and stared straight at Ningxu. Ningxu opened his mouth and said, "A person is dead, but not dead. To put it bluntly, I don't think he's completely dead. Apart from the soul, what else can keep a person alive? When a person died, they became a soul. What if the soul was destroyed?" Ningxu felt that the Grand Elder wouldn't keep Xingqing's soul. The silver-haired man said, "If the soul is destroyed, it's completely destroyed." Ningxu? Really? The silver-haired man said, "Why don't you earn money?" Ningxu finally believed him, albeit reluctantly. Then he asked, "How much?" Was Xingqing all dead? The silver-haired man said, "It's not expensive. 50,000 merit points." Ningxu, that's not expensive. However, Ningxu paid the money and left the consultation room. The heart caught up with Ningxu. Ningxu stopped and turned to look at him. She asked, "Is there anything you need from me?" The heart said, "Nothing, I'm just here to see you." Ningxu pursed his lips, looked at the heart, and said directly, "You look different now." The heart wouldn't wrap its tentacles around Ningxu now, but it just said, "Yes, it's different." Ningxu nodded. "You're living well, but not well. That's how a person's life is. There's helplessness, discomfort, and helplessness." The heart said, "I know." Before Ningxu could speak, the heart said again, "Knowing doesn't mean you should understand." Ningxu suddenly smiled. "I really don't care about other people's understanding. No one should be good to anyone in this world, and no one owes anyone anything." Ningxu didn't feel that he owed the heart/BK. She got some spiritual stones and gave the heart a body, allowing the heart, which should have disappeared with time, to have a new life. A spiritual stone in exchange for a life, a body that could walk freely. This was a good deal. The heart couldn't stand the fact that she abandoned him and threw him to someone else. But what obligation did she have to treat the heart especially well and do everything according to the heart, especially when the heart wrapped around her like an octopus? She couldn't do anything. Why couldn't the heart understand her difficulties? If the heart was unhappy, she would be happy. Did she look like the kind of person who would silently endure and sacrifice, and then be moved by her own feelings? Ningxu smiled and said, "If you want to talk to me like this, then I have nothing to talk to you about." If it was such a weak relationship, then it was fine, but if the heart hated her, she didn't care. It was fine as long as she had a clear conscience. The heart didn't care at all. The heart shook its head. "You're still the same. In terms of the transaction, you don't owe me anything, but in terms of feelings, from an emotional point of view, you almost crushed my spiritual ball. Although you recovered it later, you gave me a big slap and a piece of candy at the same time. After that, you ignored my wishes and talked to me nicely, but you still wrapped your spiritual tentacles around me and didn't care about other people's feelings. You don't care about my feelings, but you want me to take care of your emotions. You're a baby, and I'm a little princess. You're talking to me about feelings? Ningxu smiled and looked at the heart. What right do you have to accuse me of ignoring your feelings and feelings? Ningxu couldn't bear to see the heart look like it was betrayed and abandoned by her. The heart was speechless for a moment and just looked at Ningxu. Let's not talk about these things. I'll treat you to food. If you like food, I'll treat you. Ningxu was a little surprised. The heart seemed to know a little more about human affairs now. Ningxu said, well, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. What do you want? The heart. That's not true. Didn't you say that I was a cruel and unscrupulous person? Now that I want to repay you, you're saying that I'm an evil person. What do you want me to do? Ningxu shuddered and nodded. All right. Ningxu followed his heart into the restaurant. Since someone wanted to treat him to a meal, he would eat. There was nothing he couldn't eat. Along the way, his heart was watching Ningxu. Ningxu, why are you looking at me like that? The heart shook its head. Your soul is different from last time. Alright, there was nothing he could do about it. His soul was always fluctuating, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Ningxu, life is full of ups and downs. The heart smiled but didn't say anything. This smile was quite profound. After arriving at the restaurant, Ningxu and Xian casually found a seat and sat down. The heart said to Ningxu, just order whatever you like. Ningxu took a sip of tea and asked, do you have money? Do you have merit? Although this was his restaurant, he couldn't let anyone dine and dash. The heart, I have money saved up. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Oh, you get paid? I can do some things to get some merit. The heart poured a cup of tea and sipped it. The food made by humans is really delicious. When I was still a minor, I would occasionally hear people who had stepped on me talk. Some of them said that women tasted good, while others said that food tasted good. They were very happy, and their faces were filled with happiness and satisfaction. At that time, I was thinking that I had become someone who wanted to eat and taste women. Ningxu almost spat out the tea in her mouth. She asked directly, have the women tasted the food? I've tasted the food. The taste is excellent. Humans can cook a dish for several hours. A human's life is very short, only 100 years. Why waste so much time on cooking a dish? Ningxu drank his tea. Is it delicious? The heart nodded honestly. It's delicious. That's right. This is lust. This is a human's instinct. It stimulates pleasure, and it can also reproduce. This is reproduction. Spending so much effort on food. This is to absorb energy. This is to survive. Aren't these two things a person needs to live a lifetime? Have you found a woman? Ningxu raised his eyebrows and glanced at the heart's crotch. The heart clamped its thighs and crossed its legs. It shook its head and said, not yet. I'm facing souls. Even if it's a woman, it's a soul. Ningxu said, oh, that's a pity. The heart was still very simple. It could meet women in the world of living. It was very easy to have a taste of women. However, Ningxu wouldn't say that. People were too loyal to their instincts, or even indulged in their instincts, like lust. That definitely wouldn't do. Eating and drinking too much would make one sick. One had to take care of one's health regularly. One couldn't consume too much energy. Besides, the heart wasn't a human. It didn't need to live like a human. Ningxu handed the menu to the heart. Order what you like. The heart looked at the menu and ordered what it liked. Then, it asked Ningxu, what do you like to eat? I'll order it for you. Ningxu said, I'm not picky. I'll eat anything. The dishes were served very quickly. The heart was very polite. It let Ning Shu ate first and then slowly tasted it. Ningshu said, "You look like a human now." The heart said, "I've become a human, so I have to live like a human." Ningshu said, "You don't have to live like a human." "How do you want to live like a human?" "It's bad to live like a human." "It's good to live like a human." "You seem to be addicted to good food." "I can't taste women anymore. I can only eat human food." "Very good. I like it very much." Ningshu was speechless. He knew that the heart wasn't being frivolous. It must have heard some dirty talk on the mountain about the taste of women. This meal wasn't as tense as it seemed. It seemed like their relationship had eased quite a bit. With the heart like this, Ningshu couldn't keep a straight face. He said, "Everyone has to have some hobbies in life. It's fine if you like to eat." "I like to eat too." The heart nodded. "Then I'll treat you to food often in the future. I know a lot of good food." Ningshu asked, "You ate a lot of good food when you were with Silver. Sang Liang, right?" The heart shook its head. "No, he doesn't seem to eat much. But he always finds me a lot of good food." Ningshu raised his eyebrows. The heart ate 2 mouthfuls and put down its chopsticks. "The food in this restaurant isn't good." Ningshu was speechless. Damn, to say something like that in front of the restaurant owner. "Are you sure you're not here to cause trouble?" /BK A few people said that the restaurant's food wasn't good, which meant that the taste was really bad. Ningshu's heart asked, "Is it really not good?" The heart said, "The taste is very average. It's not outstanding, but it's not bad either. It's reasonable that this restaurant's business is so bad." Ningshu looked around. There were a few customers sitting in the hall, casually picking up food and looking bored. It was enough to say that the restaurant's taste wasn't very good. Ningshu didn't rely on this restaurant to earn money, but if people said that the restaurant's food wasn't good, it would be a bit embarrassing. Ningshu thought that the taste was okay before, but if a few people said that it wasn't good, then it wouldn't be good. Ningshu asked, "How is it not good? What's wrong?" Ningshu still wanted to run the restaurant well, and this kind of restaurant was different from ordinary restaurants. It was for souls to eat, and the workmanship was different. The heart thought and said, "It's probably rough. It's not as good as the food that takes time to make. But it's understandable for a place like a restaurant. If there are many people, it's naturally busy." Ningshu said, "Oh," and then said, "This restaurant is mine." The heart, "What can I do?" "Why didn't you say that this restaurant was yours earlier?" The heart said, "Actually, there are many customers in the restaurant. There's no way to make it carefully." Ningshu put down his chopsticks and went to the kitchen. Some chefs were chatting in the kitchen. When they saw Ningshu come in, they immediately called him boss. These chefs were also souls. These people had skills when they were alive, but after they died, they became existences that did odd jobs. They weren't enough to be mission enforcers. But compared to going to the afterlife, these people could be considered as eternal life. Some mission enforcers were willing to earn money to work as shop assistants or waiters, but most mission enforcers wouldn't waste their time on such things. After all, there were so many missions to do. These chefs and staff were ordinary souls. When they saw Ningshu come in, they were a bit surprised and showed a worried expression. Ningshu said directly, "The customer said the food wasn't good. What's going on?" Chef immediately turned pale with fright. "Boss, we have never cut corners." Ningshu, "Really? Then why do I feel that the food is not as good as before? What's going on?" The chef started to cry and wail. Their faces were filled with terror and fear. If they were chased out, they would really be homeless. They were hired by a boss, and they were also famous chefs. Not to mention imperial cuisine, they could cook dragon meat and phoenix heart very well. Ningshu said, "I believe you, but the customer's feedback is the real deal. I've heard more than once that the food in the restaurant isn't delicious or exquisite. Since you don't want to do it anymore, then don't do it." Ningshu didn't spend too much time in the restaurant, but after all, he was running a business. It wouldn't do if his reputation wasn't good. In the future, when others saw her, they would say that the food in the restaurant wasn't delicious. A lifetime of illustrious fame? "Boss, we'll be serious, we'll be serious." Chef hurriedly smiled apologetically. Ningxu said, the people who come to eat in the restaurant are all rich and powerful. You can fool them casually. If you don't care, at most you'll just scold them. If you meet someone with a bad temper, you'll flip the table and kill all of you chefs. Do you think I'll offend someone powerful to protect you, or help to kill you? The chefs' faces turned green. They kept begging for mercy. Boss didn't seem to lack money. He didn't care about the restaurant when he had nothing to do. It was inevitable that people would slack off a little. Now that boss was here to settle the score, they were scared witless. There were many powerful people here. They were ordinary souls without any power. If they were killed, they would be killed. If they were killed, their souls would scatter. Even the power of their souls would probably be taken away by others. Ningxu felt that he had to stay in the restaurant for a few days. Otherwise, the restaurant would probably be ruined. In any case, they had opened with great fanfare. They couldn't close down not long after opening. It would be embarrassing. I still need to check if you'll change. If there's a next time, it won't be in my restaurant. He would rather close the restaurant than ruin it. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded quickly. Ningxu came out of the kitchen and said to the waiter, take away these dishes and make some new ones. The waiter didn't dare to have any objections. He quickly took away the bowls and chopsticks and wiped the table clean. The heart said, don't bother. It's not like you can't eat. Ningxu said, it's nothing. Since you said it doesn't taste good, I'll make something delicious for you. The heart said. You're not angry, are you? Ningxu blinked. What's there to be angry about? The heart was really different now. It could even tell that someone was angry. It took a long time to cook this time. Probably because Ningxu went to the kitchen and said something, the chefs didn't dare to casually serve it. They were capable, but they were so perfunctory. Ningxu's heart asked, what do you do when you're with Sang Liang? Nothing much. He makes me read and write every day, or I walk around. Anyway, it's these kinds of things. Ningxu rested his chin on his hands. Reading is good. What else can he make you do besides reading? The heart said, he wants me to learn how to control my mental strength. Actually, I can control my mental strength very well. It's an innate talent. I don't need to train. Ningxu was speechless. The dishes were brought to the table again. This time, the dishes were much more exquisite than before. They looked very high-end. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. Ningxu said to the heart, try it again. The heart picked up a dish and tasted it carefully. It nodded. It's much better this time. It tastes very good. Next time, if there's anything rare or delicious, I'll give it to you. I ate dragon stew this time. Although the dragon meat is old and dry, it can still be very delicious in the hands of a chef. Next time, I'll treat you to dragon stew. Ningxu just nodded. Ningxu and the heart finished all the dishes on the table. Ningxu was a spiritual body, so he didn't feel full. However, the heart's stomach was like a bottomless pit. It ate as if it didn't eat anything. Since it was the heart's treat, it would naturally pay. Ningxu looked at the heart pay. The heart took out an identity card and handed it to the manager. I'll pay for both tables. Ningxu said, no need. I'll pay for one table. The other table is defective. You don't have to pay. The heart didn't say anything. The money saved could be used for another meal. Very good. /BK the heart didn't have much ambition, but it was very happy to eat delicious food. It was probably the will of a foodie. Ningxu asked the kitchen to make some snacks, pastries, or something else for the heart. Ningxu's heart asked, what's your name now? He didn't know if the silver-haired man had given him a name. The heart said, yes, I have a name now. It's Xianxia. Zhuang as in solemn, Xing as in normal. By the way, I still don't know your name. Ningxu said, my name is Ningxu. Ning as in tranquil, Shu as in comfortable. Her heart let out an O before she called out, Ningxu. The heart said, I'm leaving. I'll treat you to delicious food next time. The heart walked to the door with the bag of snacks and met Senior Uncle in black. The heart suddenly felt its heart tremble twice, and it turned sideways to let Senior Uncle in. Senior Uncle looked at the heart and seemed to remember who he was. "You're the one who follows Sang Liang?" The heart nodded. Ningxu was a little surprised to see Senior Uncle. He greeted him personally and asked, "Sir, what do you want to eat?" Senior Uncle must have something to do with her. It's impossible that he just came to eat. Senior Uncle was an iron nail. It didn't matter if he didn't eat 10 meals. "I'm here for something." Senior Uncle took a handkerchief and spread it on the chair, then sat down. Ningxu just looked at him. Someone else had sat on the chair, so he used a handkerchief to cover it. What if the previous person had hemorrhoids? He didn't want to be infected. Of course, this was just Ningxu's thought. The heart was going to leave, but now it came back secretly and sat down at a nearby table. Ningxu asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Senior Uncle said, "Don't you think that Xianxia didn't die? He should have a backup plan. He has been with you for the longest time, so he must have prepared something." Ningxu replied with an "oh" and asked, "So, should we start the examination now? How should we do it?" "He's dead. His soul should have been annihilated, but he's still alive." Ningxu asked. The Senior Uncle didn't say anything. He poured him a cup of tea. Of course, before the knife and fork, he wiped the quilt inside and out with a paper towel. He poured a cup of tea for the Grand Uncle. "Please have some water." Although Ningxu was gloating in his heart that Senior Uncle Tai had killed Xianxia, he was probably unhappy. Ningxu didn't need to put himself in danger, so that he wouldn't suffer any losses. The Grand Uncle took a sip of tea and then slowly sipped it. Ningxu asked again, "Do you want to eat something? My treat?" Anyway, it was just a matter of a table of dishes. Moreover, it was Ningxu who needed help from Senior Uncle. When asking for help, one must have a good attitude. The Grand Elder just nodded his head lightly. Ningxu gave the menu to Senior Uncle. Senior Uncle didn't look at it or take it. "Anything is fine." Ningxu nodded. He chose some more expensive dishes and asked the waiter to serve them. Senior Uncle wiped the chopsticks over and over again before starting to eat. He didn't speak from beginning to end. He chewed and swallowed slowly. Ningxu felt tired watching him. The heart winked at Ningxu. Ningxu walked over and sat opposite the heart. The heart whispered to Ningxu, "Did you make a mistake? Let me tell you, he's very fierce. He kills without blinking. Killing people without batting an eyelid was too normal. As long as someone made a mistake, there was no such thing as forgiveness." The heart asked, "Then why did he look for you? He doesn't come with good intentions." Ningxu said, "It's not a big deal. If you have something to do, you can go first." Ningxu saw that the heart was afraid of Senior Uncle Tai. The heart said, "I'll stay for a while. If there's anything, I can take care of you. You can't beat him." Ningxu said, "Thank you, but it's not about a fight." Ningxu sat opposite Senior Uncle Tai again. Seeing that Senior Uncle Tai had finished eating and wiped his mouth, Ningxu said, "His soul was annihilated. How can he still be alive? Did he get into my body again?" Ningxu checked her body from head to toe, left to right, but she couldn't find anything. Senior Uncle Tai said, "Spiritual power." Ningxu said, "Spiritual power. A wisp of spiritual power can be reborn." Senior Uncle Tai adjusted his glasses. "Yes, a wisp of spiritual power. Some people can be reborn and nurtured again." "Oh my God." Ningxu almost jumped up. It must be Xianxia's spiritual power that ran into her body. Ningxu hurriedly said to Senior Uncle Tai, "Quick, help me check. You must find it." Even a wisp of spiritual power was a hidden danger. Ningxu really wanted to kill Xianxia. Why was there no end to it? Was she supposed to be a hotbed for Xianxia? If Xianxia came back to life, she would be in trouble again. Xianxia was so arrogant. Ningxu had never thought of getting any benefits from Xianxia. Not to mention getting any benefits, she would kill him like an ant. Senior Uncle Tai started to check, including Ningxu's sea of consciousness. The check took a long time, and Ningxu waited for the results. After a long time, as if time had frozen, Senior Uncle Tai withdrew his spiritual power and said, "No, it's very clean. There's no other abnormal spiritual power." Ningxu was very doubtful. Really? If Senior Uncle Tai found out, he would pretend that he didn't find anything. If Xingqing really had a chance to escape, he could use a wisp of spiritual power to revive Xingqing. This was good for Senior Uncle Tai. Since he could solve the problem of the Sea of Law, he could also revive Xingqing. Ningxu grinned and looked straight at Senior Uncle Tai. Really? Compared to Xingqing was obviously more important to Senior Uncle Tai. If she really became an incubator, she would be a dispensable incubator to others. It didn't matter whether she lived or died. As long as Xingqing hatched, it would be fine. It wasn't that Ningxu was overthinking, but the reality was like this. Why was Xingqing's soul still lingering? Ningxu was getting more and more annoyed by Senior Uncle Tai. He threw Xingqing to her, and Xingqing did something to her body. After that, her spiritual power was absorbed several times. Now, such a situation had actually happened. I bought a watch last year. Ningxu slammed the table and said with a cold face, "There should be a limit to bullying people. Don't piss them off." She was really tired of Xingqing and Senior Uncle Tai. "Senior Uncle Tai, I said no, that means no. Don't be crazy. Ningxu, please get lost." Senior Uncle Tai turned around and left. Ningxu slammed the table. "Eat and dash. Pay the bill. And you're a judge? A judge who eats and dashes. If you don't want me to spread this name throughout the organization, you should leave." Senior Uncle Tai glanced at Ningxu and took out his ID card to pay the bill. Ningxu was just testing. Seeing Senior Uncle Tai like this, her heart became colder and colder. If there was a 20% chance that Xingqing was still alive before, then the probability was now 60%. 60% was a conservative estimate. At least the probability was 80%. It was just that she couldn't detect it now. The granduncle paid the bill and left. Ningxu looked at the granduncle's back and clicked his tongue. She seemed to be really retarded. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have coaxed her like this. If the granduncle had said that a wisp of Xingqing's spiritual power and will was really in her body to help nourish her, Ningxu might not have been so angry. In the process of nourishment, it might even absorb her energy. This was too much. Believe it or not, she would commit suicide and give birth to a new will of death. However, it wasn't worth it to die with Xingqing. If it really wasn't in her body, wouldn't she have died in vain? It was so annoying. Ningxu just couldn't detect any problems. Ningxu felt that the granduncle didn't come to check this time, but to confirm it. To confirm whether Xingqing was in her body. Xingqing looked at Ningxu's gloomy expression and asked, "Are you okay?" Ningxu's face was ferocious. When he saw the heart, he suddenly remembered that the heart was formed from a spiritual stone vein and was naturally sensitive to spiritual power. If he let the heart check, he might find some clues. Ningxu's ferocious face suddenly became like a spring breeze, revealing 8 little teeth and smiling cutely at the heart. Xianxia's whole body trembled. The speed at which she changed her face was too fast. Xian could not forget that this girl was a cold-hearted person. When she sent him away, she had a cold and hard face. Now that she was smiling like this, the heart was scared. Ningxu said to the heart, "Help me check my body. Don't miss any abnormalities, especially strange spiritual power or will." The heart blushed. "That's not good. I want to check your body and see of consciousness. That's equivalent to taking off all your clothes. It's not good to be naked." Ningxu was speechless. "Just do as I say. Why are you thinking so much?" "Hurry up," Ningxu said to the heart. "When you're done, I'll treat you to a good meal. I'll use the best." Her heart was pounding as she shook her head. "No, I'll see you naked." Ningxu was speechless. She didn't know what her heart was doing. She was already a soul and didn't have a body. What was her heart doing? Ningxu took a deep breath. "I'm a soul." The heart said, "Even if it's a soul, it still has what it should have. Don't look, don't look." The heart closed its eyes as it spoke. Ningxu was speechless. It doesn't matter. I'll let you check my sea of consciousness. Don't even let go of a strand of my hair. I'll let you see. Ningxu was a little upset now. Her heart still shook her head. That's not good. Men and women shouldn't touch each other, let alone look at each other's bodies. Ningxu face-bombed. What kind of books were they reading? Could it be the 4 books and 5 classics? Were they books read by some pedantic Confucian scholars? Now that their lives were at stake, they were still so lovey-dovey. Ningxu glared at him. The heart immediately rubbed its hands. Then I'll check. Its expression was a little wretched. Ningxu immediately rolled his eyes. The heart began to check Ningxu's body. It felt that the heart's spiritual power lingered a little longer in the sensitive areas. Ningxu was speechless. He felt that his heart was now an adolescent child. It was very curious about a woman's body, restless and hazy. When he was still a minor, how many dirty words had he heard? How many animals had he seen? Worthy, Ningxu resisted the urge to pull out his heart and let him check. The heart check took a little long. In the end, it withdrew its spiritual power and shook its head at Ningxu. There's nothing unusual. You're overthinking. But your spiritual power is much stronger than before. Previously, his spiritual power was only the size of a ping-pong ball. Now, it was as strong as the stars in the sky. In the future, his spiritual power would be inexhaustible. Ningxu asked, is there really no external spiritual power or will? Don't you feel it yourself? If there was any foreign invasion, you would definitely feel it. I've checked. There's nothing, the heart said with certainty. Ningxu held her forehead. Could it be that she was really overthinking and paranoid? But as long as it was related to Xianxia, nothing good would come out of it. But Ningxu believed in her own feelings. There was no need for the heart to lie to her. Then, it might not have been discovered. Sigh. Ningxu wiped her face. She could only think of it as a temporary solution. Maybe after a while, there would definitely be some clues. Fairy, the time was too short. She couldn't detect anything. Ningxu could only put this matter aside. Seeing the heart's face and ears turning red, she was speechless. Ningxu asked the kitchen to make some delicious food for the heart to eat at home. The previous ED had already gone into his stomach. As he peeked, he stuffed food into his mouth. ED had eaten all of it. The heart moved to Ningxu's side like a little wife. It whispered to Ningxu, don't let anyone check your body in the future. Ningxu, gun, she was just a spiritual body. The heart acted as if it had really seen something. It wasn't a big deal, but the heart was really a little unbearable. Take these things back to eat. You can go now. Don't keep saying Liang waiting for you, Ningxu said. She was in a bad mood and wasn't in the mood to entertain the heart. The heart made an O sound and left with the things. It looked back 3 times with every step. Ningxu waved at it. The heart was also silly. Ningxu waved back. Ningxu covered his face. How stupid. In order to let the restaurant's chef do his best to make the best dishes, Ningxu decided to guard the restaurant for a while and tidy it up. And Ningxu also needed time to check his body now, although 2 people had already said that he was fine. However, Ningxu still checked herself over and over again. She didn't get tired of it. Ningxu now knew that some existences were just a wisp of spiritual power. A wisp of will could actually be reborn. He thought that it would be fine as long as the soul dissipated. In the end, there was such a thing. For ordinary mission enforcers, disappearing into thin air meant disappearing into thin air. However, for someone like the Minister of Justice, he had to leave himself a way out. She had spent a lot of time with Xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't be stupid enough to run to the grand uncle, so it could be her. No matter how she looked at it, it could be her. Because the boss was in charge, the restaurant's employees worked very hard. The tables and floor were wiped clean. The hygiene was very good. In fact, there was no such thing as dust in the law space. But the employees tried their best to perform in front of Ningxu. Ningxu just watched, neither praising nor objecting. Ningshu's behavior made these employees feel uneasy. The psychological pressure was so great that they didn't even know where to put their hands and feet. Ningshu strolled back and forth between the two restaurants. These two kelp restaurants were also her property, so she needed to be careful. The people working in the restaurants were all ordinary souls. Although they had skills, they had no power at all. They needed to earn some merit and swallow merit to give their souls the golden light of merit. With the golden light of merit, they might be able to enter the soul army. Even if they couldn't enter the army, if the boss was kind enough to let them go to the afterlife, with merit, they could be reborn into a good family. In short, merit was a good thing, and ordinary souls were accumulating merit. Ningshu used to have a carefree attitude and rarely came to the restaurant, causing the people below to be lazy. Now that Ningshu was serious, the employees didn't dare to be lazy and perfunctory anymore. The most intuitive manifestation was that the dishes were much more exquisite. Regardless of the taste of the dishes, at least the dishes looked good and made people feel comfortable, right? Ningshu occasionally went to the time city to comprehend the law of time. Although there was no law of time outside, after such a long time, there was still a little power of law left, and he could still comprehend it. However, with the passage of time, these residual power of law would gradually disappear. Now, there were still people coming to the time city to comprehend it. Ningshu had absorbed the enlightenment given by the Xianxia man before, so he was ignorant about the law of time. While there was still some law left, he should comprehend it more. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it in the future. Ningshu went to the Xianxia man's restaurant. When the Xianxia man saw Ningshu, he snorted. "What good treasure did you find?" Ningshu said. "Someone else got to the good treasure first. You've made a wedding dress for someone else." The Xianxia man immediately gloated. "Who told you not to take me?" Did he really think that everything would be smooth with a mascot? He was thinking too much. Ningshu said to the Xianxia man, "I've absorbed your enlightenment, but I'm still confused. Tell me more." The man in the Xianxia was the embodiment of the law of time. It would be a waste not to ask. The man in the Xianxia said, "When it comes to comprehending something, you'll be able to comprehend everything. No matter how much I say, it's useless. You still have to rely on yourself to comprehend it. I'm also comprehending the spatial laws now. It's a little torturous." The Xianxia man asked, "Do you want to eat?" Ningshu shook his head. Recently, he had been staying in the restaurant and eating whenever he had nothing to do. He didn't feel like eating anymore. "Recently, my mood has been a little low, so I want to binge eat and eat too much." Ningshu said to the Xianxia man, "After comprehending the law of space, you can comprehend a law." Now, Alwan has comprehended a law. Alwan was already a big shot, and she was steadily becoming a big shot. Alwan's foundation was very solid. However, Ningshu felt that he was poisonous. Staying with him was more likely to lead to bad luck. Now that Alwan's soul was still transparent, it would be difficult for her to do normal missions. It was like going for wool and coming home shorn. This time, Alwan suffered a huge loss. At least she had a marble to throw into the water-potted plant, but Alwan had nothing. "Law?" The Xianxia man frowned. Ningshu said, "Law is of a higher level than law. Comprehend it." Thinking of the old and decaying sea of law, if the sea of law collapsed, ordinary mission enforcers like the Xianxia man would probably really kneel. They probably wouldn't be able to survive in the void. Mission enforcers and organizations relied on each other and benefited each other. Without mission enforcers, the plane would easily have problems. If mission enforcers didn't have organizations, they wouldn't be able to survive. In short, it was a relationship of mutual dependence. The Xianxia man looked at Ningshu and asked, "You've comprehended the law?" Ningshu nodded. "Yes." The Xianxia man said, "When did you run ahead of me?" Ningshu said, "When you were flirting, I ran ahead of you." He flirted with girls when he had nothing to do. The Xianxia man was speechless. Ningshu began to comprehend the law of time. The Xianxia man walked away and didn't disturb him. Ningshu let go of his thoughts and stopped thinking about Jingqing. It was useless to think about it now. He couldn't find anything even after checking. Even if Xianxia was really reborn, he didn't have that huge body and innately powerful strength. What was there to be afraid of? Ningxu suddenly wanted to let Xianxia live. A high and mighty person suddenly became an ant. How uncomfortable would that be? She wanted to bully the ant. She wanted to bully Xianxia. She had to seize the time to become stronger. When the time came, even if Xianxia really jumped out, she could give Xianxia a big slap. The law of time was really complicated and profound. Ningxu felt as if he had entered a kaleidoscope. It was so dazzling that it made him dizzy. Ningxu was so dizzy that he felt like vomiting. This was time. Ningxu couldn't take it anymore and opened his eyes. High-level law wasn't that easy to comprehend. Ningxu held his head and felt that it was really heavy. The Xianxia man said to Ningxu, "Haste makes waste. Take it slow." I also comprehended it for a long time. Nothing is achieved overnight. Ningxu nodded and poured water to drink. My head hurts. It's okay. You'll get used to it. This is the after effect of comprehending. When I was at my worst, I directly fainted. Ningxu immediately relaxed. If everyone was like this, then there was nothing to worry about. The Xianxia man Ningxu asked, "What law did you comprehend? What's the use of it?" Ningxu said, "The law of time is actually similar to the law of time, but it's of a higher level. With the law of time, you can participate in other jobs. Good luck." Ningxu supported his head. He felt that his head was very heavy. It was filled with heavy water. The Xianxia man sized up Ningxu. Ningxu couldn't stand his dirty gaze. "What are you looking at?" The Xianxia man said, "How many things did you secretly do behind my back? Why do you change every day?" Ningxu said, "I've always been strong. I have to go back and lie down for a while. My head hurts." He didn't expect to feel the pain of motion sickness after becoming a soul. Ningxu held his head and returned to the system space. He lay on the sofa and began to sleep. When he woke up, his head still hurt. It was even more painful than comprehending the law of time. It was dazzling. Ningxu asked, "Are you going to do the mission now?" Ningxu said, "No, I want to rest for a while." The main thing was the matter of Xianxia, the restaurant, and comprehending the law of time. After a long time, the remaining law of time in the Law City would gradually disappear. While there was still some law of time left, he should comprehend more. Danqing said. "Then you rest well." Ningxu said, "Okay, you do your thing. Don't worry about me." The system was also human and had its own things to do. Don't stare at it all the time. Danqing said, "My task is to take care of you, supervise you, and serve you." Every time he heard Danqing say that, Ningxu felt that he was a scumbag because he didn't want the system to focus all its attention on him. Please look at the most complete. Read more chapter on novel Danqing asked Ningxu, "You don't want to do the mission because you think that damned person isn't dead yet and might even use you again?" Ningxu shook his head, "No, I don't care. Life and death were indifferent." If Xianxia could really survive, Ningxu felt that she might have a chance to settle her grudges with Xianxia in the future. But if Xianxia really died like this, Ningxu thought about it carefully and felt a little unwilling. A wisp of spiritual power, a wisp of will, starting over from a weak chicken. Ningxu felt excited just thinking about it. In the future, he could bully Xianxia like a little chick. It would be great if Xianxia lived or died. She didn't want to do the mission now because she wanted to seize the time to understand the law of time. She also wanted to see if there were any abnormalities. Ningxu still had this bit of time and wasn't afraid of wasting it. Danqing didn't say anything. Whatever Ningxu said, he couldn't control Ningxu's thoughts. Anyway, Danqing had grown up and she seemed to be a stepmother, so she couldn't say anything. Ningxu stayed in the restaurant again, which made the restaurant staff nervous. Was the boss going to stay here every day in the future? He couldn't even be lazy. Ningxu stayed in the Xianxia man's restaurant most of the time. The Xianxia man went back to do the mission and was occasionally not there. Seeing Ningxu in the restaurant, the Xianxia man's staff ignored Ningxu. Occasionally, they would ask Ningxu what he needed and give Ningxu some tea. At other times, they ignored him. This state was exactly what Xianxia needed. Xianxia really wanted to vomit because he was very dizzy. Comprehending the laws of time couldn't be done for too long. Xianxia felt as if his head had been turned into a pile of mush. Xianxia paid the bill and returned to his restaurant. As soon as he entered the restaurant and saw the heart, Xianxia held his head and asked, "Why are you here?" Was there nothing to do with his heart? Heart giggled and said to Xianxia, "I said that I would treat you to something delicious. It took me a long time to make this. Have a taste." Xianxia. What a glutton. Heart opened the jar, and white smoke slowly rose from the jar. An indescribable fragrance spread out. It was not the kind of fragrance that came from the accumulation of spices and seasonings, but a natural and fragrant smell. The heart scooped up a bowl of soup and some meat and handed it to Xianxia. "Hurry up and eat. Although it looks ordinary, it's really delicious. It's good for your soul." Under the expectant gaze of the heart, Xianxia picked up the bowl and took a sip. The soup was a little hot, but it was very warm. It was as comfortable as drinking mutton soup on a cold day. Even his soul became warm and comfortable. Generally speaking, ordinary ingredients were not very useful for the soul, but after drinking this bowl of soup, Xianxia felt a little clearer in his dizzy head. Heart looked at Xianxia with bright eyes and asked, "Is it delicious?" Xianxia nodded and praised, "It's really delicious." "What is this?" The soup was rich and delicious, and he didn't know what kind of creature the meat was, but it also tasted very good. After eating it, Xianxia felt as if he was filled with energy. Xianxia scooped another bowl for himself and said to the heart, "You eat too." "Heart, I've already eaten. I said that I would treat you to something delicious." Xianxia didn't refuse. "If you don't eat, then I'll eat everything." "You eat. These are all for you." Previously, Xianxia ate for the sake of satisfying her appetite. Now, this goo meat soup could improve her condition. Xianxia had an unprecedented desire to eat, as if he was starving. It was very satisfying. Xianxia burped and asked the heart with a satisfied expression, "What is this delicious food?" It was different from ordinary ingredients. Heart blinked. "Guess." Xianxia, "I really don't know." Heart, "Didn't you go to the void to capture newly born creatures?" Xianxia was very surprised. He pointed at the soup and asked, "Are you talking about those creatures?" Heart nodded. "Yes, I asked Sang Liang for them. I secretly brought some for you." Xianxia raised her eyebrows. Could it be that those captured creatures were really eaten as food? Those were creatures that were born with a higher starting point than others. Now that they had been turned into a meal, Xianxia felt that it was a bit wasteful. It couldn't be more wasteful. A creature like this could be compared to many soul armies, and it took a lot of manpower and resources to nurture an army. Xianxia smacked his lips. He felt that this soup was the most luxurious thing he had ever eaten. Heart shook his head. Only a small portion of them were eaten. The rest won't be eaten. They definitely have to be nurtured. Xianxia, eating a portion and nurturing a portion, wouldn't the survivors hold a grudge? Heart tilted its head and asked, "What grudge?" Would they hold a grudge because they ate their brothers and sisters? There's no such thing. Survival requires a certain amount of effort, and the survivors wouldn't care about that at all, let alone take revenge for their brothers and sisters. Survival is already so difficult, yet they still want to use this kind of thing to crush themselves and burden themselves. Heart thought for a moment. It seems that only humans would care about this and be trapped in this kind of thinking. Strictly speaking, they happen to be of the same race and were born at the same time. What kind of deep and indelible feelings do they have? Heart couldn't understand Xianxia's words at all. Xianxia glanced at him and didn't say anything. She was a human in the first place, and it was inevitable that she thought about things with a human's mind. Well, she should broaden her horizons. But the meat was really delicious. Xianxia savored the aftertaste. If it weren't for the fact that he had to maintain his image, he really wanted to lick the bowl. Her heart had given her something so delicious and full of energy. Xianxia couldn't keep a straight face when she saw Xian. As long as the heart didn't entangle her with its mental tentacles and prevent her from going anywhere, Xianxia wouldn't have any feelings of resistance. The young man was still thinking about her when he was eating good food. Ning Shu asked the heart with a smile, "Does Sang Liang eat this every day?" Heart shook its head. "No, he rarely does. He only ate a little this time because of this. He usually doesn't eat anything. I think." Heart leaned closer to Ning Shu and said sneakily, "I think he's not human." "How can he not eat?" "Ning Shu, he's not human in the first place. It's rare for an inhuman existence like Heart to be so greedy/BK." Ning Shu rubbed her stomach. This was the first time she felt the satisfaction of eating after becoming a soul. Ning Shu looked at the heart and asked, "Won't Sang Liang reprimand you for running around like this?" Recently, the heart had been running around for no reason. The heart shook its head. "As long as I don't do anything out of line, he won't care about me. The food I gave you is delicious, right? I'll bring you fruits next time." Ning Shu. "Thank you." The heart, "You're welcome." Ning Shu saw the shy look on the heart's face and his heart skipped a beat. "What's with that expression?" The heart looked at Ning Shu with stars in its eyes. "I want to experience the love and emotions that humans have always talked about. I heard that it makes people feel worried and want to die for it." Ning Shu. "I won't let you have a taste of women." She was a soul and didn't have a physical body. The foundation of love was reproduction. She didn't even need to reproduce. Snuggle with each other, Ning Shu was busy. And she had always treated the heart as a little kid. A little kid was just curious. The heart looked at Ning Shu from the corner of its eyes. "I'm not such a superficial person. Didn't they say that there's platonic love? It's separated from the material world. This is the most noble and pure." Ning Shu, the heart wanted to do everything a person did and feel it. There was no one else like it. It was just a child's curiosity. It should have found anyone but her. The heart probably only had a fledgling complex for her and nothing else existed. Ning Shu said, "You should find a strange woman to experience love with. Think about it, from strangers to acquaintances and then to being together. This process can't be left out." The heart, "I don't know any other women." Ning Shu. "I knew it. If it couldn't find anyone, it would randomly find someone." Ning Shu looked at it from the corner of his eyes. "Doesn't Sang Liang have a woman by his side? Get to know more girls." However, the girls who had contact with Sang Liang probably didn't like the heart. They weren't people who indulged in love. Everyone had more important things to do, so they didn't have time to play games with their hearts. Xian shook her head. "No, those girls aren't cute. I don't want to play with them." Ning Shu, "Show me your masculine charm." "Come on, I don't have time to play with you." Xian pouted. "I'm not playing around. I've asked Sang Liang. He said that love is to treat a person well." Ning Shu was truly astonished. He's a 10,000-year-old bachelor, yet he knows about this. In any case, this group of men were all extremely fast and had been single for 10,000 years. Even saying that they had been together for 10,000 years was too short. Xian's eyes sparkled. "Me being nice to you is love." Ning Shu reached out and patted the dog's head. "What a kid. You'll know when you grow up," Ning Shu said kindly. At this moment, his heart said that it was love. Perhaps he would soon meet someone he truly liked. A child's temperament was fine. The heart retorted, "Ning Shu, how can you say that what I feel for you is not love?" Ning Shu retorted, "Then how can you prove that what you feel for me is love?" Xian, "I want to give you the best food, and the best things. How can it not be called love?" Ning Shu hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, if you think it's love, then it's love." In any case, what the heart felt for her was definitely not love. At most, it was a little dependent. Xian smiled and said to Ning Shu with sparkling eyes, "Then it's love between us." Ning Shu felt that this feeling was like that of a kindergarten child. Holding hands and kissing cheeks was love. Ning Shu looked at his heart as if he was looking at an idiot. "As long as you're happy." Xian took the soup pot away and said angrily, "I won't send you food next time." Ning Shu, the doll, walked into the restaurant. Ningxu saw the doll and asked, "Did something happen?" The doll's voice was very charming. He said, "Recently, I've observed a group of people gathering together and whispering to each other. I don't know what's going on, so I came to inform you." Ningxu took the matter to heart. He nodded and said to the doll, "Keep an eye on them. Inform me if there's any problem." The heart looked askance at the handsome puppet and asked coldly, "Who is he?" Ningxu rolled his eyes. "Why do you care who he is?" The doll stood there with a blank face and did not say anything. The heart did not like him. Xian asked, "Are you in love with him?" Ningxu. "Are you in love with a piece of wood?" The doll was a robot, a beautiful robot. Xian scanned the doll with her mental power and found that the things inside the doll were different from those of ordinary people. Only then did the heart snort a few times like a pig and swagger away. The doll knew nothing about Xian's emotions and went to do his own thing. Ningxu began to digest what he had eaten this time. To be honest, Ningxu was a little excited. This was the first time he had eaten something from the void. It was so delicious and full of energy. No wonder the silver-haired man did not eat anything else. Everything else was trash. Eating was a waste of time. Xian was so lucky to be able to eat delicious things at any time. Ningxu smacked his lips and continued to comprehend the time laws. She was waiting for Xianxia to do something. She did not believe that nothing would happen. She could use this time to comprehend the time laws. The man in the Xianxia came back from a mission. He walked to Ningxu and asked, "What did you eat? It smells so good." Ningxu raised his hand and sniffed. "You smell it?" The man in the Xianxia nodded. "I smell it." "What did you eat? It smells so good." The man in the Xianxia was a little hungry. "Treat me to some too." The fragrance really lingered in the mouth and lasted for a long time. "Someone treated me to it too. This kind of thing can't be sold." The starting point was the meat of the void creatures, which was higher than all the mission takers. It felt like a divine dragon to ordinary humans. The man in the Xianxia said stingy and changed the topic to Ningxu. "Do you want to go to the void world together to look for treasures or something?" Ningxu shook his head like a rattledrum. His luck had not been very good recently, so he did not want to go to the void world stubbornly. What if he encountered some unusual world again? His soul power was weak now. If he encountered an uncontrollable situation, his soul might become completely transparent like Awan. The man in the Xianxia complained, "Why did you become so timid all of a sudden?" Ningxu was speechless. He had always been timid. Ningxu asked the man in the Xianxia some questions about the time laws. Perhaps it was because of the meat, Ningxu was not so dizzy when he tried to comprehend the time laws again. His mind was not so confused. It was really good stuff. He still wanted to eat it. Ningxu asked the man in the Xianxia about the time laws. Ningxu felt that she was about to reach the threshold of the time law, but she was just one step away from it. However, Ningxu was not in a hurry. After all, she had not been comprehending the time law for long. The enlightenment crystal given by the man in the Xianxia had already shortened a lot of time. It would definitely be shorter than comprehending the space law. To return the favor, Ningxu asked the man in the Xianxia, "How's your comprehension of the space law going?" Ningxu was not the embodiment of the space law, so she could not give the man in the Xianxia an enlightenment crystal. Thinking about how she had been tortured by the space law, Ningxu was full of sympathy for the man in the Xianxia. She could not help him. The man in the Xianxia said, "Let's not talk about it. You stay here. I'm going to the space city. I have to comprehend more while there are still some laws left. Maybe I won't be able to comprehend them in the future." The man in the Xianxia left, but he came back after a while. Ningxu said, "By the way, I forgot something. Something happened to my tree of world. What about yours?" "Mine." Ningxu didn't know what to say because her tree of world had absorbed a lot of energy in the void. Now, it was different. Therefore, Ningxu couldn't give any advice on the changes to the Xianxia man's tree of world. Ningxu said to the man in the Xianxia, "I'm fine. What's wrong with your tree of world? If you can't figure it out, you can spend some money to go to the consultation room. By the way, don't you have a faction behind you? You can ask them. The man in the cheongsam was someone with a powerful background. The man in the cheongsam thought for a while and nodded. I'll ask someone else. Ningxu asked, may I ask what's wrong with your tree of world? The man in the cheongsam said, I don't know why, but it's starting to wither. The leaves are curling. I'm afraid it will wither. Ningxu was speechless. How can this happen? The tree of world can wither. Is there not enough energy, or is there enough energy to cause this? Plants would wither when fertilizers were given. The man in the cheongsam was a little worried. I don't know, so I'm asking if your tree of world is like this. Ningxu said, go ask the person behind you. I have to tell you something like this. The cheongsam man shook his head and frowned, not saying a word. Ningxu, if it's really difficult, just spend some money to go to the consultation room. As long as you pay, you'll get the answer. It's very satisfying. The cheongsam man nodded. Then I'll go and ask. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Ningxu. Why don't you ask the people in the faction? The cheongsam man just smiled and said nothing else. Ningxu propped up his chin and looked at the cheongsam man. What's wrong? You don't get along well with people from the faction. The cheongsam man said, you don't understand. If you accept a certain amount of help, you'll owe them a favor. So, why don't you just go straight to the consultation room? It's good that you're done with the goods, and you don't have to owe anyone anything. Actually, it was more comfortable to do business with strangers. Can I have a look at your world tree? Ningxu was very curious about what was wrong with the cheongsam man's world tree. Was it a lack of energy or an excess of energy that caused the world tree to become like this? The world tree emerged from the cheongsam man's palm. Just as the cheongsam man said, the leaves of the world tree were a little yellow and not lush. It was like a blade of grass under the scorching sun. Ningxu pointed at the world tree. Looks like the situation is a little serious. I'm afraid your world tree is going to kneel down. The cheongsam man, could he be more tactful? Ningxu said, how about I water your world tree? The cheongsam man. This was not a sapling, why would he water it? Even if the world tree was a sapling, it was not an ordinary sapling. Could it be cured by watering it? He was thinking too much. Ningxu thought for a while and condensed a drop of green water on his fingertip. He dripped it on the world tree. After absorbing the water, the world tree became a little more lively. Its curled leaves stretched a little. Ningxu said, see, your world tree is short of water. The cheongsam man, he looked left and right at the world tree. The world tree is short of water? Ningxu said, to be precise, it is short of nourishing energy. Hehe, my water rule and wood rule are very good. The cheongsam man immediately smiled flatteringly at Ningxu. Okay, help me do it again. Ningxu touched his sideburns with a proud expression and grunted. The cheongsam man immediately brought the waiter over and said, you can eat whatever you want. It's my treat. Ningxu immediately waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not eating. After eating a mouthful of venomous insect meat, Ningxu felt full. It was the first time he felt full as a soul after becoming a soul. He also had some indigestion. It was probably the first time he had eaten something like this. His soul was not used to it. It's not a big deal. I'll help you. Ningxu condensed a lot of green water droplets and dripped them on the world tree. The world tree greedily absorbed the vitality. Ningxu said, there shouldn't be a lack of energy. It's probably lacking vitality. If you want to find more treasures, you have to find something with vitality. The cheongsam man nodded. Thank you. Gradually, the world tree's curled leaves stretched out. Although it was still weak, at least there was some vitality now. It seemed that the world tree was about to die in the previous situation. The cheongsam man heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay. Thank you. I'll treat you to something. Ningxu quickly waved his hand. No, I'm so full now. Don't talk about food. I want to vomit. The cheongsam man said, the water rule and wood rule are so good. Ningxu pursed his lips. Come on, I used a bit of the rules in there. There should be some life rules in it. Although she was the will of death, the life rules were still there. The Xianxia man nodded and suddenly sat down dispiritedly. Ningxu asked, "What's wrong with you? You look like a dead pig." The Xianxia man looked at Ningxu and asked, "Don't you think I'm very weak?" Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "Why do you think so?" Could it be that the Xianxia man was brave after being humiliated? The Xianxia man was not weak. The Xianxia man said, "I feel so weak." Ningxu shook his head and said, "There's always someone better than you. There's always someone better." The big shots in the organization were very powerful. Compared to the mission enforcers in the organization, they were very powerful. They were like mountains that people looked up to. However, compared to the creatures in the void, these big shots could not be looked at. It depended on who they were compared to. Ningxu said to the Xianxia man, "You're not weak. Compared to the mission enforcers, you're not weak." There were countless ordinary mission enforcers. The mission enforcers were like a pyramid. At the bottom, the mission enforcers with the most ordinary strength were the most. At the top of the pyramid, there were the least. The Xianxia man should be in the middle of the pyramid. He should be the backbone. He was the main force of the organization, the backbone. Most of the low-level mission enforcers weren't very experienced and weren't very strong. Their elimination rate was the highest. The middle-level mission enforcers were already familiar with the organization and were familiar with the missions. Missions still depended on the middle-level mission enforcers. It wasn't easy to nurture the higher-ups. It took a long time to nurture them and there weren't many of them. As for Ningxu, Ningxu felt that he should be above the middle level. He had almost drowned in the deep waters of the higher-level mission. Anyway, the Xianxia man wasn't weak. Now, the Xianxia man was a little emotional. He wasn't like this in the past. Ningxu said, "We have plenty of time. Take it slow. Don't tell me you're having an emotional breakdown?" The Xianxia man said, "I'm having an emotional breakdown. I feel like I'm stuck in the same spot." Ningxu shook his head. "No, I feel that being alive is the greatest victory. You don't know how it feels to be dead." Thinking back to the time when he was about to die, he had no choice. He didn't want to die in such a pathetic manner. He might as well just kill himself. Don't be dissatisfied. He thought about Mei Ziqing. Ningxu had forgotten about Mei Ziqing. As time passed, those who had disappeared would eventually be forgotten. Although it wasn't fair, it was just like that. Only those who survived had a future. The Xianxia man sighed. "That's true. I was too impatient. I can't do it in one go." "Okay, thank you. Next time, help me with the world tree." Ningxu rolled his eyes. "Why should I?" The Xianxia man said, "Good friends help each other. Next time, I'll help too." Ningxu nodded. "Okay then. How's your tree of world?" The Xianxia man asked Ningxu. Ningxu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "It's not good to rely on my world tree. My world tree is doing very well. I even went to the void and absorbed some energy. My world tree might form faster than yours." The Xianxia man said. "I'm so jealous." "Ningxu, be jealous. Jealousy will make you ugly." While Ningxu and the Xianxia man were talking, a guest came in. At first, he thought that it was an ordinary customer. However, when the Xianxia man saw this customer, his expression changed and he walked towards him with a serious expression. Ningxu was a little far away, so he couldn't hear what they were talking about. However, judging from their attitudes, that person seemed to be superior to the Xianxia man. He seemed to be superior to the Xianxia man. The man in the Xianxia was a law of time, after all. Since he had such an attitude towards the man in the Xianxia, it was likely that he was stronger than the man in the Xianxia. The man in the Xianxia took out some things and handed them to the man. The man checked the things in the space and didn't say anything. He just looked at the man in the Xianxia. The Xianxia man frowned and took out his ID card to swipe it. Only then was the man slightly satisfied. However, the Xianxia man's expression did not look too good. He felt like he was here to collect a debt. Could this person be the Xianxia man's creditor? Ningxu saw that the Xianxia man's expression was not good and asked, are you a creditor? Did you owe someone a debt outside? The Xianxia man shook his head. No, it's from a faction. Ningxu said, oh, do you have to pay a fixed tribute? Since he was a member of a faction, the Xianxia man had to contribute to the faction. He had to contribute money and strength. Ningxu said, what's wrong? You look unhappy. The Xianxia man sighed. Sometimes, I really envy you. Ningxu supported his chin and looked at the Xianxia man with his almond eyes. Why do you say that? Why are you envious of me? She had been alone and she didn't know how many detours she had taken. The Xianxia man had a faction. If anything happened, he would definitely have someone to protect him. She was alone. What was there to be envious of? Sometimes, when she was alone, she was really badly beaten. Ningxu didn't think there was anything to be envious of. She had to shoulder everything on her own. The Xianxia man said, I'm just envious of you being alone. You have so much freedom. You don't have any restrictions at all. How good is that? Why couldn't I resist the temptation back then? I took a shortcut first. Actually, there are no shortcuts in this world. It was easy at the time, but I have to pay it back later. Ningxu said. Is it because that person took your things? But since you've joined a faction, you must pay something. Paying tribute was basic. The Xianxia man said, I know, but I've been giving more and more things. I can't take it anymore. Sigh. Cultivation resources were very important. Now that the Xianxia man had given his resources to others, he would have none. Ningxu said, is it because everyone has so much, or is it because you have so much? The Xianxia man said, it depends on the strength. The stronger you are, the more you give. But people who come to take things will be greedy. Ningxu frowned. If you feel that you can't take it, you can say it yourself. Besides, you've been greedy. It was one thing to be greedy, but the person who took the things did not give him a good look. In any case, Ningxu could not tolerate it. That person's attitude towards the Xianxia man was really high and mighty. The Xianxia man shook his head. Actually, it's useless to say it. Instead, it will make others hate you. Also, the good and the bad are mixed together. No one can make decisions for themselves. Ningxu said. Your circle is really messy. The Xianxia man said, it is a little messy. Ningxu asked, then have you thought of not staying in this faction? The Xianxia man rolled his eyes at Ningxu. How can it be so simple? I joined the faction back then, and now I want to leave the faction. The label of ingrate will be put on my head. When the time comes, people will say that I used the faction to grow. Now that I want to leave the faction, I will be pointed at by the people in the faction and scolded behind my back. People will say that if it weren't for the faction, I wouldn't have been able to grow at all. Ningxu tilted his head and said, but what does your growth have to do with the faction? At most, you exchanged information. Besides, didn't you also pay tribute? Why do you owe the faction so much? Did the faction give the silver-haired man the Tree of World? Did the faction directly give the silver-haired man the imprint of the law of time? The silver-haired man found the Tree of World himself, comprehended the law of time himself, and completed the mission himself. How did it all become the faction's credit? The faction did not let the silver-haired man win. It would be better to find the silver-haired man. If he paid, he would only know his own answer. The Xianxia man said, probably because I was born in the faction and was protected by the faction, so I owe the faction for life. Ningxu was speechless. Actually, this is not a big deal. But are you willing to let your things be eaten by a dog? Ningxu asked. It was fine if he gave it to the faction. After all, it was what he should do. However, the extra things were taken away by someone else. Such a face was really unbearable. Even if you threw a bone to a dog, the dog would still wag its tail to show its affection. However, the hot-tempered Ningxu couldn't stand the fact that she didn't get a good look after giving him something. However, this was the man in the Xianxia's business and had nothing to do with her. The man in the Xianxia waved his hand and said, forget it, let's not talk about these things. The man in the Xianxia probably did not have much money now. He still had to pay tribute and the restaurant's business was not very good. he would probably have to eat lotus root in the future. When he was really forced into a corner, he would probably do something. Otherwise, he would be forced to his death. Ningxu said, "Your faction is not proper. Some people are secretly corrupt and no one cares?" The man in the cheongsam said, "There's nothing to care about. It's just a small thing. Everyone can afford it. If we talk about it, we'll offend them." Ningxu curled his lips. "If it's a small thing, your face won't be so ugly. It's your attitude that encourages his arrogance." The man in the cheongsam said, "You can see through it but don't expose it." Ningxu chuckled. "I like to expose it." No matter where it was, there would be many people who used their power for personal gain. The man in the cheongsam said, "Wait until you're stronger." Ningxu laughed. This was probably self-paralyzing. Wait until you're stronger. Wait a little longer. Ningxu said, "Do you think the other party will just wait when you're stronger? Especially when he used his power to get a lot of good things for himself. Are you sure you can catch up?" The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but the enemy was much stronger than 10 years ago. If it was not for the fact that he had no choice but to lie low, he would take revenge on the spot. Ningxu said, "If you ask me, you should take the opportunity to make a scene and directly leave the faction." The man in the cheongsam looked at Ningxu. "Like you who made a scene and left the faction?" Ningxu shook his head. "Making a scene is a method. No matter what the end result is, it's good for you. If you make a scene, the worst result is that you'll offend someone. In life, it was impossible not to offend anyone. If you wanted to climb up, you had to step on others' shoulders. You work hard, but in other people's stories, you are a bad person. If you want to live well and get more resources, you really have to step on others. There are only so many things. If you take more, others will take less. You are a bad person." The man in the cheongsam looked at Ningxu. "What gave you the courage to make such a scene?" Ningxu sighed. "There are some things that you can only gamble with your life. The worst outcome is death. Don't be too simple about this. The worst that can happen is that you've offended someone from one of the factions. If you want to be an amiable person, you should avoid offending them as much as possible. Otherwise, you'll be the one suffering." In any case, the cheongsam man gave Ningxu the impression that he didn't have any sharp edges. He looked amiable. But, the cheongsam man opened his fan and slowly fanned himself. His eyes were fixed on Ningxu. Ningxu touched his face. "I'm telling you, don't be obsessed with me and bring me trouble." The cheongsam man was speechless. "I'm thinking that you're right. There's a need to counterattack." The cheongsam man narrowed his eyes slightly. The corners of his eyes were raised. He looked like a lazy fox. He had the means and the vision. If he didn't dare to do it, he would just want to compromise. It was better to avoid trouble. Ningxu yawned. "Then I'll go. I have to go back to do the mission." The flesh of the creatures in the void wasn't that easy to digest. Ningxu regretted eating too much. If he had known, he would have eaten less and gone to do the mission. Perhaps it would have been digested. "Wait." The cheongsam man grabbed Ningxu's hand. Ningxu stared at the cheongsam man's hand. "Are you trying to take advantage of me?" The cheongsam man said, "You're thinking too much. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. In my heart, your gender is unknown." Ningxu shook off the cheongsam man's hand. "Why are you touching me? Don't go. I have something to do." Ningxu's eyes lit up. "You want to cause trouble?" Not many people were willing to give their things to others. Seeing the cheongsam man's sullen expression, Ningxu asked curiously, "What do you want to do?" "Nothing much. I have some good things in my hands. I plan to give them to the faction." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. He almost understood what was going on. "You are quite cunning, aren't you?" Ningxu knew what the cheongsam man was going to do with just this sentence. Using someone else to do the dirty work could also express his loyalty to the faction. Okay, Ningxu said, "You've been holding it in for so long. Why can't you hold it in this time?" The Xianxia man said, "You, a person of unknown gender, do things directly when you encounter things. I don't have to hold it in. I didn't think it was a big deal before, but now I want to cause trouble." The Xianxia man first contacted the person in charge of the faction. He said that he had something for the faction and asked a certain person to take it back. Then, the Xianxia man sent a message to the man from before to come over. He said that he had something to give to the faction. Soon, the man came over. When he saw the Xianxia man, he stretched out his hand and said, "What is it? Give it to me. I'll take it." The Xianxia man took out a brocade box without saying anything. The box was locked and the Xianxia man handed the key to him. "The thing inside is very precious. Don't open it casually." The Xianxia man repeatedly told him not to open it because it was very precious. Seeing the Xianxia man's cautious look, the man's eyes were filled with disdain. However, he nodded. "Okay, don't worry." The man took the box and left. The Xianxia man fanned himself slowly and watched the man's back disappear. Xianxia said, "I really want to see what precious thing is in the empty box. Isn't this person too arrogant?" He didn't even see what was in the box or if there was anything. The Xianxia man smiled and took a sip of tea. That's because he was sure that no one would dare to play tricks in front of him. "You've completely offended him. It was really interesting to make something out of nothing." Next, that person was probably going to be in trouble. The faction member wanted to give something to the faction, but in the end, it was stolen. When he handed it over, he didn't check it properly. When the time came, he wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly. Moreover, this person might even spit out what he had taken previously. In the faction, the Xianxia man was definitely not the only one who had been robbed by this person. When the radish was pulled out, the mud would be brought out. When the time came, he would have to face much more serious things than now. Giving a gift was just an excuse. Even if he knew that he had been schemed against, some things were irrefutable evidence. Even if he wasn't wronged, he could still be considered wronged. That man probably had some strength and didn't think highly of the Xianxia man. He probably wouldn't have thought that the Xianxia man would do something. He didn't have the guts. But the Xianxia man did. Xianxia was about to leave, but he decided to stay and watch the show. He wanted to see the Xianxia man's calm demeanor. He didn't panic at all even though he was scheming against someone. He could keep his composure. Xianxia continued to comprehend the time laws. It was especially convenient for him to have a time law incarnation next to him. Especially now that the Xianxia man's tree of world was in trouble, he needed Xianxia to give him a chance of survival. Now, he would naturally answer whatever Xianxia asked. He would tell him everything he knew. Soon, the man from before returned. At the same time, there was another person with him. Both of them didn't look good. Xianxia was immediately excited. He picked up a small stool and began to watch the show. It was really interesting to watch others. "Zuli, what do you mean? There's nothing in your box." Su Rong looked at the Xianxia man unkindly. Su Rong was confused. He accepted the items. He didn't intend to hand them over to the faction. Many of the good items ended up in his pocket. However, Su Rong didn't expect Zuli to tell the faction to take credit. He was told to send the item over. He had no choice but to do so. In the end, when the box was opened, it was empty. There was nothing inside. Su Rong was furious. What did Zuli mean? He actually gave him an empty box. People who had survived until now weren't fools. Su Rong immediately sensed that the Xianxia man was up to no good. He immediately pulled someone over to confront Zuli, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. The Xianxia man frowned. "I don't understand what you're saying. Do you mean that the item is missing? When I handed the item to you, I even gave you the key. You took it too." The item was clearly inside. The Xianxia man's expression was very innocent and distressed. "It wasn't easy for me to find something good inside. How could it be missing?" "Su Rong, is that so?" the man who came with Su Rong asked him. Obviously, this person's status was higher than Su Rong's. When he questioned Su Rong panicked and immediately retorted, I didn't take the item inside. The Xianxia man, then what about the thing inside? Big brother Su, it's not that I don't trust you, but when I handed it to you, the thing was inside. Su Rong stared at the Xianxia man. But we can't be sure if the thing is inside. Maybe there's nothing inside. The Xianxia man's expression immediately turned solemn. I can swear that the item was indeed inside at that time. Did you check it afterwards? Now that you've taken over, you're the only one who knows where the item went. The Xianxia man had a worried look on his face as he asked, Big brother Su, did you really not take it? I already said that this is something to be offered to the faction. Su Rong was stared at by the person next to him. His forehead was about to break out in cold sweat. He immediately retorted, when you gave it to me, there was nothing in the box. The man in the Xianxia said, why did you take the box if you didn't have anything? I didn't check it at that time. Who knew that such a small person like you would scheme against me? Su Rong looked at the Xianxia man with a gloomy expression. He felt like he had failed miserably. The Xianxia man's expression became even more aggrieved and innocent. Big brother Su, why would I scheme against you? We have no enmity between us. Why would I scheme against you? Isn't it because I usually took some of your things? Su Rong stopped talking. How would I know why you're scheming against me? Who knows if I've offended you in some way and you're holding a grudge against me? Ningxu was eating melon seeds at the side and watching the show with relish. He felt that these people's catfight was quite good. He felt that the Xianxia man was a little white flower. He was still so pitiful even when he was scheming against others. As for the referee, he was expressionless. He watched the two sides' performance without saying a word. He probably knew what was going on in his heart. No one was a fool. Su Rong was innocent, but he couldn't explain himself now. Using power for personal gain and stuffing his own pockets. If he wanted to explain one thing clearly, he couldn't explain another thing clearly. This was probably the Xianxia man's goal. Su Rong's but wasn't clean. He had taken extra things from the faction members. No matter what, Su Rong had to suffer in silence. Su Rong, what's going on? The man stared at Su Rong seriously. Tell me what's going on. What did you do in private? Brother Zhang, it's not what you think. Su Rong's face was full of I can explain. But he couldn't explain anything. The Xianxia man didn't speak. This wasn't the time for him to speak. Ningxu ate a grape and winked at the Xianxia man. The Xianxia man also winked at Ningxu. Ningxu suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Damn it, Su Rong opened his mouth and finally said with a dejected expression, Brother Zhang, I was wrong. You. Brother Zhang was exasperated. Why are you so short-sighted? How much are those things worth? You've ruined your own reputation. Send these things back. Don't leave anything behind. Brother Zhang looked at Su Rong coldly, then turned to the Xianxia man and said, how much did he take from there? He'll return it to you. Brother Zhang's expression towards Su Rong was not good, but towards the Xianxia man, it wasn't much better. Strictly speaking, Brother Zhang's impression of the Xianxia man was even worse. We're all in the same faction. If there's a problem, we can react directly. Doing such a thing makes people unhappy. People in the same faction should be united. What's the meaning of scheming against each other? Brother Zhang said coldly. Was he using a borrowed knife to kill someone, or was he using the faction to punish Su Rong? The Xianxia man's expression also became serious. Even if I say it, it's all bark and no bite. The Xianxia man said directly, if the faction can't tolerate me, I'll leave the faction. Anyway, I'm just an insignificant person to the faction. Insignificant person. Brother Zhang's expression became ugly. Are you threatening me? Everyone knows whether there's anything in your box or not. I haven't even made a fuss about it. What do you want? If he left this time, everyone would follow suit. After all, this Su Rong had taken a lot of things. If those people all said that they wanted to leave the faction, it wouldn't be a good thing for the faction. These people were equivalent to building up the faction piece by piece. The Xianxia man was very strong at this time. You don't blame him for stuffing his own pockets, but you blame me. If it weren't for the fact that I had no other choice, would I use this method? I want to leave the faction, the Xianxia man said firmly. The Xianxia man who had been sloppy before was now bursting with manliness. It seemed that the Xianxia man had a purpose in mind. Su Rong's expression was very ugly. I will return the item to you. Are you done yet? I didn't say anything when you schemed against me. You want to leave the faction? Once you joined the faction, you couldn't leave easily. Otherwise, the faction would be like a market. Anyone could come and go. What a joke. The Xianxia man grinned. Should he be grateful for Su Rong's magnanimity? He was relatively weak in the faction. Su Rong didn't receive any punishment at all. He just said that he would return the item and it would hurt him a little. At most, he would restrain himself in the future. Moreover, it didn't mean that Su Rong wouldn't take revenge in private. Since things had already come to this, the Xianxia man might as well offend him to the end. Moreover, the Xianxia man didn't believe that Su Rong would let it go just like that. Brother Zhang narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to get the item back or are you trying to leave the faction? The Xianxia man said, I don't want the item anymore. I want to leave the faction. Is that okay? Brother Zhang shook his head. No. The faction isn't a game. You join when you need it. You leave when you feel that it's a burden. You've taken advantage of everything. The Xianxia man was speechless. I've taken advantage of them. I've never taken advantage of a faction before. A faction needs money to maintain itself, and I've never given them less. I didn't say anything and just handed them in. Then, I received some information from the faction like a grandson. Why are you suddenly saying that I've taken advantage of everything? Moreover, I've never said which faction I'm a member of. Unless it's a last resort, I won't trouble the faction when I encounter something. Basically, I don't rely on the faction for protection. Instead, I'll run back and forth if something happens to the faction. So, now you want to label me as an ungrateful person. I don't think I've done anything wrong to the faction. The Xianxia man said so much in one breath. His tone was so aggrieved that Brother Zhang didn't know what to say. Su Rong's expression was ugly. F***ck, he wanted to leave the faction and use him as a shield. What a good idea. Fighting was not allowed within the faction. Since this guy wanted to leave the faction, he would be easy to deal with without the faction's rules in the future. Su Rong sneered and said to Brother Zhang, since his ambition is not here and he wants to fly, why force him to stay? Brother Zhang glanced at Su Rong. You caused such a mess. What right do you have to speak? You won't be able to escape punishment. None of them were easy to deal with. Brother Zhang said meaningfully to the Xianxia man, you have to think carefully. If you leave the faction, you will be alone. In the faction, at least there are restrictions. Even if someone wants to deal with you, it won't be that easy. After all, it was not a big problem. Although the Xianxia man was scheming against Su Rong, the premise was that Su Rong was not upright. Both of them were at fault. Furthermore, the man in the Xianxia was a law incarnation. Furthermore, he owned a restaurant and had some connections. To the faction, staying in the faction was better than leaving. She was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw her away. It was better for her to stay in the faction. He would try his best to keep her. Of course, the man in the Xianxia knew that if he left the faction, he would be alone and helpless. However, there were times when being in the faction was really helpless. He also knew that once he left the faction, there was a chance that Su Rong would take revenge. Without the faction's suppression, Su Rong could do whatever he wanted. No matter how he looked at it, staying in the faction was the wisest choice. The man in the Xianxia looked at Ningxu. Ningxu was eating melon seeds. He spread his hands and shrugged. Freedom had a price. Freedom was the most extravagant and unattainable thing. There were many kinds of freedom in the secular world. Freedom in the market, freedom to eat whatever you wanted, freedom in restaurants, freedom in cars, freedom in real estate, freedom in travel, freedom in education, freedom in nationality. Freedom in work. Work was not for the sake of supporting one's family. Work was for personal interests and dignity. Ordinary people could only pursue so many things. It was difficult to achieve. Ordinary people could not even achieve one or two things. They did not need these freedoms. They were detached from these things. However, for people like them, freedom was even more difficult to obtain. If freedom did not come with a price, it would not be called freedom. From the perspective of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, it was best to let this matter go. Su Rong would not be able to take anything from the man in the Cheongsam in the future. Moreover, with the faction suppression, even if he caused trouble, it would be some insignificant trouble. It would not be painful. Su Rong did not dare to make any big moves. This time, he would definitely be defeated. It all depended on the man in the Cheongsam's choice. If it was the Ningxu of the past, he would also choose to let it go. After all, living was the most important thing. However, Ningxu would not choose to do so now. After dying once, he had to have some goals in life. In the past, he could only be a coward without strength. Now that he had some strength, he naturally had to be arrogant and do something he wanted to do. Otherwise, what was the point of being strong? The man in the Cheongsam was also clear about the stakes, so he was probably in a dilemma now. Ningxu was eating melon seeds as if nothing had happened. She could not give any opinions and would not participate in this matter. In case the man in the Cheongsam regretted it in the future and resented her in his heart. The friendship between gentlemen was as clear as water. The pursuit of something is painful and painful. The man in the Cheongsam smiled and said to Brother Zhang, "Thank you, Brother Zhang. This matter is my fault. According to the faction's rules, there is no place for people like me. Actually, I want to save some face and take the initiative to leave the faction. I feel that I have no face to stay in the faction. I think it is better for me to leave." Brother Zhang looked deeply at the man in the Cheongsam. He looked a little angry. He had already tried to persuade him to stay, but the man did not give him face. It was really annoying. He was slightly angry and his voice was cold. Since this is the case, the faction will not force anyone to stay. However, the faction is not a market. You can leave as you wish. There are no rules. Therefore, if you want to leave, you have to pay the price. The man in the Cheongsam cupped his hands. "Sorry, I was stubborn. I am willing to accept any punishment." Brother Zhang's conditions were harsh. 20 million merit points. 20 million merit points was not a low price. Ningxu suddenly sneered. The faction made money like drinking water. Usually, the members of the faction would give a lot of tributes. Now, before leaving, they had to extort a lot. This was equivalent to leaving. They actually wanted a large sum of money as compensation. It was really interesting. Ningxu's mocking laughter attracted the attention of Brother Zhang and Su Rong. The two of them looked at Ningxu. Ningxu and Ningxu were eating melon seeds at the side and did not interrupt. Now that he had mocked them, the two of them were unhappy. They were talking here. What did he mean by laughing suddenly? And there was a hint of mockery in his laughter. Ningxu casually threw the melon seed shell on the table. "Do whatever you want. I'm just here to watch the show. 20 million merit points. Why don't you go rob someone?" Looking at the Cheongsam man's expression, even if he took it out, it would probably cost him a lot. After all, the living environment was not very good now. Without taxes, the restaurant's business was just so-so. Even if the Cheongsam man's family had mines, 20 million merit points was not a small amount. "This is the sex rule," Brother Zhang said. Ningxu casually played with his fingers and looked at his slender hands. They were so beautiful. He was mesmerized by himself. "Rules, the sex rules. No matter what the rules are, you guys have the final say. Does the organization know that you guys are so greedy? Is it really okay to wantonly exploit ordinary mission enforcers?" If the organization was compared to a court, then these factions were probably the ministers of the court. Everyone depended on the organization for survival. Now that the sect was doing this, it was undoubtedly digging meat out of the organization. Brother Zhang sneered. "This is using the organization to oppress people." Ningxu nodded. "Yes, using the organization to oppress people. You guys use the sect to oppress people, so we use the organization to oppress people. Who didn't know how to play the flag, the Xianxia man immediately grabbed Ningxu's arm and leaned his head on Ningxu's shoulder. He said pitifully, "Dear, you have to help me." Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, so disgusting. What the hell was this? It was so disgusting and embarrassing in front of so many people. Looking at the two of them, Brother Zhang and Vanity looked disgusted. Su Rong sneered. No wonder he's so stubborn. He has someone to rely on. Ningxu shook his head. I'm not trying to help him. I'm just shouting when I see injustice. Brother Zhang could not understand what Ningxu meant. He only said, this is our sect's family matter. We're family matters. Why are you, an outsider, interfering? Ningxu sighed. I know this is your family matter, but I'm a very warm-hearted person. I feel uncomfortable if I don't do something. Brother Zhang, Su Rong. If you're so warm-hearted, why don't you help the old granny cross the road? Su Rong still wanted to say something, but Brother Zhang raised his hand to stop Su Rong. Su Rong almost choked to death and swallowed the words he wanted to say. The feeling of swallowing back the vomit was extremely disgusting and uncomfortable. Brother Zhang glanced at Ningxu and looked at the man in the cheongsam who was leaning on Ningxu. He was as disgusting as a weak woman. Brother Zhang said, that's the rule of the faction. 5 million merit points. Ningxu raised her eyebrows. The price dropped from 20 million to 5 million. Even if it was 5 million, he would still be able to earn it. The cheongsam man's expression changed unpredictably as his thoughts fluctuated. In the end, he sneered silently, tidied up his clothes, and cupped his hands at Brother Zhang. Thank you for the faction's care during this period. I'm willing to give you 5 million. Just treat it as buying a lesson. If it was any less, this matter would probably be over. The cheongsam man took out his ID card and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he reluctantly paid 5 million merit points. Brother Zhang received the money and said to the cheongsam man, you're on your own. Brother Zhang turned and left. Su Rong looked at the cheongsam man with a complicated expression. Then, he looked at Ningxu who was eating melon seeds and looked a little confused. He probably didn't understand why Brother Zhang had compromised. Su Rong was a little afraid, but he wouldn't let it go just like that. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't get back at them. After the two of them left, Ningxu said to the cheongsam man, I helped you save so much money. You have to treat me. The cheongsam man was still distressed about the 5 million. He couldn't give 20 million. However, if Ningxu hadn't said a few more words, the situation would have been in a stalemate. Things had turned out like this. He had already offended Su Rong, but he still stayed in the faction. It was really annoying and embarrassing. The cheongsam man nodded. Okay, you can eat whatever you want in the restaurant in the future. I'll treat you. A few dishes didn't cost much. The cheongsam man touched his chin and looked at Ningxu up and down. What's going on? Ningxu spread his hands. How would I know? He probably knows that you can't give him 20 million, so he's being merciful and asked you to give him 5 million. This stalemate is embarrassing for both of us. The cheongsam man rolled his eyes. He was lying to a fool. It was obvious that Brother Zhang was afraid of her and wouldn't give in. The cheongsam man said, did you do something behind my back? Ningxu raised his eyebrows. What do you mean by that tone? It was as if he was questioning a lover who had cheated on him. The cheongsam man said, I'm just curious. Why is he afraid of you? Ningxu thought for a while. Probably because I won't die. It's annoying to provoke a person who needs a lot of effort to kill. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. It was tiring to beat him, but it was disgusting to not beat him. The most important thing was that once he provoked him, he would come over to disgust him. That was the most disgusting thing. The cheongsam man said. Are you serious? Why does it sound so mysterious? Ningxu was depressed. Why didn't anyone believe her when she was telling the truth, but when she was talking nonsense, someone would believe her? The cheongsam man had some thoughts in his mind, but he didn't think too much about it. Everyone had their secrets. He held Ningxu's hand and said sincerely, thank you. Ningshu pulled her hand out. This guy was definitely taking advantage of her. The Cheongsam man held Ningshu's hand tightly. When Ningshu tried to pull her hand out for the first time, she didn't manage to do so. She only pulled her hand out for the second time. Ningshu wiped her hand and felt that the Cheongsam man was really greasy. Don't touch me. It's filled with the smell of cosmetics. He had touched so many women's hands that he had calluses. The Cheongsam man said. I'm just thanking you. Why are you so sensitive? Is it because I'm holding your hand? You're shy. Ningshu rolled her eyes. Hurry up. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't take advantage of me. Be a gentleman. Treat me with the same attitude you treat other women. Be careful or I'll destroy you. Ningshu smiled slightly, which made the Cheongsam man shiver. The Cheongsam man said. I'm just joking. Don't be so serious. What do you want to eat? It's my treat. Do you want to look for treasures? I'm really poor now. 5 million would be gone in one go. Ningshu shook her head. No need. I'm going to do a mission. The Cheongsam man looked at her strangely. Why do you like to do missions so much? Ningshu was speechless. Because my soul power is weak, maybe after a while, the skeletons will collect more soul power. After all, I've connected 5 more worlds. There might be more souls that have lost their intelligence. In fact, such weak souls without intelligence might not even be able to enter the world of reincarnation. They would just dissipate in the world of living. The man in the Cheongsam lost 5 million yuan, but he was now alone, which was something worth celebrating. Seeing the man in the Cheongsam relax, Ningshu couldn't help but remind him, Su Rong will definitely come to make trouble for you. It's not over yet. Su Rong would definitely be punished by the faction for what he had done, and the man in the Cheongsam would definitely be blamed for it. The man in the Cheongsam didn't care very much. I'll deal with it when the time comes. If he really wants to make trouble, I'll accompany him. Now that he was no longer in the faction, he wasn't afraid of him. Ningshu shook his head and said, You're alone now, but he has the faction behind him. This time, you've embarrassed the faction. Do you think the people in the faction will help you instead of their own? The man in the Cheongsam leaving the faction seemed to be a harmful thing, but he did it. Sometimes, people didn't care about the benefits. They just wanted to do what they wanted to do. The man in the Cheongsam narrowed his foxy eyes and said to Ningshu, When the time comes, I'll use your name to intimidate others. Ningshu said. Get lost. Her name might not be useful. The people in the faction had backed off. They probably thought that she was the kind of person who couldn't be bothered to deal with. However, if the other party was serious and determined to fight with her, Ningshu felt that it would be very troublesome. Backing off this time didn't mean that he would back off next time. Ningshu said, You'd better avoid it. When you're not strong enough, don't be a coward. He had to know when to relax. Even if he wanted to be tough, he had to have a purpose. He couldn't be tough for nothing. The man in the Cheongsam nodded. I know. In the future, I'll try to do more tasks and find more treasures. I won't wander around. The man in the Cheongsam also knew that he had offended the faction. Maybe they would find something wrong and take revenge. The man in the Cheongsam frowned. He felt that this restaurant might be in danger. The man in the Cheongsam stole a glance at Ningshu. Ningshu looked at him sideways. He wanted to see what the man in the Cheongsam was up to. You're too much. Sorry, I don't know you. From now on, you and I will be strangers, but we will not let each other down in this life. Ningshu's mind was filled with all sorts of drama. The man in the Cheongsam, Ningshu, asked, Are you interested in investing? Ningshu asked casually, What shares? Ningshu didn't care so much about merit points now. After all, he had received a huge amount of merit points from dealing with the star rocks and the world of reincarnation that was connected to the world of reincarnation. Since he was rich, he did not need to split his money in half. Now, he desired soul energy even more. Join my restaurant. Join my restaurant, and I'll give you a portion of my shares. That way, you'll be able to take money from the restaurant. The Cheongsam man seduced Ningshu. His long and narrow fox eyes stared at Ningxu. His eyes were shining with a watery luster. The reflected luster gave off a feeling of tenderness. Being stared at by the Xianxia man like this, it was as if you were the center of the world and he only had eyes for you. Such amorous peach blossom eyes were really seductive, especially for girls. Being stared at like this, their adrenaline would soar and their heartbeats would accelerate. Ah, it was the feeling of being moved. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, the Xianxia man was really disgusting. Things were starting to become abnormal. Ningxu was about to speak when the Xianxia man placed his slender finger on Ningxu's lips, stopping Ningxu from speaking. I don't want to hear any rejection. Ningxu punched the Xianxia man's face. If you continue to be so eccentric, I'll beat you up. The Xianxia man covered his face. Being hit by Ningxu was really painful. Obviously, she had used her strength. The Xianxia man was no longer flirtatious. He said to Ningxu, "Do you want to share?" Ningxu rolled his eyes. "You're just up to no good. You want to drag me down with you." The Xianxia man was obviously afraid that he would lose his restaurant, so he gave her a portion of his shares. After taking the money, she had to do something. She had to take responsibility for this restaurant. It was good to be powerful. People were rushing to give her money. However, this made her think of Shubai. Back then, Shubai was also like this, but what happened in the end, her friendship with the Xianxia man was as light as water. She didn't want to be involved too much. It wasn't good to have too much contact with him. When the time came, it would be even more messy. The Xianxia man said, "Don't be so direct. Now, I need someone to help me. I don't think I know anyone, and only you can help me." "What do you think?" Ningxu said, "Do you know about Shubai?" The Xianxia man was confused. "Who is Shubai?" The Xianxia man didn't know who Shubai was, but he didn't care about her. "Don't worry, I'm all alone now. Although I don't know how strong you are now, since you can make Brother Zhang give in, you shouldn't be too bad. I won't treat you unfairly." The Xianxia man lowered his head and wanted to pull Ningxu's sleeve. However, Ningxu was wearing a tube top, so her arms and shoulders were exposed. Hence, he grabbed Ningxu's pinky finger. "Can you bear to see me turn into ashes and get schemed against?" Ningxu withdrew his hand and nodded. "I can." The Xianxia man was speechless. Ningxu was a little incredulous. "What's wrong with you?" The Xianxia man said, "I have a request, so I'm lowering my attitude." Ningxu said, "You're really a sissy." Heart came in with a lunchbox. When she saw the two of them being lovey-dovey, she walked over and pushed the Xianxia man away. "What are you doing?" The Xianxia man looked at the man who suddenly appeared. "Who are you?" The Xianxia man rolled his eyes. "Who are you?" Ningxu felt that these pig trotters were really annoying. It was better to go and do the mission. Ningxu was annoyed by her attitude. It was better to ignore her like before. Heart lifted the lunchbox in her hand. "I'm bringing you food." Ningxu said. "I haven't digested what I ate before." Heart tilted her head. "You haven't digested it?" Ningxu didn't want to talk. It was his first time eating such food and he wasn't used to it. "It's okay if you haven't digested it. I brought you new food. You can eat it whenever you want." Heart handed the lunchbox to Ningxu. "This time, it's delicious too." Ningxu said. "You'd better not give it to me. I can't eat it." In the past, Heart used its spiritual tentacles to entangle her and restrict her movements. Now, it was very attentive and clingy. In essence, it was still the same. "It smells good. What's inside?" The Xianxia man could smell the fragrance through the lunchbox. It was very fragrant and made him salivate. Heart immediately hugged the lunchbox and looked at the Xianxia man warily and unkindly. "It's none of your business." The Xianxia man, this child was really not cute. Heart handed the lunchbox to Ningxu. "This time, it's delicious too. I brought you fruit this time. Otherwise, it'll be too oily and uncomfortable." Ningxu, to take it or not, that was the question. How did Heart evolve so quickly? The heart was now broken and her methods were different. It was different from before. The silver-haired man was still the best. The people he taught had all become better. The heart could now use a soft knife. She couldn't accept it, but it wouldn't be good if she didn't accept it. Ningxu waved her hand and said, "Keep it for yourself. I'm really not hungry. I haven't digested it yet. You don't have to send me food so often." Ningxu still refused. The Xianxia man was a little greedy. It was too fragrant. He said, "I'll eat it if she doesn't want it." The heart didn't care about the Xianxia man at all. "Who is it? Why should I let you eat it?" Ningxu stood up and said, "I'm going back. I'm going to do a mission." "Don't go." The heart and the Xianxia man shouted at the same time. Ningxu turned around and looked at the two pig trotters. The heart said, "You haven't taken the food box." The Xianxia man said, "You haven't invested yet." The Xianxia man looked at Ningxu sincerely. "I really hope you can invest." The Xianxia man was a little doubtful now. He couldn't even give out money now. No one wanted his money. Actually, this was the sorrow of not having power. However, the Xianxia man didn't regret leaving the faction. He was really relaxed now. However, there were a lot of things to face after relaxing. Ningxu nodded. "Okay, I'll invest." If someone wanted to use her name, she would take the money. Ningxu gave him a heads up. "But let me say this first. My name might not be useful." The Xianxia man said, "It's okay. You can invest. As long as your name works. If you can't, think of other ways. There's nothing you can't do." The Xianxia man had a good attitude. Ningxu naturally didn't feel burdened. The heart's eyes scanned Ningxu and the Xianxia man back and forth. She stood between the two of them, preventing them from making eye contact and communicating. The heart handed the food box to Ningxu. "Take it. The food box is very special. It can be kept warm for a long time. It'll be fresh whenever you eat it. You can eat it when you're hungry." The heart's expression was very serious. "You don't have to feel burdened. I gave it to you because I can't finish it. Just treat it as leftovers." Ningxu was speechless. Leftovers? Ningxu didn't want it anymore. Once she thought of the leftovers, she didn't want to eat it anymore. She was still holding on. Xian looked at Ningxu with resentment. Her eyes were really, really resentful. If Ningxu didn't want it, she would definitely cry. This kind of soft knife was even harder to deal with than a hard knife. However, Ningxu was a person who was amenable to soft tactics but not hard ones. If you wanted to fight hard, you would definitely fight hard. Ningxu wouldn't be so stubborn if he was a little softer. However, Ningxu still refused. "Zhuangxing, don't send me food in the future. Cultivate properly with Sang Liang and don't wander around." Xian looked up at Ningxu. "I'm already so strong. Why do I still need to cultivate? I turned into a human to enjoy the joys of being a human. Aren't you putting the cart before the horse by asking me to cultivate?" Ningxu thought, oh, not only did Xian have a brain now, she could also talk. Ningxu said, "I'm asking you to cultivate so that you can enjoy the life of a human. Do you understand?" Xian said, "I'm enjoying the life of a human now. I'm not neglecting my cultivation. Do I need to cultivate? Do I?" Xian really wanted to punch him. Xian pouted and said with a wronged expression, "At the end of the day, you just don't want my things. I'm giving you food and I'm not asking you to return it. Why are you so against it?" Xian had never heard of the saying, "If you take a gift, you have to be soft-hearted." Xian wanted to taste love. It wanted to become a human and experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, Ningxu couldn't give him the result he wanted, so Ningxu didn't want the heart to waste time on him. Ningxu felt that his heart should find a girl, someone he liked, and experience the sweetness of love. Ningxu felt that there was a seniority difference between him and the heart. Ningxu kindly looked at his heart and said, "Good child, in the future, if you have anything to eat, keep it for yourself. I don't need you to always send food to people who want to send it. He was not happy with Ningxu's attitude, treating him like a child. It's my business to send you food. It has nothing to do with you. The person I want to send food to is you. I like this feeling. I miss you, so I send you food. His heart enjoyed this feeling. Ningxu was speechless. That was what the heart could say. There is often a saying in love, I like you, but it's none of your business. In this regard, Ningxu just wanted to roll his eyes. The man in the cheongsam waved his fan, clicked his tongue, and said to Ningxu, deceiving an ignorant and innocent young man, you are so bad. Oh my God. Can't you see that I'm very distressed? The heart placed the lunchbox on the table and left without saying anything. His attitude was, I gave it to you, so you can do whatever you want with it. It's up to you to eat it or throw it away. It could be seen that the heart was angry. Ningxu now had the feeling of being entangled by her heart's spiritual tentacles. It was an uncomfortable feeling of being restrained. Ningxu felt that she was a woman in her bones. She didn't like to be restrained, nor did she like other people bringing her trouble. Now that the heart was troubling her, her first reaction was that she didn't want to have anything to do with it anymore. The man in the cheongsam sniffed the food box like a dog and asked, are you going to eat it or not? If you're not going to eat it, you're going to give it to me? After becoming a soul, it was the first time that he wanted to eat like this. His appetite was aroused. The man in the cheongsam was about to open the food box, but he was stopped by Ningxu. What are you doing? This is for me. The man in the cheongsam was speechless. Didn't you say that you don't want to eat it? Anyway, it's already here. It's a waste if you don't eat it. I don't know why that young man likes you. He probably doesn't know your nature. Poor young man's heart. You don't want to establish a close relationship with others. That child is destined to have no chance. The man in the cheongsam's foxy eyes were like X-ray vision, and he saw through Ningxu. Ningxu waved his hand. You say that you like to establish a close relationship with others. The man in the cheongsam said indifferently, yes, I don't like to establish a close relationship with others. People like us don't entrust our hopes and lives to others. Expecting others to have a conscience, a sense of responsibility, and be good to you is not as good as being strong yourself. That young man, you'd better make it clear to him, so that he won't affect you and waste his time. People who are not the same type are destined to have no result. The most important thing is that you don't like him. The man in the cheongsam fanned himself. People like you should find someone like me. I'm mature, charming, and can see things clearly. Ningxu rolled his eyes and chuckled. I don't like greasy men who touch girls' hands for no reason. The man in the cheongsam didn't look greasy, but his behavior was very greasy. He flirted everywhere. Although it was fake, he was very greasy. Ningxu knew that the cheongsam man was joking. He could say that to every girl. Coward. He only dared to flirt. But if the girl got serious, the cheongsam man would run away immediately and despise him. Ningxu wanted to mock the cheongsam man, but he had an idea. Then, Ningxu opened his hand and a world tree emerged from his palm. It was getting bigger and bigger. Soon, it would burst through the restaurant. Ningxu immediately put the world tree away. But his palm was itchy. It was obvious that the world tree wanted to come out. The cheongsam man saw Ningxu's world tree. It was lush, thick, and full of leaves. It had grown so big. Jealousy made me unrecognizable. Anyway, the cheongsam man was very jealous. His world tree was weak. He didn't know if it could succeed in the future. It was just a seed that fell behind his world tree. Now, it had grown into a towering tree. What kind of fertilizer did he use? Did he use some hormones? Otherwise, how could there be such a big difference? Ningxu was quite excited. The world tree had absorbed so many good things. The vitality in the void and the evolution power that Mo Ming had given him. Ningxu said to the cheongsam man, I'm leaving. Now, the world tree seemed to want to break out of its cage. It wanted to rush out of her soul. Ningxu couldn't suppress the growth power. It wanted to go into the void. The cheongsam man waved his hand weakly. Go. Don't let me see you. Why was there such a big difference between people? His world tree was obviously better than Ning Shu's. Sigh. The Xianxia man wanted to ask what Ning Shu had fed the world tree. But when he saw that Ning Shu had left in a hurry, he could only ask next time. The Xianxia man opened his hand. The world tree that was weak and lifeless appeared in his palm. Looking at the strong tree, it was really infuriating. The Xianxia man clenched his fist. He had to become stronger quickly. Then, he would have more resources. Without a doubt, his world tree must have absorbed something good. It must have absorbed something that he didn't know about. That was why it grew so well. Then where did these things come from? They were all brought by great strength. The man in the Xianxia glanced at the restaurant. He couldn't just stay in the restaurant for no reason. He had to seize the time to become stronger. Otherwise, it would be very awkward if someone else found out. To be honest, no man was willing to be weaker than a woman. Although people of their social class had already seen through gender, regardless of whether they were male or female, they were all the same. Women also did not need to give birth to children to serve their elders and husbands. However, a man's pride had already been branded into his instincts. He would not allow himself to be weaker than a woman. In order to be able to talk to Ning Shu in the future, he would flirt with her from time to time. He had to become stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to interact with her in the future. After all, they weren't on the same level. Naturally, there would be less interaction between them. The man in the Xianxia still valued Ning Shu as a friend. He had a bottom line and was quite interesting. Most importantly, he was quite generous. It was more comfortable to interact with such people. The Xianxia man asked the shopkeeper to redo the accounts and planned to give 30% of the profits to Ning Shu. There was no other way. If he wanted to use her name, he had to give something in return. Even blood-related brothers had to settle accounts clearly. If he was just using her, she probably wouldn't interact with him in the future. That guy was very vengeful. Ning Shu flashed into the void. There was nothing in his way. Ning Shu opened his hand and the tree of world immediately emerged from his palm. It grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It grew faster and faster until it became a big tree that covered the sky. Ning Shu couldn't even be compared to a speck of dust under this tree. It was so big. This tree was full of vitality. The greenish-black trunk was filled with an ancient aura. This was really similar to the plains in the void that Ning Shu saw. The tree was still growing. It stretched out endlessly. The huge tree crown was densely packed with leaves. Each leaf was a world. There were so many leaves that it was impossible to count. If a world was formed, Ning Shu suspected that his world of reincarnation wouldn't be enough. However, it wasn't so easy to form a world. Now, only the tree of world was growing. Even if a world was formed, it would take some time to develop living beings. It needed time. After all, the world of reincarnation also needed time. It would take time to form a complete world of reincarnation. This was just right. Ning Shu wasn't in a hurry at all. Ning Shu entered a leaf casually. There was a narrow space inside the leaf. There was chaos inside. There was nothing. It had formed a small space. As time passed, the space would get bigger and bigger. Then, it would form a world full of vitality. Ning Shu exited the leaf. Suddenly, he felt a light flash in front of him. Then, there was a crunching sound. It was like the sound of a silkworm gnawing on mulberry leaves. Ning Shu felt the tree of world tremble slightly. It seemed to be in pain. Ning Shu immediately put away the tree of world. The tree of world that covered the sky slowly shrank. It became a small tree. It was just that its appearance had shrunk. The thing that was gnawing on the leaf was also revealed. It was a silver furry thing. It looked a little familiar. Who was it? Its claws were still holding onto a leaf. When it saw Ning Shu staring at it, it hurriedly stuffed the leaf into its mouth, chewing it bit by bit, and swallowing it down with a gulp. Ning Shu was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. It wasn't eating ordinary leaves. It was eating the space. Losing a leaf was as distressing as losing a strand of hair on Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu laughed. Haha, I was wondering who it was. Where's your million-strong army? The little mouse rubbed its stomach with its short claws and said to Ningxu, "Eat some more of your leaves." Ningxu said, "No." It was eating the space. Although there were many leaves, each leaf could become a world of living beings in the future. Ningxu just wanted to beat the shit out of the mouse. "Why are you here? Why aren't you with Li Wen?" Ningxu asked the little mouse. The little mouse was now very small. It was only the size of a fist. It didn't even have a human body now. The little mouse was now alone. Its subordinates and races had probably been wiped out by the organization. "Li Wen, you saw Li Wen. I've been wandering around. Why didn't I see him? Is he still alive?" Ningxu said. Li Wen actually didn't meet the little mouse. Could it be that Li Wen was deliberately avoiding the little mouse? The little mouse was now hungry and thirsty for the world tree. It usually only ate energy bodies, but now it was so hungry. Ningxu said, "I saw Li Wen. It's a pity that you didn't meet him." The little mouse suddenly jumped. "Then why didn't he come to me?" Ningxu was speechless. "Your army is gone, and you're still thinking about Li Wen." If Ningxu was right, Li Wen was doing it on purpose. Even if he wasn't doing it on purpose, he was still watching coldly. Now that Li Wen was nowhere to be found, the little mouse was still wandering around. It was also very persistent. He didn't know if Li Wen knew that the little mouse was about to turn into a stone, but Li Wen was really a stone. Her heart was like a stone. The little mouse looked strong, but it was actually very simple. Ningxu sometimes didn't know what Li Wen was thinking. He said to the little mouse with some pity, "After the battle, Li Wen came to find me." When the little mouse heard this, all the fur on its body stood up. "Find you? Why didn't you see me?" Why? God knew why. If he could know what Li Wen was thinking, he would become Li Wen. After being an emperor for a long time, he would never let others know what he was thinking. "Ah, Li Wen." The little mouse wailed. Its voice was quite aggrieved. Ningxu couldn't sympathize with a furry thing wailing. It wasn't worthy of sympathy at all. Although it was sad, its image really made people unable to sympathize with it. The little mouse was still very cute when it didn't turn into a human. Cute things were still very cute even if they were heartbroken. Ningxu looked at the little mouse with a doting gaze as if he was looking at an idiot. The little mouse wailed for a while, touched its stomach and said to Ningxu, "Give me some leaves to eat. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in a long time." Ningxu shook his head. "No, bear with it." The long whiskers on the little mouse's mouth trembled. Tears flowed out of its black bean-like eyes. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, what's wrong with this mouse? Why did it become so fragile? It cried when it wanted to. It didn't have the burden of an idol at all. Now that there were no subordinates or races around it, it was completely open. It wanted to cry. Ningxu looked at the little mouse with a heart of stone. The little mouse cried for a while. It touched its eyes with its paws and said to Ningxu, "I want to follow you and meet Li Wen." Ningxu shook his head. "No, I don't want to bring you along." Little mouse stared at Ningxu. "I'm alone now. I don't have the ability to invade the plane. I can't do anything." Ningxu chuckled. "You're looking for a meal ticket, aren't you? Let me tell you, I won't let you eat my leaves." Now the little mouse was thin from hunger. It must have followed her because it saw that she had a lot of leaves, so it wouldn't starve. Usually, the little mouse would be nice to her, but now he wanted her to take him in. Dream on. Ningxu was not good at helping people when they were down. He was only good at hitting people when they were down. Not only was he good at hitting people when they were down, he also had to cover the well. The little mouse looked at Ningxu accusingly. "In the past, I gave you energy bodies and so many good things. Now that I want you to take me in, you're not even willing to give me some space to eat." Ningxu. Give me some space? Damn, these words were said so easily, so lightly. It was not a matter of giving him a few peanuts. The little mouse said aggrievedly, "That's fine. I can eat plain fragments too." Ningxu rolled his eyes. "I still have to pick up fragments for you to eat and raise you." "Why should I raise you?" If the organization knows that I'm raising you, they will eat me. The little mouse shook his head. They won't. I'm no threat to your world now. Those people can't be bothered to care about me. And I won't invade and devour these plains now. I'll eat some plain fragments to make a living. Ningxu chuckled. Then tell me, why should I take care of you? Why should I look for plain fragments for you? Actually, finding plain fragments was very simple. Every time she went to deal with the star stones, she would pick up some on the way. But Ningxu was not happy with Little Mouse's attitude. It was his honor to let her raise him. She was not Little Mouse's parents. How could she take it for granted? Am I going to invite an ancestor home? She did not serve him. Even Li Wen could give up Little Mouse. What responsibility did she have for Little Mouse? Ningxu put his hands on his hips and did not give Little Mouse a good look. Little Mouse puffed up his cheeks. Then I'll help you find treasures in the future. I have a racial talent. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. You can think about it. What's there to think about? Who knows how many good treasures there are in the Void Land? I'm all alone now. Otherwise. Ningxu heard it. Otherwise, he would not be with you. Little Mouse still could not see the situation clearly. Now it was like a dragon in the shallows, a tiger in the plains. Little Mouse was a little impatient. Have you thought about it? Ningxu said slowly, not yet. This is a big matter. I have to think about it carefully. Little Mouse's whiskers trembled like a hamster. What's there to think about? You're taking advantage of me. Ningxu said, then I refuse. I don't like to take advantage of others. It's really unfair for you to follow me. You're my brother's friend. I can't bear to let you suffer like this. I feel bad. Little Mouse was speechless. I'm so angry. Can you not be so pretentious and sarcastic? All right, I'm taking advantage of you. I'll follow you. I'll accompany you to the Void Land when I'm free. Little Mouse did not expect the other party to take advantage of him verbally. He could only give in. Ningxu nodded. All right, you follow me and wait for Li Wen. Tell me, did you do something that made Li Wen uncomfortable? So, Little Mouse's eyes were confused. He was very retarded. I didn't do anything. I don't know. Li Wen won't tell me. What do I know? Ningxu felt that Li Wen wanted to vomit blood in front of Little Mouse. Li Wen was the emperor. His words were a few turns. Little Mouse was the kind of person who was straightforward. He would not understand if he did not explain. Little Mouse said to Ningxu, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Ningxu exchanged for a hamster cage. There were some wood shavings inside. This is your nest. Little Mouse was speechless. Why was he squatting in the cage? Ningxu opened the cage. Go in. If you have nothing to do, you can walk around in the cage to exercise. Little Mouse shook his head. I don't want to. I don't want to stay in there. I won't run around. You don't have to lock me up. Little Mouse jumped onto Ningxu's shoulder. The cage is useless. Ningxu threw the cage away. Up to you. I want to eat now. I'm very hungry. How long had he been hungry? Ningxu returned to the system space and said to Little Mouse, if you have nothing to do, stay here. Don't bite the things in here. If you break anything, I'll pull out one of your teeth. Little Mouse snorted twice and jumped down from Ningxu's shoulder. He jumped onto the sofa and lay down comfortably. I want to eat now. I'm hungry. The little mouse, who had once commanded thousands of troops, was now so hungry that people could not help but want to gloat. Ningxu said, wait, I'll deal with the star stone. Since mice gnawed on plains, eating plains and fragments could fill their stomachs /BK if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Since you want Little Mouse to help you find treasures, you have to feed Little Mouse until it is full. Little Mouse wanted to find a meal ticket and wait for Li Wen. After all, Li Wen came to find her. If she waited for her, Little Mouse might be able to find Li Wen. Ningxu couldn't figure out why Little Rat was so persistent and insisted on waiting for Li Wen. Maybe Li Wen was living a good life by herself, or maybe she was living a better life in another group. She was simple-minded and one-track-minded. Ningxu looked at Little Mouse who was lying on the sofa and asked, "Where are your subordinates?" Little Mouse's black bean-like eyes were filled with tears. "Devil, you are all devils. You killed them all." Ningxu. Little Mouse was completely free now. If she wanted to cry, she would cry out loud. Her tears were like a faucet, pouring down as soon as it was turned on. They were all dead, killed so cleanly. "Why are you still alive?" Little Mouse's tears flowed down. They sacrificed themselves. Ningxu thought of the self-destructing bugs on the battlefield. One by one, they self-destructed without fear. "When did you find food?" "I am so hungry." Little Rat, who was still immersed in sadness, immediately changed the topic. He wanted to eat. Although his eyes were still watery, his tears were no longer falling down. He could come and go as he pleased, retracting and releasing as he pleased. Ningxu warned, "Don't touch the things inside. Don't bite blindly. If you break it, pack up and leave." Little Mouse said, I know. I won't touch it. I don't care about these things." Ningxu said to Dan Qing, "I am going to deal with the star stone. See if the main system can arrange it. Earn money and get some fragments back for Little Mouse." After a while, Dan Qing replied, "It is not time yet. It is not time to change shifts, so you have to wait for a while." When she didn't want to deal with it, she felt like she was constantly being urged, but when she wanted to deal with it, she didn't have the chance. Ningxu said, "Then I won't deal with the star stones and will pick up the fragments." "There should be a quota for picking up fragments, right?" Dan Qing said, "That's true. There's no limit to picking up fragments." Before Ningxu left, he repeatedly warned the Little Mouse, "If you touch my things, I'll starve you to death." There were a lot of things in her system space that the Little Mouse didn't like, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't break them like toys. She would definitely beat him to death. Even if she couldn't kill him, she would throw him out and let others kill him. Little Mouse nodded obediently. Don't worry. I won't touch your things." That, Ningxu said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Seeing Little Rat's hesitant look, Ningxu knew that if Little Rat said something outrageous, she would definitely not agree to it. "You're just a dead rat with nothing. Why are you asking for so much? When will Li Wen come?" Ningxu said, "I don't know. I can't find him. He always comes to find me. I don't know where Li Wen is now. Just wait. If fate allows, you will meet him." Ningxu couldn't help but say, "Li Wen is your friend, but he's not your everything. You should have other goals in life." Life around one person was monotonous and hopeless. Li Wen was definitely not a very sincere and warm person. On the contrary, he was very indifferent and cold. He always had the dignity and forbearance of an emperor. How could such a person open up his heart to others? Little Mouse was definitely a simple-minded creature. His IQ might not even be at a normal level. If he met Li Wen, he would definitely be under Li Wen's control. Little Mouse's bright black eyes stared at Ningxu. "Are you trying to sow discord between Li Wen and me?" "Devil, you're a devil." Ningxu. Ningxu really wanted to slap herself. Why did she waste her saliva for saying such things? Moreover, Little Mouse didn't understand her intentions at all. Instead, he said that he was trying to sow discord between them. Ningxu rolled her eyes. What good would it do her to sow discord between the two of them? Forget it. It was very lucky for a person to have a goal and expectation to chase after. Mice were the same. Since Little Mouse placed his goal, happiness, and expectation on Li Wen, then he would chase after it. He didn't say anything else. Little Mouse could do whatever he wanted. He couldn't be bothered. Ningxu came to the place where the plane was broken. He took the bag and started to pick up the fragments. Picking up the fragments was very easy for Ningxu. He used the vines to pick them up very quickly. Picking up 100,000 would complete the goal. However, this time, he definitely didn't just want to pick up 100,000. He picked up 200,000 and handed half to Little Mouse. He didn't know how much Little Mouse could eat. Although Little Mouse was only the size of a fist, its appetite might not be small. The person who dealt with the star stones was Grand-Uncle. He didn't know if it was because Xianxia had died. Grand-Uncle looked a little depressed. He was full of cold aura and was silent. Grand-Uncle was feeling guilty and sad. Ningxu always felt that Xianxia hadn't died yet. What was there to be sad about? However, Xianxia should have nothing to do with Grand-Uncle after his rebirth. After picking up the fragments, Ningxu handed in the 100,000 mission and took it back. Ningxu threw the bag to Little Mouse. I found some fragments. You can eat them. Little Mouse went directly into the bag. Then, there was the sound of crunching chips coming from the bag. It ate the fragments like eating biscuits. Its teeth were really good. With Ningxu's current strength, he couldn't crush the plain fragments. However, Little Mouse ate them directly. Racial advantage. It really made people jealous beyond recognition. Little Mouse must have been hungry for a long time. It actually ate all the 100,000 fragments. The fist-sized Little Mouse's stomach only bulged slightly and looked rounder. Little Mouse lay on the sofa and burped while rubbing its stomach. Although it's junk food, it's filling. Ningxu grabbed Little Mouse and turned it over to check. Where did all the fragments go? How big was Little Mouse's stomach? What are you doing? I'm going to vomit. Little Mouse couldn't stand being kneaded by Ningxu over and over again. How long have you not eaten? You just wandered around the plane and didn't eat any fragments. There were so many broken planes. It wasn't difficult to eat some fragments. Why did you make yourself so embarrassed? In any case, you were the ruler of an entire race, yet you ended up in such a state. How could you face the people you had lost? Little Mouse said gloomily, I can't go near them in my current situation. If I go near them, I'll die. I still have to live to wait for Li Wen. And there are so many people patrolling around the plane, with the Soul Army patrolling, he didn't dare to get too close. Otherwise, he would be easily discovered. And Little Mouse didn't know if those people had discovered him or not. If he was discovered, he would definitely be eradicated. Moreover, the place where the plane was broken was guarded, so he couldn't eat. Little Mouse had to shed tears of sympathy for his bitter life. How good his food used to be was how bitter his life was now. For various reasons, Little Mouse could only starve. Ningxu was speechless. What a stubborn heart, what a deep love. He really should let Li Wen see. However, Li Wen didn't let Little Mouse do this. Little Mouse wanted to do what Little Mouse wanted to do was his own choice. Blaming Li Wen was unfair to Li Wen. To a certain extent, I'm so good to you, but you still treat me like this. Blaming Li Wen like this was untenable. Li Wen didn't ask Little Mouse to do this. Little Mouse Ningxu asked, when can Li Wen come to you? He didn't know how many times he had asked this question. Ningxu only said 3 words, I don't know. Ningxu played with Little Mouse over and over again. After confirming that the Little Mouse had eaten all the fragments, he directly threw Little Mouse on the sofa. You eat so much. I can't afford to raise you. What kind of treasures are there in the void? If he couldn't find any treasures, Ningxu couldn't guarantee that he would always raise Little Mouse. And Ningxu didn't know if anyone had discovered that he had taken the fragments. It was most likely that he had been discovered. This kind of fragment was plain trash. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't say anything. She was afraid that someone would know that she was raising a mouse. If Little Mouse was killed, then this race would probably really die. Little Mouse said, there are a lot of treasures and a lot of food. I'll believe you for now. Ningxu had to do a mission to enrich his soul and explore the void again. He couldn't go far. Now that his soul was weak, it would be dangerous to go to the void. While Ningxu was happily planning for the future, the chat system rang. Ningxu opened the chat system and found that it was a message from Grand Elder. Fei Yang's words were concise and comprehensive. He only said, bring it over. Ningxu looked at the 3 words and then looked at the Little Mouse who was lying on the sofa with all 4s. Although Ningxu knew in his heart that it was very likely that he had been discovered, he didn't want to be discovered so early. Ningxu asked, what are you carrying? He pretended to be stupid first. It would be good if he could fool him, but if he couldn't, he would think about it. Senior Grand-Uncle, bring it over, Bug. Alright, she had indeed been discovered. She must have been discovered because she had taken away some of the fragments. There was nothing she could do about it. Ningxu asked, "Will you kill him?" If Ningxu really wanted to kill her, she might as well ask the little mouse to scram. She did not need to stay in the system space. It was safer for her to stay in the void. Senior Granduncle, why are you talking so much? Ningxu, I've already let him go. I'm a kind-hearted person. When I see stray dogs and cats, I give them some food. I don't bring stray dogs and cats home. Senior Granduncle, don't talk nonsense. Bring it over. Ningxu punched the little mouse who was snoring after eating, directly waking the little mouse up. The little mouse bounced up like a ball and asked as if waking up from a dream, "What happened?" Ningxu. You've been discovered. The little mouse immediately slipped to the corner of the sofa and got under the pillow. Don't tell them I'm here. How stupid. Ningxu took the pillow away and saw the little mouse holding its head and sticking its butt up. It was a big furry piggy. Ningxu picked it up. It's no use hiding. Just go and face them directly. There's no use hiding. I'm not going. Go, I can definitely protect you. The organization could raise creatures in the void, so could she. The little mouse was taken away by Ningxu. Although it tried to resist, Ningxu grabbed the fur by the back of its neck, and it struggled in the air. Ningxu came to the void. Senior Granduncle stood in the void, his whole body dark as if he was about to merge with the void. The corner of his black windbreaker was slightly blown by the wind, and it felt like he was riding the wind. The little mouse saw Senior Granduncle and struggled even more fiercely. Ningxu put his hands behind his back, and the little mouse was blocked by Ningxu's body. Senior Granduncle turned around. Take it out. Ningxu smiled slightly, took out the mouse, and threw it directly at Senior Granduncle. Senior Granduncle directly waved his hand and sent the flying object, the mouse, flying. The little mouse flew far away, and it was very painful. Little mouse, meow, meow, meow. Ningxu said to Senior Granduncle, now the little mouse is alone, and it's no threat to the organization. I'm kind and want to raise it. Senior Granduncle was probably disgusted by Ningxu's words. I don't have any expectations. If you want to raise it, then raise it well. If anything happens to it, it's all your responsibility. I'll put it all on you. Ningxu nodded. Understood, I'll definitely take good care of it. I've always been a responsible person. Don't worry. Senior Granduncle, the long silence made the atmosphere a little awkward. Ningxu said, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. By the way, he wants to eat some plain fragments. When I deal with the Star Stone in the future, I'll bring some fragments back. Ningxu felt that the organization should know about the existence of the little mouse, but he didn't pay attention to it. She had taken the fragments before, and the cause and effect of this was clear at a glance. Moreover, she knew the little mouse. Ningxu didn't panic at all after being discovered. He was confident in his heart. It was good that he was discovered by the organization. It would be good to register with the organization. Senior Granduncle didn't say anything. He just grunted in agreement. In fact, this was good for the master. Since Ningxu needed the fragments, he had to help him pick them up. However, even if he picked them up, he wouldn't get any money. It was a win-win situation. The little mouse that had been slapped away crawled back and lay on Ningxu's shoulder. Heido's eyes were full of resentment towards Senior Granduncle. Senior Granduncle actually smiled at the little mouse. This smile was a little scary. The corners of his mouth curled up evilly, and his glasses glowed with white light. The little mouse was so scared that it purred. Even Ningxu was startled. Oh my god, Senior Granduncle was scary when he didn't smile, but when he smiled, he was even scarier. Dear, do you know how scary your smile is? Ningxu grabbed the mouse on his shoulder and said to Senior Granduncle, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. Ningxu believed that if the little mouse really made a mistake, it would definitely be slaughtered and stewed. He didn't know if the little mouse's meat would be delicious. Moreover, it would also implicate her. Ningxu had a feeling that the little mouse was in his hands. Maybe the master wanted someone to look after the little mouse. Ningxu was a little surprised that the organization didn't completely kill the little mouse. Even the entire race could be exterminated. It didn't make sense that they couldn't kill a lonely little mouse. Maybe they wanted to raise it? The organization must have kept the little mouse for a reason. The little mouse had always been wandering around the world. It would be strange if no one had discovered it. She appeared at this time and said that she wanted to raise the little mouse. In fact, it was not bad for the organization. Moreover, if anything happened to the little mouse, she would take full responsibility. How did the little mouse become her responsibility? Ningxu came back to his senses. Why did he feel that he had suffered a loss? However, words that had been said could not be taken back. Damn it. Ningxu felt as if he had been taken advantage of. Very taken advantage of. The grand uncle said, watch, okay. If you bring it around, you understand. Ningxu. I don't really understand. Ningxu decided to fight for some benefits for himself. He said, I'm watching it for the organization. Isn't there any benefit? The grand uncle stared at Ningxu expressionlessly. How is it that the organization is watching it? Didn't you want to raise it? You want to raise a dog and a pet, and you want to give benefits to the organization that issued the pet certificate. Tell me, what's the reason for this? The little mouse gritted its teeth. I'm not a dog. I'm not a pet. However, its words were ignored. Ningxu, the grand uncle's words seemed to make sense, but Ningxu felt that something was wrong. It wasn't the case. No. Ningxu shook his head. No, it's such a dangerous thing. I'm watching it for you. Even if it's humane care, there should be compensation. The grand uncle snorted. He was probably amused by the thick-skinned Ningxu. The organization forced you to raise it, but the organization forced you to raise it. You're raising a dangerous thing. If you tie it up well, can you take responsibility if it hurts others? Ningxu, damn it. Can't I out-talk him? Ningxu rolled his eyes. Even if they did, they didn't give any compensation. She thought about how Jingqing had become her system back then. Thinking that Jingqing might even be with her now, Ningxu felt unhappy. He couldn't wait to rush up and scratch Senior Uncle Hua's face directly. Ningxu's fingers curled. Her hands were itchy, but she endured it. If she rushed over, there would definitely be a gun pointed at her head and let her eat the bullet. Ningxu expressed that the taste was not good at all. Ningxu grabbed the little mouse on his shoulder and buried himself in the little mouse's furry body. He began to whimper and pretend to cry. Why is my life so hard? Howsy, I don't have the money to support you. You'd better leave. Little mouse, this woman was really annoying. What was there to cry about? He was not a picky eater. He could just make do with the plain fragments. He did not ask her to create energy bodies. It was already very considerate. If he asked her for energy bodies, she could cry at that time. The grand uncle was indifferent to Ningxu's wailing. He only said coldly, I haven't charged you for the plain fragments. Since that's the case, you'll have to pay for each fragment you take. 100,000 fragments will be 100,000 merit points. Ningxu, burp, the wailing stopped abruptly. Ningxu wiped his non-existent tears. It's okay. I can take care of it. Work hard to pick up the fragments. He had picked up the fragments and still had to pay. Wasn't it too much of a loss? He had to pay and put in effort. Ningxu stopped crying. Otherwise, he would have to pay more when the time came. Senior Uncle Hua glanced at Ningxu contemptuously, then turned and disappeared. That sneer echoed in Ningxu's ears for a long time. Ningxu snorted. What a waste of time. He didn't even get any benefits. Ningxu blew his nose with the little mouse, then directly threw the little mouse away. The little mouse was so disgusted that it decided not to go back with her. Living with such a disgusting woman would stain its soul. The little mouse quietly crawled away and was brought back by Ningxu. She muttered, really, the little mouse wanted to curse and struggled with all four limbs. Ningxu returned to the system space. He threw the little mouse on the sofa and rubbed his face. He was going to pick up the fragments and save some rations for the mouse. Then he was going to do the mission. He hoped the mouse could find some valuable treasure. Otherwise, he would directly dig out the mouse's food. If he couldn't dig it out, he would beat the sh*t out of it. The mouse now had no human rights. It was a poor little thing living under someone else's roof. When his soul was stronger, he would take the little mouse with him. Xianxia went to the place where the plane was broken. He stretched out his vines and picked up a lot of fragments. When the vines spread out, they extended very long. It was very easy to pick up the fragments. Xianxia hadn't picked up fragments for a long time. Now that he suddenly started to pick up fragments, and he picked up so many fragments, someone came to ask Xianxia if he was going to do business again. They asked Xianxia to pick up the fragments on his behalf. Xianxia rejected them one by one. She was now someone who owned a mine. She didn't need to earn this little money. Picking up fragments was to save rations for the little mouse. However, these fragments also turned into a lot of merit. In fact, what the little mouse ate was also merit. There was another person who ate merit. It was just that he had some money now. If it was in the past, he would directly kick the little mouse away. If he couldn't afford to raise it, then Xianxia picked up most of the fragments. This caused the bosses who came to pick up fragments to extend the time needed to complete the mission. Seeing that Xianxia had already picked up enough fragments, he was still picking them up desperately. Many people hinted at Xianxia with their eyes. Once he had picked up enough, he would leave. He wasn't going to do business, so they didn't have any fragments to pick up. Just as Xianxia was about to be cut into pieces by many people's eyes, she finally came to her senses and put away the vines. Xianxia felt that this should be enough for the little mouse to eat for a long time. Hence, he walked away slowly under everyone's gaze. Xianxia returned to the system space. He put a few pieces of fragments in the ring space on the bookshelf and said to the little mouse, "I found some fragments for you. Eat them sparingly." I picked them up with great difficulty. The little mouse lay on the sofa and said weakly, "Okay. Eat sparingly. Eat until you're half full every time." The little mouse's spiritual power came down. "It's so good. I can eat until I'm half full? Xianxia? Why are you so happy?" The little mouse said, "It's good enough that I can eat until I'm half full. I can only eat until I'm half full in hundreds of planes." Xianxia, then there's no other way. You can't eat until you're half full because there aren't enough fragments. You just have to hang on to life. The little mouse's smile gradually disappeared. "I have to help you find things, but you don't even let me eat until I'm full. If I'm not full, how can I have the strength to find things? This is slavery, a cruel slavery." Xianxia, then there's no other way. There aren't hundreds of planes enough for you to eat, so you won't starve to death. You just have to hang on to life. Xianxia told Dan Qing that he was going to do a mission. He had been delayed for a long time. Dan Qing asked, "What kind of mission do you want to do? A caretaker mission or a normal mission?" Xianxia, a normal mission. It was a little difficult for her to do caretaker missions now. She would do a normal mission to fill up her soul first. Before leaving, Xianxia was worried that Little Mouse would be bored, so he threw a stack of books to Little Mouse and said, "Since you don't have anything to do, you should study more and do some exercises." Little Mouse casually glanced at the words on the books. 3 years of college entrance exams, 5 years of mock exams. What the hell is this? Xianxia said, "Do you know why Liwen doesn't like to be with you?" Little Mouse immediately asked, "Why?" Xianxia said, "Because you are stupid. Sometimes you can't even understand what I say. Our human language is particularly obscure and beautiful. Because of the different tone and weight of the words, the meaning of a sentence is different. The same words had different meanings." In short, the complexity of the words made Little Mouse confused. Especially since Liwen was the emperor, he was even more unfathomable. After all, there was a phrase in the world called trying to figure out the emperor's will. Who knew how many turns Liwen had to make when he spoke? Liwen can't communicate with you. Do you think he likes to be with you? Liwen could not change his habits. Although he was the emperor of the human world, he was still quite arrogant. Therefore, the run-in between him and Little Mouse was undoubtedly like a smart person being a fool. Most importantly, Liwen was not. Willing to compromise. Little Mouse's black bean-sized eyes were a little confused. Li Wen is not such a person. He won't dislike me. Ningxu nodded. Yes, he dotes on you and cares about you. Everyone was responsible for doting on a retard. Little Mouse did not understand the meaning of Ningxu's words. He proudly held his head high and used his paws to open the book. He looked at the inexplicable things in the book. What are these? I don't want to do it. Do I need to do anything? No, I don't need it at all. This was the knowledge of low-level humans. Only low-level missions would allow one to learn these things. He did not need it at all. Ningxu said, before Li Wen comes to you, you should enrich yourself. At least you can understand other people's words. This is the information I found for you. There's nothing wrong with studying more. Let your brain, which is as big as a mung bean, develop. By the way, think about the intention of the question maker before you answer the question. This was one of the few times Ningxu had experienced school life, and the teacher often said this to him. Little Mouse felt dizzy after reading the contents of the book. He wants me dead. Ningxu asked, didn't Li Wen teach you anything? Little Mouse nodded. Yes, he taught me how to read and write. But I didn't like it, so I was too lazy to learn. If I could do it all over again, I would be willing to learn from Li Wen. Ningxu clicked his tongue and shook his head. Rotten wood really couldn't be carved. Who would be willing to play the lute to a cow all day long? Ningxu left the system space to complete his mission. The little mouse yawned and kicked the book open. What the hell? I'm not going to learn it. It was said that humans were the most difficult to learn. Even if it was bored, it wouldn't learn these things. However, learning these things didn't make it smart. Li Wen liked it. Did Li Wen dislike it for being stupid, so she didn't want to play with it anymore? Little Mouse scratched its head with its claws and scratched a few strands of short gray hair. It hadn't even started to learn, but it was already bald. Now, Little Mouse was like an ordinary student, falling into the painful learning process. However, Little Mouse was relatively stupid. It couldn't find a question to solve even after flipping through the book. It hadn't learned these before, so how could it do it? Little Mouse kept scratching its head with its two claws. Danqing couldn't stand it anymore and asked, what do you not know? I can teach you. Who's talking? Come out. Danqing said, I'm Ningxu's system. I can't appear. Tell me what you don't know. I'll teach you. Oh. Little Mouse thought for a while and said, you're one of her people. You can say that. Tell me what you don't know. Danqing suddenly regretted speaking. It was asking for trouble. Oh my God. Little Mouse suddenly became shy. I don't know anything. Danqing was speechless. As expected. His heart was tired. Little Mouse said. Say it again. I don't understand. Danqing was speechless. Oh my God. This was completely turning a rock into a beautiful jade. If it wasn't jade, how could it be turned into a beautiful jade? Danqing really wanted to tear his mouth. Ningxu merged into a body. Her body was very weak, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Beside her, a maid was serving her and wiping her face. Ningxu quickly skimmed through the contents of this world. After understanding the content, Ningxu's liver hurt a little. Now, her 3 sons were running away from home. The reason why they ran away was because they didn't want their brothers to fight over a girl. This girl was the bride of the Zhou family. The eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Buqing, was weak. When he was 7 years old, he found a bride. After that, his illness slowly recovered. The Zhou family treated this girl like a new daughter. As she grew up day by day, the 3 brothers of the Zhou family all fell in love with this girl. The 3 brothers pushed each other and all ran away from home. Then, Wanqin was also chased out by the Zhou family. She brought the maid back to her uncle's house. In the end, the maid was raped by her cousin and escaped with the maid. They sold trinkets for a living. The eldest son found Wanqin. In the end, Wanqin was with the eldest son. Of course, they went through a lot of hardships. Oh, my God? Originally, Wanqin was the eldest son's bride, but when they went to fetch the bride, it was the second son and Madame Zhou who went to fetch the bride. In the process of growing up, they played around and were punished by the adults when they did something wrong. They were very happy. When they grew up, the three of them asked Wanqin who she loved. But no one could bear to hurt Wanqin. As a result, the problem became more and more complicated. She was shy in front of everyone. Even a knowledgeable person like Ningxu couldn't figure out who this girl liked. During this period, the eldest son was engaged to a girl from a family friend. He found out that he loved Wanqin deeply and broke off the engagement. The cannon fodder was a girl. The current era was about the end of the Qing dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty. The social atmosphere was still very conservative. Although there were foreign romances, a girl's engagement was broken off. It still had an impact on her reputation. As far as Ningxu was concerned, even if the eldest son was engaged, Wanqin still had two choices. If she chose one, there wouldn't be so much trouble. She eloped with the second son and didn't run away. It was really worrying. The whole family was about to be ruined and the Zhou family was in a mess. In the end, she married the eldest son. Ningxu deeply suspected that Wanqin was here for revenge, to take revenge on the Zhou family. Otherwise, the three brothers wouldn't have turned against each other. In the name of not having the heart to hurt anyone, she just didn't make a choice. Don't force me. She didn't refuse or choose and even said that doing this would make her feel at ease. She was pure, kind, and cute. Under the gaze of those icy eyes, very few people could remain unmoved. All kinds of love were gathered in one body. Ningxu was speechless. He really didn't understand. This body was about to die of anger, and old Master Zhou fainted from anger at the slightest provocation. Now that the eldest son had broken off the engagement, the friendship between the two families had also ended. The Zhou family was a big family and had a fixed business network. Now that the friendship was gone, this business line was also over. How could they still be friends after humiliating someone else's daughter like this? Not to mention being friends, they were almost like enemies. Now that the old man was still unconscious, Ningxu's head was also hurting. The eldest son, Zhou Buqing, was kneeling outside the house. Ningxu quickly drank a mouthful of tea. If he wanted to kneel, so be it. The old servant beside him said to Ningxu, "Old madam, young master has been kneeling outside for so long. Young master's body is weak." Ningxu replied with an "oh" and applied the refreshing ointment on her temples. His body was weak. Didn't he already like it? "I'm hungry. Get me something to eat. If the enemy doesn't move, I'll move. Now, I have to fill my stomach." This body was over 40 years old. No matter how well it was maintained, it was still a little difficult. She couldn't be angry. If she was angry, it would be easy to mess up the rhythm. Besides, these pig trotters had nothing to do with her. Her heart didn't ache at all when he knelt. The old servant nodded repeatedly and asked, "Old madam, I'll prepare some clear water for you." "Okay, add a fried egg." The old servant was speechless. Although she was very happy when her master said that she wanted to eat. She felt that adding a fried egg as if nothing had happened. Why did it feel so? The old servant walked out of the room and saw the eldest young master kneeling on the green stone slab. Her heart ached a little. Not far away, Wanqin was looking over anxiously. The old servant rolled her eyes. The eldest young master had broken off the engagement because of her. Now, the old master and madam were furious. The old servant walked through the corridor of the house and went to the kitchen to ask the kitchen maid to make something to eat. She emphasized that she wanted to add a fried egg. Not long after, the old servant returned with a bowl of clear water. There was a fried egg on top of it, and a few green onions were floating on top of the soup. Ningxu grumbled. He was really hungry. Ningxu slowly ate the noodles. The old servant couldn't help but say, "Young master is kneeling outside. The sun is so hot, don't burn him." Ningxu made an "oh" sound and asked, "How is master doing?" "The doctor is looking at him again. It's a heart attack. Master will wake up soon. I'll go see master after eating." Ningxu swallowed a mouthful of noodles and then took a bite of the fried egg. It was simple, but the taste was quite good. I like it. After finishing his meal, Ningxu rinsed his mouth and tidied up his clothes. He walked out of the house and saw Zhou Buqing kneeling at the bottom of the stairs. Among the three brothers of the Zhou family, the eldest was mature and steady. The second brother was the overbearing president of the Republic of China. He was passionate and aggressive. The second brother should be Wanqing's favorite. Women loved bad men. The second brother was the boldest. He was passionate enough to melt people. Women were afraid of pestering men. The third brother was naughty and playful. It was fun to be with him. He would think of ways to make you happy. You felt safe with the eldest brother. With the second brother, you could fall in love every day. With the third brother, you could be pure and happy. Zhou Buqing called out to his mother. Ningxu rolled her eyes seductively and snorted. She fixed her hair bun and sashayed away to see old Master Zhou. Master Zhou's face was red and purple. It was obvious that he was suffering from a heart attack. The doctor was giving Master Zhou acupuncture. Ningxu asked the doctor and servants to take good care of him. At least he didn't have to worry about food and drink in this world. Ningxu went back to his room and saw Wanqing kneeling beside Zhou Buqing. The two of them were kneeling side by side. Madam, this is all my fault. Please don't blame Buqing. Ningxu looked at Wanqing. Her eyes were as bright as water and full of affection. She was kind and pitiful. She looked very tough. Tough? Ningxu seemed to have seen a lot of girls like this. They were not necessarily the most beautiful, but they must have a pair of very beautiful eyes. Even if they didn't have very beautiful eyes, their bitter faces must be very pitiful. They must not be gorgeous. They must be delicate and pretty. They must look very pure. They must be cultured. If they didn't fall into prostitution, then they must be artistic women. They must be the daughter of a noble family or the daughter of a rich family. They must have a delicate face, a slender and pure figure, and a pitiful look in their eyes. They looked very pure and innocent. She would suddenly stab you and say, "Love is no choice. Life is not up to you." Running away from home and eloping were expressions of true love. Parents were vicious. They were full of power, equal social status, money, and secular ideas. They were backward, feudal, and had no human rights. Their methods were cruel, cold-blooded, violent, and unreasonable. My parents didn't really love me. They didn't consider my feelings at all. I simply couldn't breathe. I want to run away with you far away. We will go to the ends of the earth together. We will go to a dreamy place with beautiful mountains and clear waters to continue our love. We have done our best for our parents and family. We want freedom. Ningxu nodded. It is indeed your fault. You can just choose one of these three men to marry. I. Wanqing's face was twisted into a ball. She looked so bitter that people couldn't bear to force her. Zhou Buqing walked a few steps on his knees. Ningxu felt his knees hurt just by looking at him. Mother, this has nothing to do with Wanqing. I don't like the daughter of the Song family. If I don't break off the engagement, it will be unfair to me and the daughter of the Song family, Zhou Buqing said word by word. Although he looked anxious, his tone was calm. His voice was powerful, mature, and steady. The three men each had their own attractive points. Wanqing herself admitted that she had been merciful to all three of them. The three of them each have their own good points, and they each have their own attraction to me. I think I have feelings for all three of them. Maybe my feelings for Chuyu, the second son, are the strongest, but Buqing, the eldest son, is deeply in love with me, and Rongxian, the third son, and I are childhood sweethearts. It's hard for me to give him up. So God is teasing me. He made three such good people fall in love with me, but he made me lose myself in my own feelings. Ningxu's mouth twitched. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. She wanted all three of them, no one accused her of being greedy. Such a girl was synonymous with delicate and pitiful. It was also a little intoxicating. Now, she was a proper scumbag and a green tea bitch. Ningxu said to Zhou Buqing, "Call the second son and the third son over. I have something to say." Zhou Buqing looked a little uneasy and asked, "Mother, what do you want to say?" Zhou Bo also knew that he was in the wrong. It wasn't good for the family to break off the engagement like this, but if he didn't do anything, he would definitely regret it in the future. Now that he saw that his mother seemed angry, but her face was expressionless, Zhou Buqing felt a little uneasy. He wasn't afraid of anything, but he was a little afraid that his parents would blame Wan Qin. Ningxu said directly, I told you to call her over, so just call her over. Why are you talking so much? Zhou Buqing stood up and was about to pull up Wan Qin, who was kneeling beside him. Ningxu glanced at him and said coldly, Wan Qin keeps saying that it's her fault that you broke off the engagement. Since it's her fault, then kneel for a while longer. Wait until you call Zhou Bo and Zhou Bo over. Zhou Buqing immediately said, it's not Wan Qin's fault. It's my fault, really. Wan Qin immediately said, it's not like that. It's my fault. Buqing, you didn't do anything wrong. Zhou Buqing said, it's not your fault. It's my decision to break off the engagement. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you taking the blame? Wan Qin teared up. It's really my fault. Really? Zhou Buqing said, no. Wan Qin said, yes. Zhou Buqing said, no. Ningxu looked at the two with a cold face and said, what are you arguing about? You're making my head hurt. Boss, the more you talk, the longer she kneels. She already said that it's her fault. She's willing to kneel to atone for her sins. Hurry up and call her over. If you keep arguing, she'll keep kneeling. Wan Qin hurriedly said to Zhou Buqing, Buqing, hurry up. I'm fine. Zhou Buqing had no choice but to leave, leaving Wan Qin kneeling. Ningxu drank tea and looked at Wan Qin kneeling at the bottom of the steps. The scorching sun was shining in the sky. It was at least 35 degrees. It was very hot. Wan Qin was sold to the Zhou family as a child bride to ward off bad luck. However, the two elders of the Zhou family both treated Wan Qin as their own daughter. She had a maid to serve her and was spoiled. Now that she was kneeling in the sun, she couldn't take it anymore. However, without Ningxu's order, she didn't dare to get up. Wan Qin's mind was very sensitive. She more or less felt sad and uncomfortable about her life and fate. The maidservant beside Wan Qin was anxious to death, but there was nothing she could do. She kept looking around, hoping that the young master would come quickly. Soon, Zhou Buqing came over with second brother and third brother. Second brother Zhou Qiu saw Wan Qin kneeling on the ground and quickly walked over. He grabbed Wan Qin's arm and pulled her up. Why are you kneeling? Get up. Are you stupid? Can't you see such a big sun? Wan Qin was a little timid. She carefully glanced at Ningxu. Zhou Rongshuan immediately bent down and reached out to pat the dust off Wan Qin's knees. The eldest son was mature and steady, but he also had a lot of concerns. The second son was overbearing and direct. In this kind of situation, he directly pulled her up. The third son didn't put on any airs at all. He even patted Wan Qin's dust and asked her if her knee hurt. His personality could be seen at a glance. Eldest brother Zhou Buqing saw that Wan Qin's face was red from the sun. He said to Ningxu, Mother, they are here. Let's talk in the room. Ningxu took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. He nodded and said, okay, let's go. The four of them looked at each other. Second brother Zhou Qiu asked directly, Mother, where are we going? Ningxu looked surprised and said, Your father is in a coma now. As his children, shouldn't you be by his bedside? Where do you think we should go? The three sons were stunned. Eldest brother's face showed guilt. This is my fault. He fainted because of my father. Hearing that they were going to see their father, the three sons didn't refuse. Third brother was very concerned and asked if their father was okay. Wan Qin said, Madam, I'll go too. I treat master as my biological father. Ningxu only made a sound of acknowledgement and brought the four of them to Lord Zhou's room. Lord Zhou's complexion was much better, at least it wasn't as swollen as before. Eldest brother looked guilty. He didn't expect his parents to have such a big reaction to him breaking off the engagement. Ningxu said, Let's go to the side room. I have something to tell you. Wan Qin, come with us. The four of them looked at Ningxu's serious expression and felt a little nervous. They felt that they were about to face an important matter in their lives. Wanqin walked at the back. She didn't know why, but she felt that her legs were a little weak. Something was going to happen that made it difficult for her to make a decision. Ningxu sat down and glanced at the four faces one by one. He said, "There is no way to continue the engagement with the Song family. The friendship between the two families for more than 10 years is just like this. Things have happened. It's like spilled water. It can't be taken back." Zhou Buqing breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, mother. I will never make you and father angry again. Without the Zhou family, I will find a way to open up other business channels." Ningxu chuckled in his heart. It was too early to be grateful. What she was going to say next would make him angry. Ningxu coughed and focused his eyes on Wanqin. He said, "You are all grown up. It's time to start a family. Start a family first." Third brother immediately said, "Mother, I'm still young. My brothers haven't gotten married yet. How can I get married?" "Wait until my brothers get married. We'll talk about me." Ningxu played with the jade bracelet on his wrist. He looked at Wanqin and said, "Wanqin is the child bride of the Zhou family. The three of you grew up together. There must be some feelings between you. As for me, I've always treated Wanqin as my biological daughter. You can pick any of the three sons. Pick one and get married. It's good for everyone. What's the point of hanging on like this? Can you get money or candy by hanging on like this? Is it fun to make everyone suffer?" "Pick one," Ningxu said as he looked at Wanqin. Wanqin's face, which was originally red from the sun, turned white in an instant. It was as white as paper. Ningxu admired her ability to change her face so casually. The three men also focused their eyes on Wanqin. Even the overbearing second brother was looking at Wanqin nervously and expectantly. He hoped that Wanqin would choose him. Wanqin was Big Brother's child bride in name, but at the time, Big Brother was so sick that he couldn't go to fetch the bride. It was him and his mother who went to fetch the bride. In that case, Wanqin was actually also his bride. The three men's passionate and expectant eyes made Wanqin's heart tremble. Her heart was torn into many pieces. These three men were very important to her. No matter who she chose, she would definitely hurt the other two. Wanqin knelt down with a thud. Her eyes were filled with tears. She said to Ningxu as if she was crying, "Madam, from the moment I entered the Zhou family, I grew up with the three young masters. In my heart, the three young masters are all equally important. I can't bear to hurt them all. Madam, I don't want to hurt any of them." She couldn't bear to hurt one of them, so she wanted to hurt all three of them. Ningxu was confused by this logic. What kind of logic was this? Ningxu raised his eyebrows and said, "You mean you can't bear to hurt all three of them, so you want all three of them?" She liked all three of them, so there was no way to choose. It wasn't that Ningxu was dark, but that it felt good to be surrounded and cared for. Choosing one meant losing the other two. In terms of quantity, this deal was not worth it at all. Okay, Ningxu's words were really shocking. Although the domestic intellectuals were pursuing freedom, equality, and romance, there was only one marriage. Since ancient times, there had only been one husband and one wife with many concubines. There had never been a woman who married more than one man, and at the same time to three men who were brothers. Although some places had the custom of sharing wives, it was very rare. It was not the mainstream value of society. Such a shameless thing, just thinking about it was shocking. Wanqin was stunned for a while before she panicked. She said with a face full of humiliation and grievance, "Madam, how can you say that? I never thought of it that way. Madam, you can't insult me like this." "I see. I thought you couldn't bear to let the three men care for you, so you kept them in suspense and made them worry about you. You even made the boss break off the engagement for you. Now that the Song family's girl has been broken off, she has lost her reputation, and people are gossiping behind her back." After the boss, Zhou Qingbua, got engaged, Wanqin often looked at Zhou Qingbua with teary eyes. Her eyes were full of affection, and she looked weak. Ningxu felt that if he were a man, he would definitely think that this woman liked him. The boss was a little guilty and said, "I'm sorry for Miss Song, but it's better to end the pain quickly. If we really get married, it's a matter of a lifetime. I'm sorry for Miss Song. Ningxu said, Miss, why didn't you say before the engagement? Why didn't you insist at that time? Why did you have to make a fuss after the engagement? Don't tell me that you only completely understood your feelings after the engagement. Zhou Chengguo's expression was a little complicated, and he was a little guilty. Mother, if I said that's what happened, would you believe me? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Why would I care? I don't care what's going on. Today, Wanqin must choose one. First, second, or third will do. She can choose one, and then the rest will slowly pick a wife. What's the point of staying by one woman every day? Wanqin's expression was a little painful. Ningxu kowtowed and said with a sad face, Madam, please don't force me and the young masters. As Wanqin spoke, she looked at the three men. Her expression was painful, and she became more and more determined. Finally, she rushed out of the room. The three men involuntarily stepped forward to chase after her. Ningxu slammed the table. All of you, stop right there. Go and guard your father. Also, think carefully. Which one of you wants to marry Wanqin? If none of you want to marry her, then I'll send Wanqin back to her uncle's house. Anyway, Wanqin is still a virgin. I'll just give her some dowry and let her find a new husband. Anyway, I won't treat her badly. The third son, Zhou Rongshuan, was the most outspoken. When he heard that his mother was going to send Wanqin away, he quickly said, Mother, don't send her away. Wanqin's uncle and aunt are evil. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold her to our family. Who knows what kind of torture she'll suffer when she goes back? Ningxu snorted. You think I don't know? That's why I want her to choose to marry alone and stay in the Zhou family. Ningxu pretended to use a handkerchief to wipe the corners of his eyes. It looked like he was crying. I watched Wanqin grow up. In my heart, I already treat her as my own daughter. What I do is a mother's heart. Why don't you understand? If Wanqin doesn't get married, what status will she have in this family? What will the Zhou family look at her with? Sigh, hearing Ningxu's words, the three brothers' expressions relaxed. The way they looked at Ningxu was also not so resistant. Ningxu snorted in his heart. These people like to hear nice things. If you put on a straight face and said that it was for their own good, these brats wouldn't listen at all. Moreover, they would say that the parent was cruel and unreasonable. To deal with these people, one had to put on a sweet face and a bitter heart. One had to stand in their position and understand them. Then, one could successfully lead them by the nose. Ningxu let the three sons guard old Master Zhou and keep an eye on them. They were not allowed to run away. If nothing unexpected happened, Wanqin was preparing to hang herself. In order not to hurt the three men, Wanqin was prepared to sacrifice herself. However, she was saved by the third son. Now that the third son was being held by her, there was no way he could save her. Wanqin had to hang herself for a while longer. Without the third son to save her, it would probably be difficult. Before the third son arrived, she would probably be discovered. However, she definitely had to hang herself for a while longer. She didn't know if she would die from hanging. Even if she didn't die, she would have to suffer a little more. The three brothers were a little restless and kept looking at the door. Ningxu coughed and said, Give Wanqin some time to think it over. The more anxious you are, the greater the psychological pressure on Wanqin. The more difficult it is for her to make a choice. Let's wait for your father to wake up first. The three brothers restrained the anxiety on their faces and looked at old Master Zhou on the bed with concern. Ningxu released his spiritual force and scanned the entire Zhou family. Watching the show, he felt a little like cigarettes, beer, mineral water, peanuts, melon seeds, and ate treasure porridge. However, the current situation was not suitable. According to the plot, Wanqin found a piece of silk and began to hang herself. Ningxu curled his lips. Why didn't she find a rope and use good cloth? She used good things to hang herself. She was really spoiled. As a result, Wanqin was still sad all day, lamenting her fate. The price of this piece of hanging cloth was not low. Did she understand environmental protection? Wanqing shed tears and hung her neck on the cloth. Her face was beautiful and sad. She stepped on the ground. Wanqing began to struggle instinctively. Her hands clasped the rope. Her face began to turn blue. She breathed quickly and kicked her feet. Miss. Hua came in with a basin of water. When she saw her miss hanging, she was so scared that she dropped the basin and ran over to get Wanqing down. However, the little girl was weak. There was no way to get her down. Moreover, Wanqing was no longer struggling. Her tongue was out. Hua rolled and crawled. As she ran, she screamed, "Help, help, Miss is hanging herself. Master, help." Hua stumbled into the house, tripped over the threshold, and fell to the ground. She lay on the ground and cried for help. "Miss is hanging herself. She's hanging herself." The three men ran out like a gust of wind. Ningxu stood up, tidied up his clothes, and slowly walked over. Poor thing, hanging for so long. When Ningxu arrived at Wanqing's room, Wanqing had already been put down. Her eyes were closed, and her face was red and purple. Her chest was not moving up and down, and she looked like she was dead. Could it be that Wanqing had knelt down? Anyway, Ningxu did not believe it. The three men were very anxious. They surrounded Wanqing and did not dare to touch her. They did not know what to do. Ningxu was also very anxious. He asked the people around him to quickly call a doctor. She knew medicine, but she would not do it. She was the wife of a big family. How could she know medicine? Ningxu shook his head and said with pity, "You're so young, yet you're degrading yourself like this. Isn't it good to live?" The three men were full of regret and worry. They all felt that it was because of them. It was because they had forced Wanqing too much that she had hanged herself. Looking at Wanqing lying on the bed unconscious, and even her breathing was very weak, they regretted it very much. The doctor was dragged over and took her pulse. At the same time, he asked the maid to hammer Wanqing's chest. This was cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Ningxu watched from the side. He knew that Wanqing would not die because her heart was still beating weakly. She had not died. Wanqing looked weak and seemed like she could be blown away by a gust of wind. People could not help but want to protect and love her. However, her body was not weak. Life was still very tenacious and strong, like a little white flower fluttering in the wind. Not long after, Wanqing's eyelashes trembled and she woke up. Her eyes were full of confusion and mist. She looked very pitiful. In addition, there was a bruised red mark on her neck. This mark probably would not disappear for a long time. It really made people feel pity for her. Wanqing's eyes moved slowly. Looking at the people around the bed, she cried without saying anything. The three brothers surrounded the bed and asked about her well-being. The eldest brother frowned tightly and comforted Wanqing. The second brother directly threatened that if something like this happened again, he would not let Wanqing live well. The third brother kept anxiously asking Wanqing if she was in pain and if she wanted to drink water. Ningxu squeezed in and sat by the bed, holding Wanqing's hand. "You child, why are you so stubborn? If you die like this, others will say that our Zhou family forced you to die, that it was the three sons of the Zhou family who forced you to die." Wanqing cried. Because she had hurt her neck, her voice was hoarse and unpleasant. "Madam, it's not like that. I never thought of doing anything to the Zhou family. It's just that Wanqing couldn't bear it. Wanqing didn't want to hurt anyone. Rather than this, it's better to end Wanqing's pain. Wanqing is grateful to master, madam, and young masters." Wanqing's words moved the three men. They couldn't help but call her Wanqing, and then they were speechless. Ningxu couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. He was used to using this kind of crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang himself to threaten others to compromise. "Who cares if you die? Whether you die or not has nothing to do with me." The doctor asked the patient to have a good rest. The three men all had something on their minds. After coming out of Wanqing's room, they had been silent. No one spoke. Ningxu looked at the three men and grabbed a handful of melon seeds. However, he put them back on the fruit plate. At such a serious time, it was really not suitable to eat melon seeds. Recently, his mouth was a little itchy. He always wanted to eat something. Otherwise, his mouth would be empty. Eating melon seeds while watching a play was the happiest thing in life. Ningxu drank tea and asked, "Tell me, what should we do about this?" The eldest son, Zhou Buqing, said, "Mother, I don't think we should force Wanqin. Wanqin is a kind girl. The reason why she did such a thing is because she is too kind." Ningxu felt a little nauseous. This body probably had a bad stomach. Zhou Buqing took a deep breath. With a plop, Ningxu knelt down. "Mother, I want to leave for a while. I want to leave the Zhou family." This was within Ningxu's expectations, but he still covered his heart and pretended to be shocked. "What did you say?" Zhou Buqing said, "Mother, I have already thought about this matter." Seeing Wanqin hanging herself and the deep mark on her neck, Zhou Buqing suddenly realized that instead of forcing Wanqin and making things difficult for her, it was better for him to let go and leave. Ningxu just raised his eyebrows and said nothing. He just looked at him silently, which made the eldest son a little creeped out. The other two brothers looked at their older brother. Then, they understood. Of course, they knew that their older brother left for Wanqin. Zhou Buqing looked at Ningxu pleadingly. What could Ningxu do? As a mother who loved her son, of course, she would do whatever her son said. Ningxu nodded. "Okay, be careful on the road." Zhou Buqing was a little speechless. For a moment, he did not know what to say. The obstruction that he had expected did not exist. He had already expected that his mother would stop him and would not let him leave. However, the other party let him go directly. Why did he feel a little disappointed? This was not what he had imagined. Ningxu said again, "Since the eldest son has left, then the second son can marry Wanqin." The eldest son, second son, and third son, "Mother, what are you doing?" Zhou Buqing suddenly felt that his mother wanted to drive him away and then let his younger brother marry Wanqin. His heart was really very strange. It made Zhou Buqing's face very sad. However, words that were said were like water that had been poured out. Moreover, if Wanqin really chose the second son, it would be very painful for him to stay at home. Zhou Qiyu said directly, "Mother, Wanqin has already hanged herself. You are still forcing her now. Are you only going to give up when someone dies?" "I will not marry Wanqin. I will not force Wanqin to make a choice." "Mother, if you want to force me to marry Wanqin, then I will run away from home like Big Brother." "Ningxu, then what if I have to let you marry Wanqin today?" Zhou Qiyu straightened his neck. "Then I will leave home." Ningxu took a deep breath. Really, the son has grown up and the mother has no choice. If you want to leave, then leave. Men should be ambitious. It's good to go out for a walk. Ningxu was swift and decisive. With a few words, he drove his two sons out of the house. The packages were ready in a while. Ningxu handed the two suitcases to his two sons. "I know I can't stop you. Instead of letting you resent me, it's better to let you go out for a walk." In the plot, her three sons had all left. She was just following the plot. The eldest son and second son, what was wrong with their mother? Under Ningxu's urging, the two of them inexplicably arrived at the door. Then, inexplicably, a wine glass appeared in their hands. They looked at their mother in confusion as she pinched a pinch of soil on the ground and then sprinkled it into their glass. Ningxu said, "I know I can't stop you, but when you are traveling in a foreign land, eat some soil at home. You will feel at ease. When the time is up, come back. Don't be greedy for thousands of taels of gold in a foreign land. Mother will wait for you to come back. Drink." Ningxu looked at his two sons attentively. "Drink, sons. What kind of operation was this? Drinking wine with mud?" On the phone, why did it feel different from running away from home? It didn't feel like running away from home at all. Instead, it felt like being chased out. However, things had already come to this. They had already said that they would run away from home. If they went back on their words, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? However, thinking that Wanqin was forced to commit suicide, it was also a good thing to leave home. The two looked at the fine mud floating in the wine glass. Some of it sank to the bottom of the glass. It was really hard to drink. They closed their eyes and drank the wine. Then, they suddenly felt their teeth creak. The sand rubbed between their teeth, making them feel sore. It was uncomfortable. The two carried the box and left without looking back. The third son, Zhou Rongshuan, was in a daze. He couldn't react. How did his two brothers leave home in such a short time? Ningxu waved her handkerchief, then wiped the corners of her eyes with it. She turned her head and said to Zhou Rongshuan, "Third son, your eldest brother and second brother have left. You can marry Wanqi now." Zhou Rongshuan was stunned and didn't react for a long time. He stammered, Mother, what are you talking about?" Ningxu smiled slightly, revealing her white teeth. Together with her red lipstick, it was like a bloody mouth. She looked at Zhou Rongshuan lovingly. For some reason, Zhou Rongshuan looked at his mother and felt a chill down his spine. He asked, Mother, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Rongshuan swallowed as he spoke. Could it be that his mother was abnormal because of his eldest brother and second brother leaving? Ningxu said, "There is only one Wanqin. Your eldest brother and second brother have both left. This way, you can marry Wanqin. I know you also like Wanqin and are childhood sweethearts with her. Your eldest brother and second brother withdrew themselves. Now it's your turn to marry her. Son, are you happy? Are you happy?" Zhou Rongshuan, what happy? He wasn't happy. Hearing this news, the first thing that entered Zhou Rongshuan's mind was humiliation and displeasure. Not to mention whether Wanqin agreed to marry him or not, he couldn't let his two brothers down. Zhou Rongshuan said righteously to Ningxu, "Mother, I will never marry Wanqin." "Never?" Ningxu looked surprised and asked, "Don't you like Wanqin? Why don't you marry her? Don't you like her?" Zhou Rongshuan didn't hide his feelings. "Of course I like Wanqin, but I can't let big brother and second brother down." "Oh, Mother, I know. You deliberately drove big brother and second brother away in order to let me marry Wanqin. Mother, how can you treat big brother and second brother like this? Aren't they your children?" Ningxu was speechless. "Shut up, the three of you are not my children." Ningxu's silence made Zhou Rongshuan feel that he had guessed correctly. He immediately expressed his position, which was very firm and resolute. "Mother, if you must force me to marry Wanqin, then I will also leave home." Ningxu had been waiting for this sentence. He asked the servants to directly pack Zhou Rongshuan's luggage. After a while, someone came over with a leather suitcase. Ningxu took the suitcase from the servant and stuffed it into Zhou Rongshuan's hands. "If you want to leave home, then leave. If you hang around in front of me every day, I can't help but urge you to get married. Go out for a walk like your brothers. Remember to come back early." Ningxu squatted down and pinched a pinch of mud from the ground. He put it in a wine glass and handed the glass to Zhou Rongshuan, saying, "Drink. I'll wait for you to come back." Zhou Rongshuan was speechless. He suddenly understood why his brothers looked so confused. Anyway, Zhou Rongshuan also felt quite confused now. He felt like he had punched cotton. He had only resisted a little, but he hadn't made any fierce resistance. It was over just like that. The anger that he had just raised dissipated just like that. It felt so boring. Zhou Rongshuan actually felt a little regretful in his heart. It was his dream to marry Wanqin. It would be best if he could be with Wanqin. However, Zhou Rongshuan knew in his heart that Wanqin's feelings for his eldest brother and second brother were definitely deep. Words spoken were like water spilled. Now, even if he wanted to stay, he would be forced by his mother to marry Wanqin. The situation was not easy to deal with. Zhou Rongshuan now had mixed feelings. All kinds of emotions were rolling in his chest. Regret, discomfort, humiliation, and the fear of leaving home. He had never left home. Now that he had to face the outside world alone, his heart was uneasy. However, he had to bite the bullet and leave. Zhou Rongshuan also took the suitcase and left. His two brothers left without looking back. Zhou Rongshuan looked back from time to time. He didn't leave so decisively. Ningxu patted the dust off his hands and closed the door. Without the three big pig trotters in front of him, he felt that the world had become beautiful. The three sons left home. The second son went to the battlefield and found a wife. The third son also found a wife. Only the eldest son went out and wandered around. He didn't find anyone. After going around in circles, he still found Wanqin and married Wanqin. Did this mean that his wife would be his wife after all? It was really unpleasant. Now that she didn't have 3 men to protect her, she could do whatever she wanted. She liked to run away from home. It was inconvenient with her 3 sons in front of her. The most important thing was that if she didn't go out, how could the second and third sons find wives? In the plot, the 3 sons ran away from home. Madame Zhou was so angry that she directly drove Wanqin away. Wanqin had no choice but to return to her uncle's house with her maid. Wanqin's uncle's son was also a rascal. When he saw that Wanqin was as beautiful as a flower and was driven out by the Zhou family, he became lustful and wanted to do something bad to Wanqin. How could a girl be a match for a man? It was just that the maid took the blame for Wanqin. The maid was defiled. The master and the maid escaped from their uncle's house and made a living by embroidering. Later, the maid got pregnant. The 2 women lived very hard. Later, they were found by Zhou Buqing. Naturally, the 2 of them got married. In addition, the second and third sons had their own lovers. Wanqin felt that she could marry the eldest son without any psychological burden. There were still some twists and turns in the story. Ningxu wouldn't drive Wanqin out. Even if he drove her out, the one who suffered was someone else. Wanqin was a woman. Chastity was important. That maid suffered for Wanqin and even got pregnant. It was also quite miserable. Sigh. Ningxu felt that he was a kind person. How could he allow his beautiful maid to be defiled by a rascal? It was completely not worth it. A beautiful and kind girl couldn't be defiled. If he left Wanqin in the Zhou family, he could do whatever he wanted. The 3 sons ran far away. Who knew what happened at home? Even if he wanted to protect Wanqin, there was no way. She couldn't come back, /BK. No matter how pitiful Ren Wanqin was, no matter how pure and moving she was, the house was full of old people and women. Who cared how beautiful she was? 3 inches in the world throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man. I'll make sure that all of you are properly arranged and secure. Ningxu was finally able to crack melon seeds. There was no one watching from the side. She needed to put on airs and accompany her 3 sons. She couldn't even do something as leisurely as cracking melon seeds. Old Master Zhou woke up. After hearing that his eldest son had broken off the engagement, he also heard that his 3 sons had run away from home. None of them were left. He almost fainted again. Ningxu immediately advised Old Master Zhou that the 3 children had grown up and should go out and explore. Moreover, 3 men were circling around a woman. Who knew what kind of trouble would happen? At that time, the entire Zhou family would be finished. Let them go out and see the outside world. Their horizons would be broadened and they wouldn't be obsessed with the backyard. Maybe we can find a daughter-in-law for you when we go out. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Our Zhou family's children have the blessing of our ancestors. Old Master Zhou grabbed the edge of the table and barely didn't faint. He gasped for breath. He felt that he had fainted for a while, but why did it feel like he had fainted for a year? Old Master Zhou was a little chubby. His big belly trembled as he breathed. He said to Ningxu, "You should have waited for me to wake up before talking about this. Why didn't you tell me that you chased the child away?" Ningxu looked wronged. "Old Master, I didn't chase them away. They wanted to leave. I couldn't stop them. Moreover, I didn't know what would happen if they made a fuss. So I followed their wishes and let them leave. There's money in the box. They won't suffer. If there's no money, they will obediently come back." Old Master Zhou reluctantly agreed, but he still covered his head. My head hurts," as he spoke, he was helped to the bed. He lay on the bed and groaned. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Ningxu, "Since the 3 boys aren't willing to marry her, then the Zhou family doesn't need this daughter-in-law. When the time comes, don't make the Zhou family unrecognizable and become a joke." 3 brothers fighting over a wife, this was really a shameful thing. Old Master Zhou didn't want the Zhou family to become a joke in the eyes of others. Ningxu nodded and said, "Okay, but in other people's eyes, she's the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. If we kick her out and something happens, the Zhou family will be the ones to lose face." she would not drive Wanqing out. Even if she wanted to drive her out, she could not let her take the servant girl away. The servant girl belonged to the Zhou family. When Wanqing was sold to the Zhou family by her uncle's family, it was Lord Zhou and Madame Zhou who doted on Wanqing and gave her a maidservant to let her be like the eldest miss. However, it didn't mean that this maidservant was Wanqing's. When Wanqing left, she even took this servant girl with her. The two elders of the Zhou family were also furious. They hadn't thought of this. Moreover, Wanqing's cousin wasn't a good person. He wanted to taint Wanqing. Xianxia was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Of course, she could not be tarnished by others. At this time, the role of the maid came in handy. A maid had been defiled and even got pregnant. Lord Zhou was very angry. I can't drive her away, but I have to keep her at home. My heart hurts. Compared to his 3 sons, no matter how good Lord Zhou was to Wanqing, he was not his own son. Especially when his 3 sons had run away from home because of Wanqing. His impression of Wanqing was even worse. Ningxu comforted him and asked the servants to bring the cooked porridge. Lord Zhou was hungry and went to eat. He put this matter aside for the time being. Ningxu came to the outside of Wanqing's room. When the servant girl saw Ningxu, she quickly pushed the door open. Ningxu asked, "Wanqing is awake?" The servant girl said, "Madam, Miss is awake. She is lying on the bed crying and not speaking." Ningxu nodded and walked to the bedside. He saw Wanqing lying on the bed. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes and into her hair. Some tears flowed from the corners of her eyes and into her ears. Ningxu really wanted to say that it was easy to get ear infections if she cried like this. Looking at her pitiful and fragile appearance, she was probably waiting for someone to comfort her. Ningxu sat on the bedside and picked up the blanket to wipe the tears from the corners of Wanqing's eyes. Only then did Wanqing react. She turned her head to look at Ningxu. "Madam." Ningxu went straight to the point. "Because you were hanged, the 3 men all ran away from home." Wanqing was stunned and sat up. "What? Ran away from home?" She was hanged for a while and heard this news when she woke up. Ningxu nodded. "That's right. Because you ran away from home." Wanqing immediately frowned. With a bitter face, she said bitterly, "Madam, why didn't you stop them?" "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." As she spoke, she covered her face and started crying. Ningxu felt his ears itch. "It's your fault. You didn't want to choose one of them." 1, 2, and 3 all left dejectedly. They were afraid that you would hang yourself again. Wanqing was speechless. It wasn't like that. She didn't want to hurt them. How could it be like this? Ningxu touched Wanqing's head and said, "Wanqing, you're already an adult. You have to learn to live hard. From tomorrow onwards, you can start embroidering. Remember that the Zhou family has an embroidery shop. Embroider well and sell it in the shop, okay? Also, Master is angry now. He said that it was because of you that the 3 of them ran away from home. He said some unpleasant things. Don't take it to heart." Wanqing was originally in the wrong. Seeing that he was so tolerant and considerate of her, Wanqing immediately agreed. She was afraid that she would be kicked out of the Zhou family. If she was kicked out, she wouldn't have anywhere to go. Wanqing was unwilling to go to her uncle's house. If it wasn't for her uncle's family, she wouldn't have been sold. Wanqing had always been self-pitying about her background. In the end, she was sold. Ningxu grabbed the corner of the quilt and wiped her tears. "Don't cry. Wait for them to come back. They will definitely come back." "Thank you, madam." Wanqing stammered and thanked Ningxu. Ningxu smiled slightly. He was tolerant and magnanimous. He was so benevolent and great. "I've always treated you as my own daughter. No matter what, I'll always stand from a woman's point of view to understand you." Ningxu felt that it was very interesting. He had to stand from his son's point of view and Wanqing's point of view. He had to integrate himself into this group of people. If you treat her well fiercely, she won't appreciate it. That sweet, tolerant, and magnanimous person will cheat you. Then don't cry. Get up and do something else, such as embroidering to divert your attention. You must not have any psychological burden. Men are ambitious. It's also good to go out and explore more. And maybe you'll meet a girl you like. This way, you won't be in a difficult position to choose between them. Wanqing's expression suddenly became a little unpredictable. BK Ningxu looked at Wanqing's face. He knew that she was greedy. She did not want to choose. She was greedy for the feeling of being cared for. But none of the three men blamed her. It was probably because of her pure, innocent, and kind eyes. Wanqing wanted to say something, but Ningxu interrupted her. Are you okay now? Get up and walk. I'll give you the embroidery later. Wanqing coughed. Her voice was hoarse. The marks on her neck were still there. She wanted to say that she wanted to rest, but she could not say it. Ningxu said, by the way, didn't the master faint? Your maid will be transferred to the master's side to serve him. It might be inconvenient for you during this time. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She looked at Hongyu beside her and was momentarily speechless. Wanqing's expression was very surprised. It was beyond her expectations. She did not expect her maid to be transferred. In Wanqing's heart, Hongyu was her maid. It seemed that she would follow her for the rest of her life. She never thought that Hongyu would leave one day. Hongyu immediately knelt down. Ningxu said, Madam, Hongyu does not want to leave Mississippi. Hongyu. Wanqing looked at Hongyu with tears in her eyes. She was very touched. Ningxu almost rolled his eyes. It was not a matter of life and death. How did it become like this? To be precise, Hongyu was a maid of the Zhou family. She was a servant of the Zhou family. How could she separate the master and servant? Ningxu was still gentle and magnanimous. He said to the master and servant, Hongyu is only temporarily going to serve the master. When the master is a little better, she can come back. The world is not peaceful now. I heard that there is going to be a war. The Zhou family's business is not good now, especially when the eldest son broke off the engagement with the daughter of the Song family. Now that the two families have stopped doing business, the Zhou family's situation is even worse. When the Song family was mentioned, Wanqing felt inexplicably guilty. Naturally, she could not refuse. Wanqing said to Hongyu, Hongyu, you go take care of the master. Don't worry. You can come back soon. Since Wanqing had said so, Hongyu naturally couldn't say anything. Ningxu felt that Hongyu had probably stayed with Wanqing for too long. Her brain was a little dull and abnormal. The Zhou family was her client. They were the ones who gave her monthly allowance. They were the Zhou family. He wanted to switch jobs, but in the end, he made all sorts of excuses. If it was someone else who was the mistress of the household, they would be infuriated to death. They would directly order the servant girls to pack up and leave. After spending too much time with a retard, one would also become a retard. This disease seemed to be contagious. She had been bewitched by Wanqing's sisterly sentiments all day long. If the sisterhood was truly deep, then why didn't Wanqing serve Hongyu? The two of them didn't sleep on the same bed. The Zhou family had servants' rooms, and Hongyu slept on a shared bed. Ningxu said a few words to Xianxia and then left with Hongyu. Wanqing sat on the bed, alone in the empty room. She suddenly felt sad and desolate, as if she was the only one left in the world. The three brothers had left without any warning or expectation. Now, the servant girl beside her had also left. Ningxu brought Hongyu to Master Zhou's room and asked Hongyu to do some things like serving tea and pouring water. Although Hongyu was unhappy and didn't want to leave Wanqing, she couldn't resist. She could only serve Master Zhou, even if she was unwilling. Ningxu had nothing to do, so he asked the kitchen to stew some soup and make some delicious food. He ate happily. It was not in vain to arrange for these people. Whenever there was embroidery work in the embroidery shop, Ningxu would ask the manager to send some embroidery to the Zhou family for Wanqing to embroider. Of course, they also had to be paid. However, the wages were a little less than the embroiderers in the embroidery shop. Ningxu felt sad all day long. If he didn't find something for Wanqing to do, he would feel uncomfortable in his heart. The Zhou family had to bear the cost of food and drink. He also had to let Wanqing do something to make the best use of everything. In the name of finding something for her to do, so that she wouldn't think too much. Look, she was thinking for Wanqin. She was afraid that Wanqin would think too much and lose her neck. Wanqin didn't want to take the money and said to Ningxu, Madam, master is so good to me. It's not right for me to take the money. Ningxu smiled slightly, what a good child. If you want to eat something, just tell the cook. If you're tired, just take a rest. There's no hurry to do these work. The two of them held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes for a while. They were touched for a while. Then Ningxu left, leaving Wanjun to face a large basket of embroidery alone. Wanqin sighed and began to embroider. She hid something in her heart. She thought about what the three men would encounter outside and who they would meet. Would it be like what Madame said, that they would meet a girl they liked? Gee. Wanqin was accidentally pricked by a needle and blood beads appeared. Wanqin quickly wiped the blood beads to prevent the blood from contaminating the embroidery. Ningxu was quite comfortable as a wife. Every day, she just ate, drank, went to the toilet and slept. Occasionally, other wives would come to play mahjong with her and then gossip. There were also some people who came to gossip about the Zhou family in the name of concern. The news that the three sons of the Zhou family ran away from home had already spread in the town. The Zhou family was also a well-known family in the town. It would be strange if there was no gossip about such a thing. Ningxu directly declined these people's visits and closed the door to recuperate. This body was already in menopause. It was restless and prone to dreams. It was also prone to night sweats. It was very uncomfortable. Ningxu had nothing to do, so he boiled some nourishing soup to drink. Ningxu was living well, but Wanqin was not so well. There were so many embroidery waiting for her to do. Embroidery was a delicate work that required full attention. It was very tiring. She hurt her eyes and cervical vertebra. If she made a mistake, she had to do it again. Especially when Wanqin said that she didn't want to be paid. Now she was in a difficult position. She couldn't tell Ningxu that she didn't want to do it anymore. She was so tired and didn't have any salary. She had no motivation at all. But she didn't want money. Anyway, Wanqin was very uncomfortable now. Seeing a room full of embroidery, she didn't want to do it at all. But she was urged to hand in the finished product. In short, Wanqin was mentally and physically tired. She couldn't sleep well at night. Even her eyes were a bit blurry. Wanqin had no choice but to find someone to help. At this time, Wanqin thought of her servant girl, Hongyu. Hongyu also knew how to embroider. It might be faster to ask her for help. Wanqin found Hongyu. Hongyu was preparing water for Lord Zhou to wash his face. She carried the copper basin to the room and saw Wanqin standing in the corridor, looking into the distance with a melancholy face. Hongyu hurried over and asked, Miss, why are you here? Wanqin turned her head and looked at the basin Hongyu was carrying. She said, Hongyu, you've suffered. Wanqin looked at Hongyu lovingly and self-reproachfully. Wanqin felt that she was incompetent, so she let Hongyu suffer like this. Hongyu, you've suffered. Hongyu shook her head and said, it's nothing. I just did some ordinary things. To be honest, Hongyu felt a little confused. When she served Miss Wanqin, she also served tea and water. How could Miss Wanqin say that she suffered? Wanqin understood and said to Hongyu, Hongyu, I'll tell Madam to ask you to come back. Hongyu frowned. After all, they had been master and servant for many years. She nodded and said, okay. Wanqin laughed. She grabbed Hongyu's hand and was about to take her to see Ningxu. Hongyu was holding a basin of water in her hand. Seeing Wanqin so anxious, she said, Miss, I have to send water to Master to wash his face. The Master was still waiting. If he was late, the Master would definitely be angry. As a servant, if she couldn't do these things well, she would definitely be kicked out. Wanqin suppressed her excitement and nodded to Hongyu. She said, then you go. I'll wait for you. Ningxu released his spiritual force all the time. Every move of everyone in the Zhou family was under Ningxu's eyes. Ningxu expected that Wanqin would look for Hongyu. After all, there were so many things to do. Wanqin couldn't force herself to die. She would definitely find someone to help her. He just didn't know what Hongyu thought and whether she would go back with her. Ningxu smeared oil on his hair. He wanted to maintain his hair black and shiny. He had to be beautiful. At this age, the mentality was the most important. He couldn't be in a bad mood because of some people. Ningxu treated this task as a vacation. He had to eat and drink well. When the client came back and saw that he had become so beautiful, she would be in a good mood. He had food and clothes. Half of his life had passed. What should he do? When people died and entered the world of samsara, there was no way to worry about what would happen after that. Anyway, his 3 sons had their own places. Ningxu had nothing to worry about. Anyway, he would find a wife, the eldest. Anyway, Ningxu would never let the eldest be with Wanqin. He had to eradicate Wanqin, this disaster, and he couldn't destroy the relationship between mother and son. Even if he wanted to break up the couple, he had to do it secretly. Blatant opposition would only make them more united to unite against the outside world. The old servants around him said that Ningxu was in a good state of mind now, he had become younger. Of course, he had nothing to worry about, so he was young. Worry was easy to age. Ningxu tidied herself up inside and out, waiting for Wanqin and Hongyu to come to her door. And Wanqin was still waiting, Wanqin was still waiting, Wanqin was still waiting, Wanqin was still waiting. Wanqin said to Hongyu, "Are you ready? I'll take you to find Madam now." Hongyu wanted to say something but hesitated. However, she still followed Wanqin to Ningxu's room. She whispered, "Miss, is this really okay? Madam sent me to serve Master. If I disturb Madam now, will Madam be unhappy?" She knew that she was just a servant, and Wanqin was the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. Although she didn't know whose daughter-in-law she was now, she was obviously more important than her. During this time, she left Hongyu and served Master Zhou. She heard a lot more than before. Wherever there were people, there was gossip. The Zhou family gathered together to gossip when they had nothing to do. They gossiped about the master's family. During this time, everyone's gossip revolved around the 3 sons of the Zhou family and Wanqin. There were all kinds of words. Some said that the 3 young masters ran away from home because none of them wanted to marry Wanqin, so they ran away from home. Hongyu sneered at such words. It was not like that. Miss Wanqin didn't want to hurt others, so she hanged herself. She planned to sacrifice herself, otherwise the young masters would be embarrassed. But Hongyu always felt strange in her heart. Some said that Wanqin was fickle. She was the child bride of the eldest young master. She was the daughter-in-law of the eldest young master. In the end, she was with the 2nd young master and the 3rd young master. She seduced the 2nd young master and the 3rd young master. The servants were still very respectful to the master, so they couldn't say bad things about the 3 young masters. But they were not so polite to Wanqin. Master Zhou and Madame Zhou were very good to Wanqin. They were all bought into the Zhou family. Why could Master Zhou and Madame Zhou like Wanqin? Many people were jealous. Moreover, the 3 young masters had left home. No one was protecting Wanqin. Naturally, their words were much more unpleasant. Hongyu couldn't refute these words. But the 3 young masters liked Miss, and Miss didn't want it. However, it seemed that Miss was the same to the 3 young masters. She was as shy and embarrassed as a woman who had fallen in love. Hongyu's mind was in a mess. She followed Wanqin and stood in front of the door of the master's wife's room. Looking at the hanging curtain, Hongyu wanted to turn around and leave. But Miss Wanqin had already spoken, and Madam had let them in. Hongyu could only follow them in. Ningxu sat on a chair surrounded by roses and casually peeled longan to eat. He asked casually, "Wanqin, why are you looking for me?" Wanqin knelt down with a thud. It was summer. She knelt down so firmly. Just hearing the sound of it was painful. Ningxu's heart didn't waver, but he looked surprised. "Ah, why are you kneeling down? The floor is cold. Get up quickly." Of course, Wanqin wouldn't get up. Seeing Wanqin kneel down, Hongyu had no choice but to kneel down too. But Hongyu didn't kneel down directly. Instead, she slowly knelt down. Ningxu took a sip of tea and ignored the 2 kneeling people. Wanqin hesitated and said, "Madam, can you let Hong Yu come back?" Ningxu put down the teacup and asked, "What's wrong? Is the servant too tired and can't do it alone? Do you need someone to help you?" Hong Yu was speechless. Hong Yu's expression became a little strange. So Miss Wanqin had asked her to go back because of something. She was going back to ask her to help with something. In that case, it didn't matter where she stayed. Speaking of which, it was very easy to serve master in his room. After doing what she needed to do, she still had time to wander around and play. Hong Yu also heard that Miss Wanqin had started embroidery recently. She heard that it was to help the Zhou family. Now that she was asked to go back, it must be to help with these things. Embroidery was a very tiring thing. If Hong Yu hadn't left and stayed by Wanqin's side, it would have been fine. She didn't have to serve Master Zhou, so she was willing to suffer with Wanqin. But it was different now. Following Master Zhou, she only had to serve tea and water, prepare things to wash up in the morning and evening, and the cook was in charge of eating. Her life was very relaxed. This little bed of friendship was about to be flipped over. When Ningxu saw Hong Yu's expression, he wanted to laugh. Wanqin was a little speechless. She really didn't know how to respond. She didn't expect Ningxu to be so direct. It made her seem like she had bad intentions now. She didn't want to find help, but she was worried that Hong Yu had been wronged by the master. In her heart, Hong Yu was like a sister. It was a little awkward now. Hong Yu must be unhappy. Wanqin glanced at Hong Yu and found that her expression was normal. Then, she looked at Ningxu with a little resentment. Ningxu didn't seem to notice her complicated look at all. He said to Wanqin and Hong Yu, "I'm not an arbitrary person. This matter depends on Hong Yu. If Hong Yu wants to go back, then go back." Wanqin immediately looked at Hong Yu. Her eyes were full of expectation and happiness. She was happy that Hong Yu could go back with her. "Hong Yu. I'm a servant. I'll listen to the madam." Hong Yu didn't really want to go back now. She knew that Miss Wanqin was here to find a strong man to let her go back and help with embroidery. Hong Yu felt that her life now was very good and relaxed. Especially when she didn't have to face Wanqin's bitter face. Wanqin loved to be sad and talk about some inexplicable things. It was hard and tiring to go back. However, Hong Yu couldn't refuse Wanqin directly. She could only kick the ball to Ningxu. Wanqin looked at Hong Yu in disbelief. In her imagination, Hong Yu should be very happy and even cry in each other's arms. They could finally be reunited. However, Hong Yu's behavior was like a bucket of ice water poured directly on her. It was cold and made Wanqin feel betrayed. Wanqin's watery eyes seemed to be filled with tears. She looked at Hong Yu pitifully. Although there was no blame in her eyes, the lethality of her eyes was a little strong. Hong Yu turned her head to avoid Wanqin's eyes. Ningxu laughed in his heart. How could Wanqin be so confident that Hong Yu would go back with her? It might not be easy to serve Wanqin. To be honest, old Master Zhou wasn't a meddlesome person. He was a man, so he usually went out to do business and socialize. Otherwise, he would go to the shop to run some errands. He would only be at home in the morning and at night. It was not difficult to serve Lord Zhou, but it was different when he was with Wanqin. Except for sleeping at night, he had to stay with her all the time. If he had nothing to do, he would ask him to run errands. It might not be easy. Ningxu transferred Hong Yu away so that Hong Yu could enjoy a relaxed working environment. Once she enjoyed it, she was not willing to lose it. Wanqin didn't have many people around her. Besides, Ningxu didn't want Hong Yu to be taken away by Wanqin and be defiled and pregnant. Wanqin, on the other hand, waited until Boss came back. If she married Boss, what would happen to Hong Yu? In the plot, it seemed that Wanqin's uncle's family came to propose marriage to Hong Yu. Marrying into such a family was no different from jumping into a fire pit. It was a convenient thing to do, and it also divided the master and servant. Ningxu sat on the chair like the Guanyin Bodhisattva. He smiled as if he could save all living beings. "It's okay, Hong Yu. If you want to stay by Wanqin's side, you can. I'll send someone else to serve Lord. I thought about it carefully. You have a good relationship. It's not right to separate you like this. Hong Yu, you'd better follow Wan Qin. When Hong Yu heard this, her expression changed. She hurriedly said, Madam, I'm willing to serve Lord. Since Madam wants me to serve Lord, I'm a servant. I should listen to Madam. Wan Qin's tears flowed down. Now she was sure that Hong Yu was unwilling to go back with her. Their relationship of so many years was gone. Wan Qin didn't understand what happened. Hong Yu was forced to speak her mind. She felt a little guilty in front of Wan Qin. However, Hong Yu was unwilling to sacrifice herself to return to Wan Qin's side. With the same salary, of course, she would choose an easier job. Wan Qin laughed bitterly. Her face was full of bitterness, but she still said, Hong Yu will serve Lord well. Lord has been very kind to me. I'll take it as fulfilling filial piety for me. Hong Yu, why did this sound so strange? Fulfilling filial piety for you? She was doing her job. Wan Qin was actually flattering herself. She was doing her job. What did it have to do with Wan Qin fulfilling filial piety? Of course, Wan Qin only muttered these words in her heart. She didn't say it out loud. Ningxu nodded. Since Hong Yu wants to serve Lord, I'll find another servant for you. She still had to do some face work. When the 3 pig trotters came back, they would say that she abused Wan Qin. Of course, she couldn't guarantee the quality of this servant. Perhaps this maidservant was diligent and kind, or perhaps she was a gluttonous and lazy person. Wan Qin shook her head and said to Ningxu, There's no need, madam. The other servants aren't Hong Yu. Ningxu, Hong Yu, it's better if you don't want it. If you don't want it, then go busy yourself. Alright, if you need anything, just tell me. You're my daughter, Ningxu said kindly. The sweetest thing was that she said a few nice words, but she didn't do anything. Alright, I'll do as you say. If you don't want it, then don't. Wan Qin got up from the ground and left the room after saying goodbye to Ningxu. Hong Yu breathed a sigh of relief and followed her out of the room. The two met at the door. Hong Yu felt a little guilty and quickened her pace. Wan Qin caught up with Hong Yu and said, Hong Yu, do you have any difficulties? Or were you forced by someone? Wan Qin still didn't believe that Hong Yu didn't want to go back with her. They had been together for so many years. How could Hong Yu not be close to her overnight? No matter how she thought about it, it was impossible. There must be some difficulties. Hong Yu, if you have any problems, tell me. I'll definitely help you solve it, Wan Qin said as she held Hong Yu's hand and looked at her sincerely. Hong Yu, I don't have any difficulties, Miss Wan Qin. I'm a servant. What I do is serve people. Hong Yu pulled her hand out. No, in my heart, you're not just a servant. You're also the person closest to me. I'll share my happy and unhappy things with you. In my heart, you're not a servant. Hong Yu. But I'm just a servant. Miss Wan Qin, I wasn't forced by anyone, and there's nothing difficult about it. I'm going to prepare the things. Goodbye, Miss Wan Qin. Hong Yu left, leaving Wan Qin in a daze. Her heart was cold. When she returned to her room, she looked at the embroidery in the room. The various colored threads dazzled her eyes. Wan Qin suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. She didn't want to do it at all. There were so many embroidery. How long would it take? Moreover, she was doing it for free. It was uncomfortable. Wan Qin especially missed the person who ran away from home. As Wan Qin embroidered, her tears fell. Her tears fell on the cloth, forming spots. Wan Qin wiped her tears, but more and more tears flowed. She couldn't control them at all. In the end, Wan Qin crawled on the bed and cried in a suppressed manner. Fat Lass looked at Wan Qin curiously. She couldn't figure out why Wan Qin was crying for no reason. Fat Lass's nerves were as thick as her body. She looked outside and saw that it was time for breakfast. Generally speaking, the servants could only eat after the master finished eating. It was time to eat. Fat Lass said to the sobbing Wan Qin, Miss, what do you want to eat? I'll bring you food. When Wan Qin heard this, she cried even harder. She felt terrible. She missed the 3 young masters. Wan Qin ignored Fat Lass. Fat Lass saw that the miss was ignoring her and was afraid that there would be no food later. She ignored Wanqin and went to eat. Fat Lass felt that Wanqin was really crazy. It was already time to eat. Why didn't she eat? She felt terrible if she didn't eat. Fat Lass's figure was due to eating. When Fat Lass came back after eating, she saw that Wanqin was embroidering again with tears on her face. Fat Lass asked, "Miss, are you hungry? Do you want to eat?" Wanqin glanced at Fat Lass. Fat Lass's dark and fat face squeezed her eyes so much that they were small. She looked like this and still ate all day. What was wrong with her? Wanqin couldn't bear to look at her. She shook her head and said, "I'm not hungry." Fat Lass nodded and stood aside. She took out a bun from her pocket and nibbled on it. Suddenly, the room was filled with the smell of vegetable buns. Wanqin's tone was very heavy and contained anger. However, the thick-skinned Fat Lass couldn't feel it at all. She said okay and opened the door to sit on the steps at the door and nibbled on the bun. Wanqin felt extremely stifled. One was sensitive, while the other was big-hearted and fat. Her nerves were as thick as steel. She completely understood the other party's thoughts. Fat Lass didn't know that Wanqin was sulking. If Wanqin didn't say it, Fat Lass wouldn't know. Even if she said it, Fat Lass wouldn't understand. She would even blame her for being angry and not eating. She could vomit people to death. Wasn't it infuriating? Not only did she not find a helper, but she also brought back such a person. He regretted looking for Madame. After Fat Lass finished eating the steamed buns, she burped and pushed the door open. Seeing Wanqin in a daze, Fat Lass asked naively, "Miss, are you hungry?" "Xianxia, I'm not hungry. Stay by my side and don't disturb me." If it was Hong Yu, perhaps he could still talk to her and relieve the worries in his heart. Hong Yu understood her thoughts. After being together for so many years, Hong Yu would understand whatever she said. With Hong Yu around, they could still chat while doing it. There was still some hope for their lives. But now, there was no hope at all. Even if she told Fat Lass what was on her mind, Fat Lass wouldn't understand. Moreover, seeing Fat Lass like this, she wasn't in the mood to chat with her, let alone talk about her thoughts. Just looking at it gave him a headache. Xianxia's heart was as dead as ash. She threw down the embroidery in her hands and rubbed her eyes. Her eyes were sore and astringent. Her hands were also pricked with many needles. Fat Lass felt that there was something wrong with Miss Wanqin. She didn't even eat. How could she have the strength if she didn't eat? She was so skinny that her face was only the size of a palm. A slap from her face was enough to make her fall to the ground. It was so uncomfortable. Xian didn't like Fat Lass. Fat Lass also felt uncomfortable interacting with Xian. Her whole body felt like a cat's claws, as if there were fleas crawling on her skin. It was uncomfortable. Usually, when she worked with others, they could even chat and eat melon seeds when they had nothing to do. It was relaxing and she could laugh. She let her work without hesitation. She didn't know what to do here at all. There was an uncomfortable atmosphere and aura around Miss Wanqin. She looked delicate and pitiful, making people feel pity for her. But at the same time, it also made people feel bitter. It made people feel uncomfortable when they saw her. Fat Lass had heard the cook describe Miss Wanqin before. She said that Wanqin was a Yangzhou skinny horse. She didn't quite understand what Yangzhou skinny horse meant. However, the cook's smile was a little disdainful. She said that men liked this. Even a drop of tear could make them look beautiful. Fat Lass didn't understand. Wasn't that good? It was a good thing that she could look good when she cried. Just like when she cried out loud. Why would she care if she looked good or not? The cook sneered. Fat Lass, no man likes you. Fat Lass, you can go out. I'll call you if there's anything. Wanqin saw Fat Lass standing there in a daze. She was like a wooden stake, and an ugly wooden stake. She was so fat that even her neck couldn't be seen. She really didn't want to see Fat Lass. Wanqin suspected that Madame was deliberately disgusting her, but she heard that this maidservant was very strong and very capable. But embroidery wasn't something that required strength. It was uncomfortable. Fat Lass obediently went out and sat on the steps at the door. She took out a handful of pumpkin seeds from her pocket and slowly ate them. She looked into the room again and again. Previously, Madame had asked her to take good care of Miss Wanqin. Miss Wanqin had hanged herself before and almost died. Fat Lass suddenly understood that Madame had sent her here to protect Wanqin. At least Miss Wanqin was hanging. She had enough strength to carry Miss Wanqin down. Fat Lass couldn't understand. Why did Miss Wanqin want to commit suicide? She ate and drank well every day, wore silk and satin, and wore jewelry. Although the things she wore weren't as shiny as gold, she heard from the other maidservants that Miss Wanqin wore things that were more valuable than gold. She couldn't understand. She couldn't understand. Ningxu was about to die of laughter. With such a combination, if there was tacit understanding, it would be fine, but if there wasn't, it would be very painful. Fat Lass was the kind of person who could eat well and didn't think too much. She wasn't scheming and was straightforward. If there was anything, just tell her directly. She could do it very well. She was very willing to use her strength. But Wanqin's heart was hurt now. The three men had run away from home. Wanqin felt an unprecedented loneliness. Since she was young, the three of them were inseparable. They had never not contacted or seen each other for such a long time. Moreover, Wanqin was a young lady before and had never suffered like this. She worked like an ordinary person. Wanqin needed someone like Hong Yu who could help her relieve the pain in her heart. She was physically and mentally exhausted, and what Wanqin needed was someone like Hong Yu who could help her. But she just had to arrange an unromantic Fat Lass for her. She could make Wanqin explode. What was the benefit of being angry? She was the mistress of the house. She directly used a soft knife to deal with a person, and she even smiled and stabbed the soft knife so that the other party couldn't find her weakness. She felt uncomfortable and had to accept her kindness. It was as disgusting as eating shit. /BK It was difficult for Wanqin and Fat Lass to get along with each other. Both of them felt that it was difficult to get along with each other. Fat Lass found Ningxu and said that she was willing to do odd jobs. She couldn't serve Miss Wanqin. Ningxu, of course, smiled and coaxed Fat Lass to go back. Fat Lass was stunned by Ningxu's bewitching words. She patted her chest and said that she would take good care of Miss Wanqin. When Fat Lass went back, she suddenly woke up when she saw Wanqin's pitiful appearance, as if she would cry at any time. Miss Wanqin was delicate porcelain. She couldn't be touched. When Fat Lass faced Wanqin, she tiptoed and didn't dare to touch her. She was strong. If she touched Miss Wanqin, she might fall to the ground. When it was time to deliver the goods, Ningxu took a few people to Wanqin's room. Wanqin's room looked a little messy. Threads of various colors were entangled and rolled into a ball. It was more messy than cutting them. All kinds of cloth were placed on the table. Wanqin was lying on the table and falling asleep. It seemed that she had stayed up all night embroidering. She couldn't stand it anymore, so she fell asleep on the table. Ningxu tapped on the table with her fingers, making a tapping sound, which woke up Wanqin who was sleeping. Wanqin woke up and rubbed her eyes. When she saw Ningxu, she immediately stood up and called out, "Madam." Recently, Wanqin hadn't rested well. She looked haggard and even had dark circles under her eyes. She used to look pitiful and listless, but now she looked listless. Ningxu frowned tightly. "It's time to deliver the goods. How much have you embroidered?" Wanqin took out a few handkerchiefs. They were the results of Wanqin's work. Ningxu took the handkerchiefs and glanced at them. They were sloppy. Some of the stitches were a little rough. It didn't look high-end at all. Wanqin looked at Ningxu carefully. When she saw Ningxu's frown, she raised her eyebrows and called out, "Madam." Ningxu put down the handkerchief and said to Wanqin seriously, "This is your finished product. It's so little. The embroidery shop is still waiting for the goods." I'm sorry. Wanqin immediately apologized. "I didn't know. I'm sorry. Wanqin's expression was painful and guilty, making people unable to blame her. Sorry, Ningxu wasn't in the mood to be protective of the fairer sex. Ningxu was protective of beautiful and kind girls. But he wasn't in the mood for that at all. He would deal with Wanqin first. When the 3 pig trotters came back, he would train the 3 pig trotters. This was a matter involving 4 people. None of them should even think about escaping. Wanqin, if you can't do it on your own, you should tell me. Didn't I always tell you that you have to tell me if you have any questions? Do you know how much loss the embroidery shop will have to bear if you keep it to yourself and delay the construction period? Wanqin, I'm very disappointed in you. Ningxu's face was full of disappointment. He sighed and looked at Wanqin. Wanqin's face turned red. Most importantly, there were so many people watching. She felt that her dignity had been trampled on. She was very uncomfortable. Sweat seeped out of her back. It was as uncomfortable as being pricked by needles. I'm sorry. Wanqin lowered her head and apologized. She was very upset with herself. At the same time, she had a feeling of resentment toward Ningxu. She missed the 3 young masters even more. Ningxu sighed. Wanqin, if you don't tell me, how would I know that you can't do it? You should tell me if you can't finish embroidering. But it's not bad that you can embroider these. Thank you, madam, but I still can't do it well. Wanqin sighed in relief. It's all because of me that the construction period was delayed. Ningxu asked someone to take away the embroidered things and said to Wanqin, it seems that you can't embroider so much. Embroider less next time. Wanqin was speechless. Embroider more, she was already so tired from embroidering these. She still had to give so much more. Wanqin's lips moved. She wanted to say something, but her self-esteem made her unable to say anything. Ningxu looked at Wanqin's constipated face and asked, is there anything else? Wanqin said. There's nothing else. Ningxu nodded. Okay. Put these embroidered things in the embroidery shop. You can embroider the rest slowly. There's no rush, Ningxu said to Wanqin. Wanqin was speechless. Ningxu gave the embroidery to the embroiderer behind him and turned to leave. Wanqin called out to Ningxu. Ningxu looked back at her and asked, is there anything else? Wanqin looked at Fat Lass, who was standing beside her like a wooden stake, and said, Madam, can you transfer Hongyu back to my side? Hongyu can help me. We've always lived together. Fat Lass is very good, but I'm more familiar with Hongyu. Wanqin really couldn't stand Fat Lass anymore. It was better not to have Fat Lass. At least there was no one in front of her. It was very uncomfortable. Ningxu nodded without thinking. Okay. If Hongyu is willing to come back with you, that's fine. If not, I won't force her. You can talk to her. She should be willing to come back. Ningxu would never use her authority to ask Hongyu to come back. If she insisted that Hongyu come back, she would definitely come back. However, Ningxu wouldn't do that. Wouldn't it be better if Hongyu rejected Wanqin personally? Only then did Xianxia reveal a smile, but this smile was bitter. Ningxu said to Wanqin, regardless of whether Hongyu comes back or not, Fat Lass can stay here first. If there's anything, she can run errands. Wanqin just nodded and sighed in her heart. Ningxu left with his people. When they were far away, the embroiderer said to Ningxu, are these things really going to be displayed in the embroidery shop? They're not qualified at all. Ningxu's lips curled up crazily. Sell them. Sell them cheaply. Sell them as defective goods. They're embroidered by Wanqin. You can't hurt her enthusiasm, right? The embroiderer was speechless. She might as well not sell them. That would hurt her pride even more. The embroiderer said, Madam, I'll change some parts to make the embroidery look better. Thank you. Ningxu nodded in agreement. Wanqin hurriedly went to find Hongyu. Hongyu was listening to the gossip. When she saw Wanqin's excited expression, she had a bad feeling. As expected, she pulled her to the side and asked her if she was willing to go back. Hongyu was speechless. She didn't want to go back. Miss Wanqin was here to pull men. Hongyu said, Miss, I have to take care of Master. I really can't go back with you. Wanqin grabbed Hongyu's hand and said, you can go back if you want. Madam said that if you're willing to go back with me, she'll send someone else to take care of Master. Master will be taken care of. You don't have to worry. When Hongyu heard this, a strong sense of danger rose in her heart. Thinking that her job was going to be taken by someone else, she felt very bad. BK if Hongyu was just a small employee in the past, then now Hongyu had become the chairman's secretary, taking care of the chairman's daily life. Please look at the most complete. She was a servant, it was not on the same level as serving Wanqin. Lord Zhou was easy to serve. As long as she did what he told her to do, there was nothing else. Usually, she had a lot of free time. Sometimes, Lord Zhou would have some small trinkets outside and throw the worthless things to her. Even if it was a candy, it would be sweet to eat. Wanqin did not receive such treatment at all. She had to listen to Wanqin's melancholy. Now that the three young masters were not by her side, if she went back, Wanqin's daily topic would probably be where the three young masters were. Did they eat well and sleep well? Then, as she chatted, the atmosphere would fall into a kind of sadness that could not be controlled, as if the sky had fallen. Hongyu had served Wanqin for a long time and understood what kind of person Wanqin was. The life of a young miss, she did not have to worry about food and drink. But the maids were different. They only thought about how to survive and live a better life. Hongyu felt that if she did not completely refuse, Miss Wanqin would come to her again in the future, so she said, "Miss Wanqin, I'm willing to serve Lord. Don't you already have a maid by your side? It's not good for me to go. Even Madam doesn't have two maids by her side. It's not appropriate for me to go back." Wanqin immediately said, "It's okay. As long as you go back, Fat Lass will leave." Hongyu was speechless. It was really difficult to communicate. Didn't she already refuse very clearly? Hongyu felt that she should be more direct. "Miss, I can't go back, and I don't want to go back. Miss, don't come to me in the future. I'm going to prepare things for Lord." Hongyu turned and left. Looking at her back, she seemed to be fleeing in a panic. Wanqin was stunned. Crystal clear tears welled up in her eyes. She wiped them with a handkerchief and returned to her room weakly. Seeing Fat Lass sitting on the steps and eating melon seeds, Wanqin's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable despair. This despair tightly wrapped around her. It was uncomfortable and oppressive. Fat Lass immediately stood up. Seeing Wanqin's pale face, she quickly asked, "Miss, are you okay?" Wan Xian waved Fat Lass's hand away. "I'm fine. Don't disturb me." When Wanqin returned to her room, she picked up her embroidery and continued to embroider. As she embroidered, she cried. Fat Lass saw Wanqin like this through the crack in the door and was very puzzled. How could she spoil herself like this? Miss Wanqin had not eaten for 2 meals. Could her small body do it? She would miss it if she missed a meal. Immediately after, a hoarse scream came from the room. Fat Lass was shocked. She peeked through the crack in the door and saw Miss Wanqin throwing everything to the ground and even stomping on it. Her expression was a little ferocious and a little scary. She looked very desperate. In the end, she squatted on the ground, buried her face between her legs, and began to cry. Fat Lass was speechless. Is Miss Wanqin crazy? Should he tell Madam about it? Fat Lass ran over and told Xianxia about Wanqin's situation. She already knew about Wanqin's situation. Her every move was under her nose. It was normal for Wanqin to break down. Without 3 men who loved and protected her by her side, the world had become much more difficult. No one cared about her when she was wronged, and she had to work hard to embroider. Because of her self-esteem, she did not even want to be paid. Also, because of her self-esteem, she could not say that she did not want to do it. Wanqin kept saying that the Zhou family had done her a great favor. If she refused to work, she would definitely be called ungrateful. Therefore, Wanqin had to do it for her reputation. But she really had no motivation, no money, and no people. The servant girl who had been by her side for so many years was not willing to follow her. She was afraid that she would suffer with her. Under so much psychological pressure, it was not strange for Wanqin to act like this. Xianxia just went back to let Fat Lass take good care of Wanqin. Fat Lass hesitated for a moment and said to Xianxia, "Madam, do you want to stop letting Miss Wanqin embroider? Look at her." Although Fat Lass did not get along very well with Wanqin, she still unintentionally said what Wanqin wanted to say the most. Ningshu looked at Fat Lass with pity and kindness and said, "You also know that the 3 young masters have run away from home. Wanqing must feel that this is her fault. It's easy for people to think too much when they have nothing to do. It's easy. I'm asking her to do something so that she won't think too much. It's not important whether she does more or less. The key is that she has something to do." Fat Lass suddenly understood. She looked at Ningshu with stars in her eyes. "Madam, you're so good to Miss Wanqing." Ningshu nodded shamelessly. "Of course. I've always treated Miss Wanqing as my own daughter. She came to the Zhou family at such a young age. Of course, I'll favor her more." Fat Lass nodded repeatedly. When she went back, she picked up all the things on the ground for Wanqing and patted away all the dust. Fat Lass said to Wanqing, "Miss, if you're sad, embroider more." She would not think too much when she was doing things. Wanqing was speechless. "Are you here to supervise my work? Are you madam? Are you the mistress of the house?" Wanqing held her anger in her heart and was about to explode. She disliked Fat Lass even more. Fat Lass was even more baffled. She put the basket on the table. "Then, miss, I'll go out." Wanqing looked at the scissors in the basket and took a deep breath. She picked up the scissors. Outside the door, Fat Lass heard a scream. She pushed the door open and saw that Miss Wanqing's hand was bleeding. She quickly covered it with a handkerchief and asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" "I didn't pay attention and cut my hand," Wanqing said. "Then I'll go find madam." Fat Lass hurriedly ran to find Ningshu and quickly ran back. She said to Wanqing, "Miss, don't be afraid. Madam's horse is here. Doctor's horse is also here." Seeing that Fat Lass was sweating profusely and her tanned face was shiny, Wanqing's heart was slightly relieved. Although she was a little stupid, she had a good heart. Ningshu came with the doctor. When Wanqing saw Ningshu, she immediately felt guilty. "Madam, I'm sorry. I accidentally hurt my hand. I can't do embroidery anymore." Ningshu was very kind. "It doesn't matter. Your health is important. Embroidery can be done at any time. The most important thing is the hand. The cut is deep. It won't look good if it leaves a scar. The hand is a woman's second face. You must take good care of it." Ningshu asked the doctor to take a look at her. The wound was not small. It was deep, but the bone was not visible. It looked a little scary. The doctor prescribed some medicine and told her to apply it and not to touch water. Ningshu wanted to laugh. She would rather hurt herself than say that she did not want to do it. She was burdened by her reputation. BK Wanqing's hand was injured and she couldn't do anything. Embroidery had to be put aside. On the phone, Xian felt very guilty and apologized to Ningshu again and again. Ningshu said that it didn't matter. They could do it after the injury healed. Health was important. During the time that Wanqing was recuperating, Ningshu was very concerned about Wanqing. He gave her all kinds of things, all kinds of tonics, and went to Wanqing's room to ask about her well-being. Ningshu's pretentious actions made her benevolent care more and more dazzling. Now, when the servants talked about Ningshu, he was like the reincarnation of a saint. He was a very good person. Wanqing's injury kept reacting. The doctor said that it shouldn't touch water. Now that the wound touched water, it was a little infected. Ningshu certainly knew that Wanqing touched water herself. It wasn't good to pretend to be ignorant. He called Fat Lass over and told her to take good care of Wanqing and not touch water. Wanqing felt very guilty and said that it was all her fault. Ningshu was speechless, but he still kindly told Wanqing not to worry. Health was more important. Wanqing had been recuperating for a long time with such a small wound, so the wound kept getting infected. She probably regretted that she couldn't bear to see it and let her injury heal. Ningshu was very happy. He clasped his hands in front of Wanqing and chanted Amitabha. He thanked the heavens that she was finally fine. Ningshu said, "You must be careful in the future. Don't be so reckless." Wanqing looked at the basket and her expression darkened. She thought for a while and said to Ningshu, "Madam, I want to go home." Ningshu was surprised and asked, "Isn't your family already gone? Do you want to go back to your uncle's house?" Wanqing's parents were gone. When she was young, she lived with her uncle's family. Later, her uncle sold her to the Zhou family to be a child bride. Now, Wanqing actually wanted to go back. Wanqing nodded. Yes, I haven't gone back for a long time. I want to go back and see my uncle and aunt. Ningxu was speechless. He couldn't figure out what Wanqing was thinking. In order to avoid embroidery, she actually wanted to go back. Was it that difficult to say that he didn't want to do it? Was it that hard for him to swallow his pride? This was a classic case of wanting to save face at all costs. Ningxu shook his head. Wanqing, I don't agree with you going back. Wan Xian suddenly became anxious and quickly said, Madam, please agree. I really want to go back and have a look. I haven't gone back even once in so many years. Ningxu was speechless. In the past, when she was living well in the Zhou family, she had never thought of going back. Now, she wanted to go back. Moreover, Wanqing's uncle's family wasn't evil, but they weren't kind-hearted either. Especially Wanqing's cousin, he would do something to hurt Wanqing. In the plot, Madame Zhou chased Wanqing away. Wanqing had no choice but to go back. After encountering her cousin, she ran away from her uncle's house. Now, Wanqing actually wanted to throw herself into the trap. Moreover, Hongyu was not with her this time. With Hongyu to block the disaster for her, with Wanqing's small body, something would definitely happen. Wanqing was so anxious that sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. Madam, I beg you. You want to go back and see your family. Ningxu said. Wanqing, it's not that I don't want you to go back, but you haven't gone back for so many years. Do you know what kind of character your family is now? The world is so difficult now. I heard that there's a war again. You're a little girl running away now. If something happens, how are you going to explain it to first brother, second brother, and third brother? Be good, be obedient. Anyway, Ningxu had said everything that needed to be said. Wanqing's tears flowed down as she begged Ningxu. Madam, I beg you. Wanqing really wants you to go back and see them. Wanqing's heart was really depressed. The three young masters had run away from home. Wanqing's position in the Zhou family was actually a little awkward. It wasn't that she didn't hear the gossip between the servants. There was no outlet for her emotions in the Zhou family. Everyone said that Madame was very good to her and treated her like her own daughter. But Wanqing felt very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Her heart was very depressed. Wanqing couldn't help but feel sad and resentful. The three men were too cruel. They left just like that. No one even came to see her before they left. Living in the Zhou family was very uncomfortable. Wanqing thought of her former family. Ningxu shook his head and rejected Wanqing directly. No, you can't go back. Madam. Wanqing felt terrible and tears fell down. Madam, please take pity on me. Let me go back and see my family. Ningxu said expressionlessly, Wanqing, you're a member of the Zhou family now. Can't I even see my family? Wanqing said sadly. Ningxu said, do you know how dangerous it is? After so many years, your cousin has grown up. Can't you be sure that your cousin won't do anything to you when you go back? Wanqing shook her head. I believe that my cousin won't do anything to me. He's not that kind of person. Ningxu, do you have to go back? Ningxu looked at Wanqing. Wanqing was a little scared by Ningxu's gaze. She lowered her head and said softly, Madam, I really want to go home and visit my family. Ningxu was silent for a while. Then how about this? Since you want to go back, then go back. Go to the accounting room and get some money. Buy some things and go back. Wanqing was very surprised and quickly said, Thank you, madam. Thank you. Wanqing was so excited that she was about to cry. Ningxu turned and left. Wanqing started to pack her things and went to the accounting room to get some money. She would buy shoes for her uncle and a bolt of cloth for her aunt. As for her cousin, let's talk about it later. Fat Lass saw that Miss Wanqing was finally a little angry. She didn't look like she was half dead like before. She asked, Miss, do you want me to go back with you? Wanqing looked at Fat Lass and shook her head. No, I can go back by myself. If Fat Lass looked like this, she wouldn't look good if she brought her back. Didn't they say that the maids of big families were all well-dressed and clean? Why did Fat Lass look like she was working in the fields? She was tall and sturdy, and her skin was dark. Fat Lass said, "Miss, Madam asked me to stay by your side. If you encounter any danger or a lecher, I am strong and can chase them away for you." Wanqin still rejected Fat Lass. Although Fat Lass was stupid, she wasn't stubborn. If Wanqin didn't want to, she might as well eat melon seeds at this time. When could she go back? She didn't want to stay by Miss Wanqin's side and serve her. Wanqin packed her things as fast as she could and left the Zhou family. When she left, her steps were light and her mood was very relaxed. Mingshu thought about it and let Fat Lass go with Wanqin. If she really couldn't, she could bring a servant. There were thousands of ways to torture Wanqin. This was not one of them. Moreover, when the 3 big pig trotters came back, they would definitely blame her. It was wrong to blame her for what happened to Wanqin/BK. Her plan had to be set up steadily. It couldn't be broken. Fat Lass took a bag of melon seeds and a few buns and chased after Wanqin with a servant. Wanqin left in an ox cart, which made it a little difficult for Fat Lass to catch up with her. Moreover, the exact location of Wanqin's uncle's house was not very pure. She only knew that it was in Li village. However, Li village was not small, so it was not easy to find. Wanqin was welcomed back home. After all, she brought back a lot of things. Her cousin, who was already in his 20s, had not yet married. At this moment, he saw Wanqin, who was slim and graceful, with watery eyes and snow-white skin. She was wearing good clothes and was beautiful. Her cousin's eyes were fixed on her. His eyes fell directly on Wanqin. Wanqin felt the concern of her uncle and aunt. They brought her a stool and wiped her face with a handkerchief. She felt that the depression in the Zhou family during this period had dissipated a little. For the time being, she did not notice her cousin's gaze on her. Her aunt kept asking Wanqin how her life in the Zhou family was. Her eyes kept looking at Wanqin's clothes. The fabric, the headdress, and the earrings looked really valuable. It was a pity that she did not have a daughter. Wanqin just happened to be a match for the eldest son of the Zhou family. Wanqin was also lucky. Wanqin entered the Zhou family, and her eldest son's illness was cured. She had the life of a young mistress. However, this Wanqin had not come back for so many years. Why did she suddenly return the gift? Could it be that she was kicked out by the Zhou family? Her aunt asked. Did something happen to you? You can't stay in the Zhou family anymore? If she was really kicked out, then there would be another pair of chopsticks in the family and another idle person. Thinking of this, her aunt's expression was a little ugly. She looked at Wanqin with vigilance. Wanqin did not notice her aunt's gaze and said, "I'm very good in the Zhou family. I wanted to come back to see you." Her cousin hurriedly asked, "Sister Wanqin, are you going to stay for the night?" She knew her son. When she saw her son's expression, she knew what he was thinking. This was a member of the Zhou family. If it were not for the Zhou family, she would definitely leave Wanqin to her son. Her son's dormitory was really a big problem. Until now, there wasn't a single girl who was willing to marry him. What a good-for-nothing, he couldn't even get a wife. If something happened to Wanjun here, the Zhou family would definitely not let it go. They would definitely be the ones at a disadvantage if they came looking for them. Ordinary people could not afford to offend the Zhou family. "I'm not staying overnight. Wanqin should go back after dinner. Now that Wanqin belongs to the Zhou family won't be happy if she stays overnight with us." His aunt was a person who loved money. There was no benefit in being tempted. She gave her son a warning look. However, his cousin was currently immersed in Wanqin's beauty and was unable to extricate himself. Even his soul had been hooked away. "Yes, I like it very much." If he did something secretly, his cousin would definitely not dare to tell anyone about it because of her reputation. The Zhou family would not know either. Cousin felt that Wanqin was already a big girl and was also the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family's young master. She definitely wasn't a virgin anymore. If they did it once, no one would find out. "Cousin, it's not easy for you to come back. Stay here and let my mother cook something delicious for you." Aunt said, Wanqing can eat anything in the Zhou family. Wanqing did not want to go back so early. The Zhou family without the young masters was depressing and suffocating. It was not easy for her to come back, so she should stay. Although her uncle's house was not as good as the Zhou family's house, when she took a deep breath, she felt that the air in the Zhou family's house was fresh. When would the young masters come back? Buqing, Chuyu, Rongshuan. When her cousin heard that Wanqing wanted to stay, his heart started to pound. He was pinched by his mother again and again, but he did not feel any pain. She had really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Wanqing stayed. Aunt specially prepared a room for Wanqing and asked her to call them if she needed anything at night. Feeling the care of her family, Wanqing's heart was very warm. This kind of warmth could only be felt at home with the three young masters. In the middle of the night, the entire village was quiet. Occasionally, there were 2 dog barks, which made the village seem even quieter. The restless cousin heard the sound of snoring in his parents' room. Finally, his parents fell asleep. Cousin felt his way to the door of Wanqing's room, opened the door, and felt his way to the bedside. He first covered Wanqing's mouth, afraid that Wanqing would scream and wake her parents up. Her skin was smooth to the touch. Cousin had never had such a feeling before. It was like a peeled egg, warm and captivating. She was indeed spoiled in the Zhou family. It was really too comfortable. With her mouth covered, Wanqing woke up with a start. She could not see anyone in the dark. She only heard a rapid panting sound in her ear, which made her not panic. Woo-woo. She struggled, but she was pressed down by her cousin and could not move at all. Good sister, don't scream. Brother loves you and dotes on you. As he spoke, he began to take off her clothes. It was summer, so she wore very little clothes. Wanqing was so scared that tears flowed down her face. Her whole body trembled, and she regretted running back for no reason. Cousin was a beast. Wanqing muttered the names of the 3 young masters one by one in her heart. But now, she did not know where the 3 young masters were, and it was even more impossible for them to know that Wanqing was in danger now. Now, Wanqing was crying for help, but there was no help. As long as someone came to save her. Uncle and aunt were next door, separated by a wall, but she could not call for help. Wanqing was in despair. Cousin was very excited. He caressed her silky skin and could not wait any longer. Wanqing was very scared. The thing she had been protecting was actually taken away by a scum like her cousin. The last thing she had been protecting was taken away. Wanqing's world collapsed. It was as if her soul had left her body. Her body stiffened and did not move. Her face was ashen, and she was in despair. Ningxu hurried over, but he was still a step too late. He kicked the door open, causing cousin to tremble. It was over just like that. Ningxu saw Wanqing, who was stiff on the bed and did not move. He took the blanket and placed it over her body. You, who are you? Cousin was terrified. He pulled up his pants and his legs trembled. When he was in the brain, he did not care about anything. Now that his mind was clear, he was afraid of nothing. The 2 people in the next room also woke up. They hurriedly got up and put on their clothes. They saw a graceful and elegant woman in the room. Their son was kneeling on the ground with his pants up. Wanqing, who was on the bed, stared blankly. Her eyes did not move at all. Oh no, the 2 were shocked. All the strength in their body was taken away. Their legs went soft and they also knelt down. Ningxu looked around at the people in the room. His eyes were sharp and terrifying. /BK actually, being tainted was one thing, but the worst thing was that she might get pregnant. In the storyline, the maid who took the blame for Wanqing was pregnant. If Wanqing got pregnant, the child would be a close relative and there was a chance of it having a genetic disease. Ningxu really wanted to lift Wanqing up and shake her body to prevent her from getting pregnant. Or maybe she could wash her body with water. Ningxu directly told them to scram and the 3 of them scrambled out. Ningxu said to Wanqing, don't be in a daze, get up and wash up. Don't get pregnant. Washing up might not work. At this time, it would depend on whether or not Wanqing's main character aura was on her. However, even if she had the aura, she wouldn't be able to handle it. When Wanqing heard that, She was so scared that her body stiffened up and she started to cry in panic. Ningxu told the people outside to bring some water in. Ant scrambled to the well, but the ground was uneven and she fell. Cousin's soul seemed to have ascended, and he didn't move at all. Fear had completely taken over his mind. The main reason was that the Zhou family was rich. People didn't fight with officials or rich people because they couldn't win. Ant carried a bucket of water in. There was also a ladle and a handkerchief in the bucket. Ningxu said to Wan Qin, "Wash up yourself." As he said that, he walked out of the room. Wan Qin climbed up from the bed and started to wipe her body. She cried as she wiped. Her voice was filled with despair, fear, and helplessness. Ningxu looked at the family of three and asked, "What should we do about this?" Wan Qin said that she wanted to come back to see you all, but you all did such a heartless thing. Wan Qin is from the Zhou family. Think about the consequences of treating someone from the Zhou family like this. Uncle knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Soon, his forehead was bruised, and beads of blood seeped out from it. "Madam, please let us off. It's all because his brain isn't clear. He only had one son, so what could he do? He just hoped that the Zhou family wouldn't take his life." Cousin shivered and couldn't say a word. He was a coward. He was the one who did the bad thing, but he definitely wasn't the one who had to take responsibility. This kind of man was simply scum. Ant's brain worked quickly. She looked at Ningxu cautiously and said to Ningxu with a flattering face, "Madam, why don't we let Decheng marry Wan Qin?" The more he spoke, the more he felt that this was a good idea. Everything would be solved. "I won't marry him." Wan Xian opened the door and shouted with a sharp voice. It was hard to imagine that such a sharp voice came from Wan Xian. "Even if I die, I won't marry him," she shouted in despair and hatred. His aunt shut her mouth. Ningxu snorted coldly. "Have you forgotten that Wan Qin is now a member of the Zhou family? Do you think you can just let it go after treating a member of the Zhou family like this? Picking up a beautiful maiden for free, what kind of sweet dreams are you having? Madam, I don't want to live anymore." As Wan Xian spoke, she rushed out of the central room and ran towards the well in the courtyard. She jumped into the well as fast as lightning. Everyone heard the sound of water splashing. Ningxu was the first to react. He cursed in his heart. It was the hardest to save someone who jumped into a well. The entrance was so small and so deep. If they jumped in to save someone, both of them might have to kneel inside and their souls would go to heaven. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief, tied up her skirt, and jumped in with a plop. The Li family was scared out of their wits. One person jumped in, and now the madam of the Zhou family also jumped in. If something happened, their family's lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. The three of them surrounded the well and were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The summer was followed by the bone-chilling cold. Coupled with the fact that it was night, the cold made their teeth chatter. Ningxu picked up Wan Xian. Wan Xian had been struggling and shouting that he didn't want to save her, but her body's instinct made her hug Ningxu tightly. She was as stiff as iron and wrapped around Ningxu. It made it inconvenient for Ningxu to move. Ningxu was really annoyed in her heart. She freed one hand and directly knocked Wan Qin out with a karate chop. It was endless. "It was you who insisted on going home. You either slit your throat or jump into the well. You really took suicide as a pleasure. F***CKU. Wan Xian, who had lost consciousness, was still hugging Ningxu tightly like an octopus. She said she wanted to die, but her body was very honest. Her body didn't want to die. She had to listen to her body's wishes. Ningxu grabbed the rope and shouted to the people above, "Pull me up." It was really cold to soak in the well water. Ningxu hugged Wan Xian with one hand. The rope wrapped around his hand several times. One hand supported the weight of two people. Ningxu felt that his hand could no longer feel anything. After much difficulty, she was finally pulled up. Ningxu directly pulled away Wan Xian, who was wrapped around her body. Without any pity, she directly pulled Wan Xian away. Wan Xian fell to the ground with a plop. It sounded like she was in pain. Ningxu shook his painful arm. His palm was scratched by the rope. Most importantly, when the night wind blew, it was really cold. Ning Shu asked Wan Xian's aunt to change Wan Xian's clothes. This weak body would catch a cold later. While he was at it, he also changed his clothes. Wan Xian fainted. She didn't wake up even once in the middle of the night. She probably didn't want to face reality and wanted to faint. At dawn, Fat Lass and the servant, who were sent by Ning Shu to take care of Wan Xian, came over. Fat Lass saw that she was wearing farmer's clothes and asked in surprise, "Madam, why are you here?" Ning Shu, he didn't want to talk. Wan Xian kept fainting. Ning Shu asked the servant to find an ox cart. He threw Wan Xian on the ox cart and dragged her back to the Zhou family. Before leaving, he said to Wan Xian's uncle and his family, "I'll settle this with you in the future." The three of them were incomparably pale, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Along the way, Fat Lass asked, "Madam, what happened to Miss Wan Xian?" Ning Shu, "She accidentally fell into the well." Fat Lass, "How did she fall into the well?" Ning Shu, "Fat Lass, why hasn't Miss Wan Xian woken up yet?" Ning Shu, in order to prevent Fat Lass from nagging, Ning Shu asked, "Why did you come so late?" Fat Lass, "Madam, we're not familiar with Miss Wan Xian's uncle's house. We didn't stop and rushed here at night. It's mainly because we took a lot of unnecessary detours." Fat Lass probably felt guilty and finally stopped asking questions. When they returned to the Zhou family, Wan Xian was carried back to her room. Ning Shu instructed Fat Lass, "Look after her carefully. Don't even blink." After sleeping for so long, Wan Xian should have woken up. However, if she didn't wake up, she must still be pretending to be asleep. Fat Lass said that she understood. She definitely wouldn't blink. Ning Shu changed his clothes and told Old Master Zhou about this. When Old Master Zhou heard this, his hair stood on end. He was very annoyed. Why did something happen again? Old Master Zhou looked at Ning Shu and asked, "It's already like this. Why did you bring her back?" Old Master Zhou was a man. He was very simple and rough about this kind of situation. He directly said that he wanted to chase Wanqing out. "Also, you ran out in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to her?" "How do you know that something will happen to her?" Old Master Zhou was purely puzzled. He didn't suspect Ning Shu. Ning Shu sighed deeply and said, "I'm worried about the Li family. Previously, the Li family sold Wanqing to our Zhou family. I'm afraid that if Wanqing goes back, the Li family will see that Wanqing is good and have some dirty thoughts. I didn't expect that kid from the Li family to dare to do such a thing. Old Master, I think we should call the three of them back. Something happened at home. We don't know where these damn brats ran to. Where can we find them? What was the use of sending a telegram when they didn't even know the address?" Old Master Zhou was very worried, especially now that they were still at war. Who knew if something had happened to his son? Speaking of which, it was all that woman's fault. She wasn't a qualified daughter-in-law. She whined all day. It was so annoying. Even if a man had to support the family, a woman also had to bear a certain amount of responsibility. He couldn't be happy outside and coax her at home and listen to her whining. Now that this had happened, she would definitely cry to the heavens and the earth. Old Master Zhou was so worried that his hairline moved up a lot. His children were all debts. In the past, he didn't feel anything. Now, it was getting more and more annoying. The Zhou family's daughter-in-law's pure body was gone. Old Master Zhou was really, if he didn't want his 3 sons' eyes, he could donate them. Ning Shu said, "We can publish it in the newspaper. Although the news will be a little slow, if you're lucky, you should be able to see it. Let Wanqing stay at home for the time being. If something happens to her, the 3 children will hate us for the rest of their lives. It's just a matter of a pair of chopsticks." Old Master Zhou touched his head. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Watch her closely. Don't let her die. Before the 3 bastards come back, don't let her die. Otherwise, they will think that we forced her to die. We treated them harshly." Ning Shu indicated that he understood and told Lord Zhou to rest well and not to be in a rush to do business. Right now, it was a time of war, and food was a bit tight. This was to prevent a food shortage. After that, Old Master Zhou went to the newspapers. He found a relatively large newspaper office and asked the newspaper office to send a message to the main newspaper office in the big city. Just say that something happened to Wanqin. If you don't come back now, you won't be able to see her for the last time. Lord Zhou dared to guarantee that if his 3 sons saw this news, they would definitely rush back. Wanqin slept for a day and a night. She was probably hungry, so she woke up. Facing the exquisite room, Xian couldn't react. However, tears welled up in her eyes. How could she face the 3 young masters like this? She had become unclean. When Fat Lass saw that Wanqin had woken up, she immediately brought the fragrant chicken soup to the bedside and said to Wanqin, "Miss, you must be hungry. Hurry and drink some soup." How hungry would he be if he hadn't eaten for a whole day? Xian turned a deaf ear to Fat Lass's words. Fat Lass had no choice but to stand guard and stare at the chicken soup in chicken pieces while drooling. She actually didn't eat such fragrant food. Anyway, Fat Lass didn't understand what Wanqin was sad about. At least until now, Fat Lass still didn't know what happened to Wanqin. Anyway, Miss Wanqin had a melancholic temperament. She had always been like this. Good things don't go out, but bad things travel 1,000 miles. In the Zhou family, there were people who said that something happened to Miss Wanqin when she went back to her parents' house and that she was done by a man. Gloating, watching the show, gossiping, all kinds of gazes gathered on Wanqin. However, Wanqin didn't go out. She was immersed in sadness. She was sad that she was gradually drifting away from the 3 young masters. In the past, Wanqin felt that she wasn't worthy of the Zhou family's young master. She was a daughter-in-law who was sold to the Zhou family. Now, she didn't even have her chastity. She was even less qualified. The more Wanqin thought about it, the darker the world became. The more uncomfortable she felt, the more she couldn't face the young master's strange gaze. Wanqin's body went soft. She was hungry, but she still got up to find a rope to get off. However, she was immediately pressed down by Fat Lass. "Miss, your body is weak now. You can't get out of bed. Tell me what you want. Go away. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me." However, her strength was no match for Fat Lass. She was pressed down on the bed and couldn't move. In an instant, Wanqin remembered the shadow of being pressed down on the bed and being violated. She began to scream. She screamed at the top of her lungs. The entire Zhou family could hear her screams. Fat Lass was shocked by Wanqin's scream. She quickly let go of her hand that was pressing down on her shoulder. Seeing Wanqin trembling, she was afraid that something had happened. The first reaction in her mind was to find Madame Ningxu went to Wanqin's room. Wanqin was still screaming. She shrank into a corner and curled up into a ball. Her face was pale and she looked terrified. "Madam, what's wrong with Miss Wanqin?" Fat Lass was always watching over Wanqin. She didn't know that everyone in the Zhou family knew about Wanqin's situation. Ningxu only said that it was nothing. He didn't say anything to comfort Wanqin. Wanqin wouldn't listen to anything in her current state. He also wouldn't say that the 3 young masters would come back. Wanqin would probably be more agitated if she heard it. Ningxu asked Fat Lass to just look after Wanqin and get her something to eat. Fat Lass expressed that she was in a difficult position. She said that Miss Wanqin didn't eat at all. If she went on a hunger strike, she would definitely starve to death. It wasn't so easy to starve to death. It took a lot of courage to starve to death. Because of hunger, the friction in the stomach was very painful. There were all kinds of delicious food in front of them. People would rush to eat regardless of anything. With something like this happening to Wanqin, there would definitely be 1 or 2 men coming back. At the very least, one would definitely come back. If only one could come back, Ningxu guessed that it would probably be the boss. After a round of trouble, in the end, Wanqin belonged to the boss. Wanqin was Zhou Buqing's bride. Although there was a split in the middle and there was a problem, they were still together in the end. With something like this happening to Wanqin, he didn't know if the boss would still marry Wanqin. Even if they got married, Ningxu felt that this matter would probably be a thorn. According to Wanqin's personality, once the 2 of them got angry, Wanqin would probably start to cry. "Do you dislike me and my past?" She clutched her heart. I knew it was going to be like this. I'll leave. I'll leave. Ningshu hurriedly shook off the terrible scene in his mind. He felt that the boss really didn't have it easy. In the past month or so, Wanqin had been wallowing in self-pity. She had given up on herself and was inconsolable. She was not in the mood to manage her image. It was understandable that she was eager to see Zhou Buqing since she had rushed out so carelessly. If it had been in the past, the two of them would have held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes, calling out, "Young master, Wanqin, young master, Wanqin." Now, Zhou Buqing did not even get close to Wanqin, let alone hold her hand. Wanqin's eyes fell on Zhou Buqing. Hearing Ningshu's question, she said sadly, "I heard that the young master came back. I came to take a look." Her slightly chubby face made a sad expression. Not only did she not have her previous charm, but she gave people an indescribable feeling of strangeness and discomfort. Wanqin probably had not looked in the mirror recently. If she looked in the mirror, she would not have the courage to appear in front of Zhou Buqing. Instead, she would try to avoid Zhou Buqing. Ningshu said, "Then you two can have a good chat." Ningshu gave Master Zhou a look. Master Zhou was not willing to leave. He felt that his son could still be bewitched. Ningshu felt that Wanqin was more refreshing now. Even if Zhou Buqing wanted to be bewitched, he had to be forced to wake up. It was not that Wanqin was ugly now, but the contrast between the current Wanqin and the previous Wanqin was too great. Only Wanqin and Zhou Buqing were left in the hall. Wanqin still stared at Zhou Buqing with watery eyes as before. Zhou Buqing hesitated for a moment and walked to Wanqin's side. As soon as he walked closer, he smelled oil. When he got closer, he found that Wanqin's hair was even more oily. Strands of hair stuck tightly to her scalp, and there was a strong oily smell. Zhou Buqing felt that the smell was not so terrible even after sitting on the train for a few days. People had metabolism. They would expel the dirty things that the body metabolized. Even a natural beauty, would have metabolites. And the beauty bathed in flower petals every day. Didn't she have to cover her smell? But Wanqin had not taken care of herself well this month. Everything made Wanqin unable to lift her spirits. Her irregular diet made her face explode with anger. In short, when he took a closer look, the contrast was so big that Zhou Buqing refused to admit that the person in front of him was Wan. Zhou Buqing said with difficulty, "Wanqin, people have to look forward." All the grievances that Wanqin had accumulated during this period of time burst out, and tears burst out. She hugged Zhou Buqing in front of her, buried her head in his chest, and cried loudly. Zhou Buqing raised his hand and did not dare to hold Wanqin at all. He allowed Wanqin to wipe her tears on his clothes. Her tears wet his clothes. The hot tears burned his heart, softening Zhou Buqing's heart. He put his hand down and patted her back. "Don't be afraid, Wanqin. Don't be afraid. It's okay." After all, they had been friends for so many years. Seeing her like this, Zhou Buqing's heart still ached. The woman that he had cherished and loved for so many years had actually been defiled by a despicable person. Zhou Buqing was so angry that the veins on his forehead were bulging. Being comforted by Zhou Buqing and patted with his hand, Wanqin suddenly thought of something and pushed Zhou Buqing away. Caught off guard, Zhou Buqing actually staggered from Wanqin's push. He looked at Wanqin a little dumbfounded. Wanqin wiped her tears. "Young master, don't be so nice to Wanqin anymore. Wanqin is not qualified to receive young master's care now." Wanqin was heartbroken. She turned and ran away, leaving Zhou Buqing who did not know how to react. In short, he stood there in a daze, not knowing how to react at all. He did not chase after her. Wanqin ran back to her room, panting, and closed the door. She was probably afraid that Zhou Buqing would chase after her, so she did not think about how to face him. Therefore, on top of bolting the door, she used her own quilt to push against the door, crying silently. Ningshu was using his mental strength to watch the show while drinking tea. When he saw this scene, he choked. Now, when Wanqin did these things again, it was constantly exuding a comedic feeling. She was still the same person, but because her appearance was not the same, the effect was simply heaven and earth turned upside down. If it was in the past, Zhou Buqing would probably have chased after her, but now, he was like a fool. Zhou Buqing reckoned that he had suffered too many critical hits. Jia Lu was tired and had run back. His body and mind had suffered heavy injuries. He was not in the mood to care about Wan Qin. After washing up, he lay down and went to sleep. He slept for a day and a night. When Zhou Buqing woke up, Ningxu was looking at him by the bed. "Are you awake? Want to eat something? I have something to tell you." At that moment, Zhou Buqing had a bad premonition in his heart. He did not even want to eat. It was as if he directly covered his head with the blanket. "I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen." Zhou Buqing drank a bowl of porridge with difficulty. Ningxu said, "Wan Qin may not know that she's pregnant. I'm also guessing. Look, her body has changed a lot now. Come with me later and find a doctor to take a look." Zhou Buqing's expression was pained and he resisted. "Mother, it's better not." Ningxu glared at him. "Are we going to keep this matter to ourselves? We should let Wan Qin know. If she's really pregnant, we'll think of a way. When the time comes, her belly will be even bigger." "Okay." Zhou Buqing nodded and followed Ningxu and a doctor to Wan Qin's door. During this period of time when Zhou Buqing was wandering outside, he missed Wan Qin very much. But now, he did not have the courage to see Wan Qin at all. Zhou Buqing was puzzled and angry. How could she make herself like this? Why did she have to go back for no reason? After waking up, Zhou Buqing had a lot of thoughts running through his mind. He thought about how the fresh cabbage that he cared for was eaten by a pig. He felt that it was a pity and anger that he had not eaten it yet. In the room, Fat Lass said to Wan Qin, "Miss, Madam and young master are here to see you." Wan Qin immediately said to Fat Lass, "Bring me the mirror." Then, Ningxu, Zhou Buqing, and a doctor heard a heart-wrenching scream and the sound of the mirror falling to the ground and breaking. My face, my face." Wan Qin's crying voice came from the room. Ningxu was speechless. Wan Qin finally realized and looked in the mirror. She realized that she had gained weight. The word fat was the root of all evil for women. Don't let them in. Don't come in. Wan Qin was probably crying like a storm in the room, screaming and not letting the people outside in. Wan Qin was ashamed to death. She had appeared in front of the eldest young master like this. She simply wanted to die. Zhou Buqing said, "Wan Qin, let us in." "It's okay." "No, no." Wan Qin still refused. She refused to believe that she had become like this. BK Wan Qin refused to let them in, so they waited outside. Zhou Buqing had no choice. He could only persuade Wan Qin to let them in. Wait a minute. Wan Qin was probably washing up. After waiting for a while, the people at the door looked at each other. While waiting, Zhou Buqing had sighed countless times. His eyebrows were full of worry and unwillingness. Ningxu certainly knew why he was unwilling. He probably regretted it very much. He regretted that he shouldn't have left. Ningxu was right. Zhou Buqing really regretted running away from home. If he hadn't run away from home, Wan Qin wouldn't have suffered. He wouldn't have gone to his former family for psychological comfort because he didn't feel safe. Zhou Buqing wanted to quit. He didn't want Wan Qin to feel so bad and choose from them. However, he didn't expect that Wan Qin would suffer even more because of this. This pain was even worse than the pain of choosing from them. Zhou Buqing glanced at the doctor. He only hoped that Wan Qin wasn't pregnant. Wan Qin had lost her chastity. It was impossible for Zhou Buqing to not have a knot in his heart. If she got pregnant again, it would be beyond Zhou Buqing's psychological tolerance. After a long time, Wan Qin let them in. She washed up and looked a little better before letting them in. As soon as they entered, there was an indescribable smell in the room. It was like the smell of human sweat that hadn't been ventilated for a long time. It successfully made the people who entered the room stop in their tracks. Wan Qin, who was on the bed, washed up. Her face wasn't so oily anymore. Although she was a little chubbier, her foundation was there. She wasn't ugly. They walked to the bedside. The fermented smell was even stronger. It was impossible for people not to sweat. It was also mixed with the smell of feet. It was suffocating. Especially when they got close to Wan Qin. She probably didn't have time to wash her hair. Her hair was still so oily. From the time of the incident until now, Wanqin hadn't washed her hair. How long had it been? Her hair was so oily that it could be scraped off to cook a few dishes. As soon as they got close, the strong smell of scalp rushed into their noses with an unstoppable momentum and went straight to the top of their heads. It was really exciting. Wanqin looked at Zhou Buqing with her clean face. Her eyes were watery, and she cried before she said anything. Zhou Buqing wanted to comfort her, but he felt that there was no place to touch Wanqin's body, so he said, "Wanqin, we found a doctor to check your body." Wanqin shook her head. She looked like she was about to ascend. She didn't care about anything. She didn't care about anything. She didn't look like she was reluctant to leave this world. "Eldest young master, there's no need. I don't want to see a doctor. Let the doctor go." Zhou Buqing had been suppressing his anger ever since he came back. He knew that Wanqin was the victim, so he shouldn't get angry at her. However, at this moment, Zhou Buqing's heart seemed to be bursting with endless hostility. The resentment, anger, and hostility that had been suppressed for a long time were all vented out. His face was somewhat ferocious as he growled in a low voice, "Then what do you want? This won't do and that won't do. If you want to die, then die. If you have nothing to do, then go back. You haven't gone back for so many years, so why did you suddenly run back?" Wanqin was scared silly by Zhou Buqing's behavior. She looked at him in horror. She couldn't react for a long time, and tears flowed out of her eyes. Zhou Buqing had always been mature and steady. He rarely lost his temper. If there was anything, he would speak nicely. However, such a man now looked ferocious. His eyes were bloodshot. It was very scary. Men were always very concerned about women, especially when it came to their own women losing their virginity. Zhou Buqing's reaction was completely normal, but it wasn't for Wanqin. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. A person who treated her gently was so fierce to her. Wanqin's disbelief, grievance, and accusation were all expressed on her face. After Zhou Buqing finished yelling and saw Wanqin like this, he also regretted it. He softened his voice and said to her, "Let the doctor take a look at your body." Okay. Wanqin was probably scared silly. Whatever Zhou Buqing said, Wanqin nodded. The doctor held his breath and took Wanqin's pulse. After confirming it, he immediately retracted his hand and said to Ningxu and Zhou Buqing, "She's pregnant. She's been pregnant for a month." Zhou Buqing's expression became very ugly. Although Ningxu had warned him that she might be pregnant, Zhou Buqing still felt unhappy when it was confirmed. He was very unhappy and angry. Ningxu knew about it in advance, so his reaction wasn't very big. His expression was very serious. As for the person involved, Wanqin's expression was immediately petrified. She stood there in a daze. Then, she reacted and screamed. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. As she screamed, she used her fist to hit her stomach with tears streaming down her face. She hit her stomach very hard. She hit it so hard that her face turned pale. Even when she felt the pain, she didn't stop. The doctor hurriedly advised, "Don't do this. It's easy to miscarry. The fetus is not stable yet." When Wanqin heard the doctor's words, she hit her stomach even harder. The way she gritted her teeth made no one doubt that she wanted to beat the child out of her stomach until she miscarried. She was defiled and pregnant. As long as she thought of her scumbag cousin's face, her body being touched by him, and her pregnancy, Wanqin was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. She hated him. Zhou Buqing grabbed Wanqin's hand. "What are you doing?" Ningxu shouted, "Fat lass, come over and hold her hand." Fat lass sighed and came over to grab Wanqin's hand. Wanqin couldn't break free and could only cry. The doctor acted like he was invisible at the side. He had never seen a pregnant person have such a big reaction. This was probably a scandal. He didn't listen or ask. Rich families had more secrets. After leaving Wanqin's room, they could still hear Wanqin wailing in the room. Her wailing could be heard by the entire Zhou family. In a short while, the news of Wanqin's pregnancy would probably spread to the entire Zhou family. Really, Ningxu really didn't know what to do with Wanqing sometimes. She was so high profile and didn't care about what others thought at all. She couldn't even deal with it privately. She could only be sad and desperate. The doctor took the consultation fee and left. Ningxu still instructed the doctor not to tell anyone. The doctor agreed repeatedly. He would be crazy to tell anyone. After the doctor left, Ningxu said to Zhou Buqing, "Boss, what do you think we should do? Wanqing's matter has to be resolved. Whether the child should be kept or aborted, we have to have an idea. Also, how to settle Wanqing in the future needs to be discussed. What idea do you have in mind?" Ningxu's words were undoubtedly stabbing Zhou Buqing's heart over and over again and again. Zhou Buqing felt that he couldn't take it anymore. He looked at Ningxu. "Mother, do you not like Wanqing? BK She didn't like Wanqing, was it obvious?" "She didn't." Ningxu asked in bewilderment, "Boss, why do you say that? When did I hate Wanqing? If I really hated her, I would have kicked her out after what happened. What did I do?" Zhou Buqing's face relaxed. "Mother, that's not what I meant. I just saw a lot of cloth and embroidery in Wanqing's room. Has she been doing these all the time? Wanqing was very kind. When others asked her for help, she would never say no. She would rather suffer. Read the full story. Read the full story. Was it because doing these things was too hard that Wanqing went back to her uncle's house, and then this happened?" Ningxu almost couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I asked her to do it." "You don't know. After the three of you left, Wanqing cried all day. She felt that it was her fault, so she let all of you go. She had a strong sense of guilt in her heart. After the three of you left, she had thoughts of suicide. I knew it wouldn't work if she had nothing to do all day. So I found something for her to do. If she was busy, she wouldn't have to think so much. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to figure it out. I asked Wanqing to do it when she had nothing to do. To be honest, what Wanqing does can't be sold. It's a waste of cloth and thread to let her do it. If I knew you would think of me like this, I wouldn't have cared about her. If I hated her, I shouldn't have cared about her when she jumped into the well and let her fend for herself. But I still jumped in to save her." Ningxu covered his heart. "Boss, you hurt me too much. I treated Wanqing like this because of the three of you. In the end, you misunderstood me. What am I after? I won't care about Wanqing anymore." Zhou Buqing's face was full of guilt. He apologized repeatedly. "Mother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thought about it. My heart is too messed up." "Mother, you're the best mother." Ningxu grinned, looking like a loving mother. Wanqing's matter was really difficult to deal with. The family of three held a family meeting. Other than his second and third brother, who were still fooling around outside, their opinions didn't matter at all. They would find a wife in the future. Old Master Zhou's attitude was very clear. Wanqing is no longer chaste, and she's even pregnant. She can't be the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. To Lord Zhou, the most unforgivable thing about Wanqing was that she was stupid, very stupid. Her focus was always on inexplicable things. Old Master Zhou was a businessman. Every day, he had to do business outside and deal with people. It was too tiring for him. If his boss married another woman, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if he was mentally exhausted outside, when he returned home, there was still someone who had nothing to do and was waiting for him all day long. How could he pass his days, most importantly, if Wanqing became the eldest sister-in-law, second uncle, and younger brother-in-law would all be interested in her? Just thinking about it made old Master Zhou's heart hurt. In summary, Wanqing could not become the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. Zhou Buqing's lips moved. He wanted to say something. After all, they had so much friendship. Zhou Buqing was reluctant to give up Wanqing. Moreover, Zhou Buqing knew in his heart that if he let Wanqing leave the Zhou family, she would definitely end her life. Old Master Zhou thought about it and said, "Then let the Li family come over to propose marriage. Wanqing is already pregnant with the Li family's flesh and blood. It's best if she gets married. Everything will be solved." Ningxu rolled his eyes. He was rolling his eyes at old Master Zhou. Let the rapist marry the girl who was raped. Then everything would be fine. No. Zhou Buqing objected without thinking. Seeing his father staring at him, he explained, Wanqin is already the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family in name. If she marries someone else, what will others think of the Zhou family? Old Master Zhou sneered as he stared at his son. So what you're saying is that if our Zhou family were to raise someone else's child and marry an unchaste woman into our family, other people wouldn't laugh at our Zhou family? Old Master Zhou held his forehead. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. It seemed like his blood pressure was soaring again. Ningxu brought him the tea. Calm down. Don't be agitated. Aren't we thinking of a way? Zhou Buqing pursed his lips and said, You don't have to have the child. Seeing his parents staring at him, he said, Anyway, it seems like Wanqin doesn't want this child. If the child stays in the belly, Wanqin will keep hurting herself. Old Master Zhou asked, If the child is dealt with, what about the adult? Zhou Buqing took a deep breath and then slowly knelt on the ground. Seeing Zhou Buqing like this, Old Master Zhou felt that the string in his brain had snapped. What a good-for-nothing. I definitely won't allow Wanqin to become the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. It doesn't matter if you kneel to death. Anyway, I'll pretend that I never gave birth to a son like you. Get lost and kneel. Ningxu was the calmest person in the room. He said to Zhou Buqing, You can't just be wishful thinking on this matter. You should ask Wanqin for her opinion. If Wanqin isn't willing, there's nothing you can do. Zhou Buqing said, Wanqin will definitely agree. Ningxu saw Zhou Buqing's solemn expression and sighed in his heart. Now, Zhou Buqing already despised Wanqin. He thought that Wanqin was already like this and he was still willing to accept it. There was no reason for Wanqin to refuse. He was so confident. Wanqin's disadvantage was very obvious. She didn't have chastity, and now she was pregnant. This was no longer a choice. It was not bad to get one. However, according to Ningxu's understanding of Wanqin would not accept it. Instead, she would do all kinds of things and refuse, saying that she was not worthy of the young master. She would refuse this kind of charity. But subconsciously, she still felt that others would still love and tolerate her. Only then would she have the capital to do things. There would be a lot of trouble. Ningxu said to Zhou Buqing, Instead of kneeling here, why don't you do Wanqin's work? Let Wanqin pull herself together and start over. Your father and I will consider letting you two get married. Thank you, mother. Zhou Buqing's eyes lit up. He got up and went to find Wanqin. Obviously, he wanted to tell Wanqin the good news. Ningxu looked at Zhou Buqing's happy back and touched his temples. She was really a bad mother-in-law. She didn't need to break up the couple with old Master Zhou. Maybe the two of them would make a mess. Well, thinking about it made him a little excited. Ningxu had prepared the melon seeds. The most difficult thing in the world was to get along with people, especially between men and women. Zhou Buqing walked to the door of Wanqin's room. His valiant and high-spirited aura disappeared for some reason. Hearing the crying inside, Zhou Buqing was very conflicted about whether to open the door or not. Forget it. Next time, Wanqin was in a bad mood now. /BK If you feel that your heart is strong enough to fight against the world, then I support you. You've already survived this. What reason do you have not to be happy? There were so many things to worry about in life. If you didn't care about what others said, it would naturally be good. She didn't know if the young Zhou Buqing could withstand it. A few servants stayed behind. Zhou Buqing was not in the mood to pay attention to these people now. He now realized that there were too many factors involved in marrying Wanqin. Zhou Buqing went out for a stroll. As he walked on the street, he felt that the way people looked at him was very strange. There were also people whispering about him. When he turned around, the people whispering to each other immediately looked away. They looked guilty. They were obviously talking about him. These gazes were like needles, making Zhou Buqing feel uncomfortable all over. Some people who knew Zhou Buqing greeted him with a smile and then asked, Are you really going to marry Wanqin? Zhou Buqing suppressed the displeasure in his heart and nodded. He said that he was going to marry Wanqin and that he would come to the wedding banquet. Someone teased, Zhou Buqing, you're really a winner in life. You're going to be a father as soon as you get married. Congratulations, congratulations. Although he didn't know the phrase a father with good fortune, the person who spoke was full of mockery. Zhou Buqing took a deep breath and didn't raise his fist to warn the other party not to talk nonsense. It was impossible to say that the Zhou family had not offended anyone in their business all these years. Now, someone was hitting them when they were down and started to ridicule them. They scolded everyone in the Zhou family as green turtles. Zhou Buqing couldn't take it anymore. He fought with the other party and went home with bruises all over his body. As soon as he got home, he was told that Wan Xin had hanged herself and had been rescued. Zhou Buqing's head buzzed. He went to Wan Xin's room. This was the third time that Wan Xin had committed suicide. Zhou Buqing walked to the door and saw many people around. His legs went weak. Ningxu saw Zhou Buqing and said, "Wait for a while." Zhou Buqing was tired and anxious. He asked, "Mother, is Wan Xin okay?" Ningxu said, "She should be fine. But when we put her down, she started to bleed. The child is probably in danger." "Why did she commit suicide again?" Zhou Buqing asked as he wiped his face. When he touched the wound on his face, he hissed in pain. Ningxu glanced at his colorful face and said, "People like to cause trouble with their tongues. Why do you have to be so calculative?" If he wanted to fight, he had to beat them down so that they wouldn't dare to say anything in front of him. As for what happened in private, he couldn't care less. Waving his little fists like this was completely useless. Zhou Buqing squatted down and let out a long sigh. "Mother, if she doesn't want to marry me, she can just say so. Why is she hanging herself? Did he not care about his own life at all? How could he trample on it again and again?" Ningxu didn't say anything. Some people had already used this method to solve problems. If they encountered something they couldn't solve, they would just hang themselves and die. She would cry, throw a tantrum, and threaten to hang herself. Those who cared about her would naturally compromise. As long as he compromised, the matter would be resolved perfectly. Wasn't he afraid of courting his own death? Basin after basin of bloody water was carried out from the house. It was a ghastly sight. Zhou Buqing frowned and asked, "It was just hanging. How could her stomach be hurt?" Ningxu looked a little speechless. "It's probably because the cloth wasn't tied tightly and the knot wasn't tied properly." After the stool kicked, the knot loosened and Wan Xin fell to the ground. This fall, hurt the child in her stomach. Zhou Buqing was speechless. Wan Xin whimpered in the house. She sounded like she was in pain. Zhou Buqing said to Ningxu, "Mother, let's wait for a while more about the marriage." Ningxu nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'm really a kind and lovely mother." Zhou Buqing also realized that his behavior was very inappropriate. Seeing Ningxu like this, he couldn't help but say to Ningxu, "Mother, you've suffered. Your son is unfilial and has implicated you." Ningxu smiled slightly. "It's okay. If she treated him fiercely, he wouldn't care. Instead, she would be very rebellious. If she treated him so gently, he would think that she was kind and great." Ningxu tilted her head. She suddenly felt that gentleness was really a powerful force. Gentleness seemed to be powerless. But it was actually very powerful. It was the same when doing things. Ningxu was deep in thought. However, she could be gentle and strong if she wanted to. Gradually, there was no more blood coming out. The situation was almost stabilized. The doctor came out. Zhou Buqing immediately asked, "Doctor, how is Wan Xin?" The doctor said, "The child is gone and her body is hurt. She needs to take care of herself. Not long ago, she found out that she was pregnant." "How long had it been?" "She had a miscarriage." Of course, the doctor also heard all kinds of gossip. He felt that it was normal that the Zhou family couldn't tolerate this child. "Can we go in?" Zhou Buqing asked. The doctor said, "Yes, but the smell of blood is strong. Let's wait a little longer." "Then let's wait a little longer." Zhou Buqing didn't insist on going in. His face was bruised. He didn't want to appear in front of Wan Xin. Moreover, Zhou Buqing felt that he had to think carefully about his future with Wan Xin. What should he do with Wan Xin? How should he deal with it? The matter between the two of them and the pressure from the outside world made Zhou Buqing feel very tired. How could she not cherish herself? How could someone who didn't even love herself love others? Only then did Zhou Buqing remember that he had never heard Wanqing say that she liked him or loved him. Wanqing had always been the passive one. Did Wanqing like him or not? Zhou Buqing had deep doubts in his heart. The news that they were going to get married was about to spread throughout the town. However, Wanqing committed suicide at this time. Did she not want to marry him? She could have said it. She didn't need to commit suicide at all. She wanted to use her death to get rid of him. Did she hate him so much? Ningxu smiled. No matter how much affection and patience he had, he couldn't stand the exhaustion and torture again and again. Old Master Zhou was furious. This person was crazy. If she was sick, she would go to the doctor. If she was fine, she would hang herself. Those who didn't know would think that the Zhou family had done something to her and wanted to force her to death. Anyway, old Master Zhou was on the verge of exploding. He really wanted to throw Wanqing out of the Zhou family with the bed. How annoying. When she encountered something, she would hang herself. Hang your sister, he had never seen such a person. In the past, Wanqing was gentle and weak, making people feel sorry for her. How did she become like this now? It probably wouldn't be long before the people around knew that Wanqing had committed suicide. She had been forced by the Zhou family. The child was gone. It was the Zhou family who had caused it. The Zhou family had completely lost their face. They had become big villains. They had become the nest of villains. Wanqing had been short of food and drink since she was young. She had been raised according to the standards of a young lady. The more old Master Zhou spoke, the angrier he became. He was like an irritable lion, ready to jump up and bite at any time. Kick her out now. It's really bad luck. What did the Zhou family owe her that she had to humiliate her like this, a woman who had lost her virginity and now had a miscarriage? The Zhou family wanted to marry her, and they were so arrogant. It was as if the Zhou family was forcing her. What did the Zhou family do to her? After all, she had eaten the Zhou family's food for so many years and had not been treated badly. Could they think for the Zhou family? Old Master Zhou's face was livid, and there was deep disgust between his eyebrows. Obviously, he could not tolerate Wanqing anymore. Marrying such a woman was simply bad luck for 18 lifetimes. Ningxu was still as calm as ever. He said to him, "Wait a little longer. Wait until she's a little better." Wait. What are we waiting for? Is it possible that she has a miscarriage? She's pregnant with a bastard. Does our Zhou family have to serve her well and let her finish this confinement? Old Master, it's not like that. Even if you want to kick Wanqing out, it won't make a difference. Moreover, the matter between the boss and her hasn't been settled yet. Wait until it's settled. It's just a matter of time. If you make a fuss like this, it will hurt the relationship between you and your father. If they really kicked Wanqing out fiercely, Zhou Buqing would have given up on Wanqing. Now that he saw Wanqing so pitiful and sinful, his sense of responsibility became strong. His sense of responsibility and protective feelings for the fairer sex were immediately aroused. He felt that he was responsible for this pitiful woman. His parents were too scary. They actually treated this woman so cruelly. No, he had to be with Wanqing and take care of her. As for Wanqing's suicide, Ningxu could only understand it as, even if I'm at a disadvantage, you may lose me at any time to increase your bargaining chip. Ningxu spoke very gently, and his expression was calm. It made the irritable old Master Zhou calm down a little. In the end, he said tiredly, "Do as you see fit. Don't ask me. I don't want to know." Old Master Zhou rubbed his aching head and left. As soon as old Master Zhou left, Ningxu took out a handful of melon seeds and ate them. He asked the doctor to get some medicine for the boss. His face was colorful, and it was really not good. Ningxu asked the doctor to prescribe whatever medicinal herbs and supplements Wanqing needed. Anyway, she had to keep up appearances. When the time came, the 3 pig trotters would not even be able to find anything to criticize her. Did I not treat her well? Did I hurt her? Did I abuse her? Nothing at all? Then what right do you have to say that I'm vicious? Scram, after Wanqing's miscarriage, Zhou Buqing did not go to see her. Firstly, his face was probably injured, so it was not convenient for him to go there. Secondly, his heart was probably very complicated now. Following her journey, he must be wondering whether Wanqing loved him or not. Should I marry Wanqing? Why did Wanqing commit suicide? Was it because she didn't want to marry me? Previously, he had committed suicide because he didn't want to hurt them and would rather sacrifice himself. But now, why did he want to commit suicide? Ningxu went to see Xianxia a few times. Xianxia's face was pale and she looked haggard. She didn't eat well and even cried for no reason. Ningxu comforted her and told her to take good care of herself. Wanqing hesitated a few times and finally asked Zhou Buqing if he had something to do and didn't come home. Why didn't she see him? Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu couldn't figure it out. Wanqing had done such a thing. She had thrown Zhou Buqing to the ground and stepped on him. Didn't she feel it herself? She was capricious when someone loved her. Ningxu only said that he would come to see her after a while. He did have something to do. Wanqing was a little relieved. She drank some chicken soup and didn't eat anything else. Ningxu saw that she was like a cat drinking water and said, "You should eat more. Your health is important." Wanqing shook her head. "I can't eat, and I feel that I've gained some weight." Ningxu was speechless. Was she trying to lose weight? But the problem was, did she just forget about suicide? Did it just pass like that? Ningxu felt that it was better to visit Wanqing less and eat melon seeds. He couldn't understand what young people were thinking. Zhou Buqing, who had been struggling for a long time, finally went to see Wanqing. When Wanqing saw Zhou Buqing, her crystal-clear tears instantly filled her eyes as she looked at Zhou Buqing. Zhou Buqing's heart spasmed, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. What was she feeling wronged about? What was there to feel wronged about? Zhou Buqing felt that he should be the one feeling wronged. Zhou Buqing walked to the bedside and asked, "Are you feeling better?" As soon as his voice fell, Wanqing's tears fell. Zhou Buqing saw the tears and subconsciously wanted to reach out to wipe them for her, but he took his hand back. Zhou Buqing watched Wanqing cry, and Wanqing also felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She raised her head and looked at Zhou Buqing with red eyes. "Eldest young master," Wanqing called out in a hoarse voice. Zhou Buqing sighed and asked, "Why can't you figure it out?" Wanqing's hand grabbed the quilt. "Eldest young master, I'm sorry. Wanqing is already an unclean person. I'm not worthy of eldest young master." Zhou Buqing was confused. "Then why did you want to commit suicide?" Wanqing's tears became more turbulent. "Eldest young master is very good to Wanqing. Wanqing is not worthy of you." Zhou Buqing was helpless. "Aren't we going to get married? Why can't you figure it out?" I don't know. I only know that this is unfair to eldest young master. Eldest young master is so outstanding, but I'm like this." Zhou Buqing said, "I don't dislike you." Zhou Buqing felt very tired. His heart was so tired that he couldn't take it anymore. Originally, everyone said that Zhou Buqing was a cuckold. Everyone knew that the Zhou family had a child bride. She was there to ward off bad luck. During the time that he left home, his wife in name was pregnant. He still had bitterness in his heart that he couldn't express. Now that they were going to get married, she committed suicide. Zhou Buqing felt that he couldn't understand Wanqing anymore. Especially after going out, his vision and heart were broadened. He knew that the country was going through a war now. He seemed petty to be dwelling on these things. Zhou Buqing asked directly, "Wanqing, you don't like me and don't want to marry me. Is it because of second young master or third young master?" Other than this reason, Zhou Buqing really couldn't think of any other reason. Zhou Buqing was really not in the mood to torment Wanqing like this. Wanqing looked at Zhou Buqing in a daze. She shook her head and said, "No, it has nothing to do with second young master or third young master. It's me. It's because of me. I'm not worthy of eldest young master. Eldest young master, you're a good person and don't dislike me. But in the future, eldest young master, can we not get married? Eldest young master, I can't be your disgrace." /BK No matter how ambitious Wanqing was, she was still a person who had been nurtured by the feudal society. She knew that chastity was very important to women. If young master married her, he would definitely be laughed at. Master and madam would definitely not like her. Wanqing was worried and conflicted. She wanted to marry Zhou Buqing, but the reality was, just like the previous situation where she had to choose one out of three, now Wanqing also felt that she wanted to fulfill someone else's wish. Young master, you shouldn't have married me. Any woman is better than me. Wanqing looked at Zhou Buqing with pleading eyes. Zhou Buqing looked at Wanqing steadily. Are you serious? Yes. Zhou Buqing, then I'll listen to you. If I make you so painful, then I choose to give you up. Zhou Buqing turned and left after saying that, leaving Wanqing dumbfounded. Kiki Kiki. Ning Shu, who was eating melon seeds, laughed. In a way, the communication between a man and a woman was really like playing the lute to a cow. Wanqing said that she was not good. Zhou Buqing could find a better woman. In fact, she hoped that Zhou Buqing would say that she was the best woman. In his heart, no one else was like her. She did not want to marry him. In fact, she hoped that Zhou Buqing would say that he must marry her. She was worthy of him. In the end, Zhou Buqing really did not want to marry her. This hurt Wanqing a little. In fact, Wanqing just wanted to strengthen her position in Zhou Buqing's heart. How could Wanqing not know that there were a lot of problems between them? There was a lot of pressure from the outside world, so she used her life to strengthen the weight. Unfortunately, sometimes, the more you did, the more mistakes you made. Kiki Kiki. Ningxu felt that this task was almost done. This task was not very difficult. It was very easy. He just had to watch the show every day and eat melon seeds. These people were so dramatic. Looking at Wanqing's incredulous, desperate, and painful expression, he wondered if she would hang herself again. Ningxu felt that if Wanqing hung herself again, it would really cut off the possibility of her and Zhou Buqing. Hanging herself really annoyed him. It looked like she was threatening him, which made him feel disgusted. Moreover, she did not even care about her own life. How could she expect others to care? Ningxu's mouth was a little dry from eating so many melon seeds. He gulped down a cup of tea and felt refreshed. Wanqing was stunned for a long time. Her tears were about to dry up. She reacted and said to Fat Lass, "Help me put away my clothes." "What clothes? Why did you put them away?" Fat Lass asked in confusion. "Put the package away. I want to leave the Zhou family," Wanqing said in tears. Her voice was hoarse. Fat Lass was even more confused. "Miss, why are you leaving? You're not feeling well now." "I'm going to look for Madam." Fat Lass ran over to Ningxu. Ningxu told Fat Lass to go back and look for Zhou Buqing. He said to him, "Wanqing wants to leave the Zhou family." Zhou Buqing let out a long sigh. His face was full of fatigue and impatience. "Mother, what do you think Wanqing wants to do?" Ningxu said, "All her actions were just to attract your attention. Now that Wanqing wants to leave the Zhou family, are you going to persuade her to stay?" Zhou Buqing sighed. "I'll go and talk to her." Ningxu also followed. When they reached Wanqing's room, Wanqing had already started to pack her things and her clothes. These clothes were actually prepared for her by the Zhou family. They were all good clothes. Zhou Buqing asked, "What are you doing?" Wanqing smiled bitterly at Zhou Buqing. "It's not suitable for me to stay in the Zhou family now, so I should leave." "Thank you for your concern, young master and madam." Zhou Buqing was a little impatient. His tone was naturally not good. "Even if you want to leave, wait until you're better. You just had a miscarriage. Don't you care about your body?" Zhou Buqing didn't know what Wanqing cared about. What did she care about that she didn't care about her body or her life? "It's better for me to leave. It's not good for the Zhou family if I stay." "It's not good for the Zhou family's reputation," Wanqing said weakly. "Why are you leaving?" "Wait until you're better. Don't worry, I won't force you to marry me." Zhou Buqing snatched the package from her hand. "I was about to tell you something. I'm going to leave home soon. I'm going to go out and explore. You don't have to feel uncomfortable." Wanqing was completely dumbfounded. You're leaving?" Zhou Buqing nodded. Yes, so don't worry about what I'll do to you. Wanqing grabbed Zhou Buqing's hand emotionally. Is it because of me? Is it because of me that you're leaving? Tears streamed down her face. Her face was full of blame and frustration. Zhou Buqing pushed her hand away. No, I want to go out. The world is going through a huge change now. I just want to go out and take a look. It has nothing to do with you. Even though Zhou Buqing repeatedly said that it had nothing to do with Wanqing firmly believed that it was because of her that Zhou Buqing wanted to leave. Wanqing cried and said, "Young master, don't go. I'm willing to marry you." Ningxu was speechless. He wanted to cover his face. Wanqing was a little too self-righteous. When others still loved her, she didn't think much of it. When others didn't love her anymore, this kind of behavior was quite sad and ridiculous. Zhou Buqing shook his head. I already said that this has nothing to do with you. Since you want to leave the Zhou family, leave when you're better. Take good care of your body. You'll meet better people in the future, people who will treat you better. Zhou Buqing returned Wanqing's words to her. After saying that, he left, leaving Wanqing, who couldn't react. Wanqing probably didn't expect that Zhou Buqing would ask her to stay when she wanted to leave. But he didn't. And she also learned that Zhou Buqing, who had just returned home, was going to leave again. This, Ningxu said to Wanqing, take good care of your body. Don't think too much. It was said that the more you did, the more mistakes you made. Did you think that Zhou Buqing would try his best to keep you? Think too much. When he loved you, he could tolerate anything. When he didn't love you, sorry, who were you? Wanqing was probably going to die of grievance in her heart. The pig trotter had changed. He didn't treat her well anymore. Ningxu also left, leaving behind Wanqing, who couldn't cry even if she wanted to. Old Master Zhou strongly objected to Zhou Buqing leaving home. He had just come back and now he was going to leave again. Did he still have this family in his heart? But Zhou Buqing insisted on leaving. Old Master Zhou's disgust for Wanqing came to another level. It must be because of her. Once or twice. Did he have to torment her like this? What was wrong with him? Be the reincarnation of a god. Ningxu, on the other hand, was very much in favor of this matter. She even tried to persuade Lord Zhou. He let Old Master Zhou choose between two choices. One was to let the boss marry Wanqing. As long as the boss was at home, these two people would be entangled. Who knew if something would happen again? The second was to let the boss go out and see the world. After a long time, his feelings for Wanqing would fade. Old Master Zhou decisively chose the second/BK after Wanqing left the Zhou family. Master Zhou was as happy as a 300-pound child. He almost set off firecrackers at the gate and asked people to quickly clean up all the things that Wanqing had used. On the phone, he cleaned Wanqing's room well to get rid of the mold. Because of Wanqing, he was ridiculed in the business world. There was no one else like him. Children were all debts. Wanqing was not his daughter. He finally got rid of her. It was really refreshing. It was 3 unfilial sons. None of them were by his side. If one of them was by his side, it would be good to inherit his business. Ningxu had been paying attention to the situation of Wanqing leaving the Zhou family. Wanqing didn't go back to the Li family village. She was still clear-headed. If she went back, she would be even more miserable. Without the protection of the Zhou family, Wanqing was a soft persimmon. They could bully her however they wanted. When she went back, she might force herself to be his cousin's wife. Although his cousin was close, people didn't care much at this time. However, many people in the town knew Wanqing. During this period of time, there were a lot of rumors. Although Wanqing had gained weight recently, her foundation was there. She was much better looking than ordinary people. Seeing Wanqing alone, some bold hooligans began to harass Wanqing. They said that she was chased out by the Zhou family. They were tired of playing with her and wanted to play with their brothers. Wanqing was so scared that she trembled. She hid in the room and didn't dare to come out. When she came out, she was often blocked. Once, she had no choice but to jump off the bridge. She jumped down with a plop. The people who were harassing her were scared and hurried to save her. If she died, they couldn't bear the consequences. After such a scene, fewer people harassed Wanqin. Those who were unreasonable were afraid of those who didn't care about their lives. Wanqin was a person who didn't care about her life. She hung her neck and jumped into a well. In this situation, she was also a person who risked her life. Although this was the case, Wanqin's life was not easy. In the eyes of others, Wanqin was a person who didn't love herself. Some people said that Wanqin was a slut. She was the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, and she was pregnant with a bastard. Some hooligans who had nothing to do, couldn't find a wife and wanted a woman, so they set their eyes on Wanqin. Some people even went to Wanqin's room. As a result, Wanqin was not safe in her room now. After a period of time, Wanqin became extremely haggard. She couldn't sleep or eat well. There were also some malicious words that made Wanqin really want to cry. At this time, there was no one to protect her, not even a safe place. If they were in the Zhou family, these shameless people would definitely not dare to climb over the walls of the Zhou family. Wanqin, who was isolated and helpless, teared up. If she had known, she would have married eldest young master. Why do you have to do this? The outside world was too scary. Xianxia endured it with fear and trepidation, but she never thought of leaving the town. If life here was already so scary, then the outside world must be even scarier. Wanqin could not take this step. She was terrified. When Uncle's family learned about Wanqin's situation, they began to make plans in their hearts. It seemed that Wanqin had been abandoned by the Zhou family. That's right, the Zhou family is a big family. How could they want this kind of Xianxia? Hence, the family of three found Wanqin and said that they wanted to bring Wanqin home. Now that Wanqin had nowhere to go, she wanted to live with them. Moreover, Wanqin had already lost her chastity and could marry her cousin. When Wanqin saw such a shameless family and wanted her to marry her cousin, that disgusting man, she absolutely could not accept it. Wanqin wanted to run away, but she was dragged back home by her uncle's family. Wanqin ran out and wanted to go to the Zhou family to ask for help, but before she could run to the gate of the Zhou family, she was dragged back. Wanqin looked at the tightly shut gate of the Zhou family. Her heart was filled with despair and regret. If she had known, she would have left this place. Her cousin was not good-looking and had a bad character. How could such a man be the eldest young master? Why did things turn out like this? Madam and master were good to her. At least, uncle and aunt were good to her. Wanqin was afraid of despair and felt despair about her fate. Ningxu did not make a move. He just used his mental strength to watch Wanqin being dragged away. To be precise, Wanqin had nothing to do with the Zhou family anymore. Wanqin's uncle's family was not good people. Wanqin would definitely suffer if she lived with them. However, this had nothing to do with Ningxu. He just needed to let Wanqin leave the Zhou family and cut off her relationship with the Zhou family. A girl like Wanqin was especially good at harming people who were good to her. For example, the Zhou family. She could torment the Zhou family. She jumped into a well for no reason. After that, she still had to face the care and love of the Zhou family. No one blamed her. They all cared about her. If she was at her uncle's house, probably no one would care about her. So what if she wanted to commit suicide? She would probably be beaten until she did not dare to commit suicide. It was fine if she could kill herself. If she didn't, she would face a beating. Life was very difficult. She couldn't even do it if she wanted to. Not everyone had the opportunity and qualifications to do it. Those who couldn't get would always be in turmoil. Those who were favored were fearless. There were too many people who loved Wanqin. He didn't use his hands on this mission. He used gentle strength to solve the problem. Not bad, not bad. Since he could solve it in a gentle way, why should he look ferocious? It would affect his image too much. After Wanqin was brought back, Ningxu found out from the news that the Li family had indeed let Wanqin and his cousin get married. They had forcefully suppressed the marriage. Before the wedding, Wanqin's aunt came to the Zhou family to sound them out. She was asking if Wanqin really couldn't marry the young master. Did the Zhou family really give up on Wanqin? Then they wanted her son to marry Wanqin. Ningxu's response was that Wanqin had nothing to do with the Zhou family. They could do whatever they wanted. They didn't have to care about the Zhou family. Aunt was very happy. Her son had found a wife, and it was such a beautiful wife. Previously, she had been worried that the Zhou family would offend them. Now that the trouble was gone, she had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Before she left, Aunt even asked Ningxu to attend the wedding banquet. She knew in her heart that how could the madam of a rich family lower herself to attend a wedding banquet? Therefore, Ningxu knew that Wanqin was going to marry his cousin, but he didn't tell old Master Zhou. Wanqin's matter was over just like that. After marrying his cousin, Wanqin had nothing to do with the Zhou family. It was useless for the 3 pig trotters to come back. Wanqin was already married. Those who had a little shame wouldn't have any entanglements with Wanqin. As for whether Wanqin was happy or not, Ningxu said that it didn't matter. He didn't care. During this time, 3rd brother came back and brought back a beautiful and unrestrained girl. She was wearing the clothes of a minority and was very beautiful. She was warm and cheerful, completely different from Wanqin's style. She was very compatible with 3rd brother and complemented each other. /BK It was also a good thing to let the 3 pig trotters go out and gain experience. At least, the 3 of them knew that there was no such thing as Wanqin in this world. Please look at the most complete. There were also many types of girls. It felt like the 3 of them revolved around Wanqin, and their horizons were severely limited. They had never thought about what kind of girl was suitable for them. If they went out like this, they would eventually meet her. Even if they didn't meet her, they should at least gain some experience. He hoped that the eldest would be able to find a girl he liked when he went out. There was no future for him to be entangled with Wanqin. But now, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Ningxu gave himself a thumbs up. He had completed his task and was about to leave. During this period, he held the wedding of the 3rd brother and a foreign girl. After the 2 of them got married, they ran away, saying that they wanted to go back to the girl's hometown. They said that life there was more freedom. Old Master Zhou was so angry that he stomped his feet. He thought that his son had married into someone else's family. Every time old Master Zhou was angry, Ningxu used Wanqin to persuade him. At least the 3rd brother didn't marry Wanqin. As soon as he compared himself with Wanqin, old Master Zhou felt that no matter how difficult it was to accept, he would accept it. It could be seen that old Master Zhou had a bad impression of Wanqin. He could even accept this kind of marriage. He couldn't accept any of his sons marrying Wanqin. This time, the 3rd brother was leaving home. Ningxu finally didn't feed him wine with sand in it. The 3rd brother was a little flattered. He finally didn't have to drink such wine. He heard that his eldest brother drank it again. Of course, Ningxu had to give the 3rd brother face. He couldn't lose face in front of his wife. He smiled and waved goodbye. Very good, he solved one problem. He didn't know when the 2nd brother would bring his wife back. He probably couldn't wait. They were at war. The girl he met on the battlefield must be a strong girl. He was very relieved. Before leaving, Ningxu learned about Wanqin's situation. Wanqin didn't marry for long and seemed to be pregnant. Wanqin definitely wasn't willing to stay in the Li family. She tried to escape time and time again, but her uncle's family watched her very strictly. After escaping too many times, they even locked her in the house. Especially when she was pregnant, they didn't let her out. They made her eat, drink, and poop in the house. It was like watching a prisoner. It wasn't that Wanqin didn't want to die, but it was very difficult to die when she was watched. It wasn't easy for him to find a wife. Of course, he couldn't let her die like this. For a girl who had been pampered for 20 years to have such a day, it was as if she had fallen from heaven to hell. She couldn't bear it anymore. Ningxu paid a little attention to it and did not care about it. After all, Wanqin was not her responsibility. Ningxu didn't quite understand why Wanqin insisted on staying in the town. If it were someone else, they would instinctively want to escape from this place. She wanted to escape from this painful place, but Wanqin didn't want to. He could not figure it out. Dan Qing, mission complete. Do you want to leave the mission world? Dan Qing's tone sounded very anxious and a little desperate. Ningxu nodded. Let's go. His vision blurred and he returned to the system space. Ningxu looked at the torn pieces of paper in the system space. The little mouse was tearing the book apart. Through its furry face, Ningxu could see the sadness and despair on its face. Upon returning and seeing such a messy scene, Ningxu was in a bad mood. He looked at the little mouse. "I told you not to mess up my place. Now get out of my demon immortal castle." The little mouse roared. "I don't want to learn these things. This is the knowledge of lowly humans. I don't need it. Are the humans crazy? Why did they come up with such a difficult question to make things difficult for their own children? What kind of deep hatred do they have for their own children? Why do they want to force their own children to die?" Little Rat asked incredulously. They were forced to learn these things every day. Why were humans still thriving and not dying out? Ningxu was expressionless. "This is the reason why you tore the book. It's such a mess. If you don't clean it up, then get out." The little mouse looked at Ningxu with its big black eyes and snorted. It silently used its 2 paws to pick up the paper on the ground and stuffed it into its mouth. "I'll clean it up. I've never seen a woman as fierce as you. Women should be gentle and considerate." When Li Wen was still the emperor of the human world, the little mouse followed Li Wen around. He saw the concubines of the imperial harem flattering Li Wen. They were gentle and considerate. Ningxu snorted and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. The little mouse stuffed the paper into its mouth and stuffed all the paper on the ground into its mouth. Ningxu kept a straight face. He wanted to laugh in his heart. He only asked him to clean it up, but he didn't let him eat it. This was not learning. It was easy for him to suffer. Ningxu didn't stop him from eating the paper. After eating it, he wouldn't throw or tear the book in the future. Danqing said to Ningxu, "It's not appropriate for a creature like this to receive the inheritance of human knowledge. It's also not worth it." Danqing was going crazy. Why the hell did he recommend himself? It was torture. It was too scary. Ningxu said, "If I don't find something for him to do, he'll tear my system space apart." The little mouse finished all the paper scraps on the ground and said to Ningxu, "I'm hungry. I want to eat scraps." Ningxu said, "Wait." Before Ningxu left, he warned the little mouse, "If you tear the book again and make a mess, don't eat scraps. Eat poop." Just as he was about to leave the system space, the chat system rang. Ningxu opened it. It was a message from someone he didn't know. The message surprised Ningxu. Is it the person in charge of Liren? Now that Liren has something to discuss, he's here to discuss it. Ningxu? Liren. Ningxu searched his mind for a while before he remembered Liren. If something good happened, it definitely wouldn't be good. Ningxu glanced at the address and prepared to go over. No matter what, he had to go and take a look. Liren, it was the little brat who inherited her looks and thoughts. The little mouse watched from the side. Seeing that Ningxu was about to leave, he asked, "Are you going to get scraps?" Ningxu sighed. "I told you to learn more, but you didn't. You can't even read. I have something to do now, so I won't be going." The little mouse was unhappy. He snorted and his fur stood up. What's more important than getting food? Ningxu couldn't be bothered with him and went to the virtual space. The virtual space was a place that only mission takers could enter. It was very similar to the law space. It was a place for mission takers to learn, communicate, or buy things. Before he walked in, Ningxu saw Liren from afar. He was wearing a fiery red shirt with a V-shaped collar that exposed his chest. It was especially flirtatious. She wasn't that deep in the past. Especially when she saw his face again, it had a bit of masculinity to it. It was her former face. Ningxu was speechless. She really wanted to disfigure him. Her heart was itching to beat him up violently. /BK There was a person standing next to Liren. She stood next to Liren, and it felt like she was holding Liren hostage. Ningxu thought for a moment and turned to leave. Then, she heard Liren's voice. Ningxu. Her face had changed so much, but Liren still recognized her. To be honest, seeing her face on a man's face, Ningxu really wanted to scratch his face and destroy it. Ningxu saw that she couldn't leave, so she walked over and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" You're his guarantor, right? He killed my people in the mission world. There was a woman next to Liren. Her eyes were sharp, and she had a strong aura. She didn't look like someone who was easy to talk to. Ningxu shrugged. I want to know the ins and outs of the matter. Ningxu glanced at Liren. Come here. The woman stopped Liren. If you want to talk, talk here. Ningxu said directly, I want to go to the side. Why don't you just kill him? Don't come to me. You. The woman was annoyed by Ningxu, but she didn't stop Ningxu and Liren from going to the side. Ningxu looked at Liren. What's going on? Is there a conflict between the missions? Usually, when a mission met a mission taker, even if there was a conflict, they would seek common ground and solve it together. After all, the number of people who killed each other was small. If the mission failed, they would be killed. Liren stared at Ningxu. Ningxu took a deep breath. I'm asking you a question. Speak. Are you mute? Liren, how did you change? You don't look like a married couple anymore. You don't look as good as before. Ningxu was expressionless. Sorry, I made some adjustments. What's going on? Ningxu resisted the urge to scratch his face. If you don't tell me, I'm leaving. Liren said disdainfully, wasn't it me who killed her gigolo? I killed her forbidden predator. He came to find trouble with me during the mission, so I killed him because I was annoyed. She was so angry that she came looking for you. She probably didn't dare to kill me. Now that she's looking for you, she's definitely here to ask for benefits. Ningxu chuckled and said, you're really a clever little devil. What the F***ck, Liren was only a level mission enforcer. Could he be a little more vulgar? Could he develop more vulgarly? Back then, she had been rather wretched. Only when she had some strength did she dare to act wantonly and talk so loudly. The sexy Liren was courting death. Ningxu glanced at the woman. Why didn't she kill you? Liren said righteously, I said I have someone behind me. She thinks that I'm also your gigolo and wants to negotiate with you. Now she's angry in her heart. Liren said as he spread his hands. She has a lot of gigolos. She probably doesn't care much about losing one. Just give her something and she'll be appeased. Liren didn't really care. A lot? What kind of operation was this? Ningxu felt that his life was very dull. Liren, men like to be surrounded by beautiful women. Women also like to be surrounded by handsome men. They enjoy being in the limelight. Men and women all dream of having a harem. Although they're souls, it's better to be satisfied mentally. The satisfaction of the spirit is more blissful than the physical body. Of course, there's a price. She has to provide them with some convenience and resources. Ningxu, oh. Didn't this sound like her raising skeleton? But the nature was different. She wanted skeleton to work for her. Ningxu, then why should I pay the price to protect you? Save yourself. Isn't it good to live like a heartless beast? Isn't it good to live? Why do you have to court death? Liren's almond eyes widened. He looked at Ningxu and said in surprise, am I not your gigolo? Ningxu. Are you? Liren. Am I not? Ningxu, no. Liren, I am. Besides, other people are looking for trouble with me. I can't let them bully me. Liren said directly. Do you want to see me live like a grandson? You can only be a grandfather if you can be a grandson. Ningxu said and reached out to straighten his collar. Don't be so flirtatious with my face, Kay. The woman kept looking at them with a very ugly expression. She ignored Ningxu and Liren and completely ignored her. She walked towards them. Have you discussed it? You better give me a suitable explanation. Otherwise, I will report this matter and let the judge deal with it. Mission enforcers killing each other in the mission world. I believe the judge can deal with it fairly. The woman stared at Ningxu and Liren unkindly. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She looked at Liren with extreme disgust. He killed her people. That man was the most gentle, the best to her, especially good at pleasing her, and he was also good-looking. Of course, she felt sad that he died like this. Ha, old woman, he was the one looking for trouble with me. I killed him. Otherwise, he would have killed me. Liren said righteously. He almost put his hands on his hips. Besides, he failed the mission and was killed. What does it have to do with me? Being called an old woman by Liren, she was so angry that her face was distorted. What kind of attitude is this? I won't let this matter go. I want you to pay the price. Ningxu was speechless. Sexy Liren, online death seeking +2, wasn't it good to be alive? The woman opposite him was definitely stronger than Liren. Where did Liren get his confidence from? Ningxu felt that if he was the woman opposite him, he would pinch this B***tch to death. Find the judge, find the judge. We can find out who is right and who is wrong if the judge comes, Liren said firmly. The woman was so angry that her face turned green. She took a deep breath and her chest rose and fell. She couldn't be bothered to talk to Liren. She looked at Ningxu and said, "This is the result of your discussion." Ningxu didn't have much to say. Anyway, Liren and that pretty boy weren't good people. Who knew what had happened between the two of them when they quarreled? Ningxu said directly, "What do you want?" Ningxu's attitude was almost the same as Liren's. The woman was so angry that she was about to explode. What kind of attitude is this? Ningxu said, "You want an explanation and compensation from us. Let's talk about it and discuss it. As for bowing and apologizing, as far as I know, you were the one who looked for trouble first. You can't blame my people for killing you. Why did he have to poke and provoke people for no reason? My people looked for trouble first." The woman pointed at her own nose and looked at Ningxu incredulously. It's not up to him to decide who's causing trouble for whom. He was the one who was greedy for other people's treasures. How dare he talk nonsense? The woman was so angry that she was about to cry/BK. The senior uncle mocked and despised Ningxu as soon as he arrived. Read the full story. Read the full story. Liren narrowed his eyes and looked at Grand Elder Taishu from head to toe. The senior uncle glanced back at him, his gold-rimmed glasses flashing with a cold luster. He stood there with a straight posture, the corners of his windbreaker fluttering slightly. His thin lips were pursed coldly, making the woman in front of him look even more humble and weak. She was even speaking in a submissive manner. Liren looked away, not wanting to look into the senior uncle's eyes. The senior uncle adjusted his glasses and didn't say anything. However, the atmosphere became heavy and gloomy, and the pressure became very low. It made people feel uneasy and uncomfortable. Ningxu said, "There's a bit of discord. It's unwise for this woman to find a judge." The senior uncle's appearance fee was very expensive, and he had never returned empty-handed. Once you found the senior uncle, it meant that you had to die together to seek justice. In turn, the senior uncle would find a reason to make you pay. Previously, she had said that she could compensate this woman, but she had a pig teammate with an arrogant attitude, which made others gnash their teeth in hatred. Liren furrowed his brows tightly. Will it implicate you? Ningxu grinned. What do you think? Liren said, I'm sorry. The woman finally explained the ins and outs of the matter. She was sweating profusely, and she felt uncomfortable under the pressure of the senior uncle's aura. The senior uncle looked unhappy. This matter? The woman said nervously. Liren casually targeted other mission enforcers in the mission world. This is not a small matter. The senior uncle directly asked the main system about the mission world. Every mission enforcer's mission would be recorded. The truth of the matter would be known after checking. He didn't have the time to listen to the two sides bickering, so Ningxu didn't even say anything. The senior uncle directly said, it was that mission enforcer who started the conflict. Ah? The woman was stunned. That's impossible. It was clearly him. What's the point of making a fuss about a mission enforcer who's already dead? Do you really have nothing better to do? If you don't want your soul power anymore, you can donate it. The woman's face was pale and she looked unconvinced. The grand uncle was not someone who would judge a person's expression. He said directly, fine her 1 million merit points. Not only was the woman's face pale, but she was also on the verge of tears. She was filled with grief and indignation, but there was nothing she could do. She dared to be angry, but she did not dare to say anything. 1 million merit points was not a small number for a nomological avatar, especially now that the nomological avatars no longer had any tax. Their means of earning money were limited. 1 million merit points was enough to make a woman cry. The woman pointed at Liren. What about him? He killed a mission enforcer during a mission. Shouldn't he be punished? The Grand Elder said coldly, of course you should be punished. You brought out a dead mission enforcer to cause trouble. If you don't want your soul power anymore, you can apply to have it wiped out. Grand Uncle didn't care about the relationship between this woman and the dead mission enforcer. In his eyes, the mission enforcer was already dead. Using this as an excuse to cause trouble was indeed not idle. The woman was speechless. He was actually speechless. The woman took a deep breath. She wanted to see how the judge would punish these two people. I accept the punishment. She was furious. She had lost one person, and now she had lost 1 million merit points. What was this, however? She didn't want to lose face. She just wanted to make this person unhappy. When Xianxia heard the Grand Elder say 1 million merit points, he was in a bad mood. *CK, the Grand Elder looked at Xianxia and Liren. At this time, Liren was quite manly. He stood in front of Xianxia and confronted the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder said coldly, killing each other in the mission world. You're really capable. Liren couldn't withstand the Grand Elder's power. His body trembled a little. Xianxia stood behind him and saw that his legs and stomach were trembling. It was probably hard for him to hold on. The Grand Elder tilted his head slightly and looked at Xianxia, who was behind Liren. Why are you hiding? You can't cause trouble when you're causing trouble. Xianxia pushed Liren aside and explained, I didn't cause trouble. I was just passing by. I didn't inform the organization. This matter has nothing to do with me. The Grand Elder laughed. 1 million each. When Liren heard 1 million merit points, he frowned. 1 million merit points. Where would he get 1 million merit points? As expected, Xianxia knew this was the case. He stepped heavily on Liren's foot, causing Liren to hiss in pain. The Grand Elder looked at Xianxia warningly. Don't cause trouble. Take care of your own people. Next time, just shoot them to death. Xianxia turned around and helped Liren tidy up his collar. He pinched Liren's exposed breast hard. You must listen to me. Otherwise, you'll be shot to death. Understand? Liren, I become a punching bag? The Grand Elder, TSK, you two are the most irritating people in the world. Xianxia, it's better if you go blind. The Grand Elder left in a flash. The atmosphere was no longer tense. Everyone present subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia didn't even look at the woman. He turned around and left with Liren. If there was a problem, it would be better to solve it privately. If the organization intervened, both sides would be in trouble. The organization wanted an appearance fee. Mediation was useless. Hey! The woman shouted. Xianxia and Liren turned around at the same time and looked at her expressionlessly. Xianxia, what else do you want? Didn't you already give the result? It's your people who wanted to cause trouble. Anyway, they were going to die together. No one would have an easy time. The woman had nothing to say, but she felt aggrieved. Xianxia looked surprised and took 2 steps towards the woman. The woman subconsciously took 2 steps back. When she reacted, she was embarrassed and angry. Wasn't this showing that he was afraid of her? The woman was a little afraid that Xianxia would take away her nomological imprint. Although she had been punished, she felt that the judge was biased towards her. At least when she spoke to Xianxia, her tone was familiar. Xianxia looked at her. What else do you want? Hasn't this matter been resolved yet? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked at her. She was also very unhappy now. She had lost 1 million merit points. It was inexplicable. 1 million merit points were skeleton snacks for a long time. Xianxia's expression didn't look good. The woman was already thinking of retreating. 1 million merit points were gone just like that. If the nomological imprint was taken away, it would be a huge loss. This Xianxia was a demon. A demon who specialized in stealing nomological imprints. Unfortunately, he was still alive. The more the woman thought about it, the more she felt that she couldn't stay any longer. The more she looked at Ning Shu, the more she felt that his face was becoming distorted and ferocious. The next second, he would run towards her. The woman turned and ran, disappearing in an instant. Liren raised his eyebrows. She was scared away. She was scared away. Liren lowered his head and looked at the weak little girl. She had snow-white skin, a small mouth, and almond-shaped eyes. Her exposed shoulders looked round and small. Very fierce, /BK Liren looked away from Ning Shu, touched his nose, and said, "I already said that I was wronged. Why are you punishing us?" Ning Shu said, "I'm the one who's wronged." Liren was a little indignant. "We can't just let this go. Why should we be punished? It was the other party who started it." Ning Shu said angrily, "Okay, stop messing around. 1 million for your life." When she was fighting with Xianxia, she even got shot. So Ning Shu didn't even bother to defend herself when she gave him 1 million. So be it. If they continued to mess around, the judge would really be annoyed and shoot them to death. Did they really think that the judge was here to uphold justice? He was here to quell the riot. Suppress. Take note, suppress. It was like cancer chemotherapy. It would kill the cancer cells, and at the same time, it would also kill the normal cells. This showed the lethality of the Taishu. Generally speaking, if it wasn't something earth-shattering, it shouldn't alarm the judge or the organization. The organization was dispatched to suppress. Liren was very obedient and asked, "What will happen if I don't pay the money?" Ning Shu wiped his neck. "Gotcha, of course you'll be killed." Liren pouted. Ning Shu said, "Then can you pay for me first?" Ning Shu said expressionlessly, "Look at my mouth. Gun. It's fine if you find trouble for me, but now you're relying on your elders. Unfilial descendant. If you don't have money, save it yourself. You'll be able to pay eventually." He still had to pay Liren. "Pay my ass." Ning Shu became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He pinched Liren's ear and warned, "If there's a next time, I'll definitely let you die a horrible death. My patience is limited." It hurts, I know." Liren rubbed his ears and grimaced. "What can I do when someone comes to find trouble with me? In that situation, it's either he dies or he dies." Ning Shu snorted. "If we're going to do something bad, it's better to do it secretly. Do you want to see earthworms?" Ning Shu asked casually. Liren shook his head. "No, there's nothing to see. It's fine as long as he's doing well. I'm really in a sorry state right now. I'll go back when I'm strong enough." Ning Shu chuckled. "Then how can you have the nerve to call me that?" Liren did not say anything. In fact, Liren was quite cold. Perhaps this was the nature of these creatures. They disdained to integrate into society and did not need emotions to maintain them. Ning Shu tidied up Liren's collar. After a while, the collar slipped down. Ning Shu really wanted to pinch the exposed red fruit. "Your clothes are really interesting." Ning Shu sneered. Liren smiled. "Indeed. Okay, I'm leaving," Ning Shu said and returned to the system space. Liren wanted to say something, but the person in front of him disappeared. TSK, what a heartless woman. After not seeing each other for so long, she left without saying anything. Liren frowned and clutched his stomach. A knife had been stabbed there before. Even though he no longer had a body, he could still feel the pain. Liren smiled. This smile was very complicated. The place where he had been stabbed before disappeared. Ning Shu returned to the system space and saw the little mouse tearing a book again. There was a layer of paper on the ground. Ning Shu? Did the little mouse only have 7 seconds of memory? Didn't she already say that it was not allowed to tear books? Why was it tearing books again? She was not in a good mood now. She stepped on the little mouse and ground her feet hard. It was like stepping on rubber, full of elasticity. The little mouse screamed and escaped from Ning Shu's feet. It began to swallow the paper again. What a problem. It tore and swallowed, and tore again. How much did it hate learning? Ningxu felt that the books on her bookshelf were probably gone. When the little mouse finished tearing them, it probably would not tear anymore. Ningxu sat on the sofa and rested for a while before picking up the pieces. Anyway, she had not been informed yet. She also paid the 1 million fine. Ningxu only paid for herself and did not pay for Liren. Humans were lazy. When they were used to relying on someone, they would subconsciously do as they were told. Ningxu was afraid that Liren would become lazy. After paying the fine, Ningxu took a look at how much money she had in her account and what she gained from this mission. She did not know if the client was satisfied or not. The most important thing was that she did not dirty the client's hands. Killing people did not have to see blood. Sometimes, a soft knife was more painful than a real knife. The wound of a real knife would heal one day, but a soft knife would not. It was like a maggot attached to the bone. It would even dig deeper and deeper, causing more and more pain. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker. Reward card, 27,710, 10 million for a reward card. Soul value, 361. Health value, 331. Wisdom, 441. Luck, 301. Charm, 201. Spiritual power, 451. Physical power, 321. Aptitude, 391. Faith, 250,000. Merit, 30,000,000. Soul strength, 152. Authorization ticket, 0. Pure heart, none. Law comprehension, none. Constructed world, reincarnation world tools, calm aura, heart calming pill, amulet 4, upgraded amulet 2, faith bell. Honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th. Ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass's blessing, best friend for life, Meow Meow Meow's blessing, life-saving hand, Zhu Su's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty in law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing, heart of peace and joy, luck aura, faith aura, longevity. Mission completion rate, 100%. Obtain 10-point cards, 8 attribute points, and 60% of the soul power from the soul force user. 60% was not bad. Generally speaking, the client would offer half of their soul power, and this 60% would belong to her. There was no need to share it with the organization. Ningxu absorbed the soul force, removed the impurities, and stored it in his dantian. Little Mouse had already cleaned up the confetti on the ground. Her cheeks were puffed up, and she looked at Ningxu with her big black eyes. When are you going to get me something to eat? I'm starving. Ningxu, right away. Why do you look like a reincarnated hungry ghost? Coincidentally, the system notified him that Ningxu was going to deal with the star rock. When Ningxu arrived in the void, he saw Taishu dealing with the star stones. It seemed that Taishu had gone to deal with the previous matter midway and would continue to deal with the star stones when he came back. However, there was one more person beside Taishu this time. Ligua squatted beside Taishu, holding her face with both hands and looking at Taishu. Her burning eyes could make people feel glorious. Ningxu felt that Ligua was a little different from before. Her whole body was rippling with an attractive aura, making her look like a plump and juicy peach. Moreover, there were droplets of water on her skin that slowly flowed down her skin. The fragrance was enchanting and full of temptation. Taishu ignored Ligua. Ningxu walked over and said, "Let's change shifts." Ligua immediately became excited and smiled. It's finally over. Let's go. Although Ningxu didn't want to say it, Ligua was really anxious now. Her skin was a little bright red, and she was very attractive. There was also a fragrance on her body. It didn't seem like a fragrance, but it had a different smell. Ningxu couldn't help but make a bold guess. Could this smell be the smell of Ligua's race and heat? You go first. Don't look for me if there's nothing. Taishu rejected Ligua. Ligua didn't care about his rejection at all. She reached out and grabbed Taishu's arm. Taishu shook her off. Go away. Li Guo was still smiling. She reached out and started to take off Taishu's clothes. If you don't want to go to other places, you can do it here. Ningxu. TSK. You two are the most eye-catching in the world. I'll return your words to you. They were going to play in public. There were so many people here, including the army and the big shots who were picking up fragments. It was eye-catching, but they wanted to see it. Ningxu was also excited. If Taishu was really pushed down by Li Guo and played in public, his dignity as a judge would be gone. Let's see how he could act cool in the future. If he could really see the scene, his life wouldn't be in vain. However, Ningxu felt that it was impossible. Senior uncle waved away Li Guo's hand that was groping his body. He glanced at Ningxu, who was gloating, and said to Li Guo, "Go find someone else." After a round of torment, Li Guo's face was flushed red. Her entire body was emitting an aura that made one's bones go soft. Li Guo panted and said, "Don't be so stingy. I need your bloodline. Just once. After that, I won't pester you anymore. If you don't agree, I can only keep going in circles and pester you." Ningxu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but ask, "What does this bloodline mean?" Li Guo looked at Ningxu with watery eyes. She seemed to have melted into a puddle of water as she lifted Ningxu's chin with her slender fingers. "Little girl, what do you know? The first generation of creatures born in the void will have a strong, pure, and powerful bloodline. Later on, the bloodline power will slowly decrease." Oh, so it was like that. Granduncle was a first-generation void creature with a pure bloodline. The child born from his seed would definitely be very powerful. Then to Li Guo's race, it would be another powerful force. Ningxu suddenly felt that Li Guo's race had a matriarchal social structure. Children would only know their mother but not their father. He believed that Li Guo wasn't the only one in this race who went around borrowing seeds. There should be other people as well. Could it be that this race wanted to collect the bloodlines of all the races in the void? The abilities of the races in the void were different. Races like Li Guo didn't have any power when they were conscious. However, if they lost their rationality, they would become bloodthirsty maniacs who would go on a rampage until they tore their target apart. There were also races like the little mouse who had zero intelligence but was very powerful. However, without exception, all of them were very powerful. However, they also had various flaws and shortcomings. Ningxu asked, "He's so resistant. Could it be that this will take away his bloodline power?" Seeing how resistant Granduncle was, could it be that he wanted to guard the sunrise? He was cultivating the virgin technique and couldn't be broken. Ningxu laughed maniacally in his heart. How can that be? There won't be any impact. It's just that the bloodline power of his descendants will be slightly inferior. Just like the transmission of genes, it was a selective inheritance. Some would be inherited and some would be discarded. Of course, this would cause the bloodline power of his descendants to be impure. Ningxu held Li Guo's finger that was lifting his chin. He shook his head and said, "It's a pity that I'm not a man, nor was I born in the void. Otherwise, how could I watch you suffer like this?" Such a beauty was suffering, but Granduncle was actually indifferent. Sigh. Beauty? Yeah, it's a pity that you're not a man. Li Guo sighed. Ningxu said, "Aren't there so many people? For example, Sang Liang can do it too." He believed that Sang Liang was probably cultivating the virgin technique. Li Guo said, "I have to pick one that's pleasing to the eye." Sure enough, Granduncle gave people the feeling that he was the best in the world. If they didn't borrow his seed, who else would they borrow? Yet, he looked like he was abstinent. It made people have the urge to kill him and make him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. They couldn't help but feel like committing a crime. Ningxu held back his laughter and said to Granduncle, "Judge, I think you should just accept it. He doesn't want you to take responsibility. He even raised your child for you. He doesn't want you to pay child support." Granduncle said, If you're so good, then go ahead." Ningxu sighed. "I can't. If I could, I would have done it. I'm a woman, and I don't have a body." This was the dream of many men. Ningxu was purely adding insult to injury. She didn't mind seeing this scene. It was worth it even if she was blinded. Granduncle looked at the two women coldly and turned to leave. Seeing that Granduncle had left, Ligua hurriedly chased after him, bringing along a fragrant wind. Ningxu sniffed. The smell of hormones. It was very attractive. It was an indescribable smell. The fragrance was like the tide of the sea. Some of the big shots around them were a little embarrassed. They didn't look at Ligua, but Ligua acted as if she didn't see anyone else. Her psychological quality was also quite strong. She was like a leech burrowing into Granduncle's body. She was greedy and eager. It was probably because Granduncle's bloodline power was more attractive to Ligua, but it was difficult to conquer such a man. Ligua had to go through the difficult process of learning the scriptures from thousands of miles away. The key was that Granduncle didn't have a heart. Ningxu began to process the star stones. On the way, she also had to pick up the fragments. There was another person at home waiting to eat the fragments. It was a pity that she couldn't see the live play. Ningxu picked up as many fragments as possible and fed the little mouse. Otherwise, the little mouse would ask her for food from time to time. This time, after eating, she would take a rope and lead the little mouse into the void. It was time for the little mouse to show its value. She knew that she couldn't eat without working. If she couldn't find treasures, she would beat her up. Ningxu had to pick up the shards while dealing with the star stones. However, the vines were able to pick them up quickly. Ningxu tried his best to pick up as many shards as possible. He used to hope that the next shift would come earlier. Now, he hoped that the next shift would come later so that he could pick up more shards. Little Mouse's appetite was too big. It was impossible to feed it. When the next shift came, Ningxu didn't even know how many shards he had picked up. Back in the system space, Little Mouse was limp. It looked at Ningxu and said weakly, "You finally returned the favor. If you eat a little more, you won't be able to see me again. It'll be goodbye forever." Ningxu. How many days have you been studying? You're starting to talk like a scholar now. Not bad, not bad. Little Mouse, please don't say the word studying. He hated it. Ningxu took out the mess in space. There's a lot of them. They're all yours. Little Mouse raised its butt and started to eat fiercely. It was crying as it ate. It started to reminisce about the past. Back in the day, I used to eat energy. Now, I'm reduced to eating this kind of garbage. What a terrible life. TSK, Little Mouse was now full of a sour smell. It was starting to show off its literary talent. Little Mouse was only the size of a fist, but it ate very quickly. Its mouth was so small that it felt like it was connected to another world. It finished all the shards that Ningxu had picked up in a short while. Ningxu. Are you full? Little Mouse, half full. Ningxu, you're still half full? You don't know how many shards I've picked up. Are you kidding me? She picked up so many shards that the other bosses didn't have enough to pick up, and the mission time would be extended. Ningxu looked at her strangely. He used his eyes to tell her to stop. However, Ningxu ignored him and picked up more shards shamelessly. She had picked up so many, but it wasn't enough. Little Mouse felt wronged and said, "This kind of thing can't even withstand hunger. It's not even considered food. Do you humans treat water as food? I eat these things like drinking water. I don't feel anything at all. At most, I'll be full for a while, but I'll be hungry very soon. If you give me an energy body, I can go without eating for 10 days to half a month." Ningxu chuckled coldly. Energy body? Giving the energy body to you to eat? You must be dreaming. She didn't even have an energy body. Even if she did, she wouldn't give it to the little mouse. It was gone after eating a bubble of dung. It was simply a waste of heavenly resources. Ningxu took out a small collar and said to the little mouse, "Since you are full, let's start working." Little Mouse lazily lay on the sofa. What kind of work? Ningxu smiled and said, "Of course it's to look for treasures. You are full now. Why don't we go look for treasures?" Little Mouse looked at the collar and string in Ningxu's hand and jumped up. "If you want to look for treasures, then look for treasures. Why do you need a string? Are you going to tie me up?" Ningxu smiled kindly. Why would I? I won't tie you up. It's just that the void is so big. I have to hold you. If you get lost, where am I going to find you? Bah, you are walking a dog. I don't want to wear this thing. I'm already wronged enough to look for treasures for you. I sacrificed my dignity, and now you want to walk me. Ningxu saw that little mouse refused to obey and his face turned cold. So you want to go back on your words? You don't want to keep your promise. You didn't say you were going to walk me. You said you were going to look for treasures, but this is not the way to look for them. When it came to his dignity, little mouse argued. Even his speech and logic were smooth for a long time. See, studying was useful. At least it could increase one's IQ. Ningxu spread out his hands and said, I didn't say I couldn't walk you. If you don't agree, then I have no choice. I can only hand you over to the organization and let them do as they see fit. Little mouse was flustered and exasperated. He bared his teeth and all his fur stood up. His black bean-sized eyes were full of humiliation and grievance. Ningxu caught him and comforted him while putting on the collar. Anla, it's not me walking you. It's you walking me. You have to look at it from both sides. You are the one who dragged me. Of course, you are the one who walked me. Little mouse thought for a while. That seems to be the case. Ningxu fastened the collar and held the string. He said, now go to the void. Little mouse kept pulling at the collar on his neck. He was very uncomfortable. Wait, I want to make a deal with you. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at Little Mouse. Say it. Little Mouse said, if you find the energy body, you have to share half of it with me. I can only be full by eating the energy body. The fragments are useless. If you don't agree, I won't go. Ningxu thought for a while. Even if they found the energy body, it would be a profit for him to take half of it. After all, she couldn't find the energy body. Ningxu hesitated for a long time. In the end, he reluctantly agreed. Okay, we'll share it equally. Little Mouse was very happy. When he saw Ningxu's unhappy face, he suddenly felt that he had taken advantage of Ningxu. He dragged Ningxu into the void. Ningxu looked at the boundless void. A little further away was darkness. He didn't know where the darkness extended. He only felt that it was very, very far away. Every time he looked at the void, Ningxu would think about where the end of the void was and whether anyone had reached the end of the void. It was like ordinary people longing to reach the end of the world. Ningxu asked, where are we going now? The void was so big. He really had to rely on Little Mouse to go anywhere. Ningxu pulled Little Mouse into his body. He didn't want to let Little Mouse bring him into a ditch. Little Mouse was the only one who could remove the collar on his neck. Once he put it on, it wouldn't be easy to take it off. He, Little Mouse looked around and said, pick a direction. This is a test of our luck. Ningxu was speechless. She was unlucky. Little Mouse had been exterminated. Her luck was very bad. People who liked to seek death usually had bad luck. She and Little Mouse were both people who liked to seek death. Ningxu asked. What about your talent? I have a talent, but I can only sense it from a certain distance. That's why I left your organization. How can there be treasures around the void? Your people have taken them away. Is there something wrong with your IQ? Why are you asking such a stupid question? Ningxu was speechless. He shouldn't have taught Little Mouse to read. If he taught his disciple, he would kill his master. Ningxu looked at Little Mouse silently. He pulled Little Mouse back. Little Mouse didn't pay attention and sat down. She grimaced and said, what are you doing? Little Mouse indignantly chose a direction and pulled Ningxu along. Ningxu leisurely followed behind Little Mouse. Little Mouse originally wanted to embarrass her and make her beg for mercy, but seeing Ningxu like this, Little Mouse felt bored and slowed down. Running was very tiring and he had been hungry for a long time. His heart was stuffy. The two of them walked leisurely and at the same time, they had to be wary of the creatures in the void. After all, it was very dangerous for two weaklings to wander in the void. Little Mouse did not have endless subordinates now and was actually a weakling. Sigh, they did not see any treasures along the way. The void was so big but there were so few treasures. As they walked, Ningxu saw two small black dots in front of him. They were probably humans. Seeing creatures in the void, Ningxu's first reaction was not to be curious but to avoid them. With her current strength, she could only cause a ruckus in the organization. Even in the organization, there were many people who could kill her. Not to mention the creatures in the void. Little Mouse sniffed and wrinkled her pink nose. This smell is really stinky. What smell? Ningxu sniffed and did not smell anything. Little Mouse's sense of smell was really good. It's the people in front. One of them is from your organization. Do you know that you are all emitting a stench? Little Mouse said in disdain. Everyone in your organization is reeking of this horrible smell. Ningxu asked, what smell? Little Mouse said. The smell of rot. It smells like mold and rot. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu said, your body is full of the smell of dead rats. That meant that the people in front were from the organization. There was nothing to be afraid of. Go, that way. Ningxu shook the rope and said to Little Mouse. Little Mouse, F*CKU, do you think I'm an animal? Ningxu, aren't you a beast? The two of them quickened their pace and were about to catch up to the two black dots in front of him. The Little Mouse stopped in his tracks and leaned back with all his might. The collar had constricted his double chin, and his face was even bigger than his body. I'm not going, said the Little Mouse. I hate him. Ningxu pulled the rope with all his might to drag him over there. The Little Mouse retreated backward with his butt on the ground. Helpless, he was dragged along by Ningxu. The Little Mouse whose neck is being strangled by life? As he walked closer, Ningxu exclaimed. No wonder the Little Mouse was unwilling to come over. It's the two of you. Are you two entangled in the void? The two of them were Senior Uncle and Ligua. Ligua's face was flushed, her eyes were moist, and the fragrance on her body was getting stronger. The Little Mouse tried his best to hide behind. He hated and was afraid of Senior Uncle. After all, his subordinates and an entire race were all killed by Senior Uncle. The hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife was not excessive, especially now that Li Wen was missing. Senior Uncle glanced at Ningxu and the Little Mouse. The Little Mouse leaned back, and the collar and double chin became more obvious. His face was full of wrinkles. Ligua looked at Ningxu and asked, come to the void to play? Ningxu nodded. Yes, you haven't succeeded yet? Ligua curled her lips and nodded. Yes, why are you so stingy? Just once. I'm really uncomfortable. Ningxu frowned. Is it that uncomfortable? How about, Ningxu pulled the Little Mouse forward. Do you think he's okay? Senior Uncle is difficult to deal with. Let's deal with him first. Ligua glanced at the Little Mouse, whose facial features were wrinkled like a mangy dog, and said directly, forget it. This thing is okay too. Ningxu said. He's also a creature in the void. Ligua said directly, little sister, it's my first time too. You can't let me do that with a mouse. Ningxu said. He can turn into a human. Ligua ignored Ningxu's words. During the time they were talking, Senior Uncle had almost disappeared in front of him. Ningxu and Ligua followed closely. The Little Mouse refused to leave. It didn't want to stay with Senior Uncle. Ningxu directly carried it away. Although he didn't know why these two people were here, he felt that there was a good show to watch. He, the Little Mouse was held by the neck. It asked uncomfortably, aren't we going to find treasures? Don't worry. Take your time. An epic event is about to happen. If you don't watch it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The Little Mouse said. You have a hobby of watching people mating? Senior Uncle, wait for me. Ligua called Senior Uncle's name gently. It was so coquettish that it made people feel numb. Senior Uncle stopped in front of him. Ligua's face immediately rippled with a beautiful smile. She rushed into Senior Uncle's arms. Senior Uncle kicked Ligua away. He looked at Ningxu and said, why are you wandering around? If you have nothing to do, go do missions and deal with star stones. Was he trying to drive her away? Ningxu said, I've done all these. I'm just looking for treasures in the void. You can do whatever you want. Don't worry about me. Just pretend I don't exist. Li Guo also said, yes, just pretend she doesn't exist. This kind of thing can't be more normal. Li Guo threw herself at senior uncle again. Senior uncle kicked her again. This cycle repeated. Senior uncle kicked Li Guo again and again until Li Guo's face was about to be deformed. Ningxu felt pain just by looking at it. Li Guo, come here. A group of people suddenly appeared in the void. They were all women. The leader was very old. Her hair was gray, and her skin was loose and wrinkled. It was obvious that she had lived for a long time. Ningxu was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw an old creature in the void. When the old woman saw senior uncle, she made a strange hand gesture. It was probably a greeting. She said to senior uncle, the younger generation in the family is young and ignorant. Please forgive her. Thank you for sending her back. Li Guo looked at the old woman and said reluctantly, Elder, I'm in heat. I feel uncomfortable. Li Guo leaned towards the Grand Elder as she spoke. She sniffed hard and sniffed the Grand Elder's scent. In front of Li Guo's family, senior uncle kicked her away. Everyone present twitched their mouths. The old woman shouted at Li Guo sternly, Li Guo, come here. Due to the old woman's majesty, Li Guo reluctantly walked towards her clansmen. Her eyes darted around the Grand Elder. Senior uncle looked indifferent. He ignored Li Guo's gaze and said to the group of women, don't let her out when she's in heat. Li Guo looked disappointed and resentful. In the end, she did not succeed in borrowing his seed. Ningxu was expressionless. She was also very disappointed. She had thought that she would come to the void to do that. In the end, Li Guo was kicked back home. Li Guo's brain was probably filled with hormones. Otherwise, how could she not know the way home? The grand uncle walked in front and took her home, but she ran after him. Ningxu looked at the twisting pear fruit and felt a little disappointed that it did not meet her expectations. Ningxu felt that he couldn't kill the grand uncle. If someone could punish him, Ningxu would be quite happy. He couldn't do anything else, but he could at least shout 6666. The elder of the Li Guo race said some polite words to the grand uncle, but he looked indifferent and didn't answer. Then, grand uncle, we're leaving. This girl is young and won't disturb you again, the old woman said to the grand uncle kindly. She didn't treat the grand uncle as a junior. Then, she pulled the estrus Li Guo away. A group of people came to pick up Li Guo. It seemed that Li Guo's status in this race wasn't low. But it was also possible that so many people came because they were afraid of the grand uncle. The grand uncle said indifferently, you can leave, but you have to pay the bill first. She ate a lot in my territory. The old woman's face trembled, but she still asked, okay, what do you want, grand uncle? The grand uncle, 3 energy bodies. Ningxu, pfft. What did Li Guo eat to be worth 3 energy bodies? Oh my god, this is simply extortion. I can't stand it. The old woman's hand that was holding the walking stick paused. She was dumbfounded. She held back her anger and said, what did Li Guo eat to be able to eat so much energy bodies? The grand uncle, how would I know what she ate? The bill is so much. If you want to know what she ate, let her vomit it out for you. Everyone, are you a devil? Everyone looked at Li Guo, whose eyes were watery. Li Guo looked confused, especially confused. Ningxu was surprised. Why wasn't she a germaphobe or disgusting? She could even vomit it out. Damn, the grand uncle was really something. The grand uncle's appearance fee was very expensive. He would definitely cheat him if he did something. If he sent Li Guo back, not only would he be able to get rid of Li Guo who was in heat, but he could also extort a sum of money from her. The old woman's tone was a bit cold. She said to the grand uncle, you're being a bit unreasonable. The women behind the old madam huddled together and pulled Li Guo behind them to protect her. Li Guo couldn't see senior uncle Taishu anymore, but she actually jumped up to look at him. Ningxu was speechless. Her brain was probably fried by the adrenaline. The grand elder raised his eyebrows. So, you want to renege on your debt? So you're saying that the future leader of your clan is freeloading everywhere without paying? Old woman. The old woman gripped her walking stick tightly and gritted her teeth. Her voice was eerie as if it was squeezed out from between her teeth, making her face look haggard and old. Grand-uncle, are you going to shed all pretense of cordiality? Senior Uncle Taishu waved at Li Gua. Li Gua immediately licked her face and walked towards Senior Uncle Taishu. Her eyes were filled with hearts, but she was stopped by someone. The group of women hated Li Gua for failing to live up to their expectations. The old woman's teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. Her aura was so strong that it made Li Gua sober up a little. Ningxu silently took a few steps back and used Senior Uncle Taishu's body to block others' view. Was this old woman going to go berserk? When this race went berserk, they had no sense of reason at all. Ningxu didn't want to be the target of being torn apart. Let Senior Uncle Taishu attract the hatred. The old woman's expression was particularly twisted and sullen, but she didn't go berserk. Instead, she panted and said, I don't have 3. 1. Senior Uncle, 5. Old woman, 2. Senior Uncle, 8. The old woman said, 3 yuan it is. Give it to him. The old woman didn't want to see Senior Uncle Taishu anymore. A woman took a box and put 3 energy bodies in it. The energy bodies were the size of a man's fist, which wasn't small. The colors were different. 3 energy bodies were obtained just like that. It was really easy and comfortable. Ningxu felt that his hand was wet. He looked down and saw the little mouse in his hand staring intently at the energy bodies. Its saliva was dripping like a waterfall. It was restless and wanted to rush up and take a bite, but it didn't dare. Its saliva was free and wet Ningxu's hand. It was sticky like washing his hands. Ningxu was so disgusted that he directly threw it away. Senior Uncle Taishu took the box and looked at the energy bodies inside. He closed the lid and put it away. He said indifferently, when her estrus is over, she can still come and be a guest. The old woman snorted and almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. She probably couldn't control herself and went berserk. Ningxu felt that Li Gua probably wouldn't appear in the organization. After all, it was so expensive to come once. Energy bodies weren't ordinary things. Even if Li Gua wanted to come, she would be suppressed by the people in the clan. I want to go. No, you don't want to go. It was enough to make these people feel sorry for these energy bodies. This was cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Senior Uncle Taishu probably wouldn't be harassed by Li Gua. Things were done to the extreme. If borrowing seeds was a characteristic of Li Gua's clan, then the whole clan should know that Li Gua borrowed Senior Uncle's seed. It should be a tacit agreement. Of course, it was a good thing if she could borrow it. If she couldn't, there was no loss. But she didn't borrow the seed, and now she lost the energy bodies. Li Gua was probably a naughty child. These women couldn't wait to beat her up. And they didn't expect Senior Uncle Taishu to be so shameless. Probably because she lost so much, Li Gua, who was an estrus, woke up a lot. She curled her lips and looked at Senior Uncle Taishu. This person was really bad, she couldn't find Senior Uncle Taishu in the future. And this time, when she went back, the elders in the clan might find her a male to help her through her estrus. No, it was better to endure it. Senior Uncle Taishu turned a blind eye to Li Gua's resentful eyes. Li Gua sighed and whispered something in the old woman's ear. Her eyes kept glancing at Ningxu. Ningxu suddenly had a bad premonition. He immediately cowered and lowered his sense of existence. The old woman looked at Ningxu and said, Young friend, I heard that you are a friend of my Li Gua. Do you want to come to our clan and have a chat? Ningxu? She was an insignificant person. Why did she mention her? Senior Uncle Taishu glanced at Ningxu and didn't say anything. Ningxu smiled and waved his hand. No, next time. I still have things to do. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Ningxu's eyes flickered as he thought of the Thunder Law imprint. Ningxu had almost forgotten about it. It was mainly because his soul wasn't strong enough. He would wait until it was strong enough to integrate the Thunder Law imprint. It seemed that Li Gua hadn't given up on the Lightning Law imprint. If she went to their clan, she might not be able to return. Even if she could return, Ningxu didn't want to go. Although Li Guo was calling her little sister now, she felt that her brain was damaged. They had fought before, and there was discord between them. She couldn't go. She couldn't go. The old woman looked at the little mouse at Ningxu's feet and said, "This little thing beside you is very greedy. Go to our clan and get it something to eat." Ningxu pushed the little mouse behind her with her feet. "It's not hungry." The little mouse. "I'm very hungry, very hungry." The little mouse was about to jump up. The little mouse wanted to speak, but Ningxu grabbed its neck and pinched its mouth, rejecting the old woman's suggestion. Li Guo said to Ningxu, "Go. What's the point of staying in the organization all day? I'll take you to travel in the void and broaden your horizons." Ningxu didn't want to broaden his horizons. He smiled and shook his head. "I'm not going." The old woman frowned and looked a little unhappy. She hit her walking stick and said, "Why? Don't you want to give this old woman some face?" Ningxu understood more clearly. She was using peaceful means before resorting to force. Now, she was taking advantage of her seniority. The grand-uncle turned and left. After 2 steps, he turned back and said to Ningxu, "Why aren't you leaving? Are you very free?" "Hey, I'm coming." Ningxu followed behind the grand-uncle with the little mouse in his arms. He looked back at the group of people and sped up to catch up with the grand-uncle. "Bye-bye. My boss is calling me. I have to go." He probably wouldn't see Li Guo in the organization again. It was so expensive. If it was an ordinary clansman, they probably wouldn't be willing to take out the energy body. Judging from the grand-uncle's tone, Li Guo would be the future leader, the emperor of a matriarchal society? Damn, that's so cool. Ningxu was a little envious. She was the king of a clan in the void. If Li Guo's clan didn't compromise, the grand-uncle would probably do something to Li Guo. He would give the organization the limit of what they could bear and get rid of Li Guo after getting benefits. What kind of business was this? If Li Guo did not come to the organization, they would probably encounter each other in the void. That would be a little dangerous. The little mouse was still drooling. He stared at the grand-uncle's back with burning eyes. It was probably the first time in his life that he had seen the grand-uncle so passionate and full of desire. Hunger had made the little mouse forget about the revenge of the extermination of his clan. Little mouse whispered to Ningxu, "Can you have an energy body?" Ningxu said directly, "Daydreaming will come faster." There was no need to even think about it to know that this kind of thing would not succeed. The probability was completely negative. Moreover, it was for the little mouse. If he ate it, his stomach would be cut open. Little mouse suddenly became very dispirited, and its eyes lost the hope of life. "I really can't fight for it." Ningxu said, "Don't even think about it. Otherwise, you'll be the one suffering. We'll look for it ourselves. Don't even think about the energy body in grand-uncle's hands." It had always been grand-uncle who took other people's things. When had he ever seen grand-uncle leak things through his fingers? Moreover, something like the energy body could not be leaked. Even if he took out something and felt that the harvest was more than the value of it. Little mouse was completely paralyzed like a persimmon. Drooling, it rolled its eyes like a retard. Ningxu quickened his pace and caught up with grand-uncle in front of him. He said, "Congratulations, congratulations. You got the energy body without any effort." Grand-uncle was too lazy to pay attention to her and just said, "Oh." Ningxu looked at grand-uncle with a smile. Grand-uncle frowned. "What dirty things are you thinking about in your head?" Ningxu was speechless. What was dirty things? "I'm not thinking about anything. I'm not thinking about anything." Ningxu looked puzzled. "What do you think I'm thinking about?" It was really strange. She really wasn't thinking about anything. She originally wanted to thank him, but in the end, her mind wasn't that dirty. Ningxu looked at grand-uncle expressionlessly. Grand-uncle frowned. A dead person's face is so ugly. Ningxu couldn't bear it anymore. She threw the wet little rat directly at senior uncle's body. Little mouse was covered in his own saliva. Grand-uncle disappeared in a flash, and little mouse was thrown far away. In the air, Little Mouse was dumbfounded. Okay, I failed. Ningshu held the rope and said to Little Mouse, let's go treasure hunting. Little Mouse said weakly, I don't want to go. I'm very hungry. Ningshu was speechless. Didn't you just eat? The fragments are simply not enough to fill my stomach. If I didn't see the energy body, it would have been fine. Now that I've seen it, I'm exhausted. Next time, next time. After Little Rat finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly. It seemed that he was really exhausted. Did it try its best to restrain itself from snatching it? It was very likely that it would be killed if it did. It was really King miserable. Life was either on the road to starvation or on the road to being killed. Speaking of this, Little Rat wanted to cry. Ningshu saw that Little Mouse was indeed in a bad state, so he nodded and said, okay, we'll talk about it next time. Ningshu returned to the system space and threw Little Mouse directly into the pool. It was too dirty with saliva all over. Ningshu washed his hands a few times and smelled them. There was still the smell of dead mice. Your breath stinks. Ningshu couldn't help but say, remember to brush your teeth after eating next time. Little Mouse was speechless. Ningshu took out the Thunder Rule imprint from the box. It was a pocket-sized silver lightning bolt. If it wasn't for Li Guo's reminder, Ningshu would have almost forgotten about it. Ningshu pinched his soul and felt that the strength of his soul could be tested. There was always someone who couldn't forget about her Thunder Rule imprint. However, after fusing with the Thunder Rule imprint, although he could obtain a power, it meant that he had to manage Thunder City for free. The Thunder Rule imprint had depreciated too much and wasn't as valuable as before. In the past, when he obtained the Thunder Rule imprint, not only did he obtain the power of the Thunder Rule imprint, but he also obtained a city's tax. This was the main source of income for many law incarnations. Ningshu took the Thunder Rule imprint and prepared to fuse with it in the world of reincarnation. The system space was too small and wasn't big enough. He also needed to ask Zhu Jun for some soul energy. He didn't know if he had collected any recently. This was to prevent his soul from being destroyed by the Thunder Rule imprint. Ningshu said to Little Mouse, who was floating in the water, I have something to do. I will leave first. You stay in the system space and don't tear books anymore. Little Mouse stared blankly. That was a look of hopelessness in its eyes. It was crying piteously for food. I am hungry. Ningshu was speechless. He shouldn't have followed them to watch the fun. Now, Little Rat couldn't forget the 3 energy bodies, and he was crazily thinking about them. However, he really couldn't get his hands on those 3 energy bodies. If it was someone else, Ningshu might go up and discuss it. However, the grand uncle, besides, he didn't know how much it would cost to get those 3 energy bodies. Was it just for the Little Mouse to eat? 200,000 merit points made Ningshu's heart ache. 200,000 merit points could buy 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, they were of the earth attribute. Normally, there were more earth and water attributes. This was the foundation of a living world. Soil and water gave birth to life. Now that the earth attribute world origin was so expensive, the other things would definitely be expensive. The Little Mouse straightened its body and touched Ningshu's ear with its claws. It begged, buy it, buy it. After eating it, we will go to the void to find treasures. Ningshu's ear was tickled by the Little Mouse's touch. He tilted his head and said, don't touch me. The Little Mouse nodded and stared at Ningshu with its watery eyes. Its mustache trembled. Ningshu could only say, then give me the soil. Xianxia nodded and was a little surprised. He didn't expect this pet to eat the world origin. This was not eating, it was eating merit points. Ningshu expressed that something like the world's origin was the worst choice. What Luli ate was plains. Eating plains was like drinking water, and it was not enough. It ate energy bodies. Ningshu couldn't imagine how many energy bodies were eaten by the Little Mouse. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. He couldn't think about it. Xianxia passed the box to Ningshu. The box was filled with palm-sized mud. The color was very dark and it was heavy in his hand. The Little Mouse's eyes landed on the box. Its saliva flowed out uncontrollably and dripped onto Ningshu's shoulder. Ningxu really wanted to pinch it to death. Could it have some image outside? Ningxu passed the mud to the little mouse. The little mouse hugged the mud with its 2 claws and sat on Ningxu's shoulder. It started to eat the mud. Tian asked, City Lord, do you want to look at other things? Or if you have any treasures that you don't need, you can sell them at the auction. Tian squinted his eyes. Ningxu waved his hand. No, let's talk about it next time. She wanted to go to the void to look for treasures. The treasures in the auction house were not as good as those in the void. Tian did not force him. He looked at the little mouse, who was chewing on the soil, and felt that his teeth were a little uncomfortable, especially when he heard the sound of it chewing. Ningxu walked out of the auction house and decided to take a stroll in the restaurant. The little mouse was eating so happily that she felt like eating something. After entering the restaurant, there weren't many guests in the hall. There were only a few scattered tables. This was also within Ningxu's expectations. After all, the current spatial city could only be regarded as a commercial city. It was no longer the same as before. Ningxu placed the little mouse on the table. The little mouse was still gnawing on the mud. After gnawing for a while, the mud did not reduce much. Although the mud was not big, it contained a lot of energy. Even the little mouse couldn't swallow it in one gulp. A world's origin should be able to allow the little mouse to persist for a while. City Lord, let's go upstairs and take a look. When the shopkeeper saw Ningxu, he immediately walked over and said to her. Ningxu raised her eyebrows and asked, what happened? Something happened to the person the city lord placed here, the shopkeeper said. A person? Who did she let go? Ningxu followed the shopkeeper downstairs. When she pushed open the door, she smelled a scent. It was a handsome man, but his arm was gone. When Ningxu saw his face, she remembered the puppet. She had asked the puppet to watch over Water Branch City to prevent any riots. However, what was going on with his arm? The wound on his arm looked like it was made of flesh and blood, but it was pale and did not bleed. Ningxu asked in surprise, what's wrong? How did it end up like this? The shopkeeper said, Water Branch City looks calm, but there are still waves. He was the one who dealt with it. Now it's like this. Ningxu did not expect the puppet to put in so much effort to complete the task. Ningxu asked, do you feel pain? The puppet shook his head. No. Ningxu sighed. Then you want to go back with me? The puppet nodded obediently. He would do whatever Ningxu said. Not in the mood to eat, Ningxu took the puppet and Housie back to the system space. Take off your clothes. Let me see the wounds on your body, Ningxu said. There were scars on his face and neck. There should be more on his body. The puppet obediently took off his clothes. However, it was not very convenient for him to take off his clothes because he was missing an arm. Ningxu helped him take off his clothes. Sure enough, there were scars of all sizes on his body. Some were even cut open by a knife. There were so many scars on his flawless skin. Ningxu asked, why didn't you inform me? The puppet said, after my analysis, I can handle it. You don't have to do anything. Ningxu was speechless. Okay? Ningxu looked at his broken arm and asked, can your body be repaired? The puppet's eyes blinked. I don't think so. With the extent of my injuries, I should be destroyed. Speaking of his destruction, the puppet was emotionless. He was analyzing it rationally. Tell me, can it be repaired? After all, he was working for her. Since he was in such a state, it was better to repair it. However, even if he repaired it, he would still work for her. Ningxu was not sure if the puppet was willing to repair it. Do you want to repair it? Ningxu asked. The puppet did not respond immediately. Clearly, he was analyzing it. After a while, the puppet said, it's not worth it to repair it. I can use the money to buy another puppet. Sigh, it was quite sad for the puppet to say that. So it can be repaired? Ningxu asked, can you contact Uncle? The puppet replied, yes. Ningxu helped him put on his clothes. His whole body was covered with wounds, which made people feel guilty when they saw him. Ningxu was indeed looking for a place to settle the puppet. The puppet was like an intelligent robot, resolutely carrying out her orders. What can I say about this? Ningxu opened the chat system and contacted Uncle, saying that he wanted to repair the puppet. Uncle was a little surprised. It's worn out already? Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu didn't know why, but she felt that there was a hidden meaning behind those words. Ningxu skipped the topic to prevent herself from thinking too much about Uncle's words. She only asked about the price of the repair. Previously, she had thought that the puppet was a troublesome thing. Now that she thought about it, there had to be a place for the puppet. Uncle said, it can be repaired, but this thing is delicate. Some small damages are not easy to repair. The price is based on the number of wounds. How much did each wound cost? Different wounds cost different amounts of money. Ningxu silently looked at the wounds on the puppet's body. There were many big and small wounds. It was even missing an arm. This should be a serious injury. It seemed that the puppet's analysis was correct. It was not worth repairing. Ningxu still decided to repair it. She actually had some money. It was a reward from when the world of reincarnation connected to the life plane. /BK Ningxu still decided to repair the doll. Besides, the doll was already familiar with the job, so it might not be suitable to replace it with someone else. The chatting system scanned the doll and sent his image over. Ningxu was already mentally prepared that it would cost a lot of money. Uncle Zhang replied, "Is this the doll I gave you?" "It's not a doll. It's trash." "How long has it been?" "You actually tortured the doll like this." You don't think that the doll won't hurt. Besides, this is my perfect creation. I'm very unhappy that you don't cherish it." Ningxu, he pretended not to understand what Uncle Zhang was saying. "Anyway, I didn't do anything indescribable. I didn't do that to the doll. How could she do that to a robot? She would torture a real person." Ningxu asked, "How much does it cost?" Uncle Zhang said, "Wait, it's very serious. I need to check it." Ningxu glanced at the doll. It was expressionless. Although it was very handsome and perfect, it didn't give off any life. No matter how beautiful it was, it still gave off a plastic feeling. After a long while, Uncle Zhang said, "Are you sure you want to repair it? It's very expensive. If you really need it and can't leave the doll, I can give you a new one and add some new functions." Ningxu, this old dirty turtle. Ningxu didn't want to talk to Uncle Zhang. A wretched aura hit him in the face. In terms of wretchedness, even the man in the cheongsam couldn't compare to Uncle Zhang. Ningxu couldn't help but think of her eldest uncle making puppets, and she let out a wretched laugh. He was thinking too much. Ningxu felt that all the dolls made by Uncle Zhang gave off an indescribable wretchedness. Even if it was the current doll. "Ningxu, how much did you say?" Ningxu didn't even know where the topic was going. She guessed that her uncle was probably discussing what new features to add now. He couldn't bear to watch. Ningxu was suddenly curious about the sales of Uncle Zhang's dolls, but he didn't want to ask. If he did, the conversation would probably develop into an indescribable discovery. "Uncle Zhang, about 80 million merit points." Ningxu clutched his chest. 80 million merit points? It probably wouldn't even cost that much to make a doll, but it would cost so much to repair it. After careful consideration, it was still not worth it. Ningxu's heart wavered. He said to the doll, "Do you have a record of the people who caused trouble? Do you have their contact information? If you don't, it's fine. At least you know their names." When one party was in trouble, help would come from all sides. 80 million Ningxu decided to crowdfund. These scars were caused by those people. Shouldn't they be compensated? Shouldn't they be compensated for the mental damage? If he knew who these troublemakers were, Ningxu could find them one by one. The doll nodded and said, "I know. Although I don't know the name, I recorded it." Ningxu was speechless. GJB. Is this a dash cam? As long as they had this thing, there was no need to worry that they wouldn't be able to find him. "Give me the video. You can go back to the factory to fix it." She wanted to start raising money. They caused trouble at her place and hurt her people. She couldn't do it without compensation. The doll said, "You want to fix me?" That's not a wise choice. The doll would only choose the better option. Ningxu waved her hand and said, "It's fine. It's not like you're using my money." The doll didn't say anything else. Ningxu sent the doll away and started looking at the video. She looked at the troublemakers. The doll's eyes had a recording function. The doll had recorded almost everyone who was causing trouble, especially their faces. Everyone had a positive face at some point. Although the doll didn't have emotions, her AI analysis was comprehensive. She was even more meticulous than the humans. What she lacked was creativity and imagination. However, Ningxu didn't know any of the people who recorded the video. There were so many mission enforcers. How could she know many people? What was the use of knowing the person but not the name or contact information? She needed someone with a wide network. Yes, she thought of the Xianxia man. Ningxu took the video and went to find the Xianxia man. As soon as she entered the restaurant, Ningxu saw the Xianxia man talking to a girl again. The Xianxia man was waving a fan back and forth. He was flirtatious and pretentious. Ningxu didn't go over. Instead, she sat at the next table and ordered tea and pastries. She watched and listened quietly. The Xianxia man saw Ningxu. He said a few words to the girl and sent her away. He sat down, poured a cup of tea, and asked, "Why are you looking for me again? Can't I look for you if there's nothing?" The Xianxia man snorted. "I don't see you usually. You must have something to say when you appear." Ningxu praised him. "You're very smart. It's time to test your strength." Ningxu took out the video. "Help me see if there's anyone you know. If you do, give me their names and contact information. I need to be kind to them." She wanted to force them to donate. She had to know someone. Since it was a fight, she had to know them. Very good, very good. The Xianxia man raised his eyebrows. "What do you want now?" The Xianxia man started to watch the video and roughly understood what Ningxu wanted to do. He started to look at the information and listed a few names. There were so many videos, but the Xianxia man actually knew more than half of them. It was enough to show how wide the Xianxia man's social circle was. The Xianxia man was called a social butterfly. This made Ningxu feel a little ashamed of her inferiority. How could he know so many people? She was probably a little autistic. Ningxu said to the Xianxia man, "Help me send a message to these people and ask them to gather here. I have something to say to them." The Xianxia man raised his eyebrows. "At least let me know the ins and outs of the matter." Ningxu told him the ins and outs of the matter. Then, she spread her hands and said, "Do you think I should ask for some compensation?" The Xianxia man was speechless. He seemed to have nothing to say. The Xianxia man said, "Actually, everyone solves their conflicts in private. Usually, it's in the system space. There's no way to meet at all. They can only come to these places." Ningxu said, "You can also go to the void?" The Xianxia man rolled his eyes. "Not everyone can go to the void. Usually, it won't be too big of a deal. Although it's not allowed to fight, sometimes when there's a problem in the mediation between the two sides, they will still fight. There will always be conflicts when people get along with each other. Don't you want to solve them?" Ningxu shrugged. "It doesn't matter if they solve their conflicts, but the problem is that they hurt my people. I have to compensate them. How can I repair the puppets without money? They're just unlucky. It's okay if they don't catch me, but if they do, they can only admit defeat." /BK The importance of surveillance. The man in the Xianxia contacted his acquaintances and asked them to call the people who had conflicts with them over. The 3-inch world. The man in the Xianxia kept sending messages. Many people had sent her messages. Ningxu was drinking tea and eating snacks, which made the man in the Xianxia roll his eyes. Whose business was this? Why was he so busy and working for nothing? Ningxu observed his expression and poured a cup of tea for the man in the Xianxia. He said, "Thank you for your hard work." The man in the Xianxia was speechless. A cup of tea, so what was he so busy doing? It was killing him. The man in the Xianxia was busy for a while. After finishing a cup of tea, he said to Ningxu, "Let me tell you a piece of news." Ningxu looked at him. Don't tell me that these people are ignoring me and don't plan to come at all? The man in the cheongsam said. You're right. Ningxu knew this would be the result. It would be abnormal if these people rushed over as soon as she called them. She was a nobody and had no prestige in the organization. It was normal for them to ignore her. Ningxu was not in a hurry. He said to the man in the cheongsam, tell them that they don't want to come because it's too troublesome. But I have to send these videos to the organization. As for what kind of punishment the organization will give, I don't know. My patience is limited. I'll hand them the videos if they wait too long. Anyway, Ningxu and the others had threatened them openly. If they don't come, I'll complain. The man in the cheongsam looked at Ningxu and said after a long time, you're so insidious. What do you mean insidious? This is an open conspiracy. I'm forcing you to come. If you don't come, do as you see fit. The man in the cheongsam sent Ningxu's message. Then the two of them began to eat and drink while waiting for people to come. The man in the cheongsam suddenly realized something. That's not right. Why is it in my restaurant again? Don't you also have a restaurant? Why don't you do it in your own restaurant? Would they fight again later? The man in the cheongsam felt that his restaurant was really a sin. So many accidents happened in his restaurant. Who was going to pay for the damage and affect his business? Ningxu poured him a cup of tea. Your restaurant is famous. Others will definitely be able to find it. Bullsh tea, all the law cities have the same layout, so how could we not find it? The cheongsam man scoffed. If I lose tables, chairs, bowls, chopsticks, and cups, you have to compensate me. I'm so poor now. Ningxu comforted him, don't worry, I won't do anything. I'm not such a violent person. I like to be reasonable. Cheongsam man, ha 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 ha. While they were eating and chatting, more and more people arrived. When they saw the man in the cheongsam, they walked over and asked, Zuli, why are you looking for us? Ningxu. Why are you playing dumb? The man in the cheongsam didn't say anything else. He just said, wait. When everyone is here, you can order whatever you want to eat. Since they were here, he would at least have some business. Living in poverty, one had to be calculative. Some familiar people sat at the same table and began whispering to each other. Of course, there were also people who were at odds with each other. They hated each other, and it hurt their eyes to look at each other. Soon, the entire restaurant's hall was filled with people. Ningxu glanced at these people. They had more or less added wounds to the dolls. Ningxu coughed, but no one paid her any attention. Ningxu slammed the table hard. With a bang, she finally succeeded in attracting everyone's attention. Ningxu said, you should know why I called you here, right? I don't know, the crowd responded sparsely. Ningxu raised her eyebrows. She didn't have as many connections as the old mission enforcers like the man in the cheongsam. She was dignified, so people would at least give her some face. It was normal for people to not give her face as she was a nameless mission enforcer. Ningxu wasn't here to get close to these people. Besides, she still had something on these people. There was no need to be polite. Ningxu threw out a bill and said to these people, you guys gather the money and this matter is over. I won't hand it over to the organization. The people present looked at Ningxu and then looked at the bill. Suddenly, there was an uproar. 80 million? Why don't you rob someone? You're here to scam us. 80 million merit days. In your dreams. Do whatever you want. Report it to the organization. They thought that they had something on them. They wanted money, and it was still 8 million. They wanted to repair a doll and ask them for money. Some people quietly asked the people next to them what a doll was. In short, no matter what these people were thinking, these people who had conflicts and had fought before were united for the first time. They were so telepathic that they didn't agree. After a rough calculation, he realized that there were more than 100 people in the restaurant. 80 million meant that each person could pay 800,000 merit points. 800,000 merit points was a sky-high number, especially for mission enforcers who were slightly weaker. 800,000 merit points was a lot. Even if it wasn't 800,000, it was 600,000 or 700,000. It was too much. Ningshu listened quietly to these people. She put on a professional fake smile and said, 700,000? When the judge comes, the minimum penalty is 1 million. Especially since everyone is a super mission enforcer. The penalty will definitely be higher. Of course, it's also possible that someone will be obliterated. There are so many people causing trouble, and this is only one law city. There are so many other cities. Someone has to be sacrificed as an example. Ningshu smiled and pointed at a person. Will you be obliterated? Or you? Ningshu pointed at another person. Or you. Everyone who Ningshu pointed at avoided her gaze. There was silence. Many people looked at Ningshu with unfriendly eyes. Ningshu didn't care at all. Since he was holding on to someone's weakness, he had to be aware that he would be hated. It doesn't matter anymore. Thud, it was good to collect the 80 million yuan. This was the medical fee for saving a life. When the Hope doll returned, it was already a complete doll. Ningshu said, I'll give you time to think about it. Give me an answer after you've thought about it. But you have to think about it here. You can't leave the restaurant. The Xianxia man was speechless. Did he still want to do business? Why was his restaurant so miserable? Life was really cruel to this little cutie. Oh, the Water City Lord still wants to detain us. Don't we need to do the quest? Do we have to report your actions to the organization and say that you're detaining people and affecting our mission? Ningshu said unhurriedly, I am the lord of a city. Since you have committed a crime, I have the right to admonish you. Did I detain you? No, I'm just trying to brainwash you. /BK Ningshu's shameless words successfully silenced the people present. Please look at the most complete. What a shameless person, she had never seen such a shameless person before. Ningshu's face was not red, and he said, I'm doing this for your own good. Although I'm a little long-winded and wasted a little time, the stability and prosperity of the city needs every task taker to pay attention to. Sigh, she's really trying her best to persuade us. Can you people understand her good intentions? Hurry up and give the 80 million? Hehe, the Water City Lord is so arrogant. Do you think you can deal with so many people? Her strength is mediocre. There are many strong people among the task takers. Do you know XXX? The tone of the person with a backer was still very tough, indicating that if she didn't let her go, she would have to bear the consequences. With so many people, could she handle it alone? Everyone had more or less connections. If these connections were extended, it was not something the Water City Lord could deal with. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. XXX, sorry, I don't know. I also know that there are many strong people. Is XXX your backer? Ningshu suddenly became excited. It's good to have a backer. It's best to call the backer and let me see the strong people. The higher the level of the person, the happier the judge will be. When the time comes, it's not something that can be solved with 7 or 800,000. The judge would punish them hard. The higher the level and the stronger the person, the more resources they have in their hands. They would not be lenient in punishing them. As long as these people called their backers, Ningshu would immediately call the judge to punish them. It would be a waste not to use them. Justice would fall from the sky. As for her role, it was nothing more than a weak and cowardly city lord. She tried her best to persuade these people not to make trouble, but she was suppressed to the point where she couldn't raise her head. She was called to the backer by these people. She had no choice but to compromise. There was no way to solve it, so she had to call the judge. At most, the hat of incompetence was put on her head. She was just a little pitiful, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Therefore, no matter how much trouble these people caused, Ningshu was able to stay out of it. If the judge came, her 80 million would probably be blown away. Now it was a gamble whether she would admit defeat or the other party would admit defeat. Whether she could get 80 million or not, at least she would be able to vent her anger. If they were to fork out 7 or 800,000 yuan for her, they would definitely feel suffocated and upset. But if the judge came, these people would also be taught a lesson and judged. Ningshu calmly sat on the fishing platform. Who asked her to be in the right? She was also the city lord who maintained the stability of the city. Even if he wasn't in the right, he would still be strong. Not to mention, Ningshu was in the right now. Ningshu smiled and said, "Everyone, think about it carefully. I'll wait for your decision. This is my account number. Once you've decided, transfer the money to my account." Damn, he's really arrogant. Everyone present looked at Ningshu and gritted their teeth. Each and every one of them wanted to rush over and beat up Ningshu. The Xianxia man watched from the side, afraid that there would be a riot. These people would not be able to control themselves and rushed towards Ningshu to beat him up. The man in the Xianxia began to ease the atmosphere. He tried to be a good person and said, "Aren't we discussing something? Everyone, please calm down. The Water City Lord's puppet is broken. It's inevitable that she's in a bad mood. It has something to do with you if the puppet is broken. Not to mention, the Water City Lord has the responsibility to protect the city. Even if she's an ordinary person, she should compensate for the broken things. Don't you think so?" As soon as the Xianxia man finished speaking, someone questioned, "It costs so much to repair a puppet. She's crazy about money." Yes, she's holding other people's weakness and being unscrupulous. 7 or 800,000 yuan would definitely be painful to take out, and it was such an inexplicable thing. Compensation was possible, but not so much. He didn't have the money to repair it and wanted to extort. Ningshu was not in a hurry. He was calm and not angry at all. After all, a winner had to have the courage of a winner. "I didn't set the price. You should ask uncle why it's so expensive," Ningshu said. "She's going too far, let's fight it out with her." These people gave each other a look. They would beat this guy up and then disperse in a hubbub. No, it was better not to fight. After all, she was the city lord. As for the video in her hands, they might as well just snatch it. They were all super mission enforcers. They had the means and the courage to do so. Without the video, even if she wanted to complain and make a statement, it would be useless without evidence and information. Now, she could threaten people so calmly because she had the video in her hands. Without it, she was a tiger with teeth. There was nothing to be afraid of. Ningshu saw these people slowly approaching and surrounding her and the Xianxia man. They looked like they were going to fight. It was not that they wanted to fight, but they looked at the video on the table and wanted to snatch it away. Naive. The Xianxia man's face did not look good. What did these people mean? Did they want to fight in his restaurant? Was his restaurant going to suffer again? Ningshu snorted and said indifferently, "What? You want to fight? As long as you give us the video, this matter will be over. In the future, we will not cause trouble in Water City and resolve this matter peacefully." Tisk, tsk. Listen to this tone. It even sounds like charity. Not causing trouble in Water City is the biggest concession. Ioyo, Ningshu put his hand on the video. "The video is here. Come and snatch it. By the way, with so many of you causing trouble, it should be considered a riot. When the time comes, not only will the judges come, maybe even the army will come. When the time comes, there will be a barrage of gunfire. I can't predict how many casualties will be." They were so unscrupulous because Ningshu had always been in the right. It was reasonable. These people's actions were wrong again and again. The atmosphere was a little stagnant. These people looked at each other and did not dare to snatch the video because they were not sure if Ningshu had informed the judges that there was a riot here. If there was a riot, it must be suppressed. Even if it was a super mission enforcer, it was nothing to the organization. "I'm not as calculative as a woman. Insidious and cunning. The most poisonous thing is a woman's heart." These people had no choice but to use their poisonous tongues to complain about Ningshu. Ningshu drank his tea calmly and complained casually. He handed over the money. 700 to 800,000 merit points. "I'll let you have your fill. I'll forgive you for your useless actions." Some people decided to leave first. There was no point in staying here. They might as well go out and think of a way. For the sake of their own money, everyone was going all out. However, when they reached the entrance of the restaurant, they were bounced back by the barrier. A barrier was set up, they all glared angrily at Ningshu. Too sinister. /BK Ningshu had sealed the space around the restaurant. Even if these people used the system space, they would not be able to teleport back. On the phone. Teleportation required a space node. Now that the space around them was sealed, they could not even find a space node. How could they teleport back? Ningxu put down his teacup and smiled. He sat upright with his hands on his legs. At first glance, he looked dignified and gentle. He was very good-looking. However, the people present did not think that he was gentle. Which part of what he did had anything to do with the word gentle? This kind of unhurried manner was actually contempt and disregard for them. He was so calm because there was nothing to be afraid of. How infuriating. With so many people looking at him with resentful eyes, Ningxu said, "We are not done with our ideological work. In order to prevent others from disturbing us, I have sealed the space around us. You can't go out for the time being. When the ideological work is done, the space seal will also be lifted." Sigh, Ningxu sighed. Everyone should be deeply aware of their own mistakes. Once you recognize your mistakes, you can leave. Also, I want everyone to realize their mistakes and leave together. What he meant was that they could only leave after they paid. Moreover, everyone had to pay before they could leave. If one person did not pay, everyone had to stay. No matter what method they used, whether it was borrowing money or using things as collateral, they could only leave after they paid. The Xianxia man was speechless. How did this woman become like this? It seemed that he did not know her well enough. The space was sealed. People outside could not enter, and people inside could not leave. His restaurant was really a sin. However, her space law? Her space law could even seal space. She had a deep understanding of it. He had not even learned the basics of space law. His head hurt? Not only was the Xianxia man surprised, many people were surprised. Space law and time law were two high-level laws. It was very difficult to understand them. Uncomfortable, the people present could not break the space seal. If Elder Qi came as the embodiment of space law, he would be suppressed. At the same time, Ningxu was proficient in it. However, no one present was proficient in space law. They could not leave. The atmosphere was oppressive and irritable. Except for Ningxu and the Xianxia man, everyone was very anxious and dissatisfied. Especially in an enclosed space with so many people, even the slightest bit of emotion could spread and ferment. Previously, these people didn't really care about Ningxu. Now that he was locked up, their expressions became a lot more serious. Ningxu ate pastries, drank flower tea, and leisurely drank afternoon tea. He was completely unaffected by the fermenting emotions. Occasionally, he would even talk to the Xianxia man. Now, let's see who can't hold back first. As long as one person couldn't help but compromise, many others would follow suit. There would be a bloodbath, and those who were unwilling to pay would also face a lot of pressure, because if they didn't pay, no one could leave. What's more, these people already had conflicts with each other. Who knew if the conflicts would worsen? Previously, these people didn't want to pay, so they temporarily put aside their conflicts and worked together to deal with Ningxu. But from now on, there was going to be internal strife. Ningxu smiled and waited patiently. It was only a matter of time before he got his hands on the 80 million. Ningxu couldn't help but touch his head. "Io, why am I so smart?" He didn't need to use swords, spears, swords, and halberds. To be able to achieve his goal was simply wonderful. The air seemed to be dripping with viscous blood, making people feel uncomfortable. No one spoke, and it was quiet and oppressive. At this moment, it depended on patience and who would stand out. The atmosphere became more and more serious, but Ningxu became more and more relaxed. He got the waiter to order a few more pastries. Ningxu faintly felt that no matter how much he roared in his heart, or how much he was afraid, he should still be calm on the surface. At the very least, he should give others the feeling that he had a card up his sleeve. The challenge was one's mental endurance and mental quality. A person stood out with an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm willing to pay." Ningxu nodded his head, "Okay, just turn around and wait on the other side. When everything is paid, we'll leave together." 800,000. The man took out his identity card. He endured it, took a deep breath, and paid. As soon as the identity card was swiped, the man felt relieved. He could finally end this stalemate. However, he still asked, "We've paid. What about these videos?" Ningshu said, "When all of you have paid, I'll destroy them in front of you. This matter will be over." "Then, didn't you make a copy?" the man asked. He didn't want to be threatened again and again by such a weakness. Moreover, the other party was the city lord. She had the initiative in her hands. In the future, even if they wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't come to Water City. They would avoid Water City as much as possible. 800,000 merit points. What AF * King Heartache? Who knew that the puppet belonged to the city lord? They were making a fuss when someone suddenly rushed over to stop them. F * CK. Since ancient times, people had to fight those who tried to stop them. They had to fight. Ningshu said directly, "This is the original information. It's gone if you destroy it. Don't worry about this. I never do anything cold. This matter is in the past. I swear on the honor of the city lord. Besides, if I cause trouble for you again, isn't there an organization that can punish me?" These people were too careful. She didn't take any money. Even if she wanted to cause trouble, it would be a new excuse. It was too much to keep using the same excuse. Ningshu was determined to be a person with style. Little did she know that in the hearts of ordinary people, Ningshu was a sinister and cunning woman. She was completely untrustworthy. Hearing Ningshu's words, the people present breathed a sigh of relief. At least they felt a little relieved. The man paid and stood on the other side, waiting for the others to pay and leave. With one person taking the lead, the people behind felt that there was nothing to be ashamed of even if they compromised. Hence, someone else stood up to pay. After paying, they stood on the side. As time passed, more and more people paid up. Under such circumstances, more and more people could only follow the crowd and pay up. There were also people who didn't have money. They borrowed money from the people next to them to pay. Now, it was the people who didn't pay who were anxious. They felt anxious and embarrassed. Others had paid, but they didn't. They felt a little behind. When Ningshu was drinking tea and eating snacks, she earned 1,000,000 merit points every minute. The Xianxia man next to her was envious. How much money was that? He thought that this guy couldn't control the situation. After all, the other party had so many people. BK the man in the Xianxia didn't expect that this guy would rely on his connections to get things done. The 3-inch world he used the name of the organization, the judges, the army, and so on to control the situation and the income. 80 million? Soon, the 80 million would be in the account. The man in the Xianxia asked softly, "Are you really going to use 80 million to repair a doll?" This doll was too expensive. And it felt like it wasn't worth it. People with a fortune could be so willful. No, it was using power for personal gain. Money came quickly. Ningshu said, "Of course, I've already sent the doll over. I'm short of money now." The man in the Xianxia. How generous. Ningshu said that of course, he was generous. It wasn't his own money. This was everyone's goodwill. They were crowdfunding to repair their family's dolls. She couldn't let them down. Otherwise, it would be a scam. She had to be realistic. As time passed, more and more people paid, and the line grew larger. There were fewer and fewer people who didn't pay. This made the people who didn't pay feel very pressured. They had no choice but to pay even if they didn't want to. Especially now, the people who had paid would look at the people who hadn't paid with urging eyes. It made them feel very pressured. Even if they didn't have money, they had to pay. Of course, there were also people with good mental fortitude. They kept their word and didn't pay. In the end, there was only one person left in the line who didn't pay. His expression was arrogant. Instead, he mocked the person who paid. What a joke. Rushing to pay. Some people were using power for personal gain. This was a corrupt official. It was infuriating. Ningshu patted the crumbs off her hands and said, "This isn't money. This is proof that you know your mistakes and actively correct them. Since you don't want to admit your mistakes, everyone is waiting for you to do so." Who cares if you are really convinced in your heart? Just give me the money. Since you're not willing to pay, everyone will wait. Moreover, Xianxia had already collected 80 million. There were more than 100 people, and each person was worth 800,000. It didn't matter if 1 or 2 people were missing. But she wouldn't let them go. Anyway, she had a lot of time. She could afford to waste it. The man was also very shameless. I'm not going to pay you today. Let's see what you can do to me. If you have the ability, kill me. Xianxia said shamelessly, why would I kill someone? I've already said that I have to do some ideological work to make all of you realize your mistakes. If one of you doesn't do it, all of you will have to stay. To help you realize your mistakes. Xianxia was not anxious at all. How could this man face so much pressure by himself? Zhao, pay up when you have the money. Don't delay. Someone who knew him urged. Hurry up and pay up. If this dragged on, who knew what would happen? Furthermore, everyone was worried that the city lord would call the judges over again after they paid the money. Harvesting the leaks again and again, this was the most F***king ridiculous thing. Hurry up and leave after paying the money, lest you face a second fine. Now that this person was in a deadlock and refused to pay, what if he really called the judge? People like them who had paid the money felt miserable. It didn't matter if this woman took enough money, but what about them? Please don't harm others. People who should have been on the same side against a common enemy were now standing on the other side. It was heartbreaking. So many people had compromised. Reality was really dark. Zhao was very angry. Can't you see that she's using power for personal gain and taking the opportunity to amass money? You're still giving her money like this. Were they stupid? So what if the judge was called over? If the judge was really called over, this woman wouldn't be able to receive money. Those who were punished by the judge would give this woman money. Even if they were punished more, they would feel better. They didn't want to see this woman flaunt her power. However, his words carried little weight. Most people would settle things peacefully and give him money. He didn't give it. Xianxia received the money and was in a good mood. He only said, "You're very angry and unwilling to give me money. You'd better make things clear. The law city strictly forbids you from causing trouble and fighting. You were the ones who caused trouble and got caught. That's why today's situation happened. You guys go first, I'll go later. Don't make it sound like Doi was wronged." Previously, when she caused trouble in the law city, she admitted that she was beaten like a dog because she was not in the right. She had already done it. She had to be prepared to be judged. It was fine if they weren't caught, but they were all caught. Anyway, I won't give it to you. Xianxia, whatever. As for the others, let's wait. Maybe when this brother has an epiphany, everyone can leave. The food in this restaurant is not bad. Everyone can sit down, order some dishes, drink some wine, and wait. Everyone, they weren't here for a meal. They just wanted to leave. At that moment, many people looked at Zhao unkindly. They all asked him to give the money. In any case, they just had to admit that they were unlucky. However, Zhao was unmoved. He didn't move at all. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He chatted with the man in the cheongsam. Look at how good I am to you. I'm pulling in business for you. The man in the cheongsam, these people weren't in the mood to eat, okay, besides, these people had enough of seeing you now. How could they listen to you and really sit down to order food? Anyway, you've already collected enough 80 million. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 of them are missing. Let them go if you need to. The man in the cheongsam said, let people off when possible. This Zhao, how should I put it, is a little stupid. How can that be? This is not fair to those who paid. Everyone is a troublemaker. Why shouldn't he pay? He's really stupid. How can he become a super mission enforcer? After experiencing all kinds of worlds, it was impossible for him to be stupid. He just didn't want to pay. He wanted to drag it out and see if there were any changes. It would be best if he could leave without paying. If someone couldn't stand it and wanted to leave, they would pay for him. Or if everyone raised the money for him, it would be a waste. If someone asked him for it, he wouldn't return it. Instead, he would say, I didn't ask you to pay. You insisted on paying. I won't accept this money. He had successfully denied a sum of money. If this was Zhao Yi's plan, then he wasn't stupid. He was a deadbeat. No matter what, he didn't lose anything. Interesting. She looked cynical, but in reality, her little abacus was crackling in her heart. She was shameless. This person wasn't any better. Obviously, there were people here who understood Zhao Yi. Seeing Zhao Yi like this, some people couldn't help but mock him and ask him to pay. However, Zhao Yi didn't give it. He stood there alone with his neck straightened. He was quite calm. Ningxu couldn't not accept the money. It was impossible to deny this money. BK Ningxu was also thinking about how this matter would be resolved and whether or not Zhao Yi would fork out the money in the end. The 3-inch world. Now that the situation had changed again, the people who paid were anxious, while the people who did not pay were not anxious and were very calm. It was as if a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water and was not afraid of these people beating him up. This was a city of laws, and these people were fined and did not dare to beat Zhao Yi in front of the 2 city lords. Therefore, Zhao Yi was fearless. The people who paid were very anxious and worried about their gains and losses, and one by one, they threatened Zhao Yi to pay up. But Zhao Yi was unmoved. Ningxu burped. He had eaten too much tea and snacks and was a little tired of them. He did not want to eat anymore. This show was more interesting, and the situation was very stalemate. In the face of such a shameless person, it was very helpless. It was really sullen to pay the money for him, but if he did not, he could not leave. Someone said to Ningxu, City Lord, we have all deeply realized our mistakes. Can we leave first and not cause trouble in Water City in the future? This Zhao Yi, we all think that the City Lord should keep him and educate him well to let him know his mistakes. Damn, this Zhao Yi was too disgusting. These people now had a much better attitude towards Ningxu and wanted to leave. Moreover, they were angry because of Zhao Yi, and wanted Ningxu to punish the shameless Zhao Yi. Ningxu shook his head. Didn't we agree that everyone would improve together and recognize their mistakes together? Since he can't recognize his mistakes, you should help him recognize his mistakes, Ningxu said meaningfully. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, and his body was a little stiff. What did this city lord mean? The others looked at each other. What did this mean? Could they beat people up here? This was what the city lord meant, right? She did not say it directly. She just wanted these people to improve together and help those who did not recognize their mistakes. She did not say anything, she did not instigate people, she did not ask people to do it. The Xianxia man was speechless. As the city lord of a city of laws, how could she encourage mission enforcers to cause trouble in her restaurant? He wasn't afraid of things getting out of hand, but if something was damaged, who would compensate him? The Xianxia man looked at Ningxu expressionlessly. Ningxu said, it's okay. After carefully digesting the city lord's words, these people understood the city lord's intentions and surrounded Zhao Yi. With more than 100 people surrounding one person, it was easy to imagine how much pressure Zhao Yi was under. Zhao Yi's voice stuttered as he asked, what do you want to do? Zhao Yi, hand over the money. Do you want so many people to accompany you? Keep your thoughts to yourself. Don't force us to do anything to you, someone threatened. Zhao Yi's face was flushed red. He felt that these people were really stupid. Now, they were being used by the Shui City Lord. The Shui City Lord was using these people to put pressure on him. Are these idiots' brains filled with shit? Ningxu propped up his chin and watched the show. He felt that it was really interesting. Compared to the feeling of punching flesh, this method was much more relaxed. There was a refreshing feeling of being in control of the entire situation. Zhao Yi's face was full of grievances as he was being stared at by so many people. Everyone was a super mission taker and had all kinds of methods. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands, not to mention so many people. If he said no, these people would definitely spit on him to death. This Shui City Lord was really a person without integrity. Didn't he say that they couldn't fight in the City of Laws? Now, they were allowed to fight. Double standards, shameless. Zhao Yi turned his gaze to the Xianxia man and said, Time City Lord, this is the Time City or your restaurant. Don't you care? The Cheongsam man exhaled and said, "Don't worry, I will do my best to protect you and stop them from hurting you. However, I don't know how many people I can stop." Zhao Yi, what did he mean by doing his best to stop them? These words were ambiguous. The meaning behind his words was that he didn't care. Officials were in cahoots with each other. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. To go against so many people, it was as if he was facing the malice of the whole world. The people around him were all staring at him covetously. Their eyes were filled with impatience and malice. Especially those who had conflicts with him, their eyes were even more infuriating. They probably wanted these people to beat him to death. Moreover, with so many people attacking him, it was hard to guarantee that someone wouldn't kill him directly. The situation was hopeless. Zhao Yi now had the tragic feeling of the overlord committing suicide in the Wu River. He gritted his teeth and said to Ning Shu, "I'll pay." Ning Shufeng nonchalantly said, "Sure." Zhao Yi took out his identity card. His hand holding the identity card was shaking. In the end, he swiped 800,000 yuan. Ning Shu looked at Zhao Yi and said, "You'll pay 1 million yuan." Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment and almost jumped up. 1 million yuan? Why should I pay 1 million yuan? Ning Shu said directly, "Because you wasted so much of everyone's time and so many people helped you realize your mistake. A lot of time and energy have been spent. It's reasonable to charge you an extra 200,000 yuan." Zhao Yi was so angry that he almost vomited blood because of Ning Shu. An extra 200,000 yuan? Why should he? His heart continued to roar and shout. Compared to Zhao Yi's sullenness, the others were actually a little happy. He didn't want to pay, but now he wanted to pay an extra 200,000 yuan. It was really refreshing. Some people were even more unlucky. They suddenly felt a little comforted. Even unknowingly, their hostility towards Ning Shu had decreased a little. They felt that the Shui city lord was really refreshing. Although the 200,000 yuan was also cheap for the Shui city lord, they felt comfortable in their hearts. Especially when they saw Zhao Yi being fed with papa, it made people laugh in their hearts. "Who asked you to do it? Now you're being punished." Ning Shu said indifferently, "If you don't pay 200,000 yuan, you still can't leave. You still haven't realized your mistake." As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, many people took a step closer to Zhao Yi, putting pressure on Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi took a few steps back. He gritted his teeth and paid an extra 200,000 yuan. His eyes were red. 1 million yuan was also a large sum of money for a super mission enforcer. When Ning Shu became a super mission enforcer, the merit points in his account did not exceed 100,000 yuan. These super mission enforcers were all once Ning Shu was rich. Ning Shu revealed a smile that was like a spring breeze. "Now that everyone has realized their mistake, I will also destroy these videos." As Ning Shu spoke, he crushed the video and turned it into powder that floated out of his fingertips. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Shui City Lord." That's not right. Why are they thanking him? *CK the dog. The space lock has also been removed. You can leave now. I repeat, don't cause trouble. If you get caught again, it won't be so easy to pass. Ning Shu waved his hand and removed the space lock. As soon as it was removed, the people left in a flash. In a few moments, all of them had left. They were really fast. /BK now that the matter was settled and he had the money to repair the doll, he could finally vent his anger. It felt so good to pull the strings. Speaking of which, it wasn't that Ning Shu was suppressing these people by herself. Instead, these people were restrained by the organization and couldn't do anything at all. Ning Shu often talked about the rules and acted like he was following the rules, but in reality, he was pulling the strings. Moreover, this was a city of laws. If they really attacked, it would be an additional crime, causing these super mission enforcers to be very passive. After this matter, things would probably be more stable. These people would probably not cause trouble here in the short term. Even if they wanted to, they would not choose this place. He hoped that these people would avoid these cities, or they might be unlucky. Ning Shu was satisfied and gave the Cheongsam man 100,000 merit points as a tip. "Here, for you. I'll book the entire restaurant for this period of time." Anyway, 80 million was more than enough, and he even took 1 million from Zhaoyi in the end. Giving the Cheongsam man an extra 200,000 merit points was more than enough. Being rich was being willful. 100,000 merit points was at least the profit of a restaurant for 10 days. The Cheongsam man. Thank you so much. Being flaunted in front of his face really made him unhappy. Ningshu, you're welcome. Moreover, the Cheongsam man had helped, so he had to give him some compensation. He made use of the Cheongsam man's connections to call these people over. During this time, the Cheongsam man did not interfere. The Cheongsam man accepted it without any psychological burden. After all, this guy had made so much money this time. 100,000 yuan was just a drop in the ocean of 80 million. The Cheongsam man asked, "Where did you buy the doll?" The Cheongsam man suddenly realized that it was not bad to have a doll. At least when he was not around, he could help patrol the city. He could also take video of the patrol. The Cheongsam man vaguely felt that there was a way to get rich. Just like issuing fines, many a little makes a mickle. For him, it was also a source of income. Moreover, this way, his city would be more stable. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. Ningshu said, "I bought it from Uncle." "No, I didn't buy a doll. Uncle gave it to me." Ningshu had a feeling that Uncle Chang's doll wasn't being used for proper purposes. Even though it had a camera function, Ningshu didn't think it was being used for proper purposes. She could no longer control her scattered thoughts. The man in the Cheongsam asked, "Which uncle?" Ningshu was a little confused. "You haven't seen it before?" "You should have." After all, his eldest uncle was someone who had been on the battlefield. Thinking about it, he should have met him before. The man in the Cheongsam shook his head. Ningshu said, "Then I'll give you his contact information." "But why do you want to buy a doll? Are you lonely?" The man in the Cheongsam replied. "It's just for patrolling the city." "What are you thinking?" Ningshu was speechless. It was all Uncle Chang's fault. She had been infected by his wretchedness. Ningshu gave Uncle Chang's contact information to the man in the Cheongsam. Ningshu felt that she should haggle a little more and try to lower the repair fee. After all, she was introducing business to Uncle Chang. Uncle Chang and his group of people were mainly in charge of the mission enforcers and the system's law space. They also made all kinds of items. The items in the exchange store were all made by Uncle Chang. Dolls were unpopular products, and they weren't sold in the system store. Ningshu said to the man in the Cheongsam, "Dolls are a little expensive. If you use it to patrol the city, it might not be worth it. If you want to make a perfect doll, the price will be even more expensive." This doll was a gift from Uncle Chang. Uncle Chang said that it was perfect. It was good-looking, had a nice voice, and was very heartwarming. However, she didn't know what to do with the doll, so she left it in the law space and asked it to help patrol the city. This was also the arrangement of the doll. Otherwise, the doll would be in the system space every day, quietly looking at people. Although dolls didn't have feelings, it was still quite creepy to look at people like that. In the mood of sending the doll away, she sent it to the law space. Now, it seemed that many city lords wanted to use this method to get rich. The man in the Cheongsam said, "I'll ask. If it's too expensive, I won't do it." Usually, the city is very peaceful. It's normal for there to be a little discord in private. As long as it wasn't too big of a deal, it would be fine to settle it in private. However, the man in the Cheongsam was short of money now. He wanted to use the same method to get some money. With power came money. That was the logic. Ningshu shrugged and said, "You contact him. I'm leaving. Thank you for today. If there's anything next time, I'll look for you." The man in the Cheongsam was speechless. "Don't come," Ningshu returned to the system space. Little Mouse was lying on the sofa with its limbs spread out. It had finished eating the soil. Ningshu asked, "Are you full now?" Little Mouse smacked its lips. "Just barely. I'm half full." Ningshu chuckled. Half full again. In short, Ningshu didn't really trust Little Mouse now. "It doesn't matter if I'm half full or full. Since I'm full, I have to work." This time, Little Mouse had no reason to not look for treasures. Ningxu went to his uncle and gave him half of the deposit. He asked, "When will it be fixed?" "Uncle, because the damage is too severe. It will take a long time to repair." Repair is a delicate job, so you know. Although dolls aren't people, the materials are not easy to find. You should take it easy and cherish it a little. Don't venture inexplicable emotions on the doll. Ningxu was speechless. Why did his uncle think that she did something indescribable to the doll? She really didn't. To prevent the topic from continuing, Ningxu stiffly changed the topic. "What was your original intention when you made the doll?" "Damn." Ningxu wanted to slap his own mouth. Why did he ask such a question? Uncle Long was probably going to say something indescribable. Uncle Long sighed. Ningxu asked, "Do you think mission enforcers are lonely?" "It's okay." Loneliness was still considered loneliness. If one forced themselves not to be lonely, they wouldn't be lonely. Uncle Long said, "Mission enforcers are really lonely. They don't have a body, and they have no way to relieve their loneliness and stress. They face death at any time. If there was a person, even if that person was fake, but she had a real touch, he would only have eyes for you. He would serve you and be loyal to you. He would live his life for you and faithfully carry out your orders. With such a person accompanying him, a mission enforcer's life would probably be warmer." Ningxu. Seems like it would be warmer. He wasn't alone. One more person in the system space was one more companion, even though the doll wasn't a person. However, there was another system in the system space, and that was the threesome. If the mission enforcer had any doubts, the system would answer them. If they encountered something that was difficult to pass, or if there was a problem with their mentality, the system would guide them. Perhaps it was inconvenient to tell others, but it was not a bad idea to let the doll hear it. If this was the original intention, then Uncle Chang's heart would probably be warm. However, when Ningxu thought of the greedy wolf star saying that Uncle Chang had a love-hate relationship with his own doll, this warmth disappeared. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ningxu asked, "What's the price of the doll?" How could he afford something that cost millions or tens of millions? Ordinary mission enforcers could not afford it at all, let alone buy a useless doll. Perhaps it was because of the price that the doll was so niche and unpopular that it was not put on the exchange store. Dolls were not considered a normal product. The Cheongsam man wanted to buy it, but Ningxu felt that the price of the product should be beyond what the Cheongsam man could bear. It depends on the material. If it's a good material, it's resistant to grass and abrasion. If it's a half-good material, the material is usually easy to break and needs to be replaced after a period of time. Actually, it's good to buy a more expensive one. If you buy a less expensive one, you'll have to throw it away after you've just developed feelings for it. This is a challenge to the heart. Giving up is always a sad thing. Develop feelings for it? Ningxu really did not want to think about Uncle Chang's words. However, Uncle Chang was a doll maker, so it was normal for him to have feelings for these dolls. Ningxu felt that she shouldn't let her imagination run wild. She was a pure and innocent little fairy. Ningxu and Uncle Chang chatted for a while and ended the topic. Then, he took the Thunder Law imprint and went to the world of reincarnation. He was ready to fuse with the Thunder Law imprint. Thunder and lightning were both young and hard things. Fusing with it was a great challenge to the soul. Ningxu did not have much confidence in his soul. "Get ready. When I come back, we'll go to the void," Ningxu said to the little mouse. The little mouse answered weakly, "Okay." Lazy, Ningxu said, "I think we might meet Li Wen in the void. Previously, when Li Wen came, he brought me snacks. They are all products of the void, which means that Li Wen is still in the void." "Really?" Little Mouse immediately turned from a half-dead state to full of energy and asked, "Where is the snack that Li Wen gave you?" "I want to eat it." Ningxu was speechless. What's the point of raising such a gluttonous and lazy person? The little mouse saw that Ningxu's face was not good. He thought that she might be angry. He was reluctant to eat the snacks and said, "I don't want to eat. I just want to smell it. There must be Li Wen's smell on it." Ningxu was speechless. Damn, after hearing Little Mouse's words, even the snacks became disgusting. Ning-Shu, I'm done. Those snacks can't be kept for too long. The little mouse fell on the sofa again, limp and half dead. Ning-Shu felt that she would strangle the little mouse sooner or later. Even if she didn't strangle him to death, she would make him go away. This guy was challenging her patience. Ning-Shu took a kidney-strengthening fruit. Eating this could make the soul stronger. Now Ning-Shu ate the kidney-strengthening fruit like biting a rubber band. Although it was still hard to chew, at least he could chew it. It was not like chewing a lump of iron before, when he couldn't chew it at all. Ning-Shu ate the fruit and went to the world of samsara. This time, he went to the second world of samsara. This world was connected to the living worlds of several task-takers. After not seeing each other for a while, there were more souls in this world. Ning-Shu found Zhu-Jun. Zhu-Jun was busy. He was commanding the skeletons to build a house. Ning-Shu walked over while eating the fruit and asked, "What are you building a house for?" At first glance, this world was a piece of black sand. The reincarnation pool was an oasis in the desert. It was the only place with color. It was very attractive. Zhu-Jun said, "Sometimes we need to put things. If the skeleton's weapons are placed randomly, they will be picked up by some silly souls." Ning-Shu said, "Oh." He felt that Zhu-Jun was very thoughtful. She didn't seem to care about anything. He felt a little guilty. In order to make himself feel better, Ning-Shu asked, "Is it enough merit?" Zhu-Jun, "It's enough." Well, there was nothing to feel guilty about. Ning-Shu chewed the kidney-strengthening fruit and asked, "Are there many souls in this world who have lost their minds?" Zhu-Jun took out a bottle of gray liquid and gave it to Ning-Shu. "This is collected recently." Ning-Shu, the most important decision in his life was to raise a group of skeletons. They were all raised, but why was there such a big difference? He looked at the skeletons and the little mouse. No, she didn't raise the little mouse. It didn't belong to her. The mouse was raised by Li Wen. But the little mouse felt that it had raised Li Wen. They both thought that they had raised each other, but in the end, they broke up and parted ways. And it was Li Wen who ended the relationship unilaterally. The little mouse hadn't recognized the reality yet. Sometimes the little mouse was so stupid that it made people sympathize with it. Ning-Shu gulped down a bottle of soul power and removed the impurities in it. The pure soul power merged into his soul, and his soul became stronger. After eating a kidney-strengthening fruit and some soul power, his soul should be able to withstand thousands of thunderbolts. Ning-Shu was a little nervous. Zhu-Jun ignored Ning-Shu and went to ask the skeletons to repair the house. Ning-Shu went to another world of samsara, where there was a thunder beast. The thunder beast should be able to absorb some thunder power. If there was a thunder beast by his side, it might be easier. Ning-Shu said goodbye to Zhu-Jun and left. Zhu-Jun waved his hand without looking back, indicating that he understood. Ning-Shu went to the reincarnation pool in another world of samsara. Beside the reincarnation pool stood a sword king, standing straight and motionless. The sword king didn't look like Idol Mu. He was more like a humanoid weapon, carrying out orders to destroy targets. The thunder beast was lying on the side, snoring anxiously. Its whole body was flickering with thunder and lightning. In addition, the thunder beast's body was huge and impressive. Just looking at it made people feel scared. However, the thunder and lightning on the thunder beast's body couldn't be compared to the thunder law imprint. Ning-Shu reached out and touched the thunder beast's body. Suddenly, thunder and lightning passed from his fingertips to his body. The power of thunder and lightning directly exploded in his body. It was very painful and suppressed the soul greatly. Thunder and lightning were the natural enemies of otherworldly items. And this was only the thunder and lightning on the thunder beast's body. The thunder law was the most powerful thunder and lightning in the world. It would definitely be heart-wrenching pain, and it might even cause the soul to scatter. And even if he could endure it, his soul would become very weak. His soul would be scattered by the thunder and lightning. Ning-Shu compared the cost-effectiveness of fusing the thunder law in his heart. Was it worth it? He might even lose his life. Even if he could endure it, his soul would become weak. Being touched, the thunder beast woke up and opened its eyes. There was a thin film in its eyes, and there was a crackling electric current. Even its eyes were filled with electricity. Seeing Ning-Shu, the thunder beast snorted, moved its body, put its chin on the ground and went back to sleep, ignoring Ningxu. Ningxu got closer and touched it again. The electric current flowed through her entire soul. The electric shock made her eyes roll back, and she felt uncomfortable all over. And it was very painful, as if it was burning and tearing. The thunder beast opened its eyes and stared at Ningxu. It probably didn't expect that someone would torture himself to touch it. Ningxu was very nervous. She felt that it was a little difficult for her to integrate the thunder rule. She was not so confident. Ningxu asked the thunder beast, "What do you eat?" It seemed that she had never seen the thunder beast eat. Thunder beasts were also living creatures. Although they were not corrupted by the world of samsara, there was basically nothing to eat there. What did the thunder beast eat? The thunder beast couldn't speak, so it just snorted. Ningxu didn't expect the thunder beast to answer her. She just wanted to find a topic to ease her nervousness. Ningxu took out the thunder rule imprint, which looked very delicate and silver. There was a slight flash of electric light on it, making a subtle crackling sound. Roar. The thunder beast saw the thunder rule imprint and took 2 steps back. Its 2 front paws slightly crept on the ground, looking at the thunder rule imprint vigilantly. The thunder and lightning on its body began to crackle and turn purple. 2 round thunder and lightning appeared under its feet. The thunder beast entered the battle mode, staring at the thunder rule imprint. Looking carefully, it was a little scared. Ningxu was speechless. It wasn't easy for her to muster up the courage to fuse with the thunder beast, but the thunder beast's appearance directly shattered the courage in her heart. The thunder beast's body had been polished by thunder and lightning all year round. Moreover, it was the purple 9th heaven divine thunder. Its body had been tempered to be very strong. At least in terms of resisting thunder, no one should be able to compare with the thunder beast. If the thunder beast was like this, she, as a lonely soul, couldn't bear it. This was especially true for lightning, which was the bane of souls. Ningxu's thunder beast asked, "Is this powerful? If so, just nod your head." The thunder beast stared at the thunder law for a long time before it finally understood what Ningxu meant. It growled and nodded. Ningxu sighed, put away the thunder precept imprint, and returned to the system space. He couldn't fuse it so hastily. He had to do some preparatory work first so that he wouldn't collapse. Although he wouldn't die, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't explode at the moment of fusion. When Ningxu returned to the system space, the whole system space was in a mess. The little mouse turned into its human form and rummaged through everything. When the little mouse saw Ningxu, it turned back into a mouse the size of a fist. Ningxu looked at the little mouse expressionlessly and asked, "What are you doing now?" It was a mess. Every time he came back, it was either a floor full of confetti or a junkyard in the system space. Why was the little mouse so worrisome? Ningxu wanted to strangle it and make it spit out the earth origin that it had eaten. The little mouse said, "I'm looking for the snacks that Li Wen gave you. Didn't I say that I've finished eating?" Even though a storm was brewing in Ningxu's heart, he still looked calm on the surface and walked toward the little mouse. The little mouse said aggrievedly, "I didn't know if you were telling the truth, so I could only look for it myself. I didn't know that you would come back so early. I wanted to pack it up before you came back." Ningxu wanted to smash its head and make its brain juice splatter everywhere. Ningxu said gently, "Tell me, what should I do with you?" The little mouse pulled away and looked at Ningxu with a little fear. It said, "Don't be like this. Every time Li Wen is like this, I know that he's angry. I'll pack it up for you." The little mouse began to pack as it spoke, glancing at Ningxu from time to time. Ningxu sat on the sofa and looked at the little mouse silently. Ningxu thought about it and decided to spend some money to ask. He left the system space and went to the consultation room in the city of water. Ningxu walked in, sat down, and waited for Sang Liang to come out. Not long after, the silver-haired man opened the curtain and came out of the room with a book. The cover was made of craft paper with special patterns. It looked very old and heavy. Ningxu felt that he had not seen the silver-haired man for a long time. The silver-haired man sat down and asked, "What do you want to ask?" Ningxu opened the box and said, "I want to fuse this law. What are the chances of success?" Even if it was a surgery, he still needed to know the success rate. The silver-haired man looked at the thunder law imprint and shook his head. It's impossible to fuse it. Ningxu was surprised. How can it not be fused? He thought that it would be difficult to fuse it, but the silver-haired man said that it was impossible. What about the previous incarnation of the Thunder Law? It was impossible to fuse it. Was the previous owner of the law imprint a fake? The silver-haired man said, a fake law imprint. It didn't even fuse 1% of the power of the Thunder Law. If it had been fused, its soul would have been destroyed. Ningxu was speechless. What the F***ck? Was this for real? Ningxu could not stay calm. This thing could not be used? Mission takers in soul form cannot fuse with the Thunder Law imprint. In my records, no one has succeeded. First, it's restrained. Second, even if it's fused, it has to endure the pain of thunder and lightning tempering every day. The soul cannot withstand the tempering of thunder and lightning and will be annihilated sooner or later. Don't expect the tempering to strengthen the soul. It's impossible. It will only make the soul weaker and weaker. This law is very lethal and fierce. It can't be controlled in soul form. It hurts others and oneself. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. What was this? She couldn't use it? It was a useless thing? Ningxu asked, can people with bodies fuse with it? Ligua asked her for the Thunder Law imprint. She probably wanted to fuse with it too. The silver-haired man said. I already said that this is something that hurts others and oneself. As long as you fuse with it, it will hurt your body and soul. Even if you have a body, it will hurt your body. Haven't you seen someone being struck by thunder? Ningxu was speechless. Sobbing, is this thing useless? The law imprints in her body were not harmful to her body. Now that she encountered a Thunder Law, it would be painful to throw it away. She should keep it. It seemed useless. After all, it was the Thunder Law. It was such a powerful thing. The silver-haired man said, what else do you want to ask? Ningxu knew that when the silver-haired man said this, it was time to pay the bill. Ningxu asked, so this thing can't be used? She was really unwilling to leave this thing in the corner to collect dust. Ningxu was still fantasizing. With a snap of her fingers, a bolt of lightning would descend from the sky. How cool would that be? Her fantasies were shattered by the silver-haired man. This thing couldn't be fused at all. It was a waste of time to think about it. It was a pipe dream. Ningxu asked, can you fuse with this thing? The silver-haired man said, why should I fuse with this thing? Although it's not very painful, it's still very uncomfortable. It's just a dull pain, but it's being ravaged, it seems that it's powerful enough. There's no need for the lightning law. Ningxu thought about how to use the lightning law imprint in her mind. She had to find a way to use it. Otherwise, she would regret not giving the lightning law imprint to Ligua. The silver-haired man said, you can use the power of the lightning law instead of stuffing this thing into your body. Use it? Right, the incantation technique could use the power of the law. Her brain had short-circuited. She was thinking about stuffing this thing into her body and how to fuse with it. She didn't expect to use it. Ningxu asked, then how did you fuse with the fake lightning law? Even if it was fake, it was still stuffed into her body. The silver-haired man said, the power of the lightning law is sealed. When you need to use it, the seal will be unsealed. Ningxu was speechless. So troublesome, but if she wanted to use the power of the lightning law, she had to wear this thing with her. Otherwise, she would have to run home to get it when she needed to use it. Ningxu asked, how should this thing be sealed? The silver-haired man said, this is the sealed state. Can you play with the unsealed lightning law in your hands? The unsealed lightning law should be a sea of lightning now. Do you think you can still fuse with it? Ningxu almost raised her hands in surrender. I was wrong, this thing didn't look big, but it contained so much energy. No wonder Ligua couldn't forget about the lightning law imprint. Ningxu had also given up on the idea of fusing with it. This was simply courting death. Moreover, fusing with it would be like being struck by lightning every day, tormenting him in a sea of lightning. She couldn't do something so painful. No one succeeded. Ningxu did not think that he could succeed, so he insisted on challenging. Perhaps some people were strong enough to fuse with it, but if they were that strong, they might not need the lightning law imprint anymore. Ningxu decided to find a necklace and wear the lightning law imprint directly on his neck. Then, when he needed to use it, he would use the incantation technique. Ningxu asked, "Will the seal be lifted?" If she suddenly came into contact with it, a tsunami of thunder would erupt, and she would probably drown in the sea of thunder. If you feel that the seal is starting to shake, go find Grand Uncle. He will reinforce the seal. Ningxu was speechless. He couldn't figure out why the Grand Elder didn't use this law imprint himself. Instead, he sealed it and gave the mission enforcers a chance to become the incarnation of the fake Thunder Law. Could it be that he wanted someone to guard Thunder City? Ningxu felt that there was nothing else to ask, so he asked, "How much?" Sure enough, he still had to consult an authority. He had rashly fused with it, and now he didn't know what the consequences would be. He would definitely be in trouble. The silver-haired man said, 500,000 merit points. Knowledge was money, just these few sentences alone were worth 500,000 merit points. In comparison, Ningxu felt that the silver-haired man was really benevolent in the past. When he was a small fry, the silver-haired man only collected points. However, other than points, mission enforcers only had points. For mission enforcers with small missions, the silver-haired man probably guided them through friendship and collected points symbolically. It was within the scope of the mission enforcer's ability. It wasn't completely free, otherwise, people would feel that it was natural. But for mission enforcers, once they had money, they would start collecting merit points. Putting aside some personal feelings, Ningxu could only say that this organization was cruel, but also had some warmth. Ningxu straightforwardly handed over 500,000 merit points. Previously, he had some left after deducting the cost of repairing the puppet, so it was easy to hand over 500,000 merit points. Ningxu handed over the money. The silver-haired man closed the book and crossed his white and slender hands. Ningxu asked, "What did you do to Xianxia?" "What?" Ningxu asked blankly. "Xianxia, he didn't do anything." Speaking of which, she hadn't seen Heart for a while. Previously, Heart would send her food when he was fine. Recently, she didn't see it often. Ningxu asked, "What happened to Xianxia?" The silver-haired man said, "Recently, he's depressed and doesn't look for food." Ningxu was speechless. She just told Heart not to send her food when he was fine. She didn't expect Heart to be so angry. For such a long time, he was angry alone. Ningxu wanted to laugh. Ningxu coughed and said, "I'm busy, so I told him not to come to me." If Heart wanted to try human love, he shouldn't have come to her. The silver-haired man said calmly, "If you have something to say it clearly. Don't be so vague and hurt him." Ningxu was speechless. She had already said it clearly. Why did he make it sound like she was a scumbag who hurt someone? Ningxu said, "When he's free, come to me. I'll definitely explain it to him." The silver-haired man stood up, lifted the curtain, and left with the book. Ningxu left the consultation room and found a small shop to make a necklace. The necklace had a small round box, and the lightning law imprint was inside. Ningxu put the necklace around her neck and looked in the mirror. It looked good. When Ningxu came out of the store, she bumped right into the Heart. Ningxu was speechless. "You're really early." She just told the silver-haired man to let Heart come to her, and the next second, Heart appeared. Heart carried the food box and said reservedly, "I heard you were looking for me." Ningxu said, "Let's go to a restaurant." Heart said, "Okay." The two of them arrived at the restaurant. Heart opened the food box and took out a few dishes. The moment it took them out, the aroma filled the entire restaurant. Heart sat down and handed a pair of chopsticks to Ningxu. The chopsticks were given by Heart, and they were as white as jade. "You have to use jade chopsticks to eat this. Otherwise, it'll affect the texture," Heart said reservedly. She was very calm and collected the entire time. She didn't seem as dispirited as the silver-haired man had said. "Jade chopsticks, very particular." Ningxu took the chopsticks. The chopsticks were still a little warm to the touch. It seemed to be good jade. It seemed like the Heart was still very diligent in its research on humans when it came to eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. "Eat it while it's hot," Heart said. Ningxu picked up a piece of meat and chewed. So fragrant, he didn't know how these things were made. What kind of meat was this to be so fragrant? Heart watched Ningxu swallow the meat and asked reservedly, "How's the taste?" Ningxu nodded. "It's delicious." No matter how much Heart wanted to remain reserved, she couldn't help but smile. However, she had to keep a straight face. In any case, her expression was a little twisted. "I made it." The Heart understood Ningxu's thoughts. She held the pendant and abandoned the food box. She said to Ningxu, "You eat. I have something to do. I'll leave first." Then, she ran away in the blink of an eye. Ningxu slapped her forehead heavily. She contacted the silver-haired man immediately and told him that the Heart had snatched something from her. She told him in advance that it wasn't a gift from her, but the Heart had snatched it. She also asked the silver-haired man to help her get it back. As for the more precious thing that the Heart said, Ningxu didn't care. She only wanted her necklace back. She didn't want to take advantage of the Heart. It wasn't just because it was the lightning law imprint. It was also because the necklace was on the Heart. The Heart was indulging in its own fantasy. In Ningxu's heart, the Heart was a child. It was a junior. The Heart had come into contact with too few girls. The range of choices was too small. It should come into contact with other people. With the silver-haired man's help, the chances of getting the lightning law back should be higher. Ningxu gritted her teeth and finished all the meat. Not only the meat, but she also drank the soup. Originally, she wanted to fuse with the lightning law imprint. In the end, the lightning law couldn't be fused. Now, even the lightning law was gone. What am I doing? Where am I? What happened? Ningxu was confused. Ningxu didn't care whether she could get the lightning law back or not. If she could get it back, she would get it back. Even if she couldn't get it back, she would still take back this loss. She wouldn't do a losing deal. Ningxu returned to the system space. The messy system space was clean and tidy again. Ningxu felt that the little mouse was a little crazy. It insisted on messing things up. It insisted on her scolding it and then cleaning it up. But how many times could these things be messed up? Ningxu was in a bad mood. She didn't have a good attitude towards the little mouse. The little mouse, Hey Do, stared at Ningxu with its black eyes. It could tell that Ningxu was angry, so it slowly moved to Ningxu's side. Ningxu glanced at it and completely ignored it. He was afraid that she would take the little mouse away and torture it in the system space every day. He couldn't take it anymore. How could he be so impolite when he was a guest in someone else's house? The little mouse said to Ningxu, "I want to go to the void. Are you coming?" Ningxu didn't say anything. The little mouse said, "I'll take you to my secret base. Do you want to go? There are a lot of good things there." Ningxu squinted at it. Little mouse said, "Haven't I cleaned it up?" Women should not get angry, or they will age easily. Ningxu wasn't angry at first, but when he heard this, he almost laughed. Ningxu coldly asked, "Secret base? What base?" The little mouse actually had a secret base. Didn't I see it? The little mouse's race was drifting in the void. They could go wherever they wanted. This kind of preparation was not in line with the little mouse's intelligence. The little mouse said longingly, "When I found that place, Li Wen said that I could protect it and set up a barrier." As expected, this style was very similar to Li Wen's. Storing things was a very human behavior. The little mouse's race was to eat wherever they went. They didn't have this kind of awareness. "Take me to your secret base?" Ningxu asked. This was an unexpected gain. Perhaps Little Rat had already sensed her impatience, and he was eager to prove his worth by doing something. Not bad, not bad, although she lost a Thunder Law imprint, at least she forced out the little mouse's secret. On the surface, Ningxu was not interested in the secret base mentioned by the little mouse. She didn't take the initiative to go. She only said, "I'm going to do a mission. When will I go to your secret base?" The more Ningxu was like this, the more anxious the little mouse was. It felt that its secret base was not attractive to Ningxu, and its value decreased a lot. This was a little different from what the little mouse thought. It thought that this girl would be very happy. After all, she talked about treasures every day. Why did she look like this? The little mouse said to Ningxu coquettishly. Go, I don't even know if the secret base is still there. If other races find out, the treasures inside will be gone. Ningxu said calmly, if it's gone, then it's gone. There are so many treasures in the world. I can't have them all. If it's gone, it means that I have no fate with these treasures. The little mouse was speechless. Damn, is she crazy? Is she disheartened? Has she lost interest in everything? Has she lost interest in life? Please don't die. It still had to wait for Li Wen to come back. If this girl died, it would have to wander in the void again. The chances of waiting for Li Wen would be even lower. If it followed her, Li Wen might come to find it. Yes, this girl urgently needed some external stimulation. The little mouse said, that secret base is a place where an extinct race lived. There are good things. Ruins. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. His expression became lighter. It looked like he was about to become an immortal. The little mouse said coquettishly, go, go. Ningxu sighed. Okay, go. But if we find the treasures, who will it belong to? The little mouse said, you. You just have to give me 2 more world origins. The little mouse was still struggling for food. It only wanted to eat its fill. As for the things in the ruins, they were not attractive to the little mouse. It could not eat them. Ningxu was very satisfied. He nodded and held the little mouse's hand. Let's go. The little mouse was unhappy. It kept grabbing the collar on its neck. However, it did not say anything. He was afraid that if he had an opinion, this girl would throw a tantrum again and not go to the ruins. She was the one who was going to find the treasures. Why was he afraid that she would not go? Was this really strange? The little mouse did not know why it felt so guilty. If it was not for Li Wen, it would not be bothered with this girl who suddenly became autistic. Li Wen was the little mouse's weakness. People with weaknesses were easy to compromise. The man and the mouse came to the void. The little mouse went straight in one direction. Its destination was clear. Ningxu asked, is it far from here? It's a little far. We have to be careful. My clansmen are dead. It's a little difficult for the 2 of us. But usually, powerful clans will not care if 2 ants crawl by their feet. The little mouse comforted Ningxu. It was afraid that Ningxu would suddenly chicken out and not go. What was going on? She was the one who was going to find the treasures. Why did it have to care about her all the time? It should be the one who was arrogant. Ningxu nodded. His expression was still uninterested. His hands behind his back clenched, opened, and clenched. She was actually very happy. She was even a little perverted. However, she would definitely not let the little mouse know about this. Ningxu and the little mouse walked cautiously for a long distance. Ningxu felt that they were a little far away from the organization. He could not help but feel a little guilty and did not feel safe anymore. Ningxu asked, how much longer? Little mouse, soon, we'll be there soon. You said the same thing when I asked you a few times ago. Ningxu could not help but complain. Little mouse, we'll be there soon. You're the one who kept asking. How far have we walked? Ningxu's expression was calm as he asked, what kind of race is that? Even a race in the void could be exterminated. It seemed that nothing really existed forever. Even the powerful creatures in the void could not escape such a fate. Little Mouse said, it's a rare race, but it has already been exterminated. You'll know when the time comes. I can't describe it to you. Simply put, it's a very smart and wise race. Such a race has already reached the end. It's better to be stupid. Ningxu was speechless. Don't find excuses for your own stupidity. Extermination has nothing to do with wisdom. Stupidity might lead to an early and ugly death. In that case, Ningxu was full of expectations for the ruins. Even if he did not gain anything, it would be good to broaden his horizons. The races in the void were too mysterious, too numerous, and too powerful. We're here. Little Mouse stopped and said to Ningxu. Ningxu stretched out his hand and touched a layer of enchantment. We're here? Ningxu was a little excited. He said to Little Mouse calmly, "You can open this enchantment, right?" Little Mouse stretched out its paw. "Of course, I can open it. This is the enchantment that I set up." Little Mouse used its paw to scratch the enchantment. In his imagination, the enchantment should be broken. However, the enchantment did not break. The scene was a little quiet. Little Mouse was a little puzzled. It scratched several times but still could not open the enchantment. "That's not right. Why can't I open the barrier?" The Little Mouse was very surprised. "Has my strength regressed so much? I can't even open the enchantment that I set up myself?" Little Mouse? So confused? With Little Mouse's IQ, he couldn't understand why he couldn't open it. Xianxia touched the barrier and had a thought. He asked, "Who else knows about this place besides Li Wen?" The Little Mouse could not open this barrier. Perhaps this barrier was not the same one that the Little Mouse had set up. The Little Mouse said in confusion, "Only Li Wen and I know, and my clansmen." Needless to say, the Little Mouse's clansmen had low IQ. It was basically impossible for them to set up a barrier. Moreover, the Little Mouse's clansmen were all dead. Xianxia sighed and looked at the Little Mouse with pity. How stupid was he? Since he knew there was such a place, he came here directly to find Li Wen. The probability was much higher than waiting in the void. Was his IQ really that low? The Little Mouse was very likely to meet Li Wen here. Moreover, Li Wen had rearranged the enchantment here. Perhaps Li Wen was now in the ruins. The Little Mouse had been with Li Wen for so long. Did it not understand Li Wen at all? If it was Xianxia himself, he had no foothold in the void and found such a secret place. Moreover, there were treasures in this ruin. It was a perfect place to stay. Xianxia did not want to say that the Little Mouse was stupid. Xianxia said, "Since you can't open it, you can open it by force." The Little Mouse still did not realize that there was something wrong with the enchantment. It might meet Li Wen. If it heard that it could meet Li Wen, it would not be so calm. It would have broken the enchantment and rushed in. The Little Mouse did not realize, and Xianxia would not tell the Little Mouse. If the Little Mouse knew that Li Wen was inside, it would definitely run around looking for Li Wen like a headless fly. Xianxia had never been to this place and did not know what dangers there were. If he met another teammate who was not calm, he might die here. Even if Xianxia had the will of death, he would die in minutes if he broke through the limit of power. The Little Mouse said, "You can do it." "I can't open it. My strength is so useless." "It must be because I did not eat the energy body. It must be because I am too hungry." Xianxia did not say anything and took out the ruby ring. The ruby ring shot out a ray of light and projected on the enchantment. Soon, a small black dot appeared on the enchantment. This was the time ray. The compressed time ray was very terrifying. The small black dot on the enchantment grew bigger and bigger. Finally, the enchantment exploded. Once the enchantment was broken, the entrance protected by the enchantment was revealed. It was a slightly rotating black hole that seemed to be able to absorb everything. The entrance to the race was actually a black hole. Black holes were not things that could be casually entered. The Little Mouse went in first. Xianxia followed. As soon as he got close to the black hole, he was directly sucked in by the black hole. The world spun for a while and he fell to the ground with a bang. Xianxia gritted his teeth and touched his painful arm. Then, he looked around and was shocked. This was a huge and vast place. Huge flying ships were suspended in the air. They were densely packed with flying ships of all sizes. Some flying ships were motionless while some flew aimlessly. They flew back and forth in the area. It gave people the feeling that there was no one controlling it or that the AI in the flying ship had malfunctioned. It made the flying ship look especially stupid. It was a huge and boundless sci-fi city. It was full of coldness and sci-fi feeling. The metal houses reflected a metallic luster that made people's teeth ache. It was cold and sharp. Xianxia felt that living in such a city was depressing. There was no greenery at all. It only had a strong sci-fi feeling and was unreal. There were countless mechanical servants on the ground patrolling the city. Perhaps it had been a long time since anyone had maintained and repaired these robots. The metallic luster on these robots was very dim. Some of them were rusty. The city was filled with mechanical electronic voices. Enemy invasion. Attack, attack. It was the same sentence over and over again. It was mechanical and emotionless. It made people's scalps tingle. This was a mechanical city, made of cold metal. The starry sky in the sky, which had not changed for tens of thousands of years, was like a painting or a projection. There was no one in the entire city. There was only endless silence and no signs of life. The city's central hub sensed that someone had entered the city and could only activate the attack mode. The mechanical eyes that received the order emitted a red light. Xianxia and the little mouse rushed over. Xianxia used the water law to become invisible. At the same time, he covered the little mouse with a water enchantment. This made them invisible. Although they were invisible, the machines could still scan them, but they couldn't find them for the time being. However, with the technology network in the city, it would take minutes to find them. How much time, energy, and technology was needed to build such a city? It was Xianxia's first time seeing the creatures in the void develop technology. He thought that the creatures in the void relied on their own strength. After all, their bodies were very strong, so they didn't need to rely on external objects like humans to improve themselves. Humans were too weak. Once their soft skin touched, it could cause great damage to their internal organs. Therefore, they had to rely on tools and external objects. What kind of race was this? Why did this race become extinct if they were able to develop technology to this extent? Search for intruders, search for intruders. The machines mumbled as if they had been infected with a virus. They muttered in a somewhat neurotic manner. These machines were very powerful. Even though Xianxia and the little mouse were invisible, they could still track them. The machines rushed over. Xianxia and the little mouse ran. The whole city was filled with machines. Where could they run to? The little mouse immediately said, "Go into the sewers." Xianxia said, "You're really a mouse." The problem was, did this city have sewers? Sure enough, after running one round, they couldn't find any sewers. They were chased by a group of machines. Xianxia didn't want to fight with these things at all. The main reason was that there were too many of them. There was no point in fighting. Xianxia was more concerned about what treasures the city had. Xianxia grabbed the little mouse's neck and ran quickly. The little mouse felt uncomfortable being grabbed by Xianxia. They found a relatively remote place and stopped to rest. How many machines were there in this city? The little mouse said, "These are just ordinary machines. If the enemy is too strong, they will send more powerful machines." Xianxia asked curiously, "Where are the people of this race? There isn't even a corpse? Where did the people of this city go?" Natural and man-made disasters. What caused this race to go extinct? Although this city looked dilapidated, as if it was covered with a layer of dust, the construction machinery and flying ships had not been destroyed. The city was very well preserved, and the city's institutions were still there. The little mouse was being strangled by Xianxia. He rolled his eyes and said, "How would I know? Who the hell knows that this race is going to die out? Maybe they'll be like me. Maybe they'll be wiped out just by going out for a stroll." Xianxia squeezed the little mouse's hand tightly. Why did she have hope for the little mouse's IQ? However, Xianxia should be able to confirm that the extermination did not take place in the city. Otherwise, the city would have been affected. If Li Wen was here, where would he be? Xianxia was really full of love for the little mouse, as if he was caring for an idiot. It would be nonsense if Li Wen, as a human, did not have any thoughts about such a magnificent and shocking technology. Humans dreamed of flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. If they could not do it themselves, they would use tools. Even if Li Wen was strong now, it would not make sense for him to not take such technology. There were definitely many secrets in this city, and this should only be on the surface. Until now, the little mouse still did not realize that Li Wen might be in this city. Its brain capacity was only the size of a soybean. It was pitiful. Xianxia had a little conspiracy theory now. He felt that Li Wen wanted to get rid of the little mouse and enter this city. The little mouse was still waiting for Li Wen in a daze. Perhaps Li Wen had already taken control of the city. Xianxia's mind spun quickly. There was a 90% chance that Li Wen was in this city. Maybe he was looking at them now. Soon, the mechanical army caught up. Ningxu carried the little mouse and ran. The entire city was like a net. There were people on the ground chasing them, and densely packed flying ships shuttled back and forth in the sky. There was nowhere to hide. Even a speck of dust could be found. There was a lot of pressure in his heart. Ningxu released his spiritual power and looked for the center of the city. He ran towards the center. As for the treasures that the little mouse mentioned, Ningxu did not see them. He only saw metals. Anyway, there were all kinds of metals in his eyes. Did he want her to carry these machines back? Moreover, Ningxu did not know which metals were precious and which were not. Did he regret not having enough knowledge when he needed it? Ningxu felt that he should know more about the situation in the void. Not only the situation in the void, but he also did not understand the situation in the organization. For example, the weapons in the system exchange store. What material were they made of? Were they metals born in the void, or were they found in the plane of existence? He did not seem to know much about such a huge organization. Now, he could not just charge forward. It was time to understand some things. The center of the city was a huge sword-shaped building. It was especially tall. Because it was a metal wall, it looked like a shiny sword from afar. The huge sword was inserted into the ground and looked majestic. Ningxu dragged the little mouse toward the huge sword. However, the closer he got to the huge sword, the more machines there were. The machines were bigger and looked more burly and cool. An electronic voice sounded from the machines. Invaders, kill without mercy. Invaders, kill without mercy. These machines were more agile and fierce than the previous ones. They were densely packed. Metal wings spread out from their bodies and they were very fast. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, an inescapable net. Where do I run to? Ningxu reached out his hand. Many vines grew out from the imprint of the law of wood between his thumb and index finger. These vines covered the area and rushed toward the machines. Countless vines wrapped around the machines, making them unable to move. However, Ningxu did not relax. There were too many machines. Although some of them were slow because they had not been maintained or repaired, their lethality was not to be underestimated. The machines that were wrapped by the vines struggled. Ningxu wanted to use the vines to pierce the machines' bodies and destroy them from the inside. However, the metal was very hard and there were very few joints. There were also places for the vines to pierce. This was a little troublesome. Little Mouse said sadly, if my people were still here, we would not be in such a passive situation. No matter how many machines there were, he had a lot of people. He could just dismantle these things. Ningxu rolled his eyes. What was the use of saying this now? He did not care about his people. Now that they were gone, he remembered his people. He had a low IQ and was very heartless. His people were probably not as important as they went in Little Mouse's heart. Ningxu felt that the little mouse was too careless. It brought her to such a place without making any preparations beforehand, nor did it tell her where this place was. It even pretended to be mysterious and surprised. Was it really retarded? It seemed like it was going to summon the skeletons. Although he didn't know if it would be useful, so many machines were really a little scary. This was like a mechanical country. It felt like the whole world had been controlled by machines. This was probably what humans imagined, machines taking over human life. It seemed to have been realized here. The little mouse shrank into a ball on Ningxu's shoulder. At this time, the little mouse was completely useless. Let it bite these machines. Vines that blotted out the sky and covered the earth stretched out and wrapped around these machines, restricting their movements. But other than that, it was useless because these machines were really too hard. Even if the vines wrapped around them with all their strength, they could only deform the metal slightly, let alone pierce it. But it was like poking a hornet's nest. The whole city was filled with sharp whistles. It was sharp and hurried. It was so noisy that it made people's heads hurt. More and more machines were coming this way, and the sword-like structure was filled with machines that surged out like a tidal wave. The sky was covered with flying ships. There was no gap. The passage to the sky was blocked. It was really a spectacular sight. Ningxu couldn't help but sigh. How high-tech was this machine to be able to make this kind of machine? The metallic color of the face gave people a sharp and cold feeling. It was really depressing. The little mouse's little claws scratched Ningxu's shoulder and said, "We don't seem to have anywhere to escape?" Ningxu rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me this was a place before we came? That way, I could have found some helpers." There were countless machines all over the city. Even if he got the skeletons, it would be a drop in the bucket. He should find some external help. Ningxu focused his gaze on the sword-shaped building. Since it was loyal to the city, if he could go in, he might find a way to control these machines. Ningxu had a feeling that someone was watching them from inside the building. It might be Li Wen, who was looking at them from a high place but couldn't see them. But perhaps it was not Li Wen, but some other living creature. There was only cold metal in this city. There was no life in it at all. Ningxu's little mouse asked, "Do you think you have any special telepathy with Li Wen?" "What is telepathy?" the little mouse asked. Ningxu was speechless. "Are you the one who can sense Li Wen?" As a crazy fan of Li Wen, how could the little mouse not sense that Li Wen was here, or perhaps he could sense Li Wen's aura? Was he really that dumb? The little mouse was the legendary pig-like teammate who would piss anyone off. Yes, of course. Little Mouse straightened his body and patted his chest. As long as I was near Li Wen, I could smell his scent. Li Wen's scent was the most unique and the best to smell. Ningxu couldn't stand the little mouse's infatuated look and sniffed. The entire city only had a strong metallic smell, and all other smells were suppressed. It probably blocked Li Wen's scent so that the little mouse couldn't smell Li Wen's scent. Facing more and more machines, Ningxu could only release vines to restrict these machines. The spacecraft in front was ready to attack and was about to fire. If they really dropped the bombs, the little mouse would probably be reduced to ashes. She didn't have a body and would at most be affected by the energy. But the little mouse might not be affected. However, they didn't attack, probably because they were worried about the city. If they attacked, the city would also be affected. This stalemate was not a good thing for Ningxu. She wanted to enter the core building and not be blocked by the overwhelming number of machines. Ningxu felt that the imprint of the law of wood between his thumb and index finger was starting to heat up. It had reached its limit. But the densely packed machines came out of the core building. It was too weak. She couldn't stay in this stalemate forever. She just needed to break through an opening and move towards the core building. However, Ningxu didn't know how many machines there were in the core building. She felt that it was a machine base or a place where machines were born and made. It felt very difficult. Relying on her and the little mouse wouldn't work. Ningxu was still extending his vines, but he couldn't cover all the machines like this. Moreover, there was still the spacecraft in front of him that covered the sky. He thought that the vines could control a portion of the vines, but the surface of these machines suddenly grew taller and directly burned the vines. The vines were carbonized and turned black under the effect of the high temperature. He could break free with a little force. The vines cracked inch by inch. Ningxu covered his thumb and index finger. The imprint of the law of wood was already cracked. If he used it again, it would collapse. And there was no more energy. Ningxu quickly retracted the few remaining vines. This way, all the machines would be free. The machines made clicking sounds as if they were deformed. Each of them transformed into a weapon. The weapons weren't big. They looked a little like guns, but the muzzles were very small. Ningxu felt that they shouldn't be bullets, but weapons like lasers with great lethality. Otherwise, the muzzles wouldn't be so small. There were so many guns pointed at him. There were so many of them that it made him feel trypophobia. It was especially disgusting. There were spacecraft in the sky ready to attack at any time. Ningxu originally wanted to open the world of samsara and summon the skeletons. But now it seemed that even if all the skeletons came, it would be useless. These were obviously weapons with great lethality. The skeletons' bodies became very hard under the blessing of merit. But under the attack of so many weapons, they would probably turn into slag. There was no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. The machines seemed to be waiting for orders and didn't attack. The scene was very quiet and tense. Ningxu was waiting. He was also guessing why these machines didn't attack people. Maybe someone was controlling these machines. Or maybe someone was controlling the heart of the city. Ningxu looked at the central building. Li Wen was inside, overlooking them from the tall building. Little Mouse nervously pulled Ningxu's hair. We are surrounded. It seems that we can't find the treasure. Let's go. Ningxu sighed. Why don't you tell me what kind of treasures the city has? Little Mouse didn't even know this place. It said that there were treasures here, but it didn't know what kind of treasure it was. Who gave Little Mouse the face to say that there were treasures here? Bullshit. Little Mouse, there must be treasures. Otherwise, what power is supporting these machines? BK Ningxu raised his eyebrows. You mean the energy body? Little Mouse immediately said, I didn't say that. I didn't say there was an energy body. The 3-inch human world. Ningxu said. You can sense the energy body, right? You can sense it. Little Mouse said weakly, I'm nervous. I can't sense it. And this place is so sealed that I can't sense it at all. Little Mouse saw Ningxu staring at him unhappily, so he immediately raised his hand and said, as long as we enter the core building, we should be able to find something good. Baby, if it's so easy to get, it won't be called a baby. Little Mouse suddenly realized something. Why aren't they attacking us? They had been talking here, but these machines didn't attack them. Ningxu said, they didn't receive the order to attack. I guess they are worried about the city and are afraid that they will damage it. As long as they didn't move, these machines probably wouldn't move either. As soon as they finished speaking, these machines raised their arms neatly and were about to shoot at them. All kinds of colorful light beams shot at Ningxu and Little Mouse. Ningxu flashed directly into the world of samsara, but his body was still grazed by the light. It was very painful, and it was a burning pain. It began to melt along the wound. Ningxu felt that his soul was going to melt if he didn't care about the wound. Soon, the heat would spread throughout his soul, and even his soul would melt. Ningxu made up his mind and dug out the wound directly. The soul that was dug out was quickly evaporated by the heat. Little Mouse was stunned. This power, no matter how strong the body is, it can't withstand it. It couldn't kill you immediately, but the power of encroachment was very strong. You could run away, but the power of encroachment was always there. Little Mouse said, why don't we go back and come back when I have clansmen? Little Mouse was terrified. The other party had so many machines, and each of them had a weapon that could turn a person into a skeleton. Ningxu's heart ached at the loss of his soul energy. Hearing the Little Mouse's contradictory words, he asked, didn't your clansmen all die? Do you still have clansmen? The Little Mouse actually had a backup plan. This was a little illogical. The Little Mouse said, of course, the void will also give birth to my clansmen. The void needs creatures like us to nibble away some unnecessary and burdensome existences. Ningxu was speechless. Why was Little Mouse's IQ always fluctuating? There was no stable value. The Little Mouse actually knew about his mission and the void check and balance technique. Ningxu. Then when will your people be born? The Little Mouse shrugged. A hen. Ningxu looked at Little Mouse evasively. He must be holding back. Ningxu sneered. You're not telling the truth. Was the void the Little Mouse's mother? Why would it give birth to his clansmen? It would be strange if a race could be born repeatedly. He remembered that the Little Mouse's race reproduced asexually. They reproduced by splitting themselves. No matter how he thought about it, it was unlikely that the void would give birth to Little Mouse's clansmen. The Little Mouse sighed wearily. Well, actually, I split myself to give birth to my clansmen, not the void. As long as the Little Mouse was there, it could split itself into clansmen. This was also why those clansmen self-destructed to protect the king of their race. The king gave birth to stronger clansmen through splitting, and the clansmen split to give birth to weaker clansmen. The strength was like a pyramid. Just like cell division, it could divide without limit, but the limit of intelligence was obviously limited. The clansmen at the bottom had no intelligence at all and could only obey orders like puppets. Ningxu pinched the Little Mouse's tail and turned it upside down. He felt that he had caught a powerful army. As long as the Little Mouse was there, there was a large army, and it was an army that only knew how to follow orders. The Little Mouse's tail was hanging, and it kept doing sit-ups. Let go of me. I feel uncomfortable. Can you leave? Ningxu said, you can start splitting your clansmen now. The little mouse said. I'm afraid that's a bit difficult. I can't split because I don't have enough energy now. Splitting is very painful. It's as painful as peeling off skin and cramping tendons. Ningxu swung the little mouse's tail and threw it far away. After a while, the little mouse ran back. Its black eyes were full of tears. You're too much of a bully. I brought you here to find treasures, and this is how you treat me. Ningxu said, hee, I feel refreshed. Who told you to diss me before? Previously, Little Rat was really arrogant. He looked down on her like she was his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. Now that you're in my hands, when will I bully you? The little mouse asked. Can we go back? Ningxu said, of course we can go back. They could directly teleport back to the system space. But Ningxu was unwilling to leave just like that. They hadn't even entered the core building, and they hadn't even touched the treasures. Even if they had to leave, they had to drag a machine with them to see what kind of metal it was. It was such a hard metal that could withstand high temperatures. It was probably very valuable. Maybe this kind of metal was also valuable. They could take it back and let Uncle Zhang take a look. They could go out later. The city's alarm was lifted, and the gathered machines would probably disperse. The little mouse sat down gloomily and supported its cheeks with its paws. Sigh, I didn't want to tell you. Ningxu said, then don't talk. The little mouse said, I wanted to tell you that there might be a crystal in the core building, but I decided not to tell you now. Ningxu was speechless. Thank you, I already know. Although Ningxu was very curious about what a crystal was, his heart was extremely happy, and his face was calm. Not at all. Crystal, energy body, was it a different kind of energy? Although Ningxu wanted to pinch the little mouse to death, he still had to calm down. After a long time, the little mouse would definitely not be able to resist telling him. The little mouse glanced at Ningxu. Seeing that Ningxu was ignoring it, it was very angry and said, do you know how much energy there is in the void? Was it trying to play the supporting role? Ningxu gave it face and asked, how much energy? The little mouse said, I'm not telling you. Ningxu calmly glanced at it and didn't say anything else. In the end, the little mouse couldn't help but say directly, the energy in the void is divided into two kinds. One is the energy of survival, like the energy body I ate. It is a very gentle energy that can give birth to life. The other kind is the energy of destruction. It doesn't give birth to life, but it has a strong destructive power. The energy is violent and powerful, and it can't be eaten. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. You think the core building has that kind of energy body? /BK Ignorance makes me confused. Ningxu wandered around the building like a headless fly and reached the highest floor. On the phone, the interior space of the highest floor was special. Ningxu saw that it was very spacious, but there was a huge stone inside a huge glass. This stone was pure black, with irregular edges and corners. It looked like an ordinary stone. But when Ningxu walked over, he was stopped by an invisible force. Let me out, let me out. I smell energy. The little mouse roared in the world of reincarnation. Ningxu took the little mouse out. The little mouse saw the energy and rushed over. Ningxu was stopped by the invisible force, but the little mouse didn't. It rushed over but hit the glass and fell to the ground. The little mouse sighed. It's uncomfortable. It's a pity that this kind of energy can't be eaten. Ningxu couldn't go over and could only shout at the little mouse. Come here. What kind of energy is this? It's that kind of energy. Plants have energy, but this energy is another kind of energy. It's probably this energy that provides energy for those machines. The little mouse didn't like this energy very much. If it could be eaten, it would be better. The energy of an atomic bomb was a kind of energy. The energy of meat was also a kind of energy. Who would eat an atomic bomb? So the little mouse was very excited when it smelled the energy. But when it saw this kind of energy, it was suddenly stunned. The little mouse sniffled, the tip of its pink nose twitching. Ningxu. You don't have to cry, right? I smell something familiar. It's Li Wen. Little Rat was so anxious that he ran around like an ant in a hot pot. Li Wen, are you here? The little mouse shouted. But this space was so big that he could see the end of it. There was no one at all. Maybe there was a mezzanine in this space. Compared to the outside, the walls could be passed through. Is Li Wen really here? Thinking about it, the possibility of Li Wen being here was quite high. The barrier at the entrance had changed, and it was Li Wen who had rearranged it. Li Wen was inside, but he did not come out. Most importantly, as a human, how did Li Wen avoid these machines? The aura of a human body was even thicker. Most importantly, it had a physical body. It was impossible to avoid machinery. Li Wen was really, who would have thought, he knew that she had come with the little mouse, but he never showed up. The little mouse was still calling Li Wen's name like a lover who had not seen each other for several lifetimes. No, it's just pure passion, isn't it? Ningxu calmly sat down. If Li Wen was really here, then he would come out sooner or later. How tiring, why couldn't she get close to the energy body? She couldn't even touch it. Ningxu was envious of such a large energy body. Under the radiation of this energy body, it could provide so much energy for the operation of machinery. I like it so much, but he didn't know how to accept this stone. Ningxu shouted to the little mouse, who was jumping down and running around the roof, stop spinning. Hurry up and help me put away the energy body. The little mouse could resist the repulsion of the energy body. The little mouse said, I can't get in. I'm isolated. There was a layer of glass covering this thing, so it couldn't be taken out. Ningxu wanted to sigh. He looked at the little mouse like a fool, but Li Wen didn't appear. As long as Li Wen was here, he would definitely appear. Just wait. Ningxu took out a kidney-strengthening fruit and gnawed on it. The little mouse tirelessly called Li Wen's name. Li Wen, I know you're here. Come out. The little mouse didn't listen to him. Ningxu was speechless. It sounded exactly like a resentful woman. Come out, the little mouse was probably tired. He sat beside Ningxu and sighed in confusion. I clearly smell Li Wen's scent, but why doesn't Li Wen come out to see me? Why? Ningxu rolled his eyes. He didn't want to talk to a fool. Only the little mouse stubbornly believed that Li Wen felt the same way as him. They both thought that they were very important to each other. It was really wishful thinking. Ningxu finished a kidney-strengthening fruit with great difficulty and slowly took out another one to chew on. There was nothing else to do. It was too boring. He could only eat the kidney-strengthening fruit. The little mouse seemed to have lost his soul. He kept talking about the little mouse. Ningxu chewed on the fruit while looking at the energy body. This energy body was as big as a rockery, but it was a little ugly. It was dark and swarthy. Li Wen probably couldn't listen to it anymore and really appeared through the wall. Li Wen suddenly appeared. He was wearing a white lab coat. It was the kind of white lab coat worn by researchers. His hands were covered with white gloves. He had cut his hair short. He no longer looked like the luxurious ancient costume from before. His short hair accentuated the shape of his delicate face. Walking towards him was a fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged man. Li Wen, sob sob sob. Sob. When the little mouse saw Li Wen, he immediately rushed over with tears in his eyes. Li Wen. The little mouse rushed over. Li Wen tilted his body slightly and the little mouse directly crashed into the wall. He crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. Probably because he couldn't accept this reality, the little mouse lay motionless on the ground, his limbs twitching. Ningxu looked at Li Wen and smiled sweetly with his hands behind his back. What a coincidence. Brother, you're here too. Li Wen nodded. I did some research here. Why didn't you tell me that you were here? Ningxu was speechless. He really couldn't answer this. The entire city was filled with alarms. Could Li Wen not hear it? Ningxu changed the topic. Then what did you research? Li Wen shook his head. I didn't study it thoroughly, so I'm still studying it. Ningxu nodded. Facing Li Wen, who was wearing a white coat, there was an indescribable seriousness and pressure. The little mouse ran over to Li Wen and grabbed the gift's white pants with tears in his eyes. Li Wen, you're here. Why didn't you tell me? I've been waiting for you. Sob sob sob, when the little mouse saw Li Wen, it was as if he had seen his family. His tears flowed wildly as he hugged Li Wen's leg and cried. Li Wen squatted down and stroked the little mouse. He said gently, "Don't cry. There's something going on." "Yes, yes." The little mouse nodded repeatedly. Xianxia watched from the side and felt a toothache and a chill in his heart. This was really, how could Li Wen face the little mouse without any ill feelings? It was as if nothing had happened. He treated the little mouse the same as before. Xianxia didn't disturb the two of them. Her guesses about Li Wen were only her own subjective guesses. As for the truth of the matter, she didn't know/BK the atmosphere was actually a little tense. Only the little mouse kept crying, immersed in the joy of meeting Li Wen. On the phone. Li Wen was studying the technology left behind by this race and also said that he wanted to control the city. She also had this idea, but there was only one thing. She wanted the energy body, but how could Li Wen give it to her, and without the energy body, the machinery would not have the strength to move. This was really, trying to snatch something from Li Wen? Xianxia did not know if he could snatch it. Little Mouse wiped its tears and climbed onto Li Wen's shoulder, touching Li Wen's ear from time to time. There were two of them, and she was alone. Little Mouse usually looked like a hungry ghost, but it did not show how much ability it had. Moreover, it could split itself and attack. Little Mouse was not alone. Xianxia asked Li Wen, "Why are you here?" Xianxia said directly, "It was Little Rat who brought me here. He said he was going to bring me to find treasures. I didn't expect to meet you here." Although he had guessed that Li Wen was here, he was now sure. There was a feeling that was not unexpected. Li Wen nodded. "What do you think of this place?" How should he answer? Why was the emperor so deep? What did he mean by that? Xianxia could not help but think. Xianxia said, "In terms of style, this place is depressing enough." There was no green, no flowers, only cold metal, and the reflected luster was very dazzling. It was all light pollution. Xianxia felt that the previous race was probably depressed because of the extinction. And the entire city was filled with machinery. Li Wen nodded. "That's right. It is indeed depressing." Xianxia asked, "Brother, what have you studied? Have you controlled this city?" Xianxia asked casually. Li Wen said indifferently, "It's SOSO. It's just that these things are too profound for me." As a native of ancient times, he did not have much contact with technology and directly became a godlike person. He cultivated himself and had no sense of technology at all. To study these, Li Wen needed to start from the beginning and learn bit by bit. When Xianxia heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. If Li Wen said this, then her chances of obtaining the energy body would be even smaller. Li Wen definitely wouldn't give it to her. Xianxia pointed at the strange stone-like energy body and asked, "This thing is also very important, right?" Li Wen followed Xianxia's finger and turned to look at the energy body. He nodded. "This thing is probably the heart of the city. The entire city runs because of this thing." "Fine, it seemed to be really important." Li Wen asked, "You want it?" Xianxia touched his face. Was I that obvious? Now that he thought about it, this type of energy did not seem to be of any use to him. He did not know if the world tree could absorb it. This type of energy was not a power of birth. "Li Wen, you like it?" Xianxia shrugged. "I like it." She was such an honest person. "When the time comes, cut a piece and bring it back to play with. It can't be too much, but the size of a fist is still fine," Li Wen said indifferently. Xianxia was speechless. What the F***ck, was this even possible? Why did it have to be a big piece? Even a small piece was fine. The energy body was so big. It was fine if she could only get a small piece. As for the machinery of the city, she still had to spend time controlling it. Li Wen could give her a small piece of energy body because he wanted her to give up the city. If she agreed, this battle would be over. But if she didn't agree, a battle was inevitable. Xianxia laughed and said, "Brother, I don't even recognize you when you're dressed like this. You look like a scientific weirdo." Li Wen also smiled faintly. "I feel better dressed like this. You look quite handsome dressed like this. Really handsome. Ningxu looked around and said. Li Wen just looked at Ningxu. Ningxu sighed. Can it be bigger? How big do you want it to be? Li Wen raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. The size of a fist is fine. Ningxu felt that there was still a need to bargain. To be honest, this city was quite tempting. Li Wen wanted to control it, and so did she. If Li Wen didn't want to fight, he would have to pay a price. At least Ningxu and Li Wen's faces were not bad. On the surface, they were siblings. She didn't want the fight to be too ugly. Li Wen just nodded. Okay. It's just that this thing can't be taken out for the time being, and it will take some time to separate it, so you have to wait. Ningxu glanced at Little Mouse on Li Wen's shoulder, then smiled and nodded. Okay, I naturally believe in brother. If Li Wen controlled this city, coupled with Little Mouse's ability to split itself, it would really be a combination of two swords. Little Mouse was now happy. He had finally found Li Wen. He really didn't understand why Little Mouse was so loyal to Li Wen. No one could understand Li Wen's thoughts. With Little Mouse's IQ, the brotherly love he imagined was probably just a dream. Ningxu said, Brother, can you show me around? Li Wen said yes and led Ningxu through the wall. The other room on the wall was very sci-fi. There was a white crystal floating in the middle of the room, and the crystal reflected a diamond-like luster. It was not big, only the size of a baby's fist, and its edges were clear. Li Wen said, Don't look down on this thing because it's small. It records the technological development and knowledge of this race. It's vast and boundless knowledge. This race is quite powerful. Are there any records of how this race perished? There wasn't even a corpse. Other than machinery, the city was completely clean. This race seemed to have evaporated into thin air. This could be considered an eternal mystery. Li Wen shook his head. I don't know. It's recorded that this race left this city one day and never returned. According to this city's calendar, these people have been gone for nearly 1,000 years. After such a long time, this race no longer exists. Ningxu nodded. They must have been wiped out outside the city. Something must have happened. This race was definitely a weak one. Otherwise, they would not have used foreign objects to increase their strength. They used technology to increase their strength like humans. A man's courage could only kill one person, but the power of an atomic bomb was very lethal. When a person mastered the power of an atomic bomb, it was no longer a man's strength. It was the power of a tool/BK. This was a human who was good at using tools. The 3-inch worldly one said, You probably can't imagine what kind of race this is. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Is there something special about this race? Li Wen smiled. This race is human. Human? Ningxu was a little surprised. There were actually humans living in the void. The creatures born in the void were all very powerful. Generally speaking, humans would not be born. And humans were born in planes or living worlds. This race lives in the plane. They relied on research and technology to break through the plane and come to the void. Perhaps technology makes people arrogant. They think that they have powerful technology in their hands and can live very well even in another world. But when they arrived here, they realized that humans are really very weak. In the void, even a little wind can annihilate them into ashes. Even if their bodies have been genetically modified, they still can't resist the dangers of the void. They artificially created such a black hole and built the city inside. Ningxu. It was truly breathtaking. Even a weak human being had such great power. A person's life was only 100 years. To build such a city, how many people's efforts and how many generations' efforts were needed? Even if technology could modify a human's body and extend a person's life, how long could it be extended to? A person like Little Mouse was born with the ability to split a powerful army, but humans could not. They relied on continuous research and creation. If the void became these powerful and huge creatures, then humans would be helping themselves. He did not know what happened that caused these people to never return. They left behind such a city full of machines and the technological crystallization left behind by countless people. Ningxu thought that if this thing was in his hands, it might be ruined. He did not want to study these things. Perhaps he would study it when he was bored for eternity, but definitely not now. Ningxu felt that he should keep these things in a corner to collect dust. He was a little unwilling to give them to Li Wen. He was conflicted. However, even if she wanted them, there was no chance. Li Wen had one and Little Mouse had one. Little Mouse would definitely protect Li Wen. Ningxu was well aware of this. The Little Mouse followed her because of Li Wen. Now, they had found Li Wen. Forget it, as long as he could get an energy body, he could talk about the rest later. Originally, he wouldn't be able to get anything. These technological things should be left to Li Wen to deal with. She was still focused on strengthening herself. Humans were so technologically advanced, but they were still so weak. They had left behind so many things, but they were still wiped out. It would be better to raise skeletons than to raise these machines. At least skeletons still had humanity and emotions. They could also be strong. Ningxu felt that the technology level of the organization was not low. If they could make things like dolls, cold machines would be better. When Ningxu looked at Li Wen, who was wearing a white lab coat, he made all kinds of mental suggestions in his heart to make himself feel better. Ningxu said to Li Wen, "Then you guys are busy. I have to go first." After spending so much time here, she had to go back. She couldn't get the energy body for the time being, so she asked Li Wen to figure out how to get the energy body. When the energy body was taken out, Li Wen would definitely give him her share. Although Li Wen was thoughtful, she still had basic integrity. Ningxu looked at the Little Mouse and asked, "Are you staying here or coming with me?" It was a waste of time to ask this question. Moreover, the things in the system space could no longer withstand the Little Mouse's torment. The Little Mouse looked at Li Wen and then at Ningxu. It was a little conflicted. Li Wen said, "Follow her. I don't have time to take care of you." Ningxu always felt that Li Wen didn't want to stay with the Little Mouse, so she threw the Little Mouse to her. Although the Little Mouse was unwilling, it still chose to follow Ningxu. "Ningxu, go away," she didn't want to take care of the Little Mouse. She also had to be responsible for feeding it. Eating was all money. Even if it was fragments, it was still money. 100,000 fragments were 100,000 merit points, especially the world origin. That thing was even more expensive. The Little Mouse was still causing trouble every day. Seeing it made her angry. It was boring. Ningxu also disliked the Little Mouse and said, "It wasn't easy for you to find Li Wen. You should stay with her more." "I'm leaving." She didn't want to take the Little Mouse with her. Instead of relying on this guy to bring her to find treasures, she might as well find them herself. What she fed was far more than what she got. "Oh right." Ningxu Chao asked, "Have you taken control of this world city?" Li Wen shook her head. "No, this city has its own operating system. I can't control it." Ningxu frowned. "If you can't control it, then can't you control so many machines?" Li Wen sighed. "So now I have to study how to break this system." Ningxu, for a technological idiot to have to start learning from scratch, Li Wen's task was really quite heavy. If she was a prodigy, it would be fine. If she was a slacker, she would collapse. Ningxu suddenly sympathized with Li Wen. She spent so much energy on this. Anyway, Ningxu couldn't do it. Because she had too many things to do and couldn't focus on this. "You're quite lonely here. Let the Little Mouse accompany you." Ningxu left the Little Mouse here and directly teleported back to the system space. Dan Qing said to Ningxu, "The main system sent you a message and asked to meet you in Water City." Ningxu was a little puzzled. Why was the silver-haired man looking for her? "What's the matter?" "Dan Qing, he didn't say anything. He said he wanted to give you a surprise." "Ningxu?" Just hearing the word surprise, this was definitely not the silver-haired man's tone. It seemed like the heart used the silver-haired man's account to send the message. What did the heart want? She wanted to see the heart and get the necklace back. Ningxu arrived at the restaurant in Water City. The heart was indeed waiting for her. The heart was carrying the food box again. How long had it been since she started eating? Why was she talking about food again? The heart looked at Ningxu with a smile. "I made some food for you." Ningxu glanced at the necklace hanging around the heart's neck and walked over to it. He sat down and said, "What did you prepare this time? Let me have a taste." The heart was more vigilant. Before opening the food box, she put the necklace pendant inside her clothes to prevent Ningxu from snatching it when she wasn't paying attention. Ningxu, damn, why did the little mouse become so smart now? The heart took out the plate and sat down to say to Ningxu, "I'm here to exchange the token, /BK." This was a human who was good at using tools. Li Wen said, "You probably can't imagine what kind of race this is." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "Is there something special about this race?" Li Wen smiled. "This race is human." Human? Ningxu was a little surprised. There were actually humans living in the void. The creatures born in the void were extremely powerful. Generally speaking, humans would not be born. And humans were born in planes or living worlds. This race lives in the plane. They relied on research and technology to break through the plane and come to the void. Maybe it's technology that makes people arrogant. They think that they have powerful technology in their hands and that they can live a good life even in another world. But when they arrived here, they realized that humans are really very weak. In the void, even a little wind can annihilate them into ashes. Even if their bodies have been genetically modified, they still can't resist the dangers in the void. They artificially created such a black hole and built the city inside. Ningxu. It was truly breathtaking. Even a weak human being had such great power. A human's life was only 100 years. To build such a city, how many people's efforts and how many generations' efforts had been spent? Even if technology could modify a human's body and extend a human's life, how long could it be extended? A person like Little Mouse was born with the ability to split a powerful army, but humans could not. They relied on continuous research and creation. If the void created these powerful and massive creatures, then humans would be fulfilling their own wishes. He just did not know what happened that caused these people to never come back. Leaving behind such a city full of machines, and the technological crystallization left behind by countless people. Ningxu thought that if this thing was in her hands, it would probably be wasted. She did not want to study these things. Perhaps he would study them when he was bored for eternity, but definitely not now. Ningxu felt that he should keep these things in a corner to collect dust. He was a little unwilling to give them to Li Wen. He was conflicted. However, even if she wanted them, there was no chance. Li Wen had one and Little Mouse had one. Little Mouse would definitely protect Li Wen. Ningxu was well aware of this. The Little Mouse followed her because of Li Wen. Now, they had found Li Wen. Forget it, as long as he could get an energy body, he could talk about the rest later. Originally, he wouldn't be able to get anything. These technological things should be left to Li Wen to deal with. She was still focused on strengthening herself. Humans were so technologically advanced, but they were still so weak. They had left behind so many things, but they were still wiped out. It would be better to raise skeletons than to raise these machines. At least skeletons still had humanity, emotions, and could be strong. Ningxu felt that the technology level of the organization was not low. To be able to create things like dolls, it was better than cold machines. When Ningxu looked at Li Wen, who was wearing a white lab coat, he made all kinds of mental suggestions to make himself feel better. Ningxu said to Li Wen, "Then you guys are busy. I have to go first." After spending so much time here, she had to go back. She couldn't get the energy body for the time being, so she asked Li Wen to figure out how to take it out. When the energy body was taken out, Li Wen would definitely give him her share. Although Li Wen had a deep mind, she still had basic integrity. Ningxu looked at the Little Mouse and asked, "Are you staying here or coming with me?" It was a waste of time to ask this question. Moreover, the things in the system space could no longer withstand the Little Mouse's torment. The Little Mouse looked at Li Wen and then at Ningxu, a little hesitant. Li Wen said, "Follow her. I don't have time to take care of you." Ningxu always felt that Li Wen didn't want to stay with the Little Mouse, so she threw the Little Mouse to her. Although the Little Mouse was unwilling, it still chose to follow Ningxu. "Ningxu, go away, go away," she didn't want to take care of the Little Mouse. She also had to be responsible for feeding it. Eating was all money. Even if it was fragments, it was still money. 100,000 fragments were 100,000 merit points, especially the world origin. That thing was even more expensive. The little mouse was still causing trouble every day. Seeing it made her angry. It was boring. Ningxu also disliked the little mouse and said, "It wasn't easy for you to find Li Wen. You should stay with her more." "I'm leaving." She didn't want to take the little mouse with her. Instead of relying on this guy to bring her to find treasures, she might as well find them herself. What she fed was far more than what she got. "Oh right." Ningxu Chao asked, "Have you taken control of this world city?" Li Wen shook her head. "No, this city has its own operating system. I can't control it." Ningxu frowned. "If you can't control it, then can't you control so many machines?" Li Wen sighed. "So now I have to study how to break this system." Ningxu, for a technological idiot to have to start learning from scratch, Li Wen's task was really quite heavy. If she was a prodigy, it would be fine. If she was a slacker, she would break down immediately. Ningxu suddenly sympathized with Li Wen. She spent so much energy on this. Anyway, Ningxu could do it. Because she had too many things to do and couldn't focus on this matter. "You're quite lonely here. Let the little mouse accompany you." Ningxu left the little mouse here and directly teleported back to the system space. Dan Qing said to Ningxu, "The main system sent you a message and asked to meet you in Water City." Ningxu was a little puzzled. Why was the silver-haired man looking for her? "What's the matter?" "Dan Qing, he didn't say anything. He said he wanted to give you a surprise." Ningxu? Just hearing the word surprise, this was definitely not the silver-haired man's tone. It seemed like the heart used the silver-haired man's account to send the message. What was the heart doing? She wanted to see the heart and get the necklace back. Ningxu arrived at the restaurant in Water City. The heart was indeed waiting for her. The heart was carrying the food box again. How long had it been since she started eating? Why was she talking about food again? The heart looked at Ningxu with a smile. "I made some food for you." Ningxu glanced at the necklace around the heart's neck and walked over to the heart. He sat down and said, "What did you prepare this time? Let me have a taste." The heart was more vigilant. Before opening the food box, she put the necklace pendant inside her clothes to prevent Ningxu from snatching it when she wasn't paying attention. Ningxu, damn, why did the little mouse become so smart now? The heart took out the plate and sat down to say to Ningxu, "I'm here to exchange the token." Finally, the law of thunder imprint returned. Heart pursed its lips and looked at Ningxu. Then, it suddenly stood up and kicked the table over. The fruit plate on the table fell to the ground and splashed everywhere. This sudden kick to the heart made many people in the restaurant look in their direction. Ningxu's expression was very calm. He just looked at Heart and called the waiter to clean up the mess. Heart gritted its teeth and said, "I really want to strangle you to death." "You damn woman." Ningxu wanted to stretch out his neck. "Come, strangle me. I'll admit defeat if you strangle me to death." However, when Ningxu saw Xianxia's red eyes and the glint in her eyes, she shut her mouth. She did not want to provoke her. Heart looked at Ningxu's indifferent expression and became angrier. It was so angry that it felt like it was about to explode. It felt that if it stayed any longer, it would not be able to control itself. Heart said angrily and resentfully, "I must be crazy to like a heartless woman like you." Ningxu almost rolled his eyes. "Brother, are you sure you like me? Don't treat a little bit of love as love." At most, it was a little attachment. He did not dare to get to know other girls and was full of worries. That was why he found her. However, she did not do as her heart wished. Her heart was now jumping with rage, and she was angry out of humiliation. Heart was frustrated. Why did she always act as if it did not matter to her? Heart deflated like a deflated balloon. It asked weakly, "What do I have to do to make you like me? Is the food I cook not delicious?" Ningxu stretched out her hand and pointed at Heart's chest. Inside was a beating heart. She asked, "You don't like me here. Do you know that?" Heart held Ningxu's finger. "It likes you." Ningxu withdrew his finger. "I don't like you. You've mixed up your feelings. Just get to know other girls." If it was another girl who brought Heart out of the void world, then Heart was attached to the other girl. It was not a specific person, but a specific event. It depended on who triggered the event. Xianxia knew very well that she did not want to waste her Heart's time, nor did she want her Heart to waste her time. To put it bluntly, she didn't want her Heart to bother her. If it was just a gathering of friends, it wouldn't matter. However, her Heart was seriously disturbing her. At the end of the day, Xianxia was a person who would do anything to make herself comfortable and happy. But if someone disturbed her, then sorry, let's not interact with each other in the future. Heart bitterly glared at Xianxia, then turned around and left the restaurant. When she looked back, her expression was really complicated. It was probably love that had turned into hate. Xianxia just sighed. It was good that they were estranged like this. Every time he brought her something, she was soft-spoken, but if she didn't eat, she was unreasonable. It was really difficult. Xianxia collected money from the 2 restaurants along the way. The money was not much, but no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Running a restaurant was just for fun. It was fine as long as he didn't lose money. What he earned from running a restaurant was definitely the gifts he received from the opening ceremony. Xianxia's heart was restless. Why not open another restaurant and invite people to the opening ceremony? This way, she would have more gifts. Of course, if someone invited her to an event, she would still have to return the gift. So far, no one invited her to any event. Receiving gifts was still something she earned. Xianxia returned to the system space and saw Little Mouse reading with its butt up. It was rare that it was reading and not eating. This was not the point. The point was not that she threw Little Mouse to Li Wen. Why did Little Mouse appear again? You're back. Little Mouse sat on the book and greeted Xianxia. Xianxia, how did you get here? Little Mouse, oh, I made a scent mark here. I can find it. Xianxia, damn, was the entire system space reeking of Little Mouse's urine? Xianxia sniffed and increasingly felt that there was a strong smell of rat urine in the system space. It smelled so bad, he didn't feel it before, but when Little Mouse said so, the stench hit him in the face. Xianxia hurriedly lit some agarwood. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when the smell and smell mixed together, the smell was even more overwhelming and suffocating. Little Mouse was really despicable. You found Li Wen. Why did you come back instead of being lovey-dovey with Li Wen? Little Mouse was really smelly and peed everywhere. Xianxia wandered around the system space to see if there was any rat droppings. He didn't feel it before, but now Xianxia felt that he was with a rat again. There was an indescribable sense of repulsion. Go away, go away, go away, Li Wen said he was very busy and couldn't take care of me. He didn't have time to find food for me, so he asked me to come back. When he finished studying and came back to find me, I came back. Xianxia was speechless. Although he was her brother, Xianxia still wanted to have sex with him. He didn't take care of his own people and left them to others. He really didn't have any sense of responsibility. Little Mouse was here, but she still had to feed the little mouse. She was really drunk. Xianxia suddenly had a feeling that the heavens would spare her. One day, she would also have to raise someone's son. Xianxia threatened Little Mouse, don't pee in the system space, or I'll cut off your dick. Dumplings were more delicious, and cuter than me. Little Mouse despised Xianxia. I didn't pee. I just left some pheromones. It's just a smell. Pheromones, the kind of pheromones ABO? Oh, was this the kind of pheromone she was thinking of? Little Mouse was very confused. It didn't know what the hell Xianxia was talking about was. Xianxia looked at Little Mouse pitifully. That was why it had to read more books, even if they were dirty books. I don't care what kind of pheromones you are. If you stink up my system space, you can go and accompany your Li Wen. Li Wen was really irresponsible. He had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Little Rat could only hold back his anger. Xianxia said, you want me to take care of you? What's the use of you? It's useless to only know how to eat. Little Mouse looked at Xianxia, dumbfounded. How can you be like this? Didn't I just bring you to look for treasure? You're turning your back on me so quickly. Ha, woman, Xianxia spread her hands. Where's the treasure? Where's the treasure? Little Mouse said, "Didn't Li Wen say that she'll give it to you when the research is done?" Ningxu wanted to say something, but the world tree suddenly appeared. It was so green that it looked like it could drip whale. Gradually, the color of the leaves disappeared. They turned white and then transparent. Only the veins of the leaves could be seen. As time passed, the insides of the leaves seemed to become more and more three-dimensional. The leaves were very small, but it gave people the feeling that there was a big universe inside. It was nurturing something incredible. Little Mouse saw the leaves of the world tree and drooled. The leaves of the world tree were forming a space. However, it would take some time for it to form a world with living creatures. The 3-inch world, however, Little Mouse was drooling as it looked at the leaves. It was dripping and dirtying the sofa. Ningxu wanted to kill Little Mouse at every minute. He wanted it to scram and find Li Wen. Didn't it already find Li Wen? Why did it follow her to pester Mian Mian? Did it want to stay here and eat for free? The leaves of the world tree turned from green to transparent. There were only veins on the leaves. The green on the surface had faded. One could even see the various changes in the leaves. Let's not talk about whether or not these spaces could form a living world, but with such a space, one could store a lot of things in it. Thinking about how he actually carried such a space with him, he was in a good mood. Which one of you has more space than me? In the future, when you go out to look for treasures, you will have more things to store. Like a snail carrying a house, Ningxu was carrying countless leaf spaces. However, these leaves had not all evolved. Some had evolved, but some were still green. It was probably because there was not enough energy or for other reasons. Even the leaves of a tree were different. No two leaves were the same. In autumn, when the leaves fell, there was still an order. As for the other leaves that had not evolved, Ningxu was not in a hurry. When there was extra energy, he would let them absorb some and evolve. Thinking about it, the world tree should have changed. Although it had not been long since he had the world tree, it had absorbed a lot of things. In the end, the entire world tree was transparent with green leaves. Little Mouse pounced on the world tree. Ningxu put away the world tree, making Little Mouse miss. Little Mouse wiped its saliva and said to Ningxu, "Give me a few leaves." Ningxu was too lazy to be angry. He said calmly, "Didn't you just eat the world's origin? I already said that I'm only half full. I'm not full at all. Give me some leaves. If I pluck the leaves, they'll grow back." The little mouse tugged at Ningxu's skirt, swaying and acting like a spoiled child. Ningxu pulled back her skirt. "In your dreams. Even if the leaves could grow back, it would still require energy. Where was she going to find energy to supply the world tree?" Little Mouse was very dispirited. He climbed onto the sofa and collapsed into a piece of persimmon. "I'm so hungry, so hungry. I'm going to starve to death." Li Wen, Ningxu ignored his cries. "Then go find Li Wen." "I'm busy. I have to go do something." Little Mouse looked at Ningxu with resentment. Ningxu was speechless. It seemed like a lot of people were looking at her like that recently. What did she do to offend the heavens and reason? Ningxu also looked at Little Mouse with resentment. "You said that you would find treasures for me. But where are the treasures?" Little Mouse trembled under Ningxu's gaze and turned his head away. Ningxu rolled his eyes. "Little guy, you know how to ask for things. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world." Ningxu told Dan Qing that she was going to do a mission and had already exchanged for things. In the end, the main system sent a message telling her to deal with the star stone. Alright, deal with it and get some plain fragments back. The world's origin was too expensive. She couldn't afford it. It was better to get some free plain fragments for Little Mouse to hang on to life. If Little Mouse was really hungry, it might go to the Void Land to find food. To put it bluntly, it was lazy. Lazy bum. Ningxu thought about it and still stepped on Little Mouse twice. She stepped on Little Mouse until it cried out in pain. Only then did she go to deal with the star stone in satisfaction. Ningxu went to the broken part of the plain and unexpectedly saw Li Gua. Ningxu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and look at Li Gua. Li Gua was probably past her estrus period. She didn't look like before. She looked very flirtatious. What puzzled Ningxu the most was that Li Gua was so stubborn. She had been tricked by granduncle. How long had it been since then and she actually came to the organization again? This time, there were 3 energy bodies. What did she eat this time? How many energy bodies did she need? Did Ligua's clansmen allow Ligua to come over? Ligua greeted Ningxu as if nothing had happened. She called her little sister. Her gaze swept past the necklace on Ningxu's neck and paused at the place where the pendant was. Then, she moved her gaze away and looked at granduncle. Granduncle was dealing with the star stone. He pursed his thin lips into a thin line. His expression was indifferent. Although he didn't have any expression, one could still feel that he was very unhappy and unhappy. Ningxu walked over and also greeted Ligua. He asked, "You're here. Have you passed your estrus period?" Ligua said directly, "No." "No?" Ningxu was surprised. Ligua didn't look like she was an estrus. She looked very normal. "I ate something to suppress it," Ligua explained. Ningxu said in a cadence, "Oh. Then why are you here this time? Do you still want to continue the unfinished business of your life?" Granduncle threw the props to Ningxu. "Deal with it." Ningxu took the props and said with a smile, "Okay. You guys go ahead. I'll deal with the star stone." Ligua sighed and said to Ningxu, "I'm not here to borrow seeds this time. There's something." Ligua was very disappointed. Ningxu was also a little disappointed. Ligua said, "I'm actually here to find you." Ningxu blurted out, "But I don't have any seeds that I can lend to you." Ligua was actually here to find her. This was interesting. Ningxu held the pendant around her neck and said, "Sorry, I can't give this to you. I don't want this. I want to exchange something else with you," Ligua said. Ningxu was a little surprised. What else did Ligua want from her? "I heard that you have the will of death," Ligua said. Ningxu was speechless. This time, it wasn't the lightning law imprint but the most precious thing on her. To be honest, Ningxu's confidence in doing things now came from the will of death. She couldn't die, Ningxu said, "Yes. Do you feel bad if you don't think about my things for a day? Don't think that our relationship is really good just because you call me little sister." Ningxu glanced at granduncle. She didn't know what role granduncle played in this matter. Ligua said, "It's a little uncomfortable. You have so many good things on you. If you exchange with me, I can give you anything you want. Even if you give me everything, I won't trade it with you." Ningxu rejected without hesitation. "I don't even want to exchange the lightning law imprint with you. Now you want to take away my will of death? You're thinking too much. Are you still living in a dream?" Ligua also knew that she wouldn't succeed immediately. She just said, "You can have anything you want." BKL1 was also very melancholy. Indeed, her situation was not very good. "In the 3-inch world, what can I do? My soul is so weak now. It's a bit difficult to pick up the fragments, but I can't not pick them up." This was really hurtful. What was even more hurtful was that Wan didn't gain anything that time and lost so much soul power for nothing. Although Ningxu also got something, it was a bead without any power, but at least he didn't lose so much soul power. Ningxu said, "I have kidney strengthening fruit. If you want, I can sell it to you." She had a lot of kidney strengthening fruit. She had already eaten antibodies, so it was useless to eat more. It was better to exchange for some merit to raise the skeleton. If there was extra, she would reward the little mouse with a world origin, so that it wouldn't cry out all the time. If it ate hers, it would be enslaved by her, and the little mouse would cry out for her to eat every day. "Don't you know that you have to be soft-spoken after eating someone's food?" Wan's eyes lit up. Her entire person was dazzling and beautiful. But then her expression dimmed. "This thing is a bit expensive. I can't afford it for the time being." Wan's world of living was connected to Ningxu's world of reincarnation, so she spent some money. If she wanted to buy this now, it would be a bit difficult. She was stretched too thin, it seemed that everyone was equally poor. Ningxu was a bit more relaxed now. In the past, he was also in a dilemma. There was no other way. The economic foundation determined the building. Only with money could one talk about dignity and dreams of freedom. People like them had to add one thing, and that was strength. Ningxu said, "You can pay in installments. Eat it first and pay back the money slowly. Ningshu had always been very protective of beautiful women who were on good terms with him. Beautiful people and things were worth protecting. Alwan thought for a moment. Ningshu smiled. Okay, but you have to make it cheaper. I really don't have much money. When Alwan said that she had no money, she was also very relaxed. She didn't feel restrained, nor was she embarrassed because she didn't have money. Ningshu also smiled and said, the highest price in the auction house was 80 million. I can't charge you 80 million. How about 50 million? 50 million merit points was not a small number. Moreover, during the auction, the price would definitely be artificially high. With a group of people competing, it would stimulate spending. Alwan didn't have any objections. 50 million, 50 million. Eating a body-strengthening fruit could strengthen the soul by a lot. When I have money, I'll give it to you as well. Alwan's smile was like a spring breeze. That pursed smile really gave the feeling of ascending to immortality. Ningshu expressed that he was very happy. There was still 5,000 yuan to be credited, although it was paid in installments. As for Alwan saying that she wanted to go to the void world to look for treasures, she naturally wouldn't go. Alwan couldn't go, and Ningshu had other things to do. Of course, he would go to the void to look for treasures. There were also treasures in the void world, but there were too many of them. Even if he counted them, he might not be able to find them. Why not go to the void? After Ningshu was done dealing with the star stones, he dragged many of the fragments back to the system space. Ningshu threw the shard to the little mouse. Take it and eat it. Eat it and do something. When the little mouse saw that it was a fragment, it was a little disgusted. Why isn't it the origin of the world? Ningshu directly took back the fragment. You don't like to eat it, right? I won't even let you eat the fragment. The little mouse probably wasn't very hungry. It didn't have any reaction when Ningshu took away the fragment. It seemed that it would have to be hungry for a while. It wasn't hungry enough. If it was hungry, how could it dislike what it was? It was already good enough to have something to eat. Ningshu gave the body-strengthening fruit to Alwan. Alwan received the item and sent 500,000 merit points to Ningshu. It was still very far from 50 million merit points. From now on, Alwan was someone who had a loan to repay. Ningshu sat beside the little mouse and asked it, "What did Liwen say to you?" The little mouse was very confused. Nothing. Oh, she asked you to take good care of me. Ningshu didn't believe it anyway. Take good care of you. This was what the little mouse said itself. Little mouse was really, forget it. Fortune favors fools. If it were anyone else, they would definitely question Liwen's intentions and blame Liwen bitterly and angrily. However, the little mouse didn't feel anything. Forget it. It was happier not to take it seriously. If the little mouse changed, it wouldn't be the little mouse anymore. Ningshu sat cross-legged on the sofa and touched the incense burner on the coffee table. The incense burner was filled with agarwood. When he touched it, smoke rose from the holes. It was very artistic. Smelling the agarwood made people calm down. Their hearts that had been agitated by Ligua previously calmed down. The most important thing was that it could remove the pheromone that covered up the little mouse. Damn it, I really don't understand. I peed everywhere. The chat system dinged. Ningshu opened his eyes and saw that it was sent by the Cheongsam man. And it was the Cheongsam man's wailing and howling. Come quickly. That violent woman is here again. She said that she's looking for you. She's waiting for you. If you don't come, she'll keep waiting for you. Ningshu was a little confused. Violent woman, say it, but in the next second, he reacted. Could it be Ligua? Damn, Ligua really doesn't intend to let her go, Ningshu said to the Cheongsam man, tell her that I'm not going. Tell her not to wait. She was like a maggot attached to a bone. How annoying, she would rather die than give the will of death to Ligua. Even if she died, Ligua wouldn't be able to get it. But Ligua might also want to get an obedient will of death. After a while, the Cheongsam man wailed again, she doesn't want to leave. She's staying in my restaurant. The red light in her eyes is flashing. She's going to go berserk at any time. Come and get her away. I don't care. Come quickly. My restaurant is really suffering. Ningxu also had a restaurant. Why did she have to stay in his restaurant? She just refused to leave. How could he still do business? Anyway, the Xianxia man was convinced. Did these people treat his restaurant as a meeting room? They kept coming here. This was a place to eat, not to fight. Ningxu also felt that Li Guo was really annoying. He already said that he wouldn't give it to her. Did she want to snatch it? If she fought here, she would report it to the organization and create an opportunity for the senior uncle to blackmail her. If she fought in someone's house and hurt someone, the senior uncle could ask for some medical fees and mental damage compensation. It would be better if he could give her some. Actors also had to be paid. Okay, the Xianxia man said, come on. Her face is red and her eyes are watery. She looks at people with affection. I'm scared. Ningxu was speechless. That's because she's a little mad. She's in love. The Xianxia man said, she said that she will give you an offer that you can't refuse. She asked you to come over and talk about it. An offer that she couldn't refuse. Ningxu was surprised. What kind of confidence did Li Guo have to say that she would give her an offer that she couldn't refuse? Ningxu felt that no matter what conditions he offered, he couldn't move her. He was a little interested. He wanted to see what kind of conditions Li Guo could give her. /BK as a person with information, how could she reveal the information of the mission enforcers to others? She felt that she was being targeted. She was being targeted by the main system. Li Guo saw that Ningxu was distracted again and coughed to remind Ningxu to ease the awkwardness. Her topic did not seem to be very attractive. Ningxu looked at Li Guo and said, I can't give you the will of death. Li Guo said, I don't want the will of death. I was just joking when I said I wanted it. How could she not know? She was just taking a step back during the negotiation. Her target was Ningxu. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Then what do you mean? Li Guo asked, have you ever thought of leaving this organization? Ningxu nodded casually. Yes. Li Guo's eyes lit up and reached out to grab Ningxu's hand. Ningxu quickly retracted his hand. What is she trying to do? She wants to take advantage of me. Especially now that Li Guo is in heat. What did this thing do to her? Sob sob sob. Li Guo did not care that she did not grab Ningxu's hand and said, you can join my tribe. Ningxu blinked and was a little surprised. The Xianxia man at the side also looked over with a surprised expression. There were still people trying to poach him, and they were trying to poach someone he was familiar with. This feeling was rather strange. The Xianxia man also knew that this woman who easily went berserk was not from the organization. There were other creatures in the void land. Now, someone was trying to poach someone from the organization. Suddenly, he realized that someone he was familiar with was so outstanding. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and said, for someone like me, even if I join your tribe, I can't contribute much to your tribe. Ningxu did not feel that he was of any use. He was only worthy of being noticed and used when he was valuable. Li Guo said, you are a spirit body. Have you ever thought of having a body? My tribe can help you reconstruct your body. Ningxu became calmer and calmer as he asked indifferently, what do you need me to do? You are just a normal mission enforcer here, but if you go to my tribe, I can give you a noble identity. When Ningxu heard these words, her heart was indifferent. What honor? What status? She could fight for these things on her own. She was a good Li Guo. Why did she do that? What obligations do I have to fulfill? There was no free lunch in the world. If one had the right to enjoy, one had to fulfill their responsibilities. Li Guo moved her finger and said to Ningxu, perhaps your will of death can be passed down to your descendants. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Ningxu suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he bent over, and tears almost came out of his eyes. Oh my God, I'm dying of laughter. Ningxu wiped the corners of his eyes as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. Li Guo furrowed her brows and looked at Ningxu. She looked at Ningxu silently and smiled. The Xianxia man was speechless. It was a sinister smile. What was so funny? Ningxu finally stopped laughing and said to Li Guo, give me a noble identity? Li Guo nodded. Give me a body? Ligua nodded. Give me a body so that I can give birth to a child and pass down the will of death? Ligua hesitated for a while but still nodded. So, your goal is for me to give birth to a child? Ligua hesitated for a while before shaking his head and said, it's not for you to give birth to a child, but because you have a better choice. You are just a slave in this organization. Why don't you choose a better way of life when you have one? Ningshu's stomach hurt from trying to hold back his laughter. Previously, she had always felt that the creatures in the Void Land were very powerful and tall, at least compared to the weak humans or the creatures in the plane of existence. These creatures in the Void Land had the power to destroy heaven and earth. They were like gods, but at this moment, Ningshu seemed to see the way ordinary humans lived in Ligua's body. Her pretentiousness was reduced by a lot. How ridiculous, right now, Ligua was like an ordinary human man who wanted to reproduce. He saw a fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged girl and saw that the girl's genes were good. He might be able to change the genes of his descendants. Therefore, he would say to the girl, marry me and I will treat you well. He would use all kinds of methods to get the girl and give birth to a child so that he could pass down his genes. It was really like a carrot in a hole. She was being exploited in the organization, but the organization would not care if she gave birth to a child or if there were all kinds of opinions about why she did not give birth to a child. If she really joined Ligua's tribe and had a body, she would start looking for people to have sex with, get pregnant, and give birth to children. She would keep looking for people to have sex with, get pregnant, and give birth to children. She would be contributing to the population of the tribe. What kind of life would she be living by borrowing from other tribes? She seemed to be a reproduction machine. As she had the will of death, she might pass it down to her descendants. Their descendants would naturally have strong abilities. Maybe the children she gave birth to would be heroes. Ningshu snorted. She had finally gotten rid of the life of an ordinary human. She had to get married and have children. Otherwise, she would not be an ordinary human. Now, Ligua was trying in vain to turn her back into an ordinary human. She wanted to give birth to children for her descendants. Ningshu was already very polite not to spit out Ligua's face. Reconstruct a body? Ligua said that she would implant a womb in her. Seriously, why did Ligua think that she wanted this kind of life, giving her a noble status? These words were even more, it made Ningshu snort in disdain. Whose intelligence was she insulting? She had endured the most difficult days. Her life was still okay now. She must have a problem with her brain to torture herself like this. Compared to before, she was freer now. Her strength had also increased. Give me a body. I want to be grateful to you. Then, I will give birth to a child and pass down my will of death to the child. Also, she did not know if it could be passed down. Damn. After thinking about it, Ningshu could not think of a reason for her to do this. She had enough of the happy days. There were not many treasures in the Void Land. I like to be single. I don't like to have children. It's good to be single. I can be single with whoever I want. I don't want to have sex with males of various tribes just to give birth. How could she not understand why she would trample on her dignity like this? Could it be that everything belonged to marriage and men? Ningshu tilted her head and looked at Ligua. From now on, Ligua was on her blacklist. She would not interact with her anymore. She would not even speak to her. Ningshu stretched and stood up to leave. Talking was a waste of saliva. Who cared about a body? If she had a body, how was she going to do missions? A body of flesh and blood was so fragile. Menstruation was not a good thing. Why would she want a body? /BK Ligua didn't have to do anything and didn't have to sacrifice much to find someone who could give birth to outstanding descendants for her race. She was simply trying to gain something without risking anything. What kind of honorable status was this? Once they entered the family, who could say for sure what their future life would be like? She went with the flow. In order not to be eliminated, everyone was trying their best to give birth to children to strengthen their race. She was just like an anomaly. In order not to be ostracized, she could only try her best to give birth to children. In the end, she agreed with the values of life. It was just like marrying a chicken and following the chicken. She had completely resigned herself to her fate. Ningshu would rather stay in the organization than go to such a place. Giving birth was a torture to the body. When one saw a powerful race that seemed to have great abilities, one would want to borrow their seed and have sex with different people. It sounded great, but it was obviously torture and torture. Even a future leader like Li Guo wanted to borrow someone's seed. She was no exception. It was obvious that those who didn't have a high status in the race wouldn't try their best to give birth to children. They would strive to give birth to stronger descendants. A mother's status depended on her son. But if the offspring were weak or disabled, what would they do? They would definitely be eliminated. Ningxu deduced based on some details. She could tell the atmosphere of the race where Li Guo was from just by looking at the big picture. It must be a repressed place. Even though they tried their best to give birth to children, kinship probably didn't exist. To a race, descendants were just an asset that could strengthen the race. There was strength in numbers. Moreover, the mother tried her best to give birth to so many children. How could the mother take care of them personally? It was possible that the people in this race didn't know their father or mother. It felt crazy. Ningxu stood up and wanted to leave. He couldn't be bothered with Li Guo. Li Guo stopped Ningxu. What do you mean? Ningxu unceremoniously rolled her eyes. Can't you tell what I mean? I won't go to your race. Li Guo frowned. What's so good about this place? You spirits are slaves in the organization. Don't you want to live a free life? Freedom? I'm not free here. Do you think I'll be free if I go to your race? If I go to your race, it's not about whether I'm free or not. I'll even become a sow that only knows how to give birth. Whether one was free or not had nothing to do with changing places. It depended on one's strength and mentality. In any case, she had lived for so long. Li Guo wanted to win her over with just a few words? Was she dreaming? Go lie to the little mouse. Even little mouse couldn't be fooled. If he wanted to go, he would go. If he didn't want to, he couldn't force him either. Who do you think I'm retarded, giving someone a body as a gift and then letting them give birth to children? Ningxu, can't you see that I don't want a body at all? Why would I want a body? I don't need someone's seed to have sex with me. The body you mentioned is not attractive to me at all. In fact, I feel like laughing. Li Guo asked, then what do you want? Alright, let's not waste everyone's time. Ningxu pushed Li Guo away. Li Guo stood in front of Ningxu without moving an inch. Li Guo said calmly, you'd better consider it carefully. Ningxu crossed her arms and shook her legs. She looked at Li Guo from the corner of her eyes. Why? Do you want to take me away by force? You'd better take a good look at where you are. You can come and go as you please. Now, you want to take me away. Do you think there's no one here? Ningxu's look was very annoying. Li Guo felt her hands itch. She really wanted to slap her. She was just a weak human. She had already raised her conditions, but she still wanted to take advantage of her. She didn't know what was good for her. Ningxu looked at Li Guo. Move aside. A good dog doesn't block the way. Li Guo took a deep breath and told herself not to be angry. Don't be angry. But Li Guo's eyes were still a little red. Her body started to heat up. The Xianxia man was about to go crazy. He was going to go crazy again. Ningxu was still provoking her. This wasn't her restaurant, so she didn't care. If the restaurant was smashed, it would be her fault. F*ck, the Xianxia man wanted to throw the two of them out. He wanted to beat them up. Ningxu's legs were shaking even more. She snorted and looked up at the sky. She really deserved a beating. Li Guo looked at Ningxu and said, you'll regret it. Ningxu spread her hands. It doesn't matter. Whether I regret it or not is my business. Anyway, I won't go to your race. Li Guo smiled. Do you think you can live well in this organization? If the people in the organization know that you want to change jobs, will they let you live well in the organization? Ningxu didn't care. Why won't they let me live? I'm more valuable alive than dead. She could handle the star stones and pick up the fragments. If there was a war, she could be used as cannon fodder. She was very valuable. The organization was cold and heartless. At the same time, they weren't petty. She could be targeted. There were so many mission enforcers. Don't think too highly of yourself. To Ningxu, Li Guo's threat was like a gentle breeze. She didn't feel anything at all. Li Guo felt a toothache when she saw Ningxu's nonchalant attitude. How annoying. If it wasn't for the will of death, Li Guo wouldn't have wanted to bring such a person to her race. From the looks of it, he was a restless person. Ningxu informed the Grand Elder and asked her to come and take Li Guo away. She said that Li Guo had gone berserk. She didn't recognize anyone and was smashing things everywhere. She couldn't hold on any longer. She was going to be beaten to death. Li Guo asked, "Is it so bad to go to my race?" Ningxu asked, "How is it good?" She kept giving birth to children. Was that a good life? Li Guo seemed to be very proud of her race. She didn't understand why Ningxu rejected her. Ningxu suddenly felt that even among void creatures, there were some who were not broad-minded or even narrow-minded. And the void creatures weren't that scary. In Li Guo's race, Ningxu saw the ignorance of void creatures. Maybe it was to survive and strengthen the race. Maybe it was because a person's personality wasn't important. Only the race was important. Give birth. Give birth. Ningxu provoked Li Guo. Is your race really a void creature? Those who don't know might think that you're a rat or a cockroach. It's like you have reproductive cancer. You're sending yourself to be F***ked just to give birth. I guess that the children you give birth to won't be very strong. The poorer and weaker you are, the more you want to give birth. Your race is probably the weakest in the void. If you're strong enough, you'll need to borrow the bloodline of a powerful race. You're like a thief. Ningxu's face was full of disdain. Li Guo's eyes turned even redder. Her blood was restless. A strong smell of the sea erupted from her body. She was so agitated that she was in heat. The Xianxia man was speechless. F***ck, why did she have to court death, bad woman? Compensate him for the restaurant. Li Guo's nose trembled as she breathed rapidly. She gritted her teeth and said, "You can shut up." Ningxu raised his nose to the sky. What's wrong? Did I poke your sore spot? Now you are angry from embarrassment. Li Guo felt that her mind was in a mess. The other party's voice drifted into her ears from afar. She knew that she was about to go berserk. Moreover, because she was in heat, it was easier for her to go berserk. The rationality in Li Guo's eyes had disappeared. Her eyes were bloodshot. Now, Li Guo only had eyes for Ningxu. She only had one goal, and that was to kill Ningxu. The Xianxia man, Ningxu, shouted, "Hurry up and get out. Don't fight in the restaurant." When the Xianxia man saw Li Guo's body suddenly expanding, he felt extremely tired. Ningxu nimbly dashed out of the restaurant. Li Guo turned around and chased after Ningxu. He directly tore down the door and chased after Ningxu in the Time City with heavy footsteps. The Xianxia man was speechless. F***ck, Ningxu ran in front and waved at Li Guo. "Come on, let's have fun," Li Guo went berserk. Her body became bigger, but she was a little clumsy. She panted rapidly. Her eyes were bloodshot. She only had one goal in mind. Her race was easy to go berserk. Usually, they cultivated their bodies and minds. However, Li Guo was in heat now. Her blood was restless and it was easier for her to go berserk. She was ridiculed by a weak human like Ningxu. He was indifferent to her recruitment and even mocked her. How could she stand it? She had to tear this hateful ant apart. The more berserk Li Guo was, the more powerful she became. Even her speed increased. She was about to catch up with Ningxu. Ningxu increased his speed. He dodged left and right to avoid Li Guo's attacks. However, he didn't fight with Li Guo. Many mission enforcers on the street looked up at the berserk Li Guo. What was this? They all moved away, but there were also some people who wanted to watch the fun. Ningxu waved his hand as he ran. "Come and chase me. If you can catch me, I'll let you," because Li Guo had gone berserk, her body was huge. Every time she stepped on the bluestone floor, the floor cracked. Some of the tiles on the buildings had already been affected, falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. It was quite a mess. Ningxu was speechless. F*ck, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Who would be responsible for this loss? According to the senior uncle's character, it must be Li Guo's and her's fault. Your sister, she had to hurry to the void. As for the damage in the Lost City, it had nothing to do with her. I don't know. It wasn't me, I didn't do anything. He thought that once he notified the grand uncle, he would come quickly. However, he had already run a few streets, and the grand uncle still hadn't appeared. Could it be that he was secretly observing from somewhere? Yes, that must be it. She couldn't let the senior uncle get hold of her weakness. Although she didn't do anything, she was being chased. Ningxu wanted to use a space jump to leave the Lost City and go to the void, but with a bang, his head hit the space wall. Someone had sealed the space, and he couldn't leave. The senior uncle floated in the air, looking at Ningxu and the unconscious Li Guo. Seeing that Ningxu couldn't run anymore, Li Guo ran towards him excitedly. The space was sealed, and he could only run in such a small place. Ningxu's senior uncle ran over, shouting as he ran, "Help, I'm going to kill him." The senior uncle avoided Ningxu and stood to the side, watching coldly as Ningxu was chased by Li Guo, shouting and dodging her attacks. Li Guo only had eyes for Ningxu. Her target was Ningxu. As long as she tore Ningxu to pieces and killed him, her berserk state would slowly weaken. But at the same time, there were side effects. Gathering a large amount of energy in a short period of time would definitely lead to a weakened state. The senior uncle stood to the side, but Li Guo ignored him. She didn't have eyes for him and kept chasing after Ningxu. Ningxu was speechless. What's wrong with this person? Why isn't he stopping Li Guo? He's just watching the two of them chase each other. F*ck, this person is really bad. Ningxu leaned towards the senior uncle. Even if the senior uncle wasn't in Li Guo's eyes, she would definitely attack him if he got close. As soon as Ningxu got close, the senior uncle disappeared in a flash. Ningxu almost vomited blood from Li Guo's big fists. Ningxu said, "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" The senior uncle snorted. Don't you like fighting? Continue fighting. I'll watch you fight. Ningxu rolled her eyes. She really wanted to kill this guy. She had already created the conditions for the senior uncle, but this guy actually tricked her too. F*ck, Ningxu was furious. I'm going to fight back. Previously, I avoided fighting. There was no reason for me to be suppressed. The senior uncle was really a dogman. He was annoying. Ningxu raised her aura and wanted to pounce over to fight with Li Guo. However, the senior uncle made a move at this moment. He stretched out a black rope towards Li Guo. The black rope tied Li Guo up, making her unable to move. Li Guo struggled. However, the more she struggled, the tighter the rope became. The rope became thinner and thinner. It was like a steel wire that cut into her flesh. Although Li Guo had gone berserk, she still felt pain. However, Li Guo, who didn't have any consciousness, didn't stop struggling. The more she struggled, the tighter the rope became. The smell of blood floated in the air. Li Guo was injured by the rope and blood flowed out. Ningxu was speechless. She had just gathered her aura and wanted to fight with Li Guo. However, the senior uncle made a move again. She was so angry that she felt terrible. It felt like she had punched cotton. It was really F*ck uncomfortable. Gradually, the berserk Li Guo slowly calmed down. The berserk period was over. Li Guo regained her consciousness and looked at Ningxu and the senior uncle in a daze. She moved her body and realized that she was tied up. She hissed in pain. Li Guo glared at Ningxu. Despicable. She was caught by the senior uncle again. Li Guo immediately understood that Ningxu had tricked her. He had deliberately provoked her. The senior uncle said, "Li Guo, why did you make a move here?" Li Guo denied. "I didn't make a move. I was just playing with Ningxu." Ningxu shivered. "No, she wanted my will of death. She wanted to kill me. I hid everywhere. Fortunately, you came, senior uncle." In her heart, she had already torn the senior uncle into pieces. However, Ningxu still had to explain herself while shivering. Li Guo was speechless. F***ck off. Recruit my ass. If I had known earlier, I would have killed her. Who knew what would happen if such a person was recruited into the clan? Despicable, cunning, and shameless, lowly and disgusting humans. She had really been blind previously. She had been deceived by Ningxu's amiable appearance. The senior uncle glanced at Ningxu. Upon closer inspection, he seemed to be rolling his eyes. He said to Li Guo, "Looks like I have to send you home again." Li Guo's expression changed. She seemed to have thought of a certain scene. F***ck. They were a high-end race. They disdained to restrain their emotions in front of a weak and lowly human. Read the full story. Read the full story. Ningxu was not a retard. Of course, she could feel it. A person who disdained her had to pretend to be polite to her to recruit her. She was not sincere at all. Especially the benefits she offered. She could not bear to look at it. She was trying to coax a fool. It made people want to throw a gas can at her. F***ck off. Li Guo did not speak. She took out 2 round jade-like objects from her space and said, "This is the energy that our race is born with. The growth of our children depends on this energy." This kind of energy was different from energy bodies. The energy bodies in the void were more precious. This kind of energy was gentler. Although she did not know what it was used for, she had to accept it since Li Guo took it out. Ningxu immediately accepted the 2 energy balls. This was compensation for her mental damage. It would be a waste if she did not accept it. Li Guo saw that Ningxu had accepted the things and said, "We were just playing around, right?" Ningxu nodded. "What do you think is going on? Tell me." Ningxu did not dare to say that they were playing around. She would be responsible for the damage to the city. Playing around, right? But since so many things were damaged, she had to pay for it. Ningxu had to use all her tricks in front of the Grand Elder. Looking at it this way, it was clear that she had accepted the gift and had been forced to compromise. What can I do? I can only back down and compromise. I can still get something. Life is so helpless. The Grand Elder looked at the 2 women and snorted. Countless houses have been destroyed and the city is in turmoil. Are you playing around? See, I knew this would be the result. Li Guo said, "Actually, I couldn't control my body. Ningxu tried to stop me, so this happened." Anyway, the situation had been twisted in another direction. Twisting the truth was probably the same thing. Li Guo was about to vomit blood. She clearly wanted to smash Ningxu into a meat patty, but now she was trying to beautify Ningxu's actions. This really made people want to vomit blood. Was there anything more sullen than this? However, in order to avoid paying a higher price, this lowly human was short-sighted and decided to give him something. But when the Grand Uncle opened his mouth, it would really cause a hemorrhage. It wasn't just a matter of bleeding, but a hemorrhage that would kill. The elders in the clan would definitely strangle her to death, and they would also question her ability. She was the future leader of the clan, but she had brought too many losses to the clan. Perhaps race would abandon her. She couldn't bring benefits to the race, and even caused the race to suffer losses because of her. It was normal for them to give up on her. Even if those elders usually doted on him, in the face of the interests of the entire race, no matter how much love they had, it would be worn away in the face of reality. Li Guo understood this very well, which was why she humbly apologized to Ningxu and even gave him something. Thinking that she was about to be abandoned, Li Guo's whole body quivered, and her blood turned cold. Even her restless body cooled down. Her mind was unprecedentedly clear. She looked at the cold and ruthless Grand Uncle. She had never felt that the Grand Uncle was really cold and ruthless. He wasn't just cold and ruthless. When the elders in the clan heard that she was going to borrow the Grand Uncle from next door, they couldn't help but laugh. They said that the newborn calf wasn't afraid of the tiger. She wasn't convinced. If she stayed here permanently, she didn't believe that she wouldn't succeed. Everyone felt that they were different. They were different fireworks. The others in the clan didn't succeed, but it didn't mean that she couldn't. Even though she had lost 3 energy bodies, she still came. But how long had it been? If she was sent back, how would she face the elders in the clan and the other clansmen? Would they have to go to war? But the price would be greater. Would the clan go to war for her? Ligua's heart was cold. At this moment, she really didn't have any thoughts about the grand-uncle. She even took medicine to suppress her estrus. Now, it seemed that this action was unrequited love. Ligua raised her head and sniffed. She didn't let her tears burst out. What a cruel fact. She thought that after knowing the grand-uncle for so long, she thought that she was special in his heart. But the fact proved that she was special. Ligua straightened her face and said to the grand-uncle, "This is my fault. I shouldn't have gone crazy in your place. I'm sorry. I won't disturb you anymore. Please let me go." Ligua apologized because she wanted to let this matter go. She also wanted the grand-uncle to send her back to the clan. She knew the way. From now on, she would stay far away from the grand-uncle. The grand-uncle said coldly, "You're injured all over now. Your body's condition is special. You can't go back alone. When your family comes to me for you, where can I find someone to compensate them?" Ligua looked tired. She couldn't believe it and was sad. Her eyes overflowed with tears. She didn't expect the grand-uncle to be so ruthless. It was extremely cruel. He knew that if she was sent back, some people in the clan would question her behavior and shake her position as the future clan leader. But the grand-uncle still did it. He really didn't have any warmth for her. Even if it was someone he knew, he wouldn't be so ruthless. Ligua's clan would borrow the seeds of other clans, wanting to combine the advantages and abilities of other clans. But Ligua was still a young girl. Her feelings were always poetic. Even though she had lived for a long time, her thoughts were still quite simple. She definitely wanted to have children with the person she liked. She definitely liked the grand-uncle. Women had sex because of love. But she was broken by the grand-uncle. Her heart was broken. Because of various situations, her position was affected. Ligua trembled all over. She looked at the grand-uncle with eyes full of hatred. But the grand-uncle ignored Ligua's gaze. He didn't care at all. He didn't even care about any of her emotions. Whether she loved or hated him, it wouldn't arouse his attention. Ningshu put away the two energies. Seeing Ligua so sad, even the creatures in the void land couldn't escape the fetters of their hearts and feelings. The grand-uncle was really a young girl killer. You could like anyone but him. He wouldn't feel guilty for hurting you, but he would never ask you to love him. Your sadness and despair, none of it has anything to do with him. From the beginning to the end, you were acting alone. He never gave any emotional response. When he rejected her, he was even more ruthless. Alas, another young girl's heart was broken. Ligua hated the grand-uncle to death. She might even turn into Limacho. The most ridiculous thing was that the grand-uncle didn't care at all. He didn't care at all. It made people hate and feel helpless. /BK No matter how much Ligua acted coquettishly or looked at the grand-uncle with resentment, there was no room for change. At the end of the phone, Ligua was not only facing the loss of her race, but also the trauma in her heart, the pain of falling out of love, and the pain of being hurt. Sigh, a girl? Her tenderness and sweetness were hurt just like that. Ligua looked at the grand-uncle helplessly. The grand-uncle said, "You've said what you need to say. Let's go. I'll send you back." Ligua struggled hard, and the rope around her became tighter and tighter. However, Ligua seemed to not see it. She struggled hard, and the thin rope directly cut into her flesh. However, Ligua felt nothing. Perhaps it was self-abuse. She was hurt and felt that the world was not important. She did not know if she wanted to punish herself or the grand-uncle. If she wanted to punish the grand-uncle, she was thinking too much. The grand-uncle would not care at all. Ligua was still struggling. The thin rope broke her blood vessels, and blood oozed out. Ningshu was speechless. A large-scale self-abuse scene. After all, there were people who committed suicide for love. They were in so much pain that they wished they could die. It was reasonable for Ligua to do this. Perhaps she had other motives. Perhaps she wanted to test the grand-uncle's attitude again. If the grand uncle let go of Li Gua, Li Gua's goal would be achieved. What's more, Li Gua had injured herself. If grand uncle Taishu sent her home, his race would have a slight advantage. If that was the case, then Li Gua was also a ruthless character. There was a feeling of being invincible from now on. It felt like Li Gua had completely given up on the grand uncle and was wholeheartedly thinking about how to reverse the situation. Ningxu thought that the grand uncle would let go of the rope a little. After all, Li Gua had been strangled like this and was covered in blood. If he brought Li Gua in this state to her race, he would not have the face to ask for anything. However, the Grand Elder was still indifferent as he watched Li Gua twist and struggle indifferently. If this continued, she would be strangled into pieces. People were very cruel to people they did not love. Just like how the grand uncle was to Li Gua, she was to the heart. Ningxu shrugged her shoulders. She didn't want to see this bullshit anymore. Watching too much would affect her mood. Ningxu moved to the side, wanting to return to the system space, but he couldn't. The space was still sealed. Ningxu's heart suddenly felt bad. Even now, they still hadn't let her go. They definitely wanted to punish her as well. Ningxu sneered in his heart. Let's see if he can get a fine. She was a righteous hero. It was Li Gua who went berserk because of her body condition and wreaked havoc in Time City. She was the one who stopped Li Gua. Li Gua had said it herself. She wasn't guilty, so the senior uncle couldn't punish her. He couldn't not distinguish between right and wrong. Unable to leave, Ningxu could only stay and watch as Li Gua mutilated herself. Now, the thin rope had completely sunk into her flesh and could no longer be seen. The enclosed space was filled with the thick smell of blood. The Grand Elder let Li Gua do whatever she wanted and looked at her coldly. Ningxu was speechless. Since the Grand Uncle didn't say anything, she naturally wouldn't say anything. Should she give him a way out? Ningxu wanted to give both parties a way out, but the Grand Elder definitely wouldn't let her go. Li Gua was torturing herself like this, and she was angry in her heart. She wanted to torture herself to death. If she took the initiative to stop, it would be a bit embarrassing. Ningxu coughed and cleared his throat. Li Gua was the first to stop. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, there was coldness in them. Her whole body was filled with a domineering aura. Her temperament was much colder and more distant, as if she had grown up a lot. There was still resentment behind her cold eyes. Obviously, she hated the Grand Elder. However, Ningxu wanted to be fair. In fact, Li Gua had been thinking too much. She didn't get a response, so she resented the Grand Elder. She didn't get anything in return, so she resented him. I was so good to you. I was so affectionate to you, but you didn't love me. I hate you. Ningxu reflected on herself. She mustn't fall into self-pity. Living in her own world, others wouldn't treat her as a fart. Even a fart would stink. Now, Li Gua was really like a clown. She was the only one who wasn't emotional. The others didn't feel anything and even wanted to laugh. This was her own matter. It had nothing to do with others. Even if Li Gua tormented herself half to death, the Grand Elder could directly say that she had gone berserk. In order to avoid other situations, he could only tie her up. Because she had gone berserk, she struggled without consciousness and became like this. Li Gua said coldly to the Grand Elder, "Please send me back." Although her voice was cold and emotionless, her mouth was still trembling, causing her voice to tremble slightly. The Grand Elder, "Sure. Ningxu, I can finally leave," seeing a wave of love and hatred, and the scene of a young girl's heart being broken, she didn't feel particularly refreshed, only melancholy. The creatures in the void were the same. Li Gua, little mouse, she hadn't come into contact with many creatures in the void, but these two were both lovers? It seemed that intelligent creatures had emotions, and with emotions, they would inevitably be burdened by emotions. But without emotions, they were like puppets. In short, emotions were a double-edged sword. It was a symbol of high-level creatures, but at the same time, they would be dominated by emotions. One could imagine how complicated Li Gua's feelings were now. The Grand Elder looked at Ningxu and said, "You've damaged the city." Ningxu looked at him expressionlessly. She had already created the conditions, and the Grand Elder wanted to eat from both sides. Ningxu said insincerely, "Sorry, in order to stop Li Gua from going berserk, I was afraid of hurting others, so I didn't pay attention to this. Although I was injured because of this. If the Grand Elder wanted to burn the bridge after crossing the river, they wouldn't be able to cooperate in the future." Everyone had a tacit understanding, but he turned his back on them. This was too uncooperative. Ningxu looked at the Grand Elder. Everyone solved Li Gua's problem at the same time to avoid being harassed by Li Gua. King, stop acting like a judge. This was cooperation, the Grand Elder said. If you cause trouble next time, you know the consequences. Ningxu rolled her eyes, snorted, and turned to leave. As a result, she bumped into the sealed space wall. Ningxu looked at the Grand Elder. Please open the sealed space, thank you. The Grand Elder said coldly, you have no remorse. Reflect on your mistakes in here. Ningxu chuckled. What do you mean by repentance? Was she going to confine her? F***ck, the Grand Elder sneered. It's something that everyone has a tacit understanding of. Oh, did he mean that she deliberately provoked Li Gua, and Li Gua damaged the buildings in the spatial city? Ningxu said, then how long do I have to reflect on my mistakes? BK Ningxu still wanted to find the silver-haired man and ask him why he had told Li Gua her information. Now that she was locked up by senior uncle, what should she do if she couldn't go out? Instead of a fine, he was now being punished to reflect on his mistakes. No matter what, it was still a punishment. Ningxu looked at senior uncle expressionlessly. Senior uncle sneered. Do you think you're right? You didn't cause any trouble? Ningxu rolled her eyes. I think it's okay. I'm just doing what's right. I'm a hero. Senior uncle didn't want to talk to Ningxu anymore. These words could only deceive people who didn't know the truth. Senior uncle held the rope and was about to take Li Gua home. Ningxu quickly asked, how long do I have to face the wall? Senior uncle was so busy. If he locked her up here, he might forget about it. How long would she be locked up? Senior uncle might deliberately lock her up for a long time. Ningxu didn't think that her space law was stronger than senior uncle's. After all, senior uncle was an old man who had successfully crushed her in age. Senior uncle's comprehension of time was definitely much stronger than hers. In the past, he used resources to punish her. Now, he was going to punish her mentally. Face the wall? Senior uncle said, when you know you're wrong, you'll sincerely recognize your mistakes. Ningxu rolled her eyes. Senior uncle and she had done the same thing. They were jackals of the same tribe. Senior uncle was right, and she was wrong. Right, wrong, what standard was it based on? What standard? There was no standard. It was based on senior uncle's standard. If you're not convinced, you can get lost. Ningxu wondered if senior uncle wanted her to take the initiative to pay the fine, like Li Gua had given her 2 energy points. Using practical actions to express his sincerity and deeply recognize his mistakes, thinking of this, Ningxu felt that it might be the truth. Then, she would rather face the wall and reflect on her mistakes. Her sister had endless time. If there were no accidents, she would be immortal. She didn't have much, but she had plenty of time. Senior uncle was so shameless now. He wanted energy in such a roundabout way? Ningxu said, Judge, don't worry. I will definitely reflect on my mistakes and deeply recognize my mistakes. I will be a good young man who doesn't let down the organization. Wanting energy was like living in a dream. She wouldn't hand over what was in her hands so easily. Ningxu said as he sat down. He took out a kidney-strengthening fruit and munched on it. Since he was so bored, he might as well eat some snacks. The Grand Elder looked coldly at Ningxu. He sneered, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Ningxu, worst comes to worst, I'll just sit in jail for a long time, laugh your ass. Ningxu also sneered and took a bite of the kidney-strengthening fruit. The senior Grand Elder even pulled Li Gua, who was tied up like a dumpling, away. Li Gua looked back at Ningxu and said, I want to talk to her. Now, Li Gua was like a fat sheep to senior uncle. Of course, he wouldn't refuse such a small request. The Grand Elder stopped. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at Li Gua. He wanted to hear what Li Gua wanted to say to him. Li Gua looked at Ningxu. Her lips moved, but she didn't say a word. Ningshu scratched his head. What was she doing? She looked at him quietly without saying a word. What a coincidence. Those who didn't know better would think that this person liked her. Otherwise, why would they look at each other with tears in their eyes? If you don't want to talk, then leave. The Grand Elder wasn't a patient person. Ligua also knew that this was probably the last time she would come here. She wouldn't step into this place again in the future. Ligua's voice was a little hoarse. You will regret it. Ningshu raised his eyebrows. Is this a threat? Ligua shook her head. It's not a threat, but you will regret your current life. You are a slave who is required to be obedient. Your life and death are controlled by others. They can do whatever they want to you. Like now. Ligua smiled. The Grand Elder has taken all the benefits, but you have to be locked up here. Ningshu also sighed. It's the same no matter where you are. Strength is the most important thing. If you go to your race and become a sow, you have to strive to give birth to strong offspring. Isn't that a tragedy? Everyone gave birth to children. When someone behaved differently, Gidge wouldn't enter. As a slave here, at least she could escape from an ordinary life. At least she could pursue her own personality, and no one would talk about giving birth to children. The information was about which races were strong and which races could be borrowed. Wasn't this another way of being a slave? Only by being strong could one break through everything. Ligua was silent for a while. Her clothes had been soaked by the threads, and some of them had turned black and red. Her long hair fluttered slightly, giving people a soul-stirring sense of beauty. Maybe you're right. Ligua only said this one sentence. She turned to the Grand Elder and said calmly, please send me back. Ligua's pretending to be calm didn't affect the Grand Elder at all. No one cared whether she was really calm or pretending to be calm. Ningshu said to the Grand Elder, when the time is up, remember to let me go. The Grand Elder ignored Ningshu and pulled Ligua away. Wherever Ligua walked, there were drops of blood on the ground. It was a bit difficult to be locked in a place full of the smell of blood. Ningshu squatted in the corner and ate the kidney-strengthening fruit, thinking about some trivial things. He thought about the matter with Ligua back and forth, and finally just sighed. Ligua was in such an awkward situation now. It was all because of her own wishful thinking. After eating the kidney-strengthening fruit, Ningshu had nothing to do. Especially in the enclosed space, there was no sound at all, and it was quiet. In fact, this kind of environment was the most torturous. Ningshu found something to do and wiped the blood clean. After all, it was the place where she was facing the wall, and it was so bloody that it was unsightly. After wiping the blood clean, Ningshu had nothing to do again. He couldn't even contact the system space. If he couldn't contact the system, time would pass quickly if he talked to Dan Qing. Time was hard to pass. When would the Grand Elder come? Ningshu tried to break through the space lock by herself. She still had to continue to understand the space law. Otherwise, anyone could lock her up in the future. She really had no dignity. She always felt that she would have many days in prison in the future. She had to understand the space law more, so that it would be easier to escape in the future. The space law was really torturous. This thing was really hard to understand. Ningshu hit the wall again and again. Her head hit the space wall again and again. It was really painful. Without such a hard spatial wall, the Grand Elder must have compressed the layers of spatial walls to form such a solid space. She couldn't even break through it. Ningshu was frustrated. It was difficult for her to understand the space law, but it was so powerful. Others were very good at it, but it was as difficult as eating shit for her. /BK, why wasn't the Grand Uncle here yet? Could it be that he was still bargaining with spittle flying everywhere? Ningshu squatted, holding his chin with his hand, and looked at the narrow space. It created a space out of thin air. How was she going to open it? Ningshu's mind worked quickly, and he used his understanding of the space law to open it. But his understanding of space was not deep enough, or he could just destroy it violently. Ningshu moved his neck, and the black god-beating whip appeared in his hand. He hadn't taken out the god-beating whip for a long time. He didn't know how effective it was when it absorbed energy. Ningshu's arm shook, and the whip hit the space wall with a bang. The entire space shook, and then, there was no more. It was still the same as before. Ningxu was speechless. This space wall was really sturdy. If it was an ordinary space, being hit by the god-beating whip like this, it would at least have a little reaction. Ningxu lashed her whip a few more times, but the space only trembled slightly. Ningxu was tired from swinging the whip, but the space was still the same. He really wanted to drill it with an electric drill. Ningxu sat down and placed the whip beside him. It seemed that the god-beating whip wasn't strong enough. However, compared to before, Ningxu felt that it was much easier to use the god-beating whip now. After all, the consciousness in the god-beating whip wasn't hers in the past. Now, it truly belonged to him. The Khanate cardinal treasure in the void should be cultivated more. If his brain really didn't work, comprehending the space law would be like eating lotus roots. He had to have a handy tool to blow up the space. In short, he had to be prepared. The current god-beating whip didn't have such an ability. However, the growth limit was very high. He believed that when it grew, it would definitely be able to blow up the space and even destroy the plane. Of course, it would definitely be very, very powerful. That would definitely be a long, long time in the future. But how should he cultivate the god-beating whip? The god-beating whip wasn't human. It needed to eat to absorb energy or cultivate. How should he cultivate the god-beating whip? Ningxu was still puzzled when the god-beating whip moved slightly. It really moved. Ningxu placed the whip on the ground. He did not touch it, but the whip moved. Ningxu held the whip in his hand, and a faint consciousness was transmitted to Ningxu. It was very faint, and did not carry any emotions. It was an ignorant and pure consciousness. Ningxu was overjoyed. In any case, this was an innate supreme treasure from the void. In the future, it could grow on its own and he might have another companion. It would be best if it was a baby wearing a puffy skirt, white knee-length lace, with a long double ponytail. My God, it was so cute. Ningxu would definitely dote on her like an ancestor. As long as it wasn't a boy, it was fine. She was too annoyed with these naughty brats. How could they be as cute as girls? Ningxu chuckled. You and me under the funny tree. Ningxu thought about it and took out 2 energy bodies. This was the compensation for the mental damage that Li Gua had given him. But Ningxu really didn't know where to use this energy body. Maybe the organization needed it, but she wouldn't take it out unless the organization gave her something in exchange. Whose things were blown to them by the wind, Ningxu gave one of the energy bodies to the whip. He didn't know if the whip would absorb it. This energy body was brought from the mother's womb. He didn't know if it was pure or not, but it probably wasn't very pure. The whip was indifferent. Clearly, it wouldn't absorb it. Also, it suddenly came back to life and didn't move anymore. Alright, its taste was quite high-end. It wouldn't eat such things. In Ningxu's imagination, it was a little girl with her chin raised high, looking round and proud. Oh my, it was so cute. In Ningxu's heart, the whip was already a cute little girl. He probably had to wait for Li Wen's energy body. He felt that it was more suitable for the god-beating whip. It had an incomparably sharp feeling. Ningxu stroked the god-beating whip for a while. Although the surface of the god-beating whip had protruding scales and was a little prickly, Ningxu felt that he was stroking the smooth skin of a baby. She was probably a little perverted. Putting away the god-beating whip, Ningxu began to explore the space nodes in this space. Since the violent route didn't work, then he would take the technical route. If he found a point to break through, he would be able to get out. However, Ningxu was dizzy from the dense space nodes. He didn't feel this way when he looked at the space nodes before. It felt like countless space nodes were compressed together. Trypophobia was about to act up. It affected her mood to comprehend the space laws. Ningxu calmed down to comprehend. He didn't want anyone to be able to lock her up in the future. Drawing a circle was very simple for people like Taishu Sangliang. It was just a matter of raising a hand. This way of fighting was high-end and classy. There wasn't the slightest bit of smoke and fire, and he didn't have to dirty his hands. It was tiring. Ningxu felt that if he wanted to crack it, he had to draw a circle first. No, he had to use the space nodes to build a space. In fact, the principle was similar to building a space tunnel. Ningxu began to make all kinds of spaces. Some were big, some were small, and some were of different shapes. However, compared to the space made by Taishu Sang Liang, her space was much weaker. The space walls were also weaker and not very strong. Ningxu's current goal was to make a space that was stronger than Taishu Sang Liang's. Once he figured out the principle of production, cracking it would be a matter of minutes. Ningxu made all kinds of spaces like kneading dough. He made them and then dismantled them repeatedly. Although it was difficult to comprehend space, he still had to work hard. Come on, yeah, Ningxu was addicted to creating spaces. He could create spaces between his fingers. This was a magical thing. Creating things in the air was like this. Using the space nodes to intertwine, he could pour tea and drink water even without a cup. It was very awesome. Kacha, kacha. There was a chewing sound in the space. Ningxu looked left and right. What was that sound? Ningxu saw a black spot the size of a needle tip appear in the corner of the space. Then, the black spot grew bigger and bigger. Then, a mouse head came in from the hole. The little mouse head came in, twisted its neck up and down, left and right, and then gnawed on the space wall. Gnawing on the space wall was like eating a crispy corner. The kacha, was quite crisp. It was chicken-flavored and crunchy. Ningxu was speechless. This was the real simple and crude way to eat the world with one bite of teeth. Even fancy things couldn't beat this simple and crude way. Ningxu looked at the little mouse. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the little mouse's teeth. What were these teeth made of? Why were they so awesome? Even Taishu Sang Liang couldn't open his mouth and chew on the bit wall. The little mouse bit the hole until its body could enter. Then, it stopped biting and squeezed in from the hole. The little mouse came to Ningxu and asked, "Who locked you up here? I've been looking for you for a long time. The smell has faded." Ningxu had an ominous feeling. What's that smell? Did the little mouse pee on her? She smelled like the little mouse's urine. That was how the little monkey found people. Ningxu's impulse to pull out the tooth was finally replaced by a feeling of panic. F***ck, Ningxu looked at the little mouse expressionlessly. The little mouse said without noticing, "If you stay with me for a long time, you'll eventually be stained with my pheromone." What's with that expression? Let me tell you, with my pheromone on you, my people and subordinates won't attack you. Ningxu rolled her eyes. You still have people and subordinates? Ningxu raised her arm and smelled it. She always felt that there was a strange smell on her body. It was the smell of a dead mouse. She didn't want to be stained with the little mouse's smell at all. That's disgusting. Can you get rid of this pheromone and smell for me? She felt as if she was walking on the road and a dog had suddenly retreated and peed on her foot. It seemed that the little mouse could sense Liwen probably because of the pheromone. This was a little F***king, disgusting. Ningxu wanted to jump into the reincarnation pool to wash the smell off her soul. Of course, jumping in meant going to reincarnate. It would be best to scoop some water from the reincarnation pool and pour it on her body. Ningxu didn't want to talk about the pheromone and asked, "Why are you looking for me? With the little mouse here, she might be able to get out." But the problem was that if she got out, she might be locked up for a longer time next time. The little mouse said, "Liwen wants you to go over." Ningxu asked. "How did you contact Liwen? Wasn't little mouse in the system space? How could he contact Liwen who was so far away? Did they have some special way of contacting each other? But if there was a special way to contact Liwen, why didn't little mouse contact Liwen for so long?" Little mouse said, "I went to look for her. I don't know where you went. I was bored in the system space alone. Danqing didn't talk to me. I was really bored." Ningxu was speechless. Danqing didn't want to be a rational person. If it were her, she wouldn't want to talk to little mouse either. Ningxu played with the space in his hand and asked, "Why is Liwen looking for me?" Little mouse said directly, "He asked you to go and get something. The energy body has been taken out." Ningxu immediately became excited. So fast, Liwen was still the reliable one. She kept her word and gave her what she said. She was just thinking about how to cultivate the cute girl with the holy whip. Now there was an energy body. If the holy whip absorbed such sharp energy, it would definitely go further. But she was now in confinement. Was it really okay to go out now? Ningxu was a bit hesitant. Anyway, Ningxu felt like he had been in the space for a long time, but he didn't know how long it had been in the outside world. Without Senior Uncle's permission, what would happen if she ran away? Ningxu looked at Little Mouse. Little Mouse took 2 steps back. What's with that look? Ningxu said, you kidnapped me. I'm innocent. Little Mouse was speechless. Crazy? Yes, it was Little Mouse who kidnapped her. Ningxu said to Little Mouse, keep biting. Bite a big hole so I can go out. Little Mouse's black bean-sized eyes rolled and said, give me a world origin and I'll bite. Oh, you've learned to take advantage of the situation. Not bad, not bad. Your IQ has improved. But did you think about the consequences? Ningxu snorted and looked at Little Mouse expressionlessly. You eat my food and stay in my house. Now I'm asking you to do something and you want benefits? You're probably not hungry enough. Ningxu decided to starve Little Mouse for a few more decades. It was so hungry that it could even eat glass shards and wood shavings. Little Mouse also snorted. You don't want the energy body? Forget it. Ningxu pointed at the fist-sized hole. Get out. Don't appear in front of me. Don't stay in my system space. Go accompany your Li Wen. Bad temper. What's wrong with women these days? They're not like the girls in Li Wen's harem. They're gentle, considerate, talented, and good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Little Mouse felt that it hadn't done anything yet, but the other party was furious. What kind of woman was this? Ningxu sneered. If your Li Wen wasn't the emperor, who would have the patience to serve him? He was the boss, the person who fed him. In the service industry, of course, they had to serve him well. Then, they would be promoted and get a raise in salary. If Li Wen was a beggar, gentle, considerate, and talented, the girls who were good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting wouldn't even look at him. Therefore, there was no cause and effect. Little Mouse's view of women was very narrow. It only knew how to talk about Li Wen's harem. Perhaps Little Mouse was the emperor's pet at that time. The harem's harem naturally had to think of ways to treat Little Mouse well. Therefore, Little Mouse's impression of women was very superficial. Today, I'll teach you how to behave. Little Mouse couldn't outtalk Ningxu. It held its anger in and bit at the spatial wall. It was originally a small hole, but now it had become a dog hole. Ningxu could definitely crawl out, but he didn't want to. Bite harder. I want to walk out. I'm tired. I don't want to bite. Little Mouse sat on the ground. It's too hard. My teeth hurt. Well, she was now escaping from prison. Escaping from prison didn't pay attention to good posture. Ningxu squatted down and crawled out of the dog hole with his upper body. However, a pair of black shoes appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw black pants. He didn't want to guess who the owner of this pair of shoes and pants was. Ningxu silently retreated into the hole. Little Mouse was still shouting in puzzlement, "What are you doing? Why did you crawl back? Are you still going? Li Wen is still waiting." Ningxu scolded loudly, "You damned rat, you dare to kidnap me and threaten me." Little Mouse was speechless. Are you crazy again? Ningxu frantically winked at Little Mouse. Little Mouse said helplessly, "This spatial wall is really hard. It's not good for my teeth to chew too much. Can I just make do with this big hole?" Ningxu was speechless. "I just want to see how stupid my teammates can be. It's fatal." Why does Little Mouse have so many brainless operations? Senior Uncle didn't come in. He just sealed the hole and didn't say anything. Now, he also locked up Little Mouse. Ningxu leaned against the spatial wall, wanting to hear if Senior Uncle had left. However, there was no sound from outside at all. Maybe he left. Maybe the spatial wall isolated the sound. Ningxu sat down miserably in the corner. End of chapter 3452. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.